Lan Xiaodai, 150 points. A middle-aged woman, adorned with black-framed glasses, beamed as she handed a mathematics exam paper to a young girl with bright eyes and a radiant smile. Lan Xiaodai accepted the paper with both hands. Keep pushing forward and maintain this momentum, Su Li said, growing increasingly pleased with Lan Xiaodai. A girl so intelligent, beautiful, and well-mannered is indeed a rarity in these times. However, when Su Li glanced at the next exam score, a cloud of displeasure swiftly darkened her expression. Yi Hao, 38 points. The classroom erupted in laughter. 38 points. Why Yi Hao truly is a peculiar case. Isn't he likely to be the last in our academy again? Is there any suspense in that? Amidst the mocking laughter, a young man with a flushed face approached Su Li. Visibly anxious, Su Li, upon seeing Yi Hao, felt a surge of anger and slapped the exam paper against his face. Take the paper and stand by the door. As Yi Hao reached for the paper, Su Li carelessly tossed it aside. Why Yi Hao had no choice but to crouch down and retrieve the paper, silently exiting the classroom. Standing by the wall, Yi Hao's expression fluctuated between despair and frustration. N01 is indifferent to their reputation, especially at this age. At that moment, he overheard Su Li's concluding remarks. Everyone performed admirably this time. If it weren't for Yi Hao dragging down her class average, we might have secured first place. Su Li surveyed the room and continued. You are attending the second-ranked vocational college in Jiangnan City, so there's no need to worry about employment after graduation. But let's be frank, we are merely a vocational school. You all have the potential for a brighter future. In June next year, you can take the entrance exam for higher education and perhaps alter your destinies once more. Do you understand? Yi Hao suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Su Li's words pierced him like a thorn. He staggered towards the small pond on the school grounds. Before the pond, Yi Hao could not find calmness. He clenched his fists, wanting to scream. Yet, he dared not. He feared attracting the attention of the school security. A wave of frustration washed over him. Years ago, he had struggled to gain admission to the second vocational technical college in Jiangnan City, only to discover that his grades were at the bottom here. He had exerted effort, yet many things do not yield results through hard work alone. That he consistently ranked last in every exam. The laughter of his classmates and the disdain of his teachers left him feeling utterly exhausted. But what could he do? With this thought, he despondently sat on the grass. In his stupor, Yi Hao failed to notice a vine emerging from the water, slowly creeping toward his ankle along the grass. When the vine was but a step away, it swiftly coiled around his ankle, and a tremendous force yanked him towards the edge of the pond. Why Yi Hao was jolted awake. In a panic, he frantically clawed at the earth and grass along the way, attempting to resist the pull of the vine. But it was futile. In mere moments, he was dragged into the pond. After sputtering a few mouthfuls of water, he quickly closed his mouth, his eyes wide with terror, for he beheld a grotesque figure gazing at him with cold, bloodthirsty eyes. In the next instant, the figure lunged at his body, opening its mouth to bite his neck. In his fright, Yi Hao even forgot to resist. Just as the figure was about to sink its teeth into his neck, a thunderous sound erupted from the pond. Beast, you dare! At that moment, the figure entwined around Yi Hao shattered with a loud bang. What was happening? Yi Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. That moment, a gentle force enveloped him, lifting him back onto the grass. Yi Hao's gaze fell upon a middle-aged man clad in a magnificent robe. The man appeared ethereal, as if concealed within clouds and mist. He glanced at Yi Hao with a frown and said, "Such poor aptitude? Very well, our meeting is serendipitous. Young one, open your mouth." Why Yi Hao promptly complied. Even a fool could discern that this middle-aged man was a legendary immortal. Was he about to bestow upon him a miraculous elixir? At that moment, a beautifully crafted dagger appeared in the man's hand. He gently sliced his finger with the dagger, and a droplet of blood immediately welled up. Young one, drink this drop of blood. This Yi Hao hesitated. Was he being asked to suck his finger? How disgusting! Yet recalling the potential significance of this drop of blood, he suppressed his revulsion and grasped the middle-aged man's finger, preparing to suck. The man stared in shock as he swiftly slapped Yi Hao's face. "What are you doing?" The middle-aged man scolded. "Didn't you tell me to drink this drop of blood?" Yi Hao said, bewildered, as he cupped his cheek. The middle-aged man sighed, flicking his finger, causing the drop of blood to float away from his fingertip. Why Yi Hao, realizing his folly, quickly opened his mouth and swallowed the suspended droplet. The moment the blood entered his body, he felt an intense heat coursing through him. What is happening? The divine blood is gradually altering your physique, but you may endure some pain in the initial stages, the middle-aged man remarked before silently vanishing. Yi Hao could no longer concern himself with the man's departure. He could only bear the overwhelming pain until he lost consciousness. Yi Hao could not recall how many times he had fainted from the agony. He only vaguely remembered being taken to the hospital. What transpired afterward was a blur. Jigua, the doctor has been urging for Xiao Hao's medical expenses for days. Guoxiu sighed as she looked at a middle-aged man who had brought food. This man bore a resemblance to Yi Hao, and upon hearing her, he hesitated before replying, "We'll borrow from old Zhou. We've already borrowed 50,000 from old Zhou. How can we ask him again?" Guoxiu looked at Yi Jigua and said, "Isn't our father wealthy? You know our father's situation all too well." Yi Jigua said with a wry smile, "If I could borrow, I would have done so already. Xiao Hao is his own grandson. Does he really intend to watch him suffer?" Guoxiu's voice rose with anger. That why Yi Jigua fell silent. Seeing her husband's demeanor, Guoxiu could no longer hold back her tears. Her tears were not due to her husband's inability, but rather her own inability as a mother to save her son. If the medical fees remained unpaid, Yi Hao would be thrown out. "Stop crying. Take good care of Xiao Hao, and leave the money matters to me," Yi Jigua said before turning to leave. Guoxiu continued to weep helplessly. Once, Yi Hao's family was relatively well off. However, after 6 months in intensive care, this modest comfort had been utterly shattered. In recent days, the couple had exhausted every possible source of borrowing. Yet Yi Hao showed no signs of awakening. Guoxiu wept. She remained oblivious to the tears that silently streamed down Yi Hao's cheeks in his unconscious state. He heard every word of his parents' conversation clearly. Present. His body remains in the midst of transformation. Yet Yi Hao is acutely aware that the process is nearing completion. Why Yi Hao's conjecture proves to be accurate. 3 days later, he awakens. Upon opening his eyes, he is momentarily taken aback. The entire world presents itself with an astonishing clarity. Previously, Yi Hao had experienced minor nearsightedness. However, he is now certain that his vision has reached an extraordinary level. His hearing has also become remarkably acute. He can vaguely discern a conversation from the other side of the wall. "Let me give you a kiss. This is a hospital. Isn't it just the two of us in this room? That still won't do. It's inappropriate if someone sees us. Just one kiss, please." "Fine, just this once at this point." Yi Hao feels an overwhelming curiosity to glimpse the situation in the adjacent ward. As he contemplates this, the wall before him suddenly dissipates, revealing a young couple entwined in a passionate kiss. "Ah!" Yi Hao exclaims. Guoxiu, who had been peacefully asleep on the hospital bed, jolts awake, and her eyes light up with joy upon seeing Yi Hao sitting up. "Xiao Hao, you're awake." Upon seeing his emaciated mother, Yi Hao is filled with guilt. "Mom." Guoxiu acknowledges him, then suddenly recalls something and hastily presses the emergency button on the bed. Before long, a nurse enters. Upon noticing Yi Hao's awakening, her expression changes dramatically. Given the complexity of his condition, it was expected that he would not awaken at all. She approaches to check Yi Hao's vital signs, and then quickly departs to inform the attending physician. Upon hearing that Yi Hao has awakened, the doctor rushes in. "I need to conduct a thorough examination of your body." After a meticulous assessment, the doctor reaches a conclusion. Yi Hao's vital signs are all normal, and his health appears to be remarkably better than that of an average person. This is utterly implausible. It is well known that patients bedridden for half a year are typically frail. How could Yi Hao be healthier than before his confinement? Despite the absurdity, the doctor nonetheless issues Yi Hao a discharge notice. Upon receiving the news, Yi Jigua hurriedly arrives, settling the final payment before taking Yi Hao home. Once they return home, Yi Hao is taken aback. Many of the household appliances and even furniture have vanished. "Dad, what happened?" As he poses the question, he notices Yi Jiguo's somber expression. At that moment, Yi Jiguo's phone rings. He responds with a couple of affirmations, retrieves his keys, and tells Guoxiu, "I need to step out for a bit." After Yi Jiguo leaves, Guoxiu ponders briefly and says, "Xiao Hao, now that you're recovering, go rest in your room. We'll step out to buy some groceries to make your favorite sweet and sour ribs for lunch." Yi Hao nods and retreats to his room. The contents of his room remain untouched. Not a single item has been moved. Yi Hao's eyes involuntarily moisten. Mom and Dad, I promise to ensure you live a good life. If Yi Hao had been hesitant to voice such sentiments before, he now feels an unwavering resolve, having undergone a complete transformation. Lying on his bed, he contemplates ways to earn money. He is not oblivious to the family's dire situation. The ability of X-ray vision. Yi Hao quickly recalls his experience in the hospital room. With this thought, he gazes towards the living room. As this notion crosses his mind, the heavy load-bearing wall before him suddenly vanishes from view. He observes the bench, the trash can, and other items in the living room. I have acquired the power of X-ray vision. Yi Hao is now fully convinced. With this realization, an idea for a lucrative venture strikes him. Scratch-off tickets. In the past, he would occasionally indulge in them. However, most of the time, he wouldn't even recoup his investment. Now that he possesses the ability to see through them, it would be foolish not to take advantage of it. Resolute, he rummages through a drawer, retrieves 20 yuan, and hastens to the nearby lottery shop. Boss, I deal like a scratch-off ticket, Yi Hao states, pointing to a stack of 21 tickets. The shop owner acknowledges him and begins to tear off a ticket. Yi Hao quickly interjects, I'll choose one myself. Here you go. The owner casually hands him the entire stack. Yi Hao examines the tickets, first noting the winning rules, then fixates on the foil layer atop the tickets. As he gazes, the foil layer suddenly disappears from his sight. He instantly discerns the characters beneath it. Not a winner. He moves on to the second ticket. Still not a winner. He examines the third. 20 yuan. Yi Hao, of course, would not select the third ticket, as it would be akin to throwing his money away. Upon reaching the 10th ticket, his eyes light up. The prize on the 10th ticket is 100 yuan. Yi Hao memorizes this ticket and continues to examine the subsequent scratch-offs. Once he has reviewed the entire stack, disappointment washes over his face. The highest prize among them is that 100 yuan ticket. However, upon reflection, Yi Hao finds solace. If it were so easy to win 10 or 80,000 yuan from a mere stack of tickets, the lottery would have been long defunct. Patience is key. After all, this approach is a surefire way to profit. Boss, I want this one. As he speaks, Yi Hao tears off the 10th scratch-off. After scraping away the foil layer, he indeed wins 100 yuan. The owner's face registers surprise. Young man, you're quite lucky. Would you like to try 2 more? The owner has ulterior motives. He is well aware that the biggest prize in that stack is the 100 yuan ticket. If Yi Hao scratches again, he is bound to lose that 100. He'll pick a different stack. Yi Hao is no fool. He would never scratch from the same pile again. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickers in the owner's eyes, yet he still hands Yi Hao a new stack. Yi Hao activates his X-ray vision once more. This time, his luck is even worse than before. The largest prize in this stack is 50 yuan. Yi Hao retrieves that 50 yuan ticket and begins to scratch it. The owner is genuinely astonished. I say, your luck is quite extraordinary. It's just luck, Yi Hao replies as he takes the 50 yuan and decides to leave. Such endeavors can yield one profit, twice as well, but not thrice otherwise. It may arouse suspicion. With 130 yuan in hand, Yi Hao heads to a slightly more distant lottery shop. Applying the same method, he prepares to use his X-ray vision when the foil layer unexpectedly remains intact, and he feels an inexplicable wave of weakness wash over him. What? Yi Hao's expression changes dramatically. Has his X-ray vision vanished? In that moment, a cold sweat breaks out across his body. He had just begun to adapt to the presence of this ability, and now it seems to have been taken away? No, this cannot be. Yet, no matter how hard Yi Hao tries, his eyes can no longer penetrate objects. Feeling disheartened, he returns home. At noon, Guixiu prepares a feast of his favorite dishes, but after the emotional roller coaster, Yi Hao has little appetite. Believing her son is still weak, Guixiu does not think much of it. Yi Hao spends the entire night without rest, silently staring at the ceiling as he gazed. Unaware of how much time had elapsed, Yi Hao suddenly beheld the azure sky. Chapter 3. Unafraid of high temperatures, Yi Hao abruptly sat up, rubbing his eyes. When he looked again, his vision remained clear. Could it be that his X-ray vision had a time limit? Yi Hao mused, contemplating that it might eventually restore itself. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. His heart swelled with exhilaration. It must be so. At that moment, he realized he had not eaten all day. He pushed open the door and saw his mother bustling about in the kitchen. Yi Hao approached the kitchen and grabbed a fried egg pancake, devouring it eagerly. Be careful. It's hot, Guixiu cautioned. It's not hot, Yi Hao replied, finishing the pancake with just a few bites. His gaze fixated on the unflipped pancakes in the pan. He could not help it. He was simply too hungry. Just wait a moment, Guo Xiu said with a fond smile, glancing at her son. Seeing him with such an appetite filled her with joy. Soon, she finished making a whole batch of pancakes. Yi Hao reached out to grab one. Hot, Guo Xiu exclaimed, alarmed. Yet Yi Hao, seemingly unperturbed, stuffed the pancake into his mouth. You mischievous child, Guo Xiu scolded as he polished off the pancake. Aren't you afraid of burning yourself? It's fine, I'm not afraid of the heat. As he spoke, Yi Hao suddenly paused. How could a freshly cooked pancake not be hot? Did this mean he was truly impervious to heat? With that thought, he dashed into the living room. He picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of boiling water, testing its temperature with his hand. The cup was indeed hot. Yet he felt nothing. After a moment's hesitation, he dipped his finger into the scalding water, astonished to discover that this high temperature was within his tolerance. This, Yi Hao exclaimed in disbelief. The transformation from the divine blood must have affected him in profound ways. While he was deep in thought, his weary father, Yi Zhigua, pushed open the door and entered. Upon seeing Yi Hao in contemplation, he smiled and asked, Xiao Hao, how do you feel today? I feel quite well, Yi Hao replied as he stood. That's good to hear, Yi Zhigua said before heading to his room. After a while, he emerged in a fresh set of clothes. Xiao Hao, how is your recovery progressing? He inquired, sitting beside Yi Hao. I am completely back to normal now, Yi Hao replied softly. If you're back to normal, then you should attend class later, Yi Zhigua suggested after a moment of thought. What are you saying? Guo Xiu interjected from the kitchen, her expression one of discontent. Let the child rest for a few days. I'm just worried about delaying Xiao Hao's studies, Yi Zhigua said, scratching his head. But those few days don't matter, Guo Xiu retorted, glaring at him. All right then, Yi Zhigua conceded under the pressure of his wife's glare. Mom, I'm fine now. I'll go to school shortly, Yi Hao chimed in. But your health? Guo Xiu's face remained etched with concern. Yi Hao interrupted Guo Xiu, saying, Mom, I truly am fine. Guo Xiu, though eager for Yi Hao to return to school, was primarily concerned about his well-being. After finishing his meal, Yi Hao rode his bicycle towards Jiangnan City, Second Vocational Technical College. Jiangnan City is home to 4 vocational technical colleges. The first vocational technical college is renowned as the institution for the exceptional. Gaining admission there almost guarantees a future as a white-collar worker. In contrast, the second vocational technical college is somewhat less prestigious, but attending it still provides reasonable prospects for employment. Upon arriving at his class, Yi Hao hesitated at the threshold, confronted by many unfamiliar faces. Just then, a voice of astonishment called out from behind him. Yi Hao. It was Zhou Shuai. Recognizing him, Yi Hao inquired, Is this class 2? Zhou Shuai, his desk mate and a friend, replied, Indeed, it is class 2. He then playfully draped an arm around Yi Hao's shoulders and continued. What happened to you, man? How did you end up in a coma for half a year? It's a long story, Yi Hao thought to himself. Unwilling to divulge the details of his ordeal, Zhou Shuai went on. After you left, our college welcomed a new dean who promptly announced a significant decision. You know we have monthly exams, right? After each exam, the results are ranked school-wide. The top 60 students are placed in the Key Class 1, while those ranked 61st to 120th are assigned to Key Class 2, and so forth. Yi Hao was taken aback upon hearing. Does that mean Class 20 comprises the bottom 60 students in the entire college? Zhou Shuai nodded, affirming exactly. Consequently, all the students are now highly motivated, studying diligently. As no one wishes to find themselves in a class with such a low ranking. It's embarrassing enough for oneself, but it also reflects poorly on one's parents. The last time, I ranked 118th and nearly fell out of the key class. Zhou Shuai's expression turned gloomy as he added, I fear I might end up in ordinary class 3 after the upcoming exam. Why is my seat still next to yours? Yi Hao glanced at his desk and books. Your situation is rather unique, allowing you to remain in your original class for the time being. However, your return means you must partake in the exams, and class assignments will be determined by the results. Zhou Shuai winked at Yi Hao and said, I gathered all this intel from my connections with the old witch. Given our bond, shouldn't you treat me to some teppanyaki? Perhaps throw in a pack of spicy strips? Very well, Yi Hao replied. After chatting with Zhou Shuai for a while, Yi Hao organized his desk and casually flipped open a history book. It is possible to advance from a vocational college to a bachelor's degree, but the path is fraught with challenges. The specialized entrance examination encompasses 9 subjects. Among the 9 subjects, Chinese, mathematics, English, physics, chemistry, history, politics, biology, and geography. Chinese and mathematics each have a maximum score of 150, while the remaining 7 subjects are capped at 100. Consequently, the total maximum score across these 9 subjects amounts to 1,000. Generally, achieving a score of 700 is regarded as sufficient for admission to an undergraduate program, while an 800 score nearly guarantees entry into a prestigious university. A score of 900 may even open the doors to the 6 top-tier institutions in Huaxia. As Yihao gazed at the history book in his hands, astonishment flickered in his eyes. To validate his suspicions, he closed the book and recited the contents he had just read in his mind. Upon reopening the history book for comparison, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A photographic memory. Chapter 4. Photographic memory. The notion of possessing a photographic memory sent waves of excitement coursing through Yihao's body. In his youth, he had grappled with the dilemma of whether to attend Confucius Academy and become a literary master or to enroll in a business university and emerge as a titan of the commercial realm. However, after entering a vocational college, he came to realize the futility of his earlier musings. But now, the situation had changed. Armed with the ability to recall everything he read, perhaps he could aspire to gain admission to a prestigious university or even one of the 6 elite institutions. While Yihao was lost in thought, a voice broke through his reverie. He looked up to find Teacher Su Li standing beside him, unbeknownst to him until now. Teacher Su, Yihao nearly blurted out her nickname, Old Witch. Su Li regarded him and inquired, "How is your recovery coming along?" "It's all better now." Yihao responded promptly. "That's good. Focus on your studies and refrain from being a hindrance to the class," Su Li remarked. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something. "By the way, you no longer have the opportunity to hinder the class." Her words landed on Yihao like a slap to the face. Anger flared within him as he glared at Su Li. "Teacher Su, do not underestimate me." "Underestimate you?" Su Li was taken aback, then smirked. "Yihao, which student in our class does not aspire to further their studies? I see you merely wish to coast through your time here." "Teacher, I will gain admission to one of the 6 top-tier institutions," Yihao declared, clenching his fists firmly. Su Li was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Yihao, do you even realize what you are saying?" "I do," he replied firmly. "You claim you will be admitted to one of the 6 top-tier institutions?" "Indeed," Yihao asserted. His exchange with Su Li drew the attention of the entire class. Most of his former classmates remained, as Class 2 had always been a prestigious class. Upon hearing Yihao's declaration, they erupted into laughter. "What did I just hear? Yihao claims he will be admitted to one of the 6 top-tier institutions? Does Yihao think admission to the 6 top-tier institutions is as simple as that? Does anyone in Jiangnan City even exist who can gain admission to the 6 top-tier institutions? How dare the last-ranked student speak such words? Has he lost his mind after his coma? Which student from the 6 prestigious institutions is not an exceptional talent? Can someone like Yihao truly gain admission to one of these esteemed universities?" I can hardly contain my laughter. The classmates unabashedly ridiculed Yihao, yet he astonishingly remained unperturbed. "Yihao, stop it," Zhou Shuai urged, tugging at Yihao's sleeve. Yihao remained still, his gaze fixed on Su Li. "Are you brave enough to wager with me, Teacher Su?" he inquired. Intrigued by Yihao's earnestness, Su Li responded, "What wager?" "If I gain admission to one of the 6 prestigious institutions, you must publicly apologize to me in front of the entire faculty and student body," Yihao declared, enunciating each word deliberately. Su Li was taken aback by his audacity, but soon she shook her head and chuckled. "If you manage to gain admission, I wouldn't mind apologizing." "Teacher Su, let's refrain from unnecessary chatter," Yihao interjected. A displeased expression crossed Su Li's face as she turned away, swaying her hips. After Yihao settled down, Zhou Shuai nudged his shoulder and said, "I'm serious. Are you really going through with this? That old hag looks down on everyone. Do you genuinely believe she looks down on others?" Zhou Shuai exclaimed, eyes wide. "The top scorer from our college this year is Lan Xiaodai, and even her highest score in history is merely 880. To gain admission to one of the 6 prestigious institutions, one must achieve over 900. The mention of Lan Xiaodai conjured the image of a girl with bright eyes and a radiant smile in Yihao's mind. Not only was Lan Xiaodai the belle of the 2nd college, but she also held the highest academic standing among her peers. Thus, she was regarded as the goddess of the school, pursued by countless admirers, yet she remained indifferent to all. "Is Lan Xiaodai in Class 1? After posing the question, Yihao felt it was rather foolish. Lan Xiaodai was the undisputed top student, unassailable in her position. Such a girl is beyond our reach, Zhou Shuai sighed. Even if she couldn't gain admission to one of the 6 prestigious institutions, she would undoubtedly secure a place in one of the best universities just below that tier. Her path would never intertwine with those like them. Please don't include me in your remarks, Yihao retorted, casting a glance at Zhou Shuai. While Lan Xiaodai was indeed beautiful, Yihao felt no attraction. His lack of interest stemmed from the realization that he was unworthy of someone like her. With no expectations, he had no desires. You don't like Lan Xiaodai? Zhou Shuai exclaimed, incredulous. Not at all, Yihao affirmed decisively. Another reason for Yihao's disinterest was Lan Xiaodai's haughty demeanor. She resembled a proud princess, one who would scarcely acknowledge a humble duckling like him. Yihao's intrinsic pride prevented him from yearning for someone of her stature. However, he soon recalled that only 3 months remained until the college entrance examination. Time was slipping away. Yihao chose not to engage further with Zhou Shuai and instead opened his history textbook, immersing himself in its pages. Half an hour later, Yihao closed his history book and began to silently reflect on its contents. Subsequently, he engaged in a meticulous comparison of the material. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, realizing the terrifying nature of his photographic memory. The information he had memorized was engraved in his mind. And even if he wished to forget, it eluded him. The humanities rely heavily on extensive memorization. Yihao then took out his history workbook and began to study. At this moment, he paid no heed to the teachers lecturing on stage. He was determined to follow his own plan to gain admission to the 6 prestigious universities in 3 months. The sciences required a step-by-step approach, whereas the humanities were more straightforward and blunt. The morning swiftly passed, and with satisfaction, Yihao closed his textbook. After school, he hurried to the nearby lottery shop, as he had not forgotten his goal of making money. Although Yihao was aware that gambling could yield quick profits as a student, he dared not indulge in such activities. The lottery shop near the school was bustling with business. He squeezed inside and made his way to the scratch-off area. As he picked up a stack of tickets, he activated his X-ray vision. Upon inspecting the stack, he felt a twinge of disappointment. The highest prize was merely 100. When would he ever amass wealth in this manner? Despite his thoughts, he casually tore off that ticket. At that moment, a glance caught his attention and his breath quickened. Standing beside him, a plump man held a stack containing a ticket worth 20,000. Chapter 5, a grand prize. The stack in the plump man's hands consisted of only 7 or 8 tickets. As Yihao watched the man count them one by one, a sinking feeling overcame him. Could this fellow be lucky? With that thought, Yihao stepped closer and gently nudged the man with his elbow. The man looked at Yihao, puzzled, and asked, "What's up, brother? I just saw that your stack had a winning ticket worth 100, Yihao whispered. Damn it. The plump man casually tossed the stack aside. Clearly accustomed to the game and knowledgeable about its unwritten rules, Yihao's heart soared with joy. He quickly glanced at the discarded tickets before averting his gaze and, taking advantage of the man's distraction, picked them up. Then, he swiftly tore off the 20,000 ticket. Boss, I'll take one, Yihao said, handing over 10 yuan. He did not scratch it there. Instead, he pocketed the ticket and left. The shop owner lacked the authority to cash out a 20,000 ticket. Yihao would have to go to the city's lottery center for that. He placed the ticket in his pocket and rode his bicycle home. If you don't settle your bank loan by tomorrow, we will petition the court. When the court seals your home, don't blame me, a bespectacled staff member stated bluntly. Please grant us another 2 weeks. We will have the money by then, Yijigua pleaded. It has already been postponed for 3 months. Any further delays will bring me misfortune, the bank staff coldly remarked. Before Yijigua could utter another word, the young man continued, I have conveyed the message. You may handle it as you see fit. With that, the young man turned and departed. Instantly, Yijigua's gaze dimmed. Guo Xiuqiang stifled her tears, unable to hold them back. Jigua, do we no longer have a home? Guo Xiu asked, her voice trembling. No, we won't, Yijigua replied solemnly. If it comes to that, let us sell the house, Guo Xiu suggested after a moment of silence. No, Yijigua firmly rejected the idea. But if we do not sell the house, we will never be able to repay the bank loan. By the time the court seizes our home for auction, it will be worth a pittance, Guo Xiu said despondently. In any case, I will find a way, Yijigua shook his head. He was resolutely opposed to selling the house. Dad, Mom, I'm back. At that moment, Yihao rode in on his bicycle, smiling. Yijigua and Guo Xiu immediately composed themselves, as if nothing had transpired. You must be hungry, Guo Xiu said affectionately, gazing at Yi Hao. I am, Yi Hao replied, glancing furtively around before cautiously adding, Mom and Dad, today I came into a bit of fortune. Oh, did you find some money? Guoxiu asked, taken aback. Sort of. Yi Hao nodded. How much? Guoxiu wondered, suspecting Yi Hao had found 100 or so. Mom, take a guess, Yi Hao teased. 100? Guoxiu ventured. Too little, Yi Hao chuckled, shaking his head. 300? Mom, didn't I just say? Too little. Could it be 1,000? Guoxiu exclaimed, surprised. Still too little. Guoxiu exchanged glances with Yi Zhigua, both reading astonishment in each other's eyes. 5,000. Still too little. Let us discuss this at home, Guoxiu urged. As the amount exceeded her expectations, such matters were not suitable for discussion at the doorstep. Once the door was closed, Guoxiu and Yi Zhigua looked at Yi Hao with intense anticipation. Yi Hao smiled and pulled out the lottery ticket from his pocket. Yi Zhigua took the ticket, glanced at it, and soon a glimmer of hope lit his eyes. 20,000. Yes, I won 20,000, Yi Hao confirmed. Upon hearing this amount, Guoxiu was rendered speechless. She rushed closer, and once she and Yi Zhigua confirmed the ticket's worth, their faces radiated pure joy. Zhigua, our home is saved, Guoxiu exclaimed, momentarily forgetting herself. Yi Zhigua quickly signaled her with a glance. Guoxiu realized she had spoken out of turn. Little Hao, we will keep this lottery money safe for you, Guoxiu said softly. Mom, what are you saying? You can use it. I have no need for it. Yi Hao replied with a smile. I'll go rest in my room. After returning to his room, Yi Hao lay on his bed. With the keen ears of Yi Hao's father, he overheard a conversation with a bank employee, yet he chose not to acknowledge it. It was clear that his parents wished to shield him from the matter, and Yi Hao complied by feigning ignorance. He understood their intent well. With his impending college entrance examination, what benefit could such knowledge bring other than to heighten his anxiety? After all, in his parents' eyes, he was currently of no assistance. Zhigua, after Xiao Hao goes to school this afternoon, we shall head to the municipal lottery office to claim our winnings, Guoxiu remarked, casting a glance at Yi Hao's room. Yes, we shall go together, Yi Zhigua nodded in agreement. At least this will buy us a few months of respite, Guoxiu added, her furrowed brow easing slightly. Those who have never experienced the relentless pressure of debt will never fathom its burden. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the 20,000 yuan would alleviate the family's immediate distress, and as for the future, they would take it one step at a time. Yi Hao believed that in the coming months, he might discover a path to prosperity. However, there was still a pressing matter at hand, his studies. In recent days, Yi Hao's primary task had been to commit all necessary information to memory. Time passed in this manner, day by day. Tomorrow marked the day of the monthly examination. Thus there were no evening classes scheduled. As Yi Hao rode his bicycle home, he heard a sudden cry emanating from a narrow alley. Help! He hesitated for a moment before redirecting his path toward the sound. Who is it? Yi Hao called out sternly. As he spoke, he noticed a young girl slumped on the ground, clad in a school uniform, her face contorted with fear. Li Qianqian? Yi Hao exclaimed in surprise. Li Qianqian had been Yi Hao's neighbor for many years. How could he not recognize her? However, years had passed since her family moved away, severing their connection. Yi Hao was taken aback by how Li Qianqian had blossomed into a striking young woman, her beauty rivaling even that of Lan Xiaodai. The campus bell of the second vocational technical college. Yi Hao, save me. Li Qianqian called out upon recognizing him. Don't worry. I'm here, Yi Hao reassured her. Understanding that this was a moment for a hero to rescue a damsel in distress, he would not falter. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a brick lying beside her and dashed over to seize it. With the brick in hand, he turned to confront the individual who had been tormenting Li Qianqian. However, upon recognizing the assailant, a cold sweat broke out over him. Chapter 6. A heroic rescue. A burly man, nearly 2 meters tall and bald, stood before him, wielding a spring knife and regarding Yi Hao with a chilling gaze. The knife spun effortlessly in his hand, and a sinister glint shone in his eyes as he sneered. Kid, if you don't want to die, you better scram. What if I take her with me? Yi Hao cautiously inquired. It must be said that the imposing figure of the bald man instilled a profound sense of intimidation in Yi Hao, especially with a spring knife clutched in his hand. Get lost. The bald youth, witnessing Yi Hao's audacity to haggle, closed the distance with 2 swift strides, confronting Yi Hao directly, and then swung his large hand towards Yi Hao's face. Indeed, the bald brute was a thug, but he had yet to reach the point of recklessly stabbing someone. Yi Hao was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an immediate assault. However, a remarkable scene unfolded next. In Yi Hao's perception, the bald youth's hand moved with an almost languid slowness, akin to a slow-motion sequence in a film. Yi Hao was perplexed by this phenomenon, yet it did not hinder him from evading the strike. The bald youth, clearly taken aback by Yi Hao's ability to dodge, hesitated momentarily before lunging again. This time, Yi Hao distinctly perceived the trajectory of the attack, allowing him to deftly avoid the blow once more. Damn it! The bald youth was incensed. In moments of fury, rationality often falters. Yi Hao's two elegant evasions ignited a rage within the bald youth, who then thrust the spring knife viciously towards his chest. Was this alteration a consequence of the divine blood? At this point, Yi Hao had begun to comprehend the situation. As the bald youth lunged, Yi Hao's hand struck towards the youth's wrist. With a resounding thud, the bald youth was astonished to see the knife knocked from his grasp, and in that instant, Yi Hao's hand swung towards his face. With a sharp crack, the bald youth spun twice before collapsing onto the ground. Let us go? Yi Hao turned to Li Qianqian. With admiration in her eyes, Li Qianqian gazed at Yi Hao and asked, "When did you become so formidable?" "We can discuss that later," Yi Hao replied as he mounted his bicycle, signaling for Li Qianqian to join him. Without a moment's hesitation, she climbed aboard. Once they reached the main road, Yi Hao exhaled deeply, relieved. The urgency to depart stemmed from his uncertainty about how long his recent state could be sustained. This was a risk he dared not take. After all, it was a wager with life itself. "Qianqian, what were you doing there?" Yi Hao inquired softly. "Isn't that shortcut supposed to be safer?" Li Qianqian replied, her fair face reflecting a tinge of trepidation. Who could have imagined that taking a shortcut would lead to such an encounter? "What about your bicycle?" "The tire went flat, so I walked back." "Do not take that shortcut again," Yi Hao warned. "There have been numerous incidents of crime in that area. Next time, I want to go through there even if it kills me," Li Qianqian said, her heart still racing. "All right, where do you live? I'll take you home. Just go straight down this street, turn left at the second intersection, and it's 300 meters from there." Li Qianqian indicated the location of her home, then suddenly recalled something and asked, "Yi Hao, you haven't answered the question I asked earlier." "What question?" "When did you become so formidable?" "I have always been quite impressive. I just tend to keep a low profile," Yi Hao replied, his tone laced with a hint of arrogance. "Yet, who wouldn't want to showcase their abilities in front of a beautiful girl? Who did you learn your skills from?" A flicker of enthusiasm gleamed in Li Qianqian's eyes. "That's a secret." Yi Hao, lacking any real prowess, could only respond this way. "All right," Li Qianqian said, a tinge of disappointment in her voice. "Qianqian, I recall you were at the top of your class back in the day. How are your grades now?" Yi Hao deftly shifted the conversation. Hearing Yi Hao's inquiry, Li Qianqian's lips curved into a smile. "They're decent. I'm striving to get into a prestigious university." Yi Hao chuckled. "What about you, Yi Hao? Which university are you aiming for?" "I haven't quite decided yet." Yi Hao refrained from revealing his ambition to attend one of the 6 top-tier institutions, as that might seem overly audacious. Li Qianqian was well aware of her own capabilities. "Make sure to tell me which university you get into." "Sure. Here we are." Li Qianqian pointed to an apartment building ahead. "Goodbye." As Yi Hao gazed at the girl, standing so close, a gentle ripple of emotion stirred within him. The girl before him was stunning, almost unreal in her beauty. Noticing Yi Hao's momentary distraction, Li Qianqian's cheeks flushed slightly. "I'm heading home now." Yi Hao, feeling a bit awkward, wanted to say something, but Li Qianqian had already departed. "I wonder who will have the advantage in the future?" This thought inexplicably crossed Yi Hao's mind, but he quickly dismissed it, as tomorrow's exam awaited him. "Xiao Hao, don't feel pressured about the exam today," Yi Zhigua said softly, watching Yi Hao devour his steamed buns. Guoxiu, pouring porridge for Yi Hao, shot Yi Zhigua a disapproving glance. "What are you saying?" Yi Zhigua hesitated, sensing the warning in Guoxiu's eyes, and fell silent. "Mom, Dad, you don't need to worry. I'm not feeling any pressure for the exam," Yi Hao said with a smile. "That is good to hear." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Zhigua added, "If you don't get into a university, it's not the end of the world." Fearing that Yi Hao might feel psychological pressure regarding the exam, he voiced his thoughts early on. Yi Hao pondered for a moment, suddenly wanting to surprise his parents, thus refrained from arguing about the matter. Once Yi Hao left, Guoxiu did not clean the dishes as usual, but sat across from Yi Zhigua, speaking in a serious tone. "Xiao Hao, will we be divided into different classes after this exam?" "Yes." "Should we discuss this with Principal Ma?" Principal Ma was merely the vice principal. The real authority lay with Principal Zhou. But I believe even Principal Zhou would have to give Principal Ma some consideration, wouldn't he? Our family doesn't have connections with Principal Ma. Isn't Dean Ma a friend of the elder brother? The elder brother is currently avoiding me. What kind of relatives do you have? Guixiu couldn't help but feel angered. Xiao Hao is indeed his nephew. Yi Zhigui said nothing, merely bowed his head and sighed. Meanwhile, Yi Hao, engrossed in his examination, remained oblivious to the worries that his parents had over his class reassignment. His entire focus was devoted to the Chinese language exam paper before him. Chapter 7. The examination concludes the Chinese language subject was relatively flexible. However, this posed no challenge for Yi Hao. In recent days, he had memorized hundreds of Chinese test papers, and various grammatical rules and punctuation marks had long been etched in his mind. Thus, aside from a few questions he had not encountered before, he felt confident about the majority of the rest. An hour later, Yi Hao completed the exam paper, but instead of submitting it immediately, he meticulously reviewed it. Everything was in order. He had answered what he knew and guessed on what he did not. As for the remainder, he decided to leave it to fate. Rather than further spending time on the paper, Yi Hao pondered the scene from the previous evening. Why had the speed of that bald youth appeared slow in his eyes? Was it an issue with his perspective? As he contemplated, Yi Hao activated his enhanced vision. In that instant, the world around him underwent a peculiar transformation. However, his classmates' speeds remained unchanged. Could it be that his eyes possessed additional capabilities? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the world before him shifted once more. The speed of his classmates seemed to have been imperceptibly slowed. Upon making a rough estimation, Yi Hao realized that their speed had diminished at least tenfold. To illustrate simply, while an athlete sprints at full speed, covering approximately 10 meters per second, in Yi Hao's perception, it appeared to be merely 1 meter per second. Understanding this allowed him to comprehend why he could easily overpower that bald youth. No matter how swift the youth was, once slowed by 10 times. How fast could he truly be? My physical prowess must also be enhanced, Yi Hao murmured. If my punches lack strength, what difference does it make if I strike first? As he continued to observe, after about 30 seconds, Yi Hao began to feel a sense of dizziness. He promptly ceased the use of his ability to slow down time. 30 seconds was his limit. In the future, if he were to engage in a confrontation, he must resolve it within that time frame. Yi Hao quietly noted this. He activated his enhanced vision once more, eager to discover its limits. However, to his surprise, the moment he engaged this ability, a wave of dizziness washed over him again. Both abilities were indeed reliant on his eyesight, Yi Hao realized. After the Chinese exam concluded, school was dismissed. There was still a political examination scheduled for the afternoon. Upon returning home, Yi Hao promptly retrieved past political examination papers for review. For other students, cramming often serves as mere psychological reassurance. However, for Yi Hao, it significantly enriched his reservoir of knowledge. His remarkable ability to retain information enabled him to memorize over a dozen papers within 3 hours. Suddenly, as he set the papers aside, a thought struck him. Given that his memorization skills had not previously been so extraordinary, could it be that his capabilities were enhancing over time? In other words, was his body undergoing a gradual transformation? Yi Hao recalled the words of the middle-aged man who had once spoken to him. Divine blood is slowly altering your physique, though you may endure some suffering in the initial stages. A spark lit in Yi Hao's eyes. Indeed, that must be it. Energized by this realization, he felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. When he received the political exam paper that afternoon, a swift glance offered him a general overview. He found that, apart from 2 questions he could not answer and 3 he was uncertain about, he was otherwise well prepared. After inscribing his name, he began to write fervently. 40 minutes later, he gazed at the pristine exam paper, filled with delight. He was confident that his score would exceed 90. Given more time, he believed a perfect score was within reach. 2 months. Yi Hao clenched his fist resolutely. Within 2 months, he vowed to elevate his score to above 900. With 9 subjects to tackle, he planned to take 3 exams daily, 1 major subject in the morning and 2 minor subjects in the afternoon. For 3 consecutive days, apart from meals, Yi Hao sequestered himself in his room, immersed in study. While this brought comfort to Guixiu, it also stirred her concern. Yi Hao had finally grasped the importance of diligent study, yet learning was never an instantaneous process. His grades had always been poor, and with half a year lost. It would be remarkable if he performed well this time. She worried that he might not withstand the potential disappointment. After completing the final exam, Yi Hao was about to head home when he was stopped by Zhou Shuai. Yi Hao, how about we unwind a bit? Zhou Shuai suggested, draping an arm around Yi Hao's shoulder. What do you mean? Yi Hao inquired. Of course not. He swiftly declined without a second thought. Zhou Shuai, taken aback, questioned, what is going on? You used to be more enthusiastic about hanging out than I was. I'm going to the Xinhua bookstore to buy some materials, Yi Hao replied. This exam made him realize that his preparations were still insufficient. Specifically, he struggled with 2 ancient poems in the Chinese literature section. No way, are you serious? Zhou Shuai exclaimed, as if seeing Yi Hao for the first time. What else? Yi Hao winked at Zhou Shuai before departing. In the past 2 days, Yi Hao had made 2 trips to the lottery store upon returning home, which had resulted in a modest accumulation of wealth amounting to 500 coins. Yi Hao strolled through the Xinhua bookstore, selecting over 20 books before making his way to the cashier. Hello, that will be 632, the cashier announced. What? Yi Hao was taken aback. 632. Let me remove a few, he said, his face flushed with embarrassment. How much more do you need? A melodious voice chimed from behind him. 122, Yi Hao replied, only to be astonished to find the flamboyant Li Qianqian standing behind him. Qianqian, what brings you here? I've been hovering around you for 2 laps, Li Qianqian feigned annoyance. My apologies, Yi Hao said, having been so engrossed in his selections that he had hardly noticed her presence. Here is 122. Li Qianqian retrieved cash from her wallet and handed it to Yi Hao. After receiving it, he produced his own cash and presented it to the cashier. After verifying the amount, the cashier handed him a large bag of books. Let me help you with that, Li Qianqian stepped forward. Oh, I couldn't trouble you. Yi Hao smiled, taking the bag in his hands. Suddenly, Yi Hao's smile faltered, as he realized his strength had seemingly increased. These 20 or so books weighed at least 10 pounds, yet felt remarkably light in his grasp. It must be the enhancement from the divine blood, he murmured to himself. What's wrong? Li Qianqian asked softly, noticing his sudden change in demeanor. It's nothing, Yi Hao quickly replied. Chapter 8. An invitation to Qianqian. Do you have some time? Yi Hao inquired, a spark of thought igniting within him. Yes, Li Qianqian replied, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. Could you possibly teach me comprehensive science? Yi Hao asked, feeling a bit bashful. Of course. Li Qianqian smiled and nodded. But where shall we meet? Isn't there a KFC nearby? Yi Hao suggested after pondering for a moment. All right, when shall we begin? How about every evening for half an hour? Yi Hao started to propose an hour but reconsidered, thinking it might be unwise for Li Qianqian, being a girl, to return home too late. Then let us extend it to 2 hours each evening. Li Qianqian agreed with a nod. Isn't that a bit excessive? Yi Hao exclaimed, eyes wide. Won't your parents worry? What is the difference between studying at school or elsewhere? Li Qianqian smiled lightly. Let us start tonight at 6. Now, I must head home for dinner. With that, she departed, leaving no room for Yi Hao to decline. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Hao mused. Could it be that Li Qianqian has feelings for me? Yet he quickly dismissed the thought with a self-deprecating smile. Reflecting on how unlikely it was for someone as stunning as her to harbor any affections for him. Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts, he reminded himself. With that notion tucked away, he resolved to strive for better. Upon returning home, Yi Hao found his parents waiting for him. Xiao Hao, come here. I need to talk to you, Yi Zhigua said softly. Yi Hao gazed at Yi Zhigua with a hint of perplexity, yet obediently settled into his chair. Father, what is it that you wish to discuss? 3 days ago, did you not rescue Li Qianqian? Yi Zhigua inquired, fixing his eyes upon Yi Hao. Indeed, Yi Hao replied, finding little reason to deny the matter. Have you lost your senses? Yi Zhigua responded gravely upon hearing Yi Hao's admission. Father, how could I possibly stand idly by in such a situation? Yi Zhigua gently shook his head and asked, do you realize whom you injured? Whom? I see. The leader of a small gang in Jiangnan City. Yi Zhigua spoke with a serious tone. After Li Qianqian returned home, her father reported the incident to the police, who subsequently apprehended the unconscious Bai Si. Unconscious? Yi Hao was taken aback. Yes, Bai Si remained in a coma for a day before regaining consciousness. The doctor diagnosed him with a moderate concussion. Yi Zhigua's astonishment was evident as he regarded Yi Hao. When did your strength become so formidable? This left Yi Hao scratching his head, at a loss for words. In the future, when confronted with such matters, keep your distance, Yi Zhigua cautioned. I understand. Yi Hao replied earnestly. All right, do not chastise Xiao Hao any further, Guo Xiu interjected at the opportune moment. How did you fare in your exams? Quite well. Have you estimated your score? Approximately 700. Yi Hao boldly declared. What did you say? Guo Xiu's expression turned astonished. About 700, Yi Hao reiterated. Upon hearing this, Guo Xiu's demeanor grew serious. Xiao Hao, a low score is not the end of the world, but you must never resort to dishonest means. Yi Hao was well aware of Guo Xiu's intentions. Mother, I am not foolish. What purpose would cheating serve? Wouldn't it be revealed during the college entrance exam? Then how can you estimate a score of 700? Guo Xiu was not oblivious to Yi Hao's academic performance. Mother, did you not observe my relentless study sessions? Yi Hao replied with a smile. If there were no results, how could I justify my efforts? Yet, you should not experience such a sudden increase, Guo Xiu remarked. This simply indicates that your son is a natural talent, albeit one who has neglected his studies for many years. At 6 o'clock, Yi Hao set off with 50 yuan in hand towards a lottery shop located a bit farther away. Out of both courtesy and reasoning, he felt obligated to treat Li Qianqian to something. However, he was rather short on funds. Upon arriving at the lottery shop, Yi Hao swiftly perused a stack of tickets. Aware that his X-ray vision had a time limit, he scanned the tickets with remarkable speed. When he discovered that the 10th ticket in his hand was worth 50, he casually discarded it and picked up another stack to review. In this manner, he rifled through 5 stacks without encountering a single ticket worth over 100. This left him feeling quite vexed. Just then, he sensed a wave of fatigue wash over him. This is bad. My X-ray vision is nearing its limit. Yi Hao hastily grabbed yet another new stack. As his keen gaze swept over the 12th card, a look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. 3,000. Yi Hao had not anticipated such fortune once more. From this stack of 20, he had uncovered a 3,000. Boss, I would like this one, Yi Hao said, handing the proprietor 20 yuan. After accepting the money, the boss cheerfully remarked, give it a scratch and see if you can win. I am certain I will win. Yi Hao replied confidently. The boss chuckled, unimpressed. If everyone could win, the sports bureau would have closed its doors long ago. What did I tell you? After Yi Hao scraped away the silver coating, he exclaimed with excitement. The boss, sensing the situation, inquired, how much did you win? Boss, what is the maximum you can exchange? Yi Hao did not immediately hand over the ticket. Anything under 10,000, I can exchange for you, the boss replied, leaning in. Upon seeing the image of the gorilla, he gasped in astonishment. 3,000? His words attracted the attention of other lottery players nearby, their eyes brimming with envy as they scrutinized the ticket. After a thorough examination, the boss readily handed Yi Hao 3,000 yuan. Thank you, boss. I will return. Yi Hao said politely before departing. Would Yi Hao return? The answer was no. If he won again, the boss might suspect something was amiss. Upon arriving at KFC, Yi Hao immediately spotted the girl in white standing at the entrance. She stood there like a solitary blue lotus, untouched by the world. Yi Hao. Upon seeing him, the girl's face blossomed into a captivating smile. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Yi Hao said, feeling a bit embarrassed. No, I just arrived. Li Qianqian replied softly. Shall we go in? They chose a table away from the window, and Yi Hao asked, what would you like to drink? Coke. Yi Hao stood up to fetch 2 cups of Coke before sitting back down. Since my foundation in mathematics is weak, please start teaching me from the basics. Yi Hao's request left Li Qianqian momentarily stunned. The specialized examination was less than 2 months away, and Yi Hao wanted to begin from the very beginning? Did he truly believe he had the time for that? However, she kept such thoughts to herself. Well, feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. The foundation is paramount in the sciences. This was also the reason Yi Hao had not exerted himself in studying over the past fortnight. He read swiftly, occasionally posing questions, to which Li Qianqian patiently responded. In less than 2 hours, Yi Hao completed the basic mathematics. Of course, this mastery was merely superficial knowledge from the textbook. He had yet to truly integrate this knowledge. Chapter 9. A remarkable turnaround tomorrow. Bring the beginner's exercise book, Li Qianqian gently suggested. All right, Yi Hao replied, not arrogantly assuming he had mastered all of basic mathematics in just 2 hours. The essence of the sciences lay in the ability to interconnect this knowledge. See you tomorrow. Li Qianqian gathered her textbooks and stood up. Allow me to escort you home, Yi Hao suggested after a moment's contemplation. No need, Li Qianqian declined. Without further thought, Yi Hao mounted his bicycle and pedaled towards his home. However, Li Qianqian, instead of heading home, redirected her bicycle towards her school. The efficiency at the second vocational technical college was remarkable. The following morning, the homeroom teacher, Su Li, entered the classroom bearing a stack of examination papers. Instantaneously, the class fell silent, their gazes fixated on Su Li, or more precisely, on the paper she held. The results of the monthly examination had arrived. Su Li scanned the classroom and remarked, "This time, the students have made commendable progress." With that, she placed the papers on the podium. Zhou Xian, 145 points. Almost the entire class turned their attention to a quiet boy wearing glasses, Zhou Xian, the class leader of the second key class. Adjusting his glasses, Zhou Xian approached the podium. "This time, your mathematics score ranks second in the grade." Su Li smiled. "Aim to improve by 2 or 3 more points next time." "I will," Zhou Xian replied softly. Zhou Xian truly was impressive. How did he achieve 145 points? Was it perhaps due to Lan Xiaodai? It surely must be Lan Xiaodai. Amidst the discussions among the classmates, Zhou Xian returned to his seat with the examination paper. Egon, 128 points. Su Li handed the paper to Egon, saying, "Well done, you've improved by 10 points this time." Xia Ming, 131 points. Zhou Shuai, 115 points. It did not take long for Su Li to read out Zhou Shuai's name. Upon hearing his score of 115, Zhou Shuai's expression turned sour. "Zhou Shuai, if you continue to associate with Yi Hao, whether you can get into an undergraduate program will become a question mark." Su Li remarked as she handed him the paper. Yi Hao felt a jolt at her words, his eyes reflecting intense disdain towards Su Li. Zhou Shuai said nothing, merely accepting the paper and returning to his seat. Noticing that Yi Hao remained silent, Zhou Shuai nudged him with his elbow. "What's wrong? Feeling down? Don't take the old witch's words to heart." Zhou Shuai chuckled. "Look at me. I'm likely to fall out of the key class this time. Yet I don't appear disheartened, do I? You've never dropped out of the key class after so many monthly exams. Do you think I could possibly believe your nonsense?" Yi Hao shot Zhou Shuai a glance. Just as Zhou Shuai was about to retort, Su Li's voice rang out once more in the classroom. "Yi Hao, 38 points." The class erupted into a chorus of astonishment and then laughter. Yi Hao rose calmly. How could he be entirely indifferent to the mockery of his classmates? Yet, once one becomes accustomed to a situation, acceptance follows. After handing the paper to Yi Hao, Su Li inquired, "Do you still firmly believe you can gain admission to one of the 6 prestigious institutions?" "Yes," Yi Hao replied. Su Li couldn't help but laugh. "Are you joking with me?" Yi Hao did not respond to Su Li, turning away with the test paper in hand. Zhou Shuai wished to offer some comfort to Yi Hao, but found himself at a loss for words, letting out a deep sigh instead. Yi Hao chose not to listen to Su Li's explanation of the test paper. Instead, he quietly immersed himself in the elementary mathematics workbook. He recognized that in order to gain admission to one of the 6 prestigious institutions, he could not afford to squander time frivolously. Su Li was discussing the comprehensive exam, much of which Yi Hao found incomprehensible. Thus, he deemed it more prudent to focus on the fundamentals. When the class bell rang, an elder teacher entered, holding the test papers. The teacher wore a benevolent smile, as if to acknowledge their concerns, and promptly began distributing the papers. Xia Ming, 76 points. Tang Yin, 68 points. Zhou Xian, 78 points. Zhou Xian, with a gloomy expression, accepted his paper and silently returned to his seat. It was evident that the humanities were Zhou Xian's Achilles heel. Had it not been for his struggles in this subject, he would have long since ascended to Class 1. The whispers of his classmates aggravated Zhou Xian, yet he felt powerless at that moment. Zhou Shuai, 90 points. As the elder teacher called out Zhou Shuai's name, the entire class turned their gaze toward him. For he was the first to achieve a score of 90. Zhou Shuai gleefully took his paper. "Do not worship me," he remarked with a hint of arrogance. "Who worships whom remains to be seen," Yi Hao retorted, somewhat irked. Yi Hao had long known of Zhou Shuai's commendable performance in the humanities. It could be said that his continued presence in the honors class was entirely due to this subject. "Can you really score higher than me?" Zhou Shuai exclaimed in surprise. Upon the teacher announcing Yi Hao's name, he hesitated momentarily, then looked at Yi Hao with astonishment, declaring 98 points. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. In the face of his classmates' skepticism, Yi Hao remained composed. The answers in history are absolute. It all hinges on rote memorization. Upon receiving his paper, Yi Hao quickly discerned where he had erred. One of the fill-in-the-blank questions was obscure, not found in the history textbook. Otherwise, he could have achieved a perfect score. "I shall strive for full marks next time," the elder teacher said, patting Yi Hao on the shoulder with a smile. "Indeed, I will endeavor to do so." Yi Hao nodded in agreement. Returning to his seat, Yi Hao noticed that many classmates were still observing him. What on earth is happening? Zhou Shuai exclaimed, snatching Yi Hao's test paper for a thorough examination. How did you achieve this? Rote memorization, Yi Hao replied with a subtle smile. Isn't that rather obvious? Zhou Shuai responded, dumbfounded. Do you believe there is a shortcut to history? Yi Hao casually tossed the history exam aside and resumed his serious study of the workbook. Zhou Shuai gazed at Yi Hao, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity for the first time. As all subjects' test results were announced, Zhou Shuai calculated Yi Hao's total score, astonished to find it amounted to 722, while his own total was merely 718. At that moment, Su Li, who had received the ranking sheet, exhibited a similar expression of disbelief. How could this fellow achieve a score of 722? Su Li quickly had a realization. How dare you, Yi Hao, blatantly plagiarize? It was reasonable for Su Li to harbor such suspicions, considering that Yi Hao's score 6 months prior was a mere 460. Now, after being in a coma for half a year, he had inexplicably soared to 722. Who would believe such a tale? With this thought in mind, Su Li stood up and walked towards class 2. Upon pushing open the classroom door, she fixed her gaze on Yi Hao, seated at the back. Yi Hao, stand up. Yi Hao, engrossed in his materials, rose and asked, Teacher Su, what's the matter? Yi Hao, you have truly disappointed me, Su Li replied, her expression one of frustration akin to that of a mentor disappointed in a recalcitrant pupil. Chapter 10. Urgent as the law teacher, I don't understand what you mean. Yi Hao said, his face paling. You don't understand my meaning? Very well, then let me ask you about your recent score. Su Li exclaimed angrily. It is not shameful for one to perform poorly, but it is disgraceful to plagiarize. Do you know what plagiarism is? Plagiarism is theft, akin to being a thief. Do you understand? Su Li reprimanded him sternly. In truth, many of the students had long harbored doubts regarding this matter. However, no one had dared to voice their suspicions until now. With Su Li's open declaration, the classmates immediately began to murmur amongst themselves. Yi Hao stared at Su Li and said, I don't understand. You don't understand. Su Li's anger intensified. Yi Hao, you truly are beyond redemption. Teacher, don't you think you are being excessive? Yi Hao retorted. Even a clay figure has its pride, let alone me. Excessive? Yi Hao, it seems you are still unaware of the gravity of this situation. Su Li coldly regarded him. The fact that you openly plagiarized during the exam will be recorded in your file. After uttering this statement, Su Li turned to leave. Wait, Yi Hao said in a low voice. Su Li paused. Do you have any further arguments to make? You accuse me of plagiarism? Fine, present your evidence. Yi Hao's eyes gleamed with a sharp glint. If you cannot provide evidence, do not blame me for reporting you to the Education Bureau. You want evidence? Su Li, incensed by Yi Hao's defiance, approached him. I shall provide you with evidence right now. As she spoke, she reached Yi Hao's desk and picked up his history book. If I recall correctly, you scored 98 in history, did you not? Indeed. That means you must be quite familiar with the content of the history book, correct? Yes. What is the significance of the Opium War? The Opium War represents a monumental victory for the Chinese people's anti-opium struggle, demonstrating the strong will of the Chinese nation to resist foreign aggression. Yi Hao recited flawlessly. Su Li then proceeded to pose several questions based on the history book, to which Yi Hao answered with remarkable fluency, not faltering once. Unconvinced, Su Li picked up Zhou Shuai's simulation exam paper for the college entrance examination. Flipping through it until she found a significant question, the scholars of the Song dynasty said, it is said that the 3 teachings must not be neglected. In the pursuit of the 5 constants and the rectification of the 3 bonds, one may attain the profound pathway of human relations. Confucianism espouses the abandonment of the sage and the forsaking of wisdom, advocating for the preservation of the feminine and the feeble. Taoism, on the other hand, emphasizes a return to authenticity through the interplay of causes and effects, allowing for myriad transformations to revert to the essence of one's nature. Upon hearing this passage, many students, including Su Li, displayed expressions of bewilderment, as they had never encountered such words before. Noticing the contemplative look on Yi Hao's face, Su Li sneered, inquiring about the phenomenon reflected in this material. Yi Hao pondered before responding that the excerpt illustrates the confluence of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Su Li's expression faltered, yet she persisted in questioning the reasons behind this convergence. He explained that the social unrest since the Weijin and southern northern dynasties had fostered the flourishing of Taoism and Buddhism, leading to an intermingling of these 3 teachings. Su Li gazed at Yi Hao in astonishment, asking if he had read this before. He shook his head, denying it. How could you provide such an answer without prior exposure? Su Li struggled to accept this reality. Yi Hao asserted that such conclusions were easily drawn given the historical context. Su Li posed another question, presenting several intricate inquiries, yet Yi Hao answered them all with aplomb. At that moment, Su Li genuinely believed in Yi Hao's integrity, recognizing that such insight required both knowledge and a nimble mind. Why not test me on politics, biology, and geography as well, Teacher Su? Yi Hao remarked, nonchalantly, as he wished to avoid the stigma of plagiarism. Su Li suddenly grasped the implication of his earlier reticence regarding his abilities. I prefer to remain low profile, Yi Hao responded, not wishing to attract undue attention. Su Li, at a loss for words, pointed at him, her frustration evident. This left her in a rather vulnerable position, yet she felt powerless to change the situation. Su Li departed, leaving the class in an uproar, their gazes fixated on the previously overlooked student. Wow, you were hiding your talents so well, Zhou Shuai exclaimed, slapping Yi Hao on the back. Yi Hao, however, stood up and walked toward the exit of the classroom. The derision of his peers and the indifference of his teacher weighed heavily on him, evoking a desire to distance himself from the academy. As he walked, Yi Hao found himself once again at the edge of the pond, staring blankly at the verdant waters, memories from months past flooding his mind. Lost in thought, he was suddenly startled by the appearance of a woman clad in Taoist robes. What is this? Mei Xuanxue had not anticipated encountering a student at the pond. Casting a displeased glance at Yi Hao, "Why aren't you in class at this hour?" she inquired. "I'm feeling down," Yi Hao replied. "Even so, this is not the place for such sentiments," Mei Xuanxue retorted. "Why not?" Yi Hao felt a stirring within him. Due to this location, Mei Xuanxue swiftly fell silent, urging a departure from the area. "Do you sense the malevolent aura here?" Yi Hao inquired tentatively, noting her silence. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Mei Xuanxue's eyes, revealing that the young man was not merely an amateur. "No, I am merely a student," Yi Hao replied, a hint of shyness evident in his demeanor. "So you previously mentioned the presence of a sinister energy?" Mei Xuanxue was taken aback. "I surmised it. Do not Taoists enjoy indulging in the supernatural?" Yi Hao remarked, though inwardly he dismissed such notions. How else could one explain the apparition from that day? What of the enigmatic middle-aged figure? Dare you suggest your grandaunt engages in trickery? Do you wish to test your luck? Mei Xuanxue's brows furrowed in indignation. "I apologize," Yi Hao confessed earnestly. Observing his repentance, Mei Xuanxue's expression softened slightly. "You should leave this place at once. The ensuing events are unsuitable for the faint of heart. Might I be of assistance?" Yi Hao implored, unwilling to vacate. "I shall warn you once more. Depart immediately," Mei Xuanxue cautioned. As Yi Hao began to protest, impatience flickered across Mei Xuanxue's face, and with resolute authority, she declared, "Release." At her command, a yellow talisman materialized in her hand, igniting instantaneously, causing clarity to vanish from Yi Hao's gaze. Chapter 11. Mei Xuanxue. Yi Hao became akin to a marionette, expressionless as he turned away from the pond. "You are hindering my affairs," Mei Xuanxue muttered, her focus shifting to the pond, her demeanor growing grave. No creature of malevolence is ever simple. She was acutely aware of this reality. Drawing her peachwood sword, she inscribed a bagua formation upon the ground and produced another talisman, uttering, "Release." As the talisman ignited, it transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing into the pond. After a period of waiting without any manifestation, Mei Xuanxue's heart sank. Could the binding talisman have failed, or was the creature simply too formidable? The likelihood of the former seemed exceedingly slim. The latter possibility loomed heavily in her mind, igniting an impulse to retreat. Yet, after a few steps, she halted. Retreat was not in her nature. After contemplation, Mei Xuanxue ignited two talismans simultaneously. The two golden lights merged in midair, coalescing into a more potent beam that swiftly disappeared into the pond. After another moment of waiting, seeing no results, she turned to flee. However, she had scarcely taken 2 or 3 steps before encountering Yi Hao's gaze fixed upon her. "Run!" Mei Xuanxue shouted. "Run from what?" Yi Hao shrugged. "There are no monsters in this river." "No monsters?" Mei Xuanxue was taken aback. "Indeed, the talisman may be ineffective.
And it is also possible that there are no demons present." After a moment of contemplation, Mei Xuanxue suddenly thought of something and asked, "How come you are unscathed?"
"What could possibly happen to me?" Yi Hao replied with a faint smile. Mei Xuanxue looked at Yi Hao with uncertainty. Logically speaking, The enchantment should not be so easily dispelled. However, she soon recalled something else. How do you know there are no demons in the pond? Because that demon was slain by a powerful individual. Were you present at that time? Yes. Why didn't you mention it sooner? I had no opportunity to do so. Mei Xuanxue pondered for a moment and realized it was indeed her oversight. Yet, how could she possibly admit it? Let's go. Returning to the pond's edge, Mei Xuanxue began to erase the hexagram formation. Yi Hao, seeing her intent to leave, hurriedly pursued her. Wait, do you have something to say? Could you teach me your demon-slaying techniques? This lineage only passes its knowledge to females, not males. Times are changing, and society is advancing. Shouldn't the customs of your lineage adapt accordingly? Mei Xuanxue contemplated for a moment and nodded. You make a valid point. In that case, I will make an exception. You may learn the art of demon slaying from me. Really? Yi Hao exclaimed with joy. Indeed, as long as you sever your distractions with a single stroke. I shall impart the knowledge to you. As she spoke, Mei Xuanxue handed Yi Hao a finely crafted dagger. Yi Hao shook his head vigorously, refusing. Anticipating his reaction, Mei Xuanxue attempted to retract the dagger. However, in that instant, Yi Hao swiftly lunged for the dagger in her hand. Since you are unwilling to teach me the art of demon slaying, I shall take this dagger for myself. Yi Hao declared with a grin while grasping the dagger. Dare you seize my belongings? Mei Xuanxue's eyebrows arched in indignation, her delicate hand reaching toward Yi Hao's shoulder blade. In a heightened state of tension, Yi Hao's eyes activated a slowing mechanism, making Mei Xuanxue's movements appear to decelerate tenfold. Yet, even slowed down, Yi Hao felt an overwhelming urge to evade. Mei Xuanxue regarded Yi Hao with surprise, then changed her approach, reaching for him again. Once more, Yi Hao narrowly dodged her grasp. I refuse to believe you can evade me this time. Mei Xuanxue accelerated her speed once again, her hand firmly capturing Yi Hao, who was attempting to evade. As her fingers latched onto his shoulder blade, an immense force surged through her hand, yet it failed to dislodge Mei Xuanxue's grip. It hurts. Yi Hao gasped as his shoulder blade was restrained. Who exactly are you? Mei Xuanxue inquired, her expression turning serious as she scrutinized Yi Hao. I am just a university student, Yi Hao hurriedly replied. How can a student possess such strength? Mei Xuanxue regarded him with disdain. Yi Hao found himself at a loss for words. Should I disclose to Mei Xuanxue that I have been altered by a drop of divine blood? Deep down, Yi Hao was not inclined to share this matter with anyone. It seems you possess a secret, young man, Mei Xuanxue remarked with a smile. May I decline the dagger? Yi Hao replied cautiously. I can indeed offer you the dagger, but you must enlighten me about the condition of your body, Mei Xuanxue said, scrutinizing him closely. I would rather not, Yi Hao hastily responded. Humph, even if you remain silent. I have my suspicions, Mei Xuanxue said, releasing her grip on his shoulder blade. Surely, that esteemed elder has transformed your physique. How do you know? Yi Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Such a casual alteration of your body cannot be achieved through ordinary elixirs. Mei Xuanxue murmured. What do you mean? No matter. This dagger is now a gift for you, she declared before hastily departing. Yi Hao stood momentarily stunned. Clutching the bronze dagger, Mei Xuanxue had given it to him without hesitation. Regardless of her thoughts, it was now his. He tucked the dagger into his pocket and hurried home. Upon returning, Yi Hao discovered that guests had arrived. Aunt Niu, he called out. Niu Li was a longtime friend of Guoxiu. Upon seeing Yi Hao, Niu Li's face lit up. Xiao Hao, I need your help with something. Yi Hao, filled with skepticism, inquired about her request. Xiao Hao, aren't you in the key second class of the Secondary Vocational Technical Institute? Yes. Could you find an opportunity to ask if any students in your class wish to transfer to our third Vocational Technical Institute? What? Yi Hao was taken aback. As long as the students from your class are willing to join us, you need not worry about their academic records, and we also offer monetary rewards. Niu Li explained softly. Aunt Niu, what is this about? Yi Hao was aware that Niu Li was a teacher at the third Vocational Technical Institute. The principal has issued a stern mandate for us to actively recruit students from the secondary and first vocational technical institutes, primarily to enhance our undergraduate enrollment rates. Niu Li stated candidly. Otherwise, the third vocational technical institute will indeed decline over time. What kind of rewards are you offering? Yi Hao asked with a glimmer of hope. He was utterly disillusioned with the secondary vocational technical institute and yearned to leave immediately. For students scoring above 700, we provide a cash reward of 2,000. For every additional 10 points, the reward increases by 300. Thus, a student scoring 800 would receive 5,000. Chapter 12. The Vocational Gamer. Are you certain you can resolve the academic record issue? Yi Hao inquired gravely. The principal of our third vocational technical institute is an old acquaintance of the Education Bureau director, so you need not worry about the academic records. Niuli replied with a smile. Moreover, this matter involves more than just a few students. Who would dare to jest with such serious affairs? What about students who score above 800? Is the reward increased by 300 for every additional 10 points? Yi Hao is well aware that his score will exceed 800 next month. For students scoring above 800, every additional 10 points garners an increase of 500 in rewards, meaning those who achieve 900 can receive a cash prize of 10,000. At this point, Niuli chuckles self-deprecatingly, stating that students scoring above 800 are typically those who can gain admission to prestigious universities. And such individuals are unlikely to transfer schools for a mere few thousand yuan. I will inform the classmates about this. Yi Hao ponders for a moment, understanding the implication. You must pay attention to this matter, Xiao Hao, Niuli insists earnestly. What is the deadline for your third vocational and technical college? Yi Hao inquires further. There are still 2 months until the entrance examination for the undergraduate program, so the deadline will be 2 weeks prior to the exam. Otherwise, it will affect the processing of the admission ticket, Niuli replies. Yi Hao contemplates, having made his calculations and choosing to remain silent. Niuli's visit to Yi Hao's home was primarily for him. Now that the discussion has concluded, she prepares to take her leave. After Niuli departs, Guxiu asks, Xiao Hao, have the results been released? Has the report card been posted in the parent group? Yi Hao queries, puzzled. All parents have been added to a group specifically established by the school, where student scores are announced monthly. Hearing this, Guxiu quickly retrieves her phone and opens the parent group. She swiftly locates the document containing the scores for Class 2. As she examines the list from the top, it doesn't take long before she spots Yi Hao's name. When she sees his score, she is utterly astonished, rubbing her eyes and looking again. 722. Xiao Hao, you scored 722. Guxiu exclaims, disbelief etched on her face. Yes, Yi Hao nods. Happiness comes so unexpectedly. Guxiu finds herself at a loss for words. Mom, actually, I had been performing well previously. I just prefer to keep a low profile, Yi Hao admits remorsefully. I never intended for my stubbornness to cause my parents to lose face in front of others. Silly child, what are you saying? Guxiu chides him with a disapproving glare. All right, I won't say anything more. Xiao Hao, you must work hard in the next 2 months and see if you can aim for a prestigious university, Guxiu encourages, clenching her fists. Yes. Li Qianqian is like a cup of fine tea, subtle, fragrant, and captivating. Engaging in conversation with her is a delightful experience. Her extensive knowledge allows her to seamlessly contribute to any topic Yi Hao brings up. Conversing with such a girl feels effortless, and there is no sense of awkwardness due to a lack of subjects to discuss. Simultaneously, Yi Hao realizes that Li Qianqian's academic performance is undoubtedly exceptional at the first vocational and technical college, as she consistently provides immediate answers to his inquiries. Such responsiveness surely stems from an impressive reservoir of knowledge. 2 hours later, Li Qianqian closed her textbook and softly remarked, Yi Hao, we will study physics tomorrow. Yi Hao nodded in acknowledgement. I shall take my leave now, Li Qianqian announced as she rose to her feet. Shall I walk you home? No need, Li Qianqian declined. Yi Hao did not press the matter, but turned to head in the direction of his home. Not far along his path, he spotted a dejected Zhou Shuai. Zhou Shuai, didn't the teacher tell you that skipping class is shameful? Zhou Shuai, upon recognizing Yi Hao, scoffed. Even if I skip class, it pales in comparison to your record. Pray tell, how long has it been since you last attended evening study? What is the matter? You seem downcast. Starting tomorrow, I must subsist on instant noodles for an entire month. Is life that extravagant? Shut up. All right then, what happened? I skipped class to play Double Dragon 95. But before I could even finish 3 rounds, I was defeated by some punk. I'm not satisfied. I lost 3 consecutive matches. Zhou Shuai confessed after a moment of silence. What does that have to do with eating instant noodles? That punk taunted me into wasting my game tokens. They weren't wrong. Which side are you on? Fine, let us not dwell on that topic for now. After losing 3 matches, that punk wouldn't let me challenge him again and proclaimed that if I wanted to battle once more, it would cost $100 per match. It's a wager now. How many matches did you lose? 10, Zhou Shuai replied. Yi Hao observed Zhou Shuai's expression and pondered. Are you sure your head isn't stuck in the door? Zhou Shuai realized his actions were somewhat foolish, But at that moment, admitting it was out of the question. I feel like I was scammed by that punk. You brought this upon yourself. Damn it. All right, I'll help you take revenge. Yi Hao pointed to the back seat of his bicycle. Let us go and defeat him. Yi Hao expected Zhou Shuai to leap at the chance, but instead, Zhou Shuai regarded him as if he were foolish. What do you mean? Our skills are on par. What difference does it make if you join me? Who told you that was my actual skill level? Huh. I've always given you face, you know? Can we not exaggerate? Believe it or not. Are you a pro gamer? Yi Hao pedaled vigorously toward the arcade. Zhou Shuai quickly hopped onto the back seat of the bicycle with a serious expression. Yi Hao, that punk-ass skill is at least at a professional level. I was utterly crushed. Years ago, I attained professional standards, Yi Hao replied with a carefree smile. Under normal circumstances, Yi Hao would not reach such a level, but by activating his ability to delay speed, he would instantly surpass it. Yi Hao had visited the arcade many times before, and he effortlessly found his way to the Double Dragon 95 machine. A youth with impeccably styled hair deftly commanded the mighty dragon, ruthlessly vanquishing the formidable guardian of the penultimate level. The powerful guardian stood no chance against this young man's prowess. A master of micromanagement, Yi Hao quickly discerned that this youth was a professional gamer. Surrounding him was a throng of onlookers, captivated by the gameplay. Yi Hao squeezed through the crowd, inserted a coin, and pressed the start button. Just as the youth was about to deliver the finishing blow to the guardian, the screen transitioned into a combat arena upon Yi Hao's action. Chapter 13. The Vermilion Bird Alliance. The young man cast a displeased glance at Yi Hao and remarked, "Are you here to seek your own demise?" Without hesitation, Yi Hao produced 1,000 cash and placed it on the gaming table, challenging, "Care to engage in a match with me?" The youth was momentarily taken aback. Upon noticing Zhou Shuai standing beside Yi Hao, he quickly grasped the situation. "Ah, so he seeks a contest." With a sly grin, the youth replied, "Since you seem to have an abundance of money, I wouldn't mind accepting your wager. But is it not premature to speak so boldly?" Yi Hao retorted with a cold snort. "Then let us proceed." The youth, glancing at Yi Hao, conceded, "In light of your generous offer, I shall refrain from selecting my favored dragon." The gaming cursor spun around the characters before finally landing on the lesser dragon. Yi Hao, however, promptly tapped the screen, and the system defaulted to the mighty dragon. The countdown swiftly appeared on the screen. 3, 2, 1. As the battle commenced, Yi Hao activated his ability to slow down time. The entire scene decelerated tenfold in his perception, and the lesser dragon's movements became sluggish. Without hesitation, Yi Hao propelled the mighty dragon into a frenzied assault against the lesser dragon. It was a one-sided affair. Regardless of the youth's attempts at control, Yi Hao effortlessly shattered his defenses, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows. Approximately 8 seconds later, the lesser dragon was defeated, while the mighty dragon remained at full health. Zhou Shuai's eyes widened in astonishment. "Goodness, Yi Hao, your skills are astounding." Yi Hao replied with a sidelong glance. "If I weren't skilled, would I assist you in finding a challenger?" The second round quickly commenced. This time, the youth opted for a defensive strategy, retreating to a corner. Yet, in Yi Hao's eyes, the youth's tactics were riddled with errors. His speed paled in comparison to Yi Hao's. Soon, Yi Hao discovered a flaw, and with a decisive punch, he shattered the lesser dragon's defensive stance, followed by a merciless onslaught. The youth's face was drenched in cold sweat. He had never witnessed a mighty dragon capable of such a devastating assault that left the opponent with no chance to retaliate. Today, however, he was a witness to this reality. The lesser dragon was annihilated without even a single opportunity to fight back. Exhilarating. This was the true essence of a gaming master. His skill is undoubtedly sufficient to compete in professional leagues, the surrounding youths remarked one after another. Yi Hao tapped the pile of cash amounting to 1,000 yuan on the table and said, "Let us have it." The young man readily handed over the cash, then took out his wallet and extracted another 1,000. "Are you interested in another round? If we play again, the stakes will double," he proposed. Yi Hao placed the additional 1,000 atop his original sum, affirming, "No problem." The young man produced yet another 1,000. "Let us begin," Yi Hao replied nonchalantly. A match typically lasted about 16 seconds. Initially, Yi Hao's time limit was 30 seconds, but with practice, he could now endure for 40 seconds. This was precisely why he agreed to play again. The outcome was never in doubt. The young man was utterly powerless against Yi Hao. In the first round, he attacked but was swiftly defeated. In the second round, he defended yet still fell victim. Yi Hao, grinning, handed the 1,000 to Zhou Shuai and placed the 3,000 into his pocket. You should practice more, he advised. Zhou Shuai gave Yi Hao a thumbs up. Let us go? I'll treat you to skewers. I want 10 large kidneys. How can you not eat yourself to death? Zhou Shuai joked, playfully scolding him. As Yi Hao and Zhou Shuai were leaving, the young man hurried after them. Excuse me, gentlemen. What can I do for you? I am Tai Shixiu, a member of the Zhu Ke Alliance. Zhu Ke Alliance? Yi Hao and Zhou Shuai exchanged puzzled glances. We are one of the strongest professional gaming teams in the country, frequently participating in various domestic and international competitions, Tai Shixiu explained eagerly. Get to the point, Yi Hao interjected. Still unclear about the purpose of Tai Shixiu's visit. I would like to invite you to join our gaming team, Tai Shixiu stated earnestly. Not interested, Yi Hao replied without hesitation, as he was currently focused on preparing for his college entrance exams and had little time to spare. Perhaps you are unaware of the benefits of joining our team, Tai Shixiu continued, seemingly anticipating Yi Hao's refusal. Firstly, when new games are developed domestically, our team is often invited to find bugs, with each testing session starting at 6 figures in income. Secondly, both domestic and international gaming competitions frequently offer 6-figure rewards for successful performances. Thirdly, our Zhu Ke team is well regarded in the gaming community, often receiving invitations to serve as judges at competitions, which also yields considerable returns. I can assure you that no member of our Zhu Ke team earns less than 1 million. Tai Shixiu's words piqued Yi Hao's interest. I will consider this matter, Yi Hao replied thoughtfully. Well, give me your number so I can contact you later, Tai Shixiu suggested excitedly. I don't have a phone, Yi Hao admitted shyly. Shall I give you my mother's phone number instead? All right. Tai Shi casually used his phone to note down Guoxiu's number. As Tai Shi departed, Zhou Shuai patted Yi Hao's shoulder and remarked, Yi Hao, are you poised for a meteoric rise? To which Yi Hao replied, I merely wish to study in peace. The reason Yi Hao refrained from immediate agreement was his self-awareness regarding his capabilities. His body was still undergoing transformation. It was only after reaching a certain level of physical enhancement that he would entertain such thoughts. After finishing the skewers, Yi Hao bid farewell to Zhou Shuai and hurriedly rode his bicycle home. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he noticed a youth with dyed yellow hair loitering about. What are you doing? Yi Hao inquired in a stern tone. The yellow-haired youth scrutinized Yi Hao for a moment before tossing an object in his direction. Yi Hao instinctively caught it. The moment he discerned the object's nature, his expression shifted dramatically, for it was Li Qianqian's bag. When he looked back at the youth, he saw him speeding away on a roaring motorcycle. Yi Hao hastily opened Li Qianqian's bag. Besides her belongings, he found a note that read, If you wish for Li Qianqian to remain alive, hasten to warehouse number 13 at the south gate. Should you alert the authorities, you know the consequences. After reading it, Yi Hao crumpled the note in his fist. I see. The name escaped his lips, his eyes glinting with a fierce coldness. Chapter 14. A solo rescue. Yi Hao quickly deduced the identity of the perpetrator. I see. After a brief contemplation, he redirected his path towards warehouse No. 13 at the south gate. While he may have hesitated to confront the situation alone in the past, his body had undergone comprehensive enhancement, instilling him with confidence that he could handle even a dozen ruffians without issue. When Li Qianqian regained consciousness, she was horrified to find herself bound to a chair, surrounded by a group of disreputable youths engaged in a game of cards. She did not recognize any of them. At that moment, one sharp-eyed youth noticed her awakening and exclaimed, Sigu, this girl is awake. Instantly, all the youths sprang to their feet, causing Li Qianqian's heart to race. Awake. Just in time, a tall figure emerged before her. Li Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief as she stammered, Why, you're out? How could you be released after just over 30 days? Bai Si replied, The police uncovered a long-buried incident from my past after they apprehended me. He gazed at Li Qianqian and continued, 3 years ago, during a robbery, I killed a couple. If they find evidence of this, do you think I would have any chance of survival? So you escaped from prison? I fled while being transported. Bai Si affirmed, nodding. I can no longer survive in Jiangnan City, but I refuse to leave without exacting my revenge. As he spoke, a crimson glint ignited in his eyes, revealing his restless desire for retribution. Li Qianqian's complexion changed dramatically. At that moment, Bai Si approached her, his large hand reaching towards her. With a resounding bang, the warehouse door was kicked open, and Yi Hao entered, wielding an iron rod. Bai Si withdrew his claw-like grip, coldly regarding the advancing Yi Hao. You have some nerve, kid. Do you think I am like you? Yi Hao scanned the surroundings, formulating a plan in his mind. Yi Hao, did you call the police? Li Qianqian, seeing Yi Hao come alone, felt a soft spot in her heart stir. How could I dare to call the police? Yi Hao shook his head. My subordinates warned me that if I did, they would kill me. Oh, Li Qianqian was taken aback. She never imagined that Yi Hao, in his naivety, truly hadn't reported it. But then a thought struck her. Yi Hao, you must run. I came here to take you away. Yi Hao smiled at Li Qianqian, his expression lighthearted. You foolish girl, they will kill you. Who kills whom is still uncertain, Yi Hao replied, gripping the iron rod as he fixed his gaze on Bai Si and his companions. Are you all coming one by one? Fourth brother, let me handle this. A youth wielding a spring knife approached Yi Hao, boasting about teaching him a lesson. Just as he spoke, Yi Hao decisively activated his ability to slow down time. In the next moment, the iron rod in his hand struck the youth's neck, causing him to grunt and collapse to the ground. The expressions of the dozen or so youths around them shifted. He's tough. Let us all go at him together. They exchanged glances and, uniting, began to encircle Yi Hao with iron rods and steel pipes. Yi Hao, run! Li Qianqian shouted anxiously upon witnessing the scene. Yi Hao remained unresponsive, calmly calculating the time. Having just fought with Tai Shixiu, he had only 8 seconds left. Now, there were merely 7 seconds remaining. Yi Hao had to resolve the situation within that time frame. The throng of youths closing in was precisely what Yi Hao desired, as it allowed him to save precious seconds. When they were merely 2 meters away, Yi Hao instantly activated his time-slowing ability. At that moment, his iron rod struck 2 youths across from him. Bang! Bang! The 2 youths were instantly rendered unconscious. Yi Hao, undeterred, turned to confront the 2 behind him. Within 5 breaths, all of the youths fell, incapacitated. At that moment, both Bai Si and Li Qianqian stared at Yi Hao in shock. To them, Yi Hao's speed had reached a level beyond their visual comprehension. Bai Si finally realized that Yi Hao's previous victory over him was no mere stroke of luck. As Yi Hao advanced, Bai Si hurriedly positioned his knife against Li Qianqian's fair neck. Take another step closer, and I will kill her. Yi Hao calculated the distance in his mind. 10 meters. In just a second, he could cover that space. With this thought, he unwaveringly activated his ability to slow down time. Whoosh! To Bai Si, Yi Hao transformed into a fleeting shadow, instinctively slashing towards Li Qianqian's neck. At that critical moment, Yi Hao's large hand grasped the sharp dagger. Then he delivered a fierce kick to Bai Si's groin. In a vague sense, Yi Hao felt something shatter, followed by Bai Si's piercing scream. Are you all right? Yi Hao asked, gazing at the terrified Li Qianqian. She was in a daze. It was only when the warm blood dripped onto her that she jolted back to reality. Yi Hao, your hand? She urgently inquired. I'm fine, Yi Hao replied as he turned away. Upon inspection, he discovered the blade had cut into his bone. Gritting his teeth, he pulled the knife out, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Enduring the excruciating pain, he swiftly slashed at the ropes binding Li Qianqian, which snapped apart. After freeing herself, Li Qianqian rushed to examine Yi Hao's injury. Tears streamed down her face when she saw his left hand soaked in blood. You still say you're fine? She exclaimed, forcing herself to remain calm as she recalled first aid knowledge from her readings. Her gaze fell upon a young man in a white shirt. After slicing open the shirt with her spring knife, she bandaged Yi Hao's hand. Gradually, the bleeding subsided. Only then did Li Qianqian breathe a sigh of relief. What do we do now? Call the police, Yi Hao contemplated before responding. He was unperturbed by the issue of excessive defense. These individuals were ruthless and without lethal force. How could he possibly subdue them? Shortly thereafter, dozens of heavily armed SWAT officers burst in, accompanied by members of the municipal criminal police and medical personnel. After a brief inquiry into the situation, the tone of the police captain shifted upon observing Yi Hao. Did you knock them all out? Chapter 15. The Bronze Dagger Liang Mo was an exemplary graduate of the police academy. He could handle 3 or 4 young men like these without issue. But more than that would be challenging. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable young man had effortlessly taken down a dozen armed assailants. Did you do this? Liang Mo asked Yi Hao. His expression filled with doubt. Yes, Yi Hao nodded. How did you manage it? Liang Mo continued. Yi Hao scratched his head, at a loss for words. Liang Mo scrutinized Yi Hao closely. Shaoli, please take their statements. This matter necessitates the preparation of a report, which is an essential part of the procedure. Officer, will Yi Hao be all right? Li Qianqian inquired softly. These individuals had killed 2 police officers when they abducted Bai Si 3 days prior. Thus, even if you were to eliminate them, it would bear no consequences, let alone in this scenario where Yi Hao acted in self-defense, Liang Mo remarked with a smile. In that case, I can rest easy, Li Qianqian sighed in relief. She was worried that Yi Hao might face charges for excessive self-defense. After the forensic and criminal investigation personnel had concluded their duties, and Li Qianqian's statement was recorded, Liang Mo gently suggested, "Let us depart." Yi Hao and the others made their way towards the warehouse entrance. Suddenly, Li Qianqian exclaimed, "What happened?" Yi Hao and the others turned, astonished, to gaze at her. "Just now, someone blew cold air onto my neck," she said, turning to see if anyone was there. "What?" Yi Hao gasped in surprise. In such circumstances, Li Qianqian could not possibly jest. Liang Mo and several police officers looked around with grave expressions. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a striking girl. "You should stay here and accompany me," a chilling voice echoed from the air above. This voice sent shivers down the spines of Yi Hao and the others. At the moment the voice fell, Li Qianqian's figure uncontrollably began to glide away. Liang Mo dashed forward, grabbing hold of Li Qianqian's hand. However, to his astonishment, a wave of icy energy surged through Li Qianqian, instantly propelling Liang Mo, whose weight was 140 pounds, away. This sight turned the faces of the other police officers pale. From a distance, it appeared as though an unseen force was pulling Li Qianqian's delicate hand forward. The instant Liang Mo was flung back, Yi Hao rushed forward, tightly grasping Li Qianqian's small hand. The bone-chilling cold penetrated his body, yet it remained within his threshold of endurance. Although Yi Hao was unafraid of the cold, he could not halt Li Qianqian's movement towards the front. Liang Mo and the other officers were also racing toward Yi Hao and Li Qianqian. At that moment, they were horrified to see a vortex appear 10 meters ahead of Li Qianqian. Indeed, a vortex. This vortex emanated a profound energy, seemingly connecting to another realm. "Yi Hao, let go!" Liang Mo shouted loudly. Undoubtedly, if Yi Hao continued to hold Li Qianqian's hand, he would be drawn into the vortex. Liang Mo understood that releasing his grip would mean Li Qianqian would be ensnared by that swirling darkness. However, one life lost is better than two, right? "Yi Hao, please, let go," Li Qianqian cried out. She had grasped the gravity of the situation. Yi Hao could not possibly prevent her from entering that black vortex. If that were the case, why should she drag Yi Hao down with her? "I promised I would take you away," Yi Hao said earnestly, his gaze fixed intently on Li Qianqian. Just as she was about to respond, he suddenly released her hand, causing a wave of disappointment to surge within her. Who would foolishly accompany another to their demise? Unbeknownst to Li Qianqian, the moment Yi Hao let go of her small hand, he activated his ability to slow time. He had just 1 second left, and that was sufficient for him. In an instant, Yi Hao surpassed Li Qianqian's figure, drawing forth a dagger from his waist and slashing towards her front. At that very moment, a piercing scream echoed through the air, and in the next heartbeat, Li Qianqian felt the force that had been pulling her dissipate. What was happening? When she saw Yi Hao standing before her, realization dawned upon her. It turned out that Yi Hao had released her hand to rush ahead and protect her. "What is the artifact in your hand?" A chilling voice emerged from the swirling vortex. Yi Hao tightened his grip on the bronze dagger and coldly replied, "Do you honestly believe I would divulge that to you? No matter how powerful the artifact, it ultimately depends on the wielder. You, boy, possess no cultivation whatsoever. Even if you wielded a divine weapon, what difference would it make?" No sooner had the voice fallen than Yi Hao felt several ethereal tendrils ensnare his entire body. Struggling against them, he was horrified to discover that he was utterly immobilized. As the tendrils began to pull him towards the vortex, Li Qianqian instinctively reached out to grasp Yi Hao, but as soon as her fingers brushed against his clothing, she was repelled by a surge of icy power. She attempted to dash towards him, but was halted by Liang Mo. "Do not act recklessly," he admonished firmly. "I must save Yi Hao," Li Qianqian replied, tears brimming in her eyes. "You cannot save him," Liang Mo insisted, resolutely holding her back. Yi Hao watched helplessly as he was drawn closer to the vortex, an unavoidable thought creeping into his mind. Was he destined to perish? No. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. "I cannot die. What pain would my parents endure if I were gone?" At that moment, the black vortex loomed merely a foot away. In a critical instant, Yi Hao thrust his left hand towards the black vortex. His right hand, clutching the bronze dagger, was firmly ensnared by a tendril, leaving only his injured left hand free. As he pressed his left hand against the black vortex, it inexplicably vanished. followed by an anguished scream reverberating throughout the warehouse. Ah no. What followed was a terrifying silence. Liang Mo and the others stood in stunned disbelief. What is happening? Yi Hao. Liang Mo, momentarily distracted, failed to notice that Li Qianqian had broken free. She rushed to Yi Hao's side, anxiously asking, "Are you all right?" Yi Hao stared blankly at his bleeding left hand, rendered speechless. Yi Hao, please don't frighten me," Li Qianqian sobbed upon noticing his silence. "I'm fine." Yi Hao's gentle voice resonated in her ears. Upon seeing the brightness in his eyes, Li Qianqian leaped into his embrace, her small fists pounding against his chest. "You scared me. You scared me. You scared me." Chapter 16. A collision. Li Qianqian's sudden plunge into Yi Hao's arms left him feeling somewhat flustered. Yet, deep down, he sensed an imperative to take action. As he raised his hands to embrace her, Liang Mo's voice pierced through the air. "We must leave this place quickly." It was only then that Li Qianqian abruptly regained her senses. Her delicate face flushed a bright red upon realizing she had thrown herself into his arms. However, this was not the moment for such reflections. "Let us hurry," she urged, grasping Yi Hao's hand. Her soft hand felt like jade, and Yi Hao was enveloped in a surreal sensation. Had he truly just held hands with Li Qianqian? It wasn't until they were seated in the police car that Yi Hao's mind finally settled. "Yi Hao, who exactly are you?" Liang Mo inquired in a low tone, scrutinizing him. After a brief silence, Yi Hao replied, "I'm just a university student." Liang Mo's face contorted into a bitter smile. "Do you truly believe that statement?" "I do." Yi Hao nodded firmly. "Would you be interested in joining our criminal police team?" Liang Mo pivoted the conversation, understanding the intensity in Liang Mo's gaze. Yi Hao realized he was being assessed for his capabilities. "But I'm still a student," he replied. "That is not an issue. I can facilitate your hiring, and you would receive a formal position," Liang Mo assured him with a smile. Yi Hao was taken aback, aware that few within a criminal police team held a formal title. The reality was stark. When city management encountered a problem, they were often labeled as temporary workers, a truth unbeknownst to the public. Such positions were not easily attained. Nevertheless, Yi Hao shook his head, stating, "I'm not considering that at the moment. I hope we can collaborate in the future." Liang Mo appeared to have anticipated Yi Hao's refusal. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao felt a surge of anxiety. "No, I still have my entrance exams to prepare for. Please, Captain Liang, don't jest with me." Those close to him understood his limitations. He had no skills in demon slaying or monster exorcising. "Captain Liang, could we keep today's events from my parents?" Li Qianqian's soft voice interjected. "Why?" Liang Mo questioned. "Bai Si and the others will spend their lives in prison, so telling my parents would only instill fear in them." "Very well," Liang Mo replied after a moment of contemplation. Perhaps the events of today were simply too extraordinary. Both Li Qianqian and Liang Mo had forgotten about the injury on Yi Hao's hand. It was only when Yi Hao arrived at his doorstep and noticed the bandage that he recalled this matter. "Oh, why does it no longer hurt?" Yi Hao pondered as he unraveled the bandage. Before his eyes lay a distinct scar from a blade, though it was far less terrifying than before. Could it be that the divine blood had bestowed upon him an extraordinary healing ability? The more Yi Hao contemplated, the more plausible this notion seemed. Otherwise, he could not fathom such a phenomenon. He rewrapped the bandage and tucked his hand into his pocket, concluding that with such remarkable recovery, he would likely be fine by tomorrow. Upon entering the house, Yi Hao concocted a casual excuse and secluded himself in his bedroom to review the materials he had purchased. Xiao, his mother, was oblivious to his ruse. Her heart swelled with joy at her son's diligence. Perhaps, in 2 months, he might indeed secure admission to a prestigious institution. She found herself anticipating the expressions of those relatives who had once looked down upon them. Yi Hao's conjecture proved accurate. The following morning, he awoke to find only a faint scar remaining on his hand. This remarkable healing ability could only be described in one word: extraordinary. With less than 2 months until the college entrance examination, his classmates were diligently studying. This examination was pivotal for their futures, and no one would dare to treat it lightly. Even the typically carefree Zhou Shuai listened intently as the teacher elucidated various subjects. Yi Hao adhered to his study plan, as his exceptional learning capacity rendered listening to the teacher's explanations a mere waste of time. By 5:30 in the afternoon, he hurried to KFC, only to be astonished to find Li Qianqian already waiting there. "What brings you here so early? Your hand is all right, isn't it?" Li Qianqian inquired with genuine concern as she rushed forward. "It's fine," Yi Hao replied, waving his bandaged left hand. In truth, his hand had healed completely, but such rapid recovery was undeniably astonishing. Thus, he had purchased some bandages to wrap it himself. Does it still hurt? Li Qianqian asked as she examined Yi Hao's hand. Much better, he smiled reassuringly. Her face was filled with compassion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It's all my fault. I completely forgot yesterday. Really, it's nothing. Yi Hao gently reassured her, noticing her distress. Remember to change the dressing daily and avoid water for the next few days, Li Qianqian cautioned him meticulously. Yi Hao listened quietly, finding no irritation in her words. The sensation of being cared for was truly delightful. Gradually, both Li Qianqian and Yi Hao began to sense a shift in their relationship. For in the stillness of the night, the image of the other would inevitably surface in their minds, an indelible presence etched upon their souls. Yet, as is often the case, joyful moments are fleeting. 3 days before the monthly examination, Yi Hao's routine was abruptly disrupted. In a KFC, Li Qianqian was patiently elucidating past college entrance examination papers to him. Suddenly, she caught sight of a figure, and a look of panic flashed across her delicate face. Qianqian, a middle-aged woman, approached her with an icy demeanor. Startled, Li Qianqian rose to her feet, her voice trembling. Mom, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you explain to me why you are here? Xianning retorted angrily. If I hadn't encountered your teacher today, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that you have been on leave for nearly 2 months. What? Yi Hao was taken aback. Mom, you don't understand. The evening study sessions in the classroom can be quite noisy, so I took leave to study here. Li Qianqian defended herself. Do you honestly believe I would accept such an excuse? Xianning dismissed Li Qianqian's explanation outright. Auntie, Yi Hao began, but Xianning interrupted. I am grateful that you saved my daughter, and my family appreciates your help, but I will not permit you to associate with her. Having experienced love herself, Xianning was not oblivious to her daughter's burgeoning feelings. Otherwise, why would this obedient girl conceal from her parents that she had taken 2 months of evening study leave to assist Yi Hao? Supplementing lessons? No, it was courting. In Xianning's eyes, Li Qianqian's presence here was merely a guise for romance. Chapter 17. A mismatch of social status. Xianning was nearly beside herself with rage. Had Yi Hao not saved her daughter, she would have slapped him long ago. Take a good look at yourself. What right do you have to pursue my daughter? Come home with me, she commanded, fixing her gaze on Li Qianqian. Li Qianqian, too intimidated to protest, gathered her materials and shot Yi Hao an apologetic glance before leaving with Xianning. Yi Hao stood there, watching her silhouette fade, a sense of melancholy washing over him. Perhaps such opportunities would not present themselves again. With a soft sigh, he collected his belongings and returned home. Lying in bed, Yi Hao found his thoughts consumed by Li Qianqian. At that moment, he acknowledged that he had developed feelings for her, tossing and turning throughout the night. The hours slipped by, and the next day, Yi Hao emerged from his bedroom with dark circles under his eyes, eliciting both concern and pride from Guoxiu. Xiao Hao, while striving for success, do remember to take care of your health, Guoxiu gently advised. Her words filled Yi Hao with remorse. Mom, I will be mindful, he assured her. After breakfast, he rode his bicycle to class while Guoxiu remained at home, tending to household chores. About an hour later, the doorbell rang. Confused about who might be visiting at this hour, Guoxiu opened the door and was taken aback to see Xianning. Quickly, a smile spread across her face. Oh, Xianning, please, come in. With a stern expression, Xianning replied, no need to sit. I have something important to discuss with you. Noticing the seriousness of Xianning's demeanor, Guoxiu hurriedly suggested, let us talk inside. Guoxiu, please inform your son Yi Hao to cease his pursuit of my daughter. Xianning stated coldly. What? Guoxiu's expression changed dramatically. Is there some sort of misunderstanding? My Qianqian is the top student at the first vocational technical college and is destined to attend one of the 6 prestigious universities. Xianning interrupted Guoxiu. What do you mean by that? Are you implying something? Guoxiu felt a surge of anger. Of course, one protects their own, Xianning retorted with a scoff. What I mean is that your son is unworthy of my daughter. You are well aware of your son's academic performance. Do you truly believe he is worthy of my Qianqian? Xianning cast a piercing glance at Guoxiu, emphasizing that the notion of social standing was not mere rhetoric. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Guoxiu, seething, watched Xianning's retreating figure, her body trembling with indignation. Once she regained her composure, she began to contemplate Xianning's words. If Li Qianqian was indeed the top student at the vocational institute, She would likely have a significant chance of gaining admission to one of the 6 elite universities. Graduates from these prestigious institutions are often regarded as the CRME de la CRME, with even the least distinguished among them achieving notable societal standing, far surpassing those from lesser institutions. Thus, Xianning's words bore a semblance of truth. Yet, Guoxiu felt a pang of dissatisfaction at Xianning's apparent dismissal of Yi Hao. Later that evening, after finishing his late study session, Yi Hao returned home. Upon entering his room, he chose to lie on his bed rather than continue his studies. The image of Li Qianqian began to materialize in his mind. Her every smile and frown vividly etched in his memory, as a dreamy expression took hold of his eyes. Xiao Hao, Xiao Hao, Xiao Hao. He faintly heard someone calling his name, gradually bringing his thoughts back to reality. Father. Yi Hao jolted awake when he recognized Yi Zhigua standing before him. Yi Zhigua, observing his son's demeanor, quickly grasped the situation. Do you have feelings for Li Qianqian? He asked directly. Yi Hao was taken aback by his father's bluntness. But soon a thought struck him. How did his father know about this? At your age, it is natural to be infatuated. But I hope you can focus on your studies for now, Yi Zhigua advised gently. Once you enter university, you'll encounter girls from all walks of life. Dad, how do you know about my relationship with Qianqian? Yi Hao finally voiced his curiosity. Today, Xianning came to our home and said some rather unpleasant things. Did you not notice your mother's gloomy demeanor all day? Yi Zhigua intended to provoke Yi Hao with this revelation, knowing that his son needed a wake-up call to prevent him from becoming too consumed by his feelings. Love has always been a double-edged sword. To gain it is a blessing, yet to lose it can feel like a curse. What did Li Qianqian's mother say? The thought of his mother being insulted filled Yi Hao with profound guilt. Yi Zhigua then recounted the events of the day in a succinct manner. Thus, your desire to be with Li Qianqian is not unattainable, provided you possess the ability to gain admission into the 6 prestigious institutions. Yi Zhigua gazed at Yi Hao solemnly. I will gain admission to the 6 prestigious institutions, Yi Hao replied without hesitation. It's not easy to be accepted into the 6 prestigious institutions. Although Yi Zhigua found it difficult to fully comprehend his son, he still harbored doubts about Yi Hao's chances. Father, I eagerly await your judgment, Yi Hao declared, a glimmer of determination illuminating his eyes. Is it a matter of social standing? I shall make you understand who truly deserves whom. After Yi Zhigua departed, Yi Hao picked up the examination papers. Over the past month and a half, he had learned all that was necessary. Most of his time now was spent reviewing past exam questions. Yi Hao was confident that he could achieve a high score in the upcoming final monthly exam. Tomorrow marks the final monthly exam. I hope everyone achieves good results, Su Li remarked, scanning the class. Moreover, during the exam, pay close attention to the questions. Do not be careless. Every point can determine the course of your life. Following this exam, there will be a 2-day break. But do not allow yourselves to relax. Zhou Xian, please distribute these 2 math papers, Su Li instructed as she handed Zhou Xian the materials. The students exhibited little complaint, for they understood that diligence would lead to advancement. At this moment, none would permit themselves to falter in their studies. Zhou Shuai, upon receiving the papers, turned to Yi Hao and asked, how many points do you expect to score this time? Over 800, Yi Hao replied. Zhou Shuai was taken aback, then chuckled. Stop joking. I am not jesting. Yi Hao gently shook his head. Also, after the exam, I need you to do me a favor. What favor? Please help me transport my books to my home. Yi Hao gestured towards the pile of materials on the desk. My bicycle cannot accommodate all of this. What are you up to? Zhou Shuai inquired. Do you remember when I mentioned the special recruitment of the 3rd Vocational Technical College? You intend to attend the 3rd Vocational Technical College? Zhou Shuai suddenly understood. Yes, after this exam, I will head there. It's only a month until the higher education entrance exam. Isn't it unwise to transfer now? There is nothing unwise about it. I have little attachment to the 2nd Vocational Technical College, Yi Hao responded. As he spoke, the image of Su Li surfaced in his mind. The 2nd Vocational Technical College had left Yi Hao with nothing but humiliation and pain. He yearned to leave this place behind. Chapter 18. The final monthly exam. Yi Hao looked at the examination paper before him, a smile blossoming on his lips. Over the course of a month, he had mastered all required knowledge, and even some obscure points were well within his grasp. He began to write furiously. When he finally set down his pen, he was confident that he had achieved a perfect score of 140 in the Chinese exam. With the conclusion of the last subject, chemistry, Yi Hao estimated his total score, excitement shimmering in his eyes. Had it not been for the divine blood transformation, Yi Hao could never have imagined achieving a score exceeding 900. Such a score is indeed sufficient to secure a place among the 6 premier academies. At this moment, however, Yi Hao refrained from boasting, for who would believe him? Zhou Shuai, let us go. Yi Hao chuckled, wrapping an arm around Zhou Shuai, who resembled a piece of charcoal. I performed terribly in chemistry, Zhou Shuai lamented. When have you ever excelled in chemistry? Yi Hao could hardly believe Zhou Shuai's lamentations. After all, the numerous monthly exams he had passed without fail indicated that Zhou Shuai possessed some degree of competence. You look like you did quite well. If that is the case, you owe me a treat of skewers tonight, Zhou Shuai remarked with a hint of discontent. Whatever, replied Yi Hao. With 2,000 to 3,000 yuan still in his possession, how much could Zhou Shuai possibly consume? However, before we indulge in skewers, you must help me with some work. As Yi Hao embraced Zhou Shuai and returned to his seat, he began to organize his materials. Are you serious? Who would jest about such matters? Zhou Shuai inquired. Have you discussed this with your parents? I can make my own decisions regarding such matters. Bro, can I call you bro? You should really consult uncle and aunt about this. No need. It's settled, Yi Hao declared, handing Zhou Shuai a large stack of materials. Recognizing Yi Hao's determination, Zhou Shuai understood that persuading him was futile. Together, they transported the textbooks and materials back to Yi Hao's home. Guo, witnessing this scene, expressed her surprise. Xiao Hao, why have you brought all the books back? I don't need them for now. Yi Hao was not yet prepared to confront Guo with the truth. Just as Zhou Shuai was about to speak, Yi Hao shot him a warning glance. Mom, I'm going out to eat with Zhou Shuai tonight, Yi Hao announced after placing the books down. Guo acknowledged with a hum and reached for her purse to give Yi Hao some money. Mom, this guy is treating us, Yi Hao quickly interjected. How can I allow your classmate to treat you? Guo insisted, pressing 300 yuan into Yi Hao's hands. Zhou Shuai had previously visited Yi Hao's home, but he was taken aback by the rapid decline of Yi Hao's household in just 6 months. In light of this, how could he possibly allow Yi Hao to foot the bill? Auntie, we're leaving, Zhou Shuai said, pulling Yi Hao along. Yi Hao understood Zhou Shuai's intentions and allowed himself to be led. Once outside Yi Hao's home, Zhou Shuai softly reassured. Yi Hao, your family will soon be all right. Yi Hao smiled in response. I have 30,000 yuan in my New Year's money. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Zhou Shuai mused after a moment of contemplation. Yi Hao was taken aback. Although his relationship with Zhou Shuai had never been particularly close, it was still better than with other classmates, and he was surprised by Zhou Shuai's loyalty. There is no need for that right now, Yi Hao said, shaking his head. I don't require the New Year's money. Just as Zhou Shuai was about to continue, Yi Hao interrupted. If I ever need it, I will certainly borrow from you. All right, but tonight, the skewers are on me. Yes, I want 10 skewers of lamb kidneys. Zhou Shuai shot Yi Hao a glance. Aren't you afraid of overindulging? You don't understand how delicious lamb kidneys are. Yi Hao licked his lips and said, Allow me to take you to an authentic barbecue restaurant. He guided Zhou Shuai through a series of winding alleys. Can you smell that? The aroma here is undoubtedly delightful. Zhou Shuai exclaimed with evident joy. The throng of patrons in such a secluded spot was testament to the establishment's culinary excellence. Boss, 20 skewers of large kidneys, 20 skewers of lamb, a plate of peanuts, and please prepare a cold dish, Yi Hao ordered with familiar ease. And let us have a case of beer as well. Zhou Shuai circled the barbecue stall, pointing at the vibrant red lobsters. Boss, we'll have a portion of lobster too. Sure thing. Please find a seat. Your order will be ready shortly, the jovial middle-aged owner said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Yi Hao and Zhou Shuai selected a nearby table and settled down. A woman clad in an apron soon brought over the peanuts and a cold dish. Zhou Shuai took a bite, and his eyes sparkled. This cold dish is quite tasty. If it weren't good, why would I bring you here? Yi Hao replied, just as he noticed Zhou Shuai's expression darken. Following Zhou Shuai's gaze, Yi Hao understood the source of his discontent. His classmate, Tan Hua, was cozied up with a young man sporting bleached hair. It was an open secret that Zhou Shuai harbored feelings for Tan Hua. As Zhou Shuai prepared to rise, Yi Hao restrained him. What are you planning to do? I need to ask, Zhou Shuai insisted. That guy isn't forcing Tan Hua, Yi Hao said earnestly. I must find out, Zhou Shuai affirmed resolutely. Very well. Yi Hao released his grip, knowing that Zhou Shuai sought an answer he already anticipated, yet still desired to hear Tan Hua confess it herself. Such is the nature of humanity. Perhaps this is why the proverb about moths drawn to flames exists. As Zhou Shuai approached Tan Hua, who was seated on the lap of the bleached-haired youth, she noticed him and her demeanor shifted awkwardly. Tianhua, are you being coerced? Zhou Shuai rasped. Who are you? The young man glowered. I am willingly with a Huang. Tianhua hesitated before responding. A Huang? Such an endearing name. Zhou Shuai felt a deep sadness, questioning what he could offer her that this man could not. Hey, are you looking for trouble? The young man suddenly stood up, brandishing a beer bottle. Misunderstanding. Yi Hao quickly interjected. Tell your classmate to get lost, the young man coldly demanded. Zhou Shuai, let us go, Yi Hao urged. I want to leave. Zhou Shuai retorted defiantly. Tianhua, what is it that I lack? How am I not better than him? At that moment, the young man truly lost his temper, raising the beer bottle to strike Zhou Shuai. In his fury, Zhou Shuai was caught off guard, and just as the bottle was about to collide with his head, Yi Hao seized the young man's wrist with a firm grip. Is there any need for such harsh words? You scoundrel! The blonde-haired youth kicked towards Yi Hao's thigh. However, to his astonishment, Yi Hao's powerful hand swiftly pulled him away from his original position, causing the kick to miss entirely. Chapter 19. The startling score. The blonde's subordinates stood up in alarm upon witnessing this scene. Yi Hao casually grabbed a wine bottle, smashed it with a resounding crash, and pressed the jagged edge against the blonde's throat, threatening anyone who dared approach. Do not act impulsively, the blonde stammered in fear. His lackeys, sensing Yi Hao's readiness to strike, hesitated to intervene. Zhou Shuai, if you have any questions, feel free to ask, Yi Hao said, directing his gaze towards the astonished Zhou Shuai beside him. Yi Hao, let A Huang go, Tianhua implored, rushing forward to grasp Yi Hao's arm. Zhou Shuai's heart skipped a beat at the genuine concern reflected in Tianhua's eyes. Yi Hao, please release him, Zhou Shuai added, his spirit dampened. Yi Hao nodded, loosening his grip on the blonde. Today's incident was instigated by my classmate, but I trust you understand the circumstances. Therefore, I shall take responsibility for your dining expenses today. If I pour you a drink as an apology, can we put this matter behind us? The blonde hesitated for a moment before opening 2 bottles of beer and handing one to Yi Hao. I believe you are more suited to the role of a rogue than I am. Come, let us drink. Yi Hao clinked glasses with the blonde and downed the beer in one go. A true man, he remarked. The blonde, unable to match Yi Hao's prowess, struggled to finish his own bottle in one breath, raising his thumb in admiration. I shall not disturb you any longer. Let us dine at that table. Yi Hao said apologetically as he led Zhou Shuai away. Zhou Shuai's mood was despondent, prompting him to consume one bottle after another. Yi Hao did not deter him. Drinking served as a means of emotional release. Meanwhile, Yi Hao pondered the changes within his own body. He realized that this drop of divine blood had transformed not only his physique, but also his temperament. When he had pressed the broken bottle against the blonde's throat, he felt no fear whatsoever. It seemed entirely natural, as if it were his rightful place. Yi Hao was uncertain whether this transformation was for better or worse, but he had no choice but to accept it. The blonde's table racked up a bill of 680, while Yi Hao's totaled 330. He left 1,000 behind to cover the costs and took the inebriated Zhou Shuai home. Zhou Shuai resided in a high-end community in Jiangnan City, indicating a well-off background. Afterward, Yi Hao hailed a taxi back to the barbecue stall, then rode his bicycle home. Guoxiu had lost all interest in cooking. Her entire focus was on her phone. The final monthly exam results were about to be released, and this outcome would closely mirror the scores for the entrance examination, ultimately determining the child's future. Yi Zhiguo returned home early from work. Mom, it's time for dinner. Yi Hao pushed open the bedroom door and spoke. I will prepare something for you shortly. Guoxiu glanced at her phone, noting the absence of messages in the group chat, and replied dismissively, Mom, there is something I need to discuss with you. Yi Hao softly sat beside Guoxiu and continued. What is it? I wish to transfer schools. Guoxiu was taken aback. Transfer schools? At this time, I want to attend the 3rd vocational technical college. No way. Guoxiu quickly grasped the underlying reason behind Yi Hao's decision, asserting, you need not concern yourself with matters at home. Indeed, Xiao Hao, 2 or 3,000 yuan is of little significance to our family. Yi Zhiguo, having heard his wife mention Yoli, was on the same wavelength as Guoxiu. My decision to attend the 3rd vocational technical college is not made in haste, Yi Hao stated solemnly. I believe I will gain more from that institution. Explain your reasoning. Yi Zhiguo said, astonished. First, with my scores, I will undoubtedly receive special attention at the 3rd vocational technical college. The challenges I currently face cannot be resolved by ordinary teachers. Only the collaborative efforts of the esteemed faculty there might offer a solution. Wait, what do you mean by that? Guo interrupted. What do you mean that ordinary teachers cannot address your issues? At that moment, Guo's phone vibrated. She quickly opened it and immediately saw the grades section. Without inquiring further, she hastily accessed the second class's results. As she scanned from the bottom upwards, her anxiety grew with each passing name. Despite searching through the top 20, Yi Hao's name remained absent. Her heart raced, continuing her search when she reached the top 10. Her throat felt dry. Had Yi Hao indeed made it into the top 10? But her heart sank further when, upon reaching the third position, Yi Hao's name was still not found. Shunin, total score 782, class 3rd, overall 61st. Zhou Xian, total score 788, class 2nd, overall 56th. Yi Hao, total score 928, class 1st, overall 1st. Upon seeing Yi Hao's results, Guo was rendered speechless. Yi Zhigua, noticing her expression, inquired, "How much did Xiao Hao score?" Guo did not respond immediately. Instead, she rubbed her eyes and confirmed the score multiple times. After a moment, she handed the phone to Yi Zhigua, saying, "Take a look." Yi Zhigua examined it for a while, his expression mirroring Guo's astonishment. This was truly shocking. They had never anticipated Yi Hao achieving such a score. A score above 900 could potentially secure a place in one of the 6 prestigious universities in Huaxia. With Yi Hao's 928 points, his admission to one of the top institutions was virtually guaranteed. "Xiao Hao, is this real?" Guo finally asked, her excitement palpable. "Yes," he replied. Yi Hao nodded and stated, "The questions I currently struggle with are those that an ordinary teacher would also find challenging. This is one of the reasons I wish to transfer to the 3rd Vocational Technical College." Yi Zhigua, adopting a serious demeanor, countered, "You will receive superior training at the 2nd Vocational Technical College." He continued, "The faculty at the 3rd Vocational Technical College is not significantly inferior to that of the 2nd. It merely hasn't attracted commendable students over the years." Yi Hao responded heavily, "Moreover, I have another reason for transferring. I no longer wish to remain at the 2nd Vocational Technical College." What has transpired? Yi Zhigua detected the palpable resentment in his son's words. Yi Hao recounted, "When my grades were poor, the teachers labeled me as societal refuse. When my performance improved slightly, instead of encouragement, they accused me of plagiarism and cheating, marking it on my record." As he spoke, he struggled to maintain his composure, declaring, "With such teachers and such a school, I see no reason to stay." Guo abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "Tomorrow, I will speak to your teachers." "No need," Yi Hao interjected. "I have already retrieved my textbooks from the 2nd Vocational Technical College. I wish to sever all ties with that institution." Yi Zhigua exchanged a knowing glance with Guo. Realizing that Yi Hao had long harbored the desire to leave the 2nd Vocational Technical College. In truth, based on Yi Hao's current academic standing, he could comfortably afford to refrain from studying for the next month without consequence. "Let us heed Xiao Hao's wishes," Yi Zhigua finally said after some contemplation. "Since we are transferring, we must strive for greater benefits." Guo whispered, "The bonus is of little consequence. What matters is that the teachers at the 3rd Vocational Technical College must wholeheartedly nurture our son." Chapter 20. The surprise of Niu Li as Guo received the scores. Niu Li, a teacher at the 3rd Vocational Technical College, also learned of them. Upon seeing that Yi Hao had achieved a remarkable score of 928, she was momentarily speechless with disbelief. Her initial reaction was one of impossibility, but as she confirmed the score repeatedly, her heart raced with excitement. The thought of cheating never crossed Niu Li's mind, for it was improbable that anyone could copy their way to the top score. If she could bring Yi Hao to the 3rd Vocational Technical College, perhaps the position of director would be within her reach. The more she contemplated, the more convinced she became of its feasibility. With Yi Hao's current performance, gaining admission to one of the 6 prestigious academies posed no challenge whatsoever. Should a student from the 3rd Vocational Technical College gain entry to one of these elite institutions, the influx of new applicants would undoubtedly surge, and such a significant achievement could not go unrewarded. With this in mind, Niu Li hurriedly changed her attire. Zhou Zhong cast a puzzled glance at Niu Li, asking, "Where are you off to?" "To Guo's house," she replied. "What business do you have there?" "To pursue prospects," Niu Li cryptically remarked as she slung her bag over her shoulder and departed. Guo and Yi Zhigua found little appetite for their meal as they discussed which of the 6 prestigious academies Yi Hao should attend when Niu Li arrived. "Xiao, congratulations," Niu Li exclaimed upon entering. "Congratulations for what?" Guo feigned ignorance. Xiao Hao achieved an impressive score of 928. Do you think I am unaware of this? Niuli remarked while setting down the items in her hands. I have purchased some supplements for Xiao Hao. He should take good care of himself this month. Yi Zhigua glanced at Niuli, his expression subtly shifting as he said, this is rather extravagant. He was no stranger to the worth of such supplements, which easily surpassed 3,000. What are you saying? Niuli retorted with dissatisfaction. Is it not appropriate for me to buy some supplements for my dear nephew? Very well. Guoxiu decided not to dwell on the matter further and invited Niuli to sit beside her. Yi Hao, displaying keen awareness, prepared tea for Niuli. Xiao. You have truly persevered, Niuli said, her gaze filled with envy as she looked at Guoxiu. Our Jiangnan city has not seen a student admitted to any of the 6 top prestigious universities for 3 consecutive years, which has left the heads of our Education Bureau feeling quite embarrassed. Consequently, the director of the Education Bureau has pledged that the school whose student gains admission to one of these esteemed institutions will see their funding increased by 20%, and the student will receive a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. 100,000? Guoxiu exclaimed in astonishment. In the past, students admitted to the 6 top universities received only 50,000 in cash rewards. The province also offers cash incentives, but only for those who rank in the top 10. Niuli continued, with Xiao Hao's score, securing a position in the top 10 should not pose any difficulty. Furthermore, the academy will undoubtedly express their support. Guoxiu and Yi Zhigua exchanged excited glances. It mattered little whether Yi Hao could attain the provincial reward. Securing the municipal reward of 100,000 would suffice. Though it would not clear their family debts, it would certainly provide a much-needed respite. Aunt Niu, if I were to attend your 3rd vocational technical college, what support could your institution provide? Yi Hao inquired at that moment. Niu Li's heart momentarily halted, only to surge with joy as she exclaimed, Xiao Hao, are you considering transferring to the 3rd vocational technical college? It was well known that with Yi Hao's academic prowess, even the 1st vocational technical college would eagerly extend an invitation. Niuli had come with merely a glimmer of hope, but now Yi Hao's words indicated he harbored such intentions. Yes, should you choose to enroll in the 3rd vocational technical college, we will offer you our utmost support. I can assure you that this support will surpass that of the other 2 vocational colleges, Niuli asserted firmly. The 3rd vocational technical college, in terms of prestige and faculty, could not compete with the 1st and 2nd vocational technical colleges. Thus, if it could not present more enticing offerings, who would choose to attend? Then I shall leave this matter in Aunt Niu's capable hands, Yi Hao responded softly. Niuli took a deep breath and stated earnestly, Xiao Hao, this is not a matter to take lightly. Aunt, regardless of the conditions offered by the 3rd vocational technical college, I am determined to go. Yi Hao replied in a serious tone. Niuli then turned to Yi Zhigua and Guoxiu, asking, is this also your perspective? The child's decision is our decision. Yi Zhigua, the head of the family, declared, all right, I shall take charge of this matter and will undoubtedly strive for the utmost benefits for your family. With that, Niuli rose and took her leave. After her departure, Guoxiu spoke softly. Xiao Hao, do you think this decision is somewhat hasty? After all, the 1st vocational technical college might still extend an olive branch to you. In truth, I have 2 additional reasons for my decision to attend the 3rd vocational technical college. Yi Hao replied earnestly. When I was ill and hospitalized, Aunt Niu's family provided significant support to ours, and I believe she will advocate for me at the 3rd vocational technical college. Yi Hao's words left Guoxiu momentarily speechless. Xiao Hao you. Guoxiu was astonished that Yi Hao had taken this into consideration. Moreover, I have reached adulthood this year, and it is time for me to shoulder my responsibilities. Yi Hao continued. I am well aware of our family's circumstances, and neither the 1st nor the 2nd vocational technical college could offer us any monetary rewards to entice me. I am confident that when I gain admission to one of the 6 top universities, the financial rewards from the 3rd vocational technical college will be the most substantial. Upon hearing this, Guoxiu was unable to suppress her emotions. Yi Zhigua's eyes glistened with unshed tears as well. Father, you needn't work at the construction site anymore. Our situation will soon improve, Yi Hao said earnestly, looking at Yi Zhigua. What? Yi Zhigua stood up in astonishment. Father, do you think I'm unaware of your nightly outings? Yi Hao spoke softly. Sigh, since you know, I won't hide it from you any longer. Yi Zhigua hesitated before confessing. Our family is currently in debt to the tune of 680,000 yuan. Even if you gain admission to the 6 top universities, It still one tea sufficed to repay the debts. Yi Zhigua refrained from saying more, but Yi Hao grasped his father's implication. Dad, my sights are not set on the municipal or provincial rewards, Yi Hao said with a smile. Yi Zhigua was taken aback. Ever since my coma, I have felt a newfound clarity. I believe there is considerable room for improvement in my academic performance. Yi Hao spoke with confidence. I am aiming for one of the top 3 positions in the nation. The top 3 in China are the scholar, the second place, and the third place. Achieving any of these not only brings immense honor, but also substantial financial rewards. Yi Hao had long been aware of his father's work at the construction site, yet he had refrained from intervening, feeling he lacked the authority to do so. Now, however, Yi Hao felt he had earned the right to express this. Even if he secured the third place, he could clear the family's debts, for the prize money associated with the third place has historically been 1 million yuan. Xiao Hao, is what you say true? Guoxiu asked, her excitement nearly rendering her speechless. I believe there should be no significant issues, Yi Hao nodded. Chapter 21. Su Li's astonishment. When Su Li arrived at the office, many colleagues congratulated her. Teacher Su, congratulations on your promotion. Su Li felt quite pleased with her colleagues' compliments, yet she maintained a composed demeanor, thinking to herself that it was still too early to celebrate. Teacher Su. The entire educational community in Jiangnan City was shaken when Yi Hao achieved an astounding score of 928. As Yi Hao's homeroom teacher, your contributions are indeed noteworthy. The homeroom teacher of Class 3 smiled and remarked that the dean had decided to appoint you as the director of education. Such statements should not be made lightly. Su Li modestly replied, this is merely a procedural matter. The homeroom teacher of Class 4 chuckled, Director Su, you must prepare for a grand celebration. At that moment, Su Li refrained from making any promises, as the appointment had yet to be formalized. Wouldn't it seem ostentatious to pledge a banquet without a confirmed position? While Su Li basked in the compliments from her colleagues, a figure entered with a dark expression. Su Li, Director Zhang began, I need to speak with you. Su Li hurriedly responded. The individual before her was the head of the logistics department, a figure of authority within the institution. Can you explain why the 3rd Vocational Technical College has transferred Yi Hao's file? What? Su Li stumbled, and the office erupted in astonishment. No one anticipated such an event. A student deemed capable of competing among the 6 elite institutions had been poached by the 3rd Vocational Technical College just moments ago. A vice president from the 3rd Vocational Technical College, accompanied by leaders from the Education Bureau, had taken Yi Hao's records. Director Zhang glared at Su Li, stating, the dean requests your presence in his office. With that, he turned and left, unable to conceal his fury. Yi Hao's potential was immense. The school intended to utilize his success to enhance its reputation. Yet, Su Li had inadvertently driven him away. As she approached the dean's office, Su Li felt bewildered. She had not foreseen Yi Hao's drastic decision to leave. After a brief moment of contemplation, she realized that the key to resolving the situation lay with Yi Hao. Pushing open the door, she found the school's higher-ups gathered within. Dean, you summoned me? Su Li, are you aware of Yi Hao's transfer? Dean, I believe there is a misunderstanding. I will go to Yi Hao's home and persuade him to reconsider, Su Li carefully articulated. You'd be fortunate if you could convince him otherwise, a bespectacled vice president scoffed. Perhaps you remain unaware that Yi Hao's transfer is a direct consequence of your actions. What? Su Li was taken aback. When Yi Hao's scores were modest, you mocked him on multiple occasions. Later, when he began to excel, you publicly questioned his integrity, even threatening to document allegations of cheating in his file. The vice president fixed his gaze on Su Li. Is this how you educate your students? Su Li felt a bead of cold sweat form on her forehead. Such matters could easily be verified by any student. She realized any attempt to refute this would be futile. Every monthly examination involved 3 teachers monitoring, with additional staff patrolling outside, not to mention 10 teachers observing the surveillance cameras. Did she truly believe Yi Hao possessed the ability to cheat? Another vice president, upon hearing this, exclaimed, Has your head been kicked by a donkey? Regardless, I am still Yi Hao's homeroom teacher, and I believe I still have the opportunity to persuade him back. Su Li was unwilling to relinquish her efforts so easily. Perhaps you are unaware that after this month's examination, Yi Hao took all his textbooks with him, indicating that he had long harbored intentions of departing from the 2nd Vocational and Technical College. The dean sighed softly. Very well, do give it a try. Su Li responded affirmatively and hurriedly exited the dean's office. Along the way, she purchased some gifts before arriving at Yi Hao's residence. When Guoxiu opened the door and saw Su Li, Her expression immediately turned cold. Who are you looking for? Su Li's heart sank. It was clear that Guoxiu had no desire to engage in conversation. I came to. Su Li began, but was interrupted by Guoxiu. Yi Hao's decision to attend the third vocational and technical college was a unanimous choice made by our family. We cannot and will not return to the second vocational and technical college. But the faculty at the third vocational and technical college cannot compare to that of the second. Su Li protested. It doesn't matter. With Xiao Hao's academic performance, even without improvement, he can easily gain admission to the 6 top universities within a month, Guoxiu retorted. Pausing momentarily, just as Su Li was about to respond, Yi Jigua's figure appeared at the doorway. Miss Su, we have matters to attend to, Guoxiu said, closing the door as she linked arms with Yi Jigua and departed. Su Li stood there, feeling despondent. The high-handedness of Yi Jigua and Guoxiu filled her with a sense of humiliation, yet she had forgotten how she once carried herself with similar arrogance towards them. What a satisfying feeling, Guoxiu murmured. Su Li is far too self-serving. Yi Jigua has dealt with her on numerous occasions. Her sycophantic behavior disqualifies her as a proper educator. Let us not speak of her any longer. Jigua, who are you planning to return the 50,000 to? Guoxiu inquired. The third vocational and technical college, in an unexpected gesture to facilitate Yi Hao's transfer, had provided a cash reward of 50,000. This reward exceeded the family's expectations significantly. Early that morning, a vice president from the third vocational and technical college, accompanied by Niu Li, had delivered a cash check for 50,000, and now Guoxiu and Yi Jigua were preparing to go to the bank to cash it. First, we must repay the old Kong and old Li families. They have been urging us quite urgently. Yi Jigua deliberated. The Yi family was heavily indebted. Thus, repayments needed to be prioritized. For instance, the old Zhou family was owed 50,000, but they had no immediate need for the funds, allowing for a slight postponement in repayment. Jigua, do you truly believe our son can rank among the top 3? Guoxiu asked softly. Whether he does or not is inconsequential. As long as he gains admission to the 6 top universities, that will suffice, Yi Jigua replied with a smile. Indeed, as long as he can secure a place in the 6 top universities, that will be enough. Guoxiu understood Yi Jigua's sentiment. For years hence, Yi Hao is certain to graduate with an esteemed social standing, and repaying the family's substantial debts will pose no challenge. Little did I expect to rely on my son for support, Yi Jigua chuckled softly. Such an opportunity is rare for anyone, Guoxiu proclaimed proudly. The third vocational technical college. Yi Hao's stipulation was that the institution must provide eminent instructors to address his inquiries at any moment. The third vocational technical college readily acquiesced to this demand. In a clean and bright office, Yi Hao was engrossed in the examination papers laid out before him. These papers were meticulously curated from the question bank by the third vocational technical college, featuring particularly challenging questions. After scanning through them, Yi Hao began to write furiously. Beside him was the college's foremost mathematics teacher, who was diligently examining the answers to these queries while Yi Hao worked through them. Some of these questions surpassed the curriculum, and even the teacher struggled with a few. His role was to elucidate these problems to Yi Hao. Chapter 22. Attending the family banquet in the month ahead. Yi Hao's focus would be on targeted study of these difficult questions, aiming to further elevate his scores from their existing baseline. No educator is indifferent to a bright student, and Yi Hao's intelligence brought considerable joy to the faculty at the third vocational technical college, even if they could not solve a particular problem at the moment. Each teacher had their own network, where they would share queries for colleagues to assist in answering. Yi Hao absorbed knowledge as a sponge would water. Choosing the third vocational technical college was indeed a sagacious decision for Yi Hao. Even the second vocational technical college might not have dedicated such extensive resources solely for his development. Furthermore, the timely arrival of Li Qianqian's mother was fortuitous, as Li Qianqian found herself unable to address these problems. Otherwise, Yi Hao would have been merely wasting his time. The enhancement to his cognitive abilities was not limited to memory. Yi Hao sensed a significant expansion in his intellectual capacity, and as time progressed, he grew increasingly astute. He understood this was due to the gradual development of his cerebral faculties. Time flowed steadily onward, with merely 3 days remaining until the transfer examination. All 4 vocational colleges in Jiangnan City were on break. Yi Hao organized his materials and was driven home by a designated chauffeur from the college. Guoxiu gazed at her somewhat gaunt son with concern. Xiao Hao, how was your food and accommodation this past month? In preparation for the final push, Yi Hao had spent the last month residing at the third vocational technical college, enjoying a balanced diet of 4 dishes and soup daily, rich in both meat and vegetables. It was wonderful, Yi Hao replied. I stayed in the principal's apartment, which is fully equipped with all necessary amenities. That's good to hear, Guoxiu said. Her heart finally at ease upon learning her son had not suffered. Will you study tomorrow? Yi Zhiguo inquired, setting down his newspaper. In recent days, I have grasped all that I needed to learn. An additional 3 days of study would yield no further benefit, Yi Hao remarked, shaking his head. He intended to take these 3 days to unwind thoroughly. Indeed, it was time to relax. Yi Zhiguo had just begun to express when his phone rang. Upon seeing the number, he paused momentarily, then pressed the answer key with a complex expression. Tonight at 8, I am hosting a banquet at the Lido Grand Hotel. Your family is also invited, the voice on the other end declared, followed by the sound of a dial tone. Who is it? Guoxiu inquired, noticing Yi Zhiguo's unusual demeanor. The old man is treating us, Yi Zhiguo replied. I refuse to go, Guoxiu stated decisively, without a moment's hesitation. It would be rather impolite not to attend, given that the old man has extended an invitation after much effort, Yi Zhiguo said, unable to meet his wife's gaze. I said we are not going, and that is final. Guoxiu, usually gentle, was irate. When Xiao Hao was unconscious in the hospital, the old man did not care. When our family was being pressured for debts, he still turned a blind eye. Such relatives, let them have each other if they desire. Yi Zhiguo's lips quivered slightly. Yet he dared not say more. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Hao leaned closer to Guoxiu and whispered, Mom, it might be beneficial to go. Whose side are you on? Guoxiu glared at Yi Hao. Without such an approach, how could father ever let go? Yi Hao replied with a smile. Guoxiu pondered for a brief moment and grasped Yi Hao's implication. This time, Yi Zhiguo's elder brother, Yi Jimin, would certainly be present, and given Yi Jimin's family's tendencies, they would undoubtedly mock Yi Zhiguo's family in myriad ways, gradually extinguishing Yi Zhiguo's hopes of ever fitting into that unwelcoming clan. The banquet was set for 8 o'clock. As the younger generation, they could not arrive precisely at that time. Hence Yi Hao's family arrived half an hour early. Second uncle, a young man of similar height to Yi Hao, stood at the entrance, adorned in international luxury brands. His gaze towards Yi Zhiguo was filled with condescension, and even the address of second uncle was laced with insincerity and impatience. Yi Zhiguo acknowledged. Which room is the old man in? Room 206, Yi Zhongmao replied. Normally, he would lead Yi Zhiguo to the private room, but after uttering this, his gaze shifted elsewhere. An undercurrent of frustration simmered within Yi Zhiguo. Yet he remained silent as he led Yi Hao towards room 206. The entire family shares the same disposition, looking down on others, Guoxiu muttered under her breath. Yi Hao, however, merely smiled, unperturbed. He sensed that his temperament had undergone a subtle transformation, perhaps due to the elevation of his own status. Yi Jingmao's behavior struck him as rather absurd and juvenile. Upon knocking, a remarkably refined server opened the door. Yi Hao's gaze immediately fell upon the elderly man seated at the head of the table. He recognized this elder as his grandfather, Yi Dongji. Though his memories of him were faint, the last encounter having been during his middle school years. Yi Dongji exuded a vibrant spirit and was attired in remarkable luxury. However, as he beheld Yi Zhiguo's family, the smile on his face gradually faded. An elderly woman sitting beside Yi Zhiguo remarked with a tone of disdain, Dongji, why have you invited them? Another elderly woman sitting on the opposite side of Yi Zhiguo retorted, what do you mean by that, sister-in-law? Zhiguo is the son of my brother. Your acknowledgement is unnecessary, as it is a matter of fact, Yi Dongji interjected, observing his wife preparing to argue with her sister. Today's banquet is intended to celebrate the forthcoming success of Zhengmao. Is this the appropriate time for quarrels? Yi Mingyan and Situ Qiu, realizing that such a setting was ill-suited for discord, simultaneously ceased their bickering. Please find a seat, Yi Dongji said, casting a glance at Yi Zhiguo. A wave of melancholy surged within Yi Zhiguo. He initially believed that his father had a change of heart and invited him to the feast, only to discover that it was his aunt who had facilitated this event. Nevertheless, Yi Zhiguo grasped his wife's and son's hands and sought a place to sit. Perhaps he still harbored a glimmer of hope, or perhaps he wished to spare Yi Dongji any embarrassment, or perhaps Yi Hao, glancing at his father's demeanor, felt quite uncomfortable. Despite the repeated wounds inflicted by Yi Dongji, Yi Zhiguo yearned to draw nearer to him, unaware that some matters are not amendable through mere effort. Of course, Yi Jigua might have been aware of this all along, yet he clung to a thread of hope. He aspired to integrate into this family, but his endeavors were destined to be in vain. Apart from his aunt, no one in the Yi family embraced Yi Jigua and his family. Even the patriarch, Yi Dongji, wished to avoid him. Yi Hao understood his father's behavior, and this was precisely why he had encouraged Yi Jigua to attend. Only in despair can one abandon expectations. Chapter 23. What right have you? Irresponsible scoundrels are ever present, and Yi Dongji is a living testament to this truth. Over 40 years ago, Yi Dongji, already married, traveled to Miao family village, where he encountered the enchanting Xiao Mimi. The innocent and naive Miao girl was oblivious to Yi Dongji's true nature, and she readily surrendered herself to him, only for him to depart without a second thought. After waiting for days in vain for Yi Dongji's return, Xiao Mimi's condition worsened as her belly grew with child. Following the birth of Yi Jigua, Xiao Mimi succumbed to her longing and passed away shortly thereafter, leaving her father to shoulder the responsibility of raising Yi Jigua. When Yi Jigua was 12, a misfortune befell Miao family village, prompting Xiao Pengju to take Yi Jigua through a series of tribulations until they found Yi Dongji. However, Yi Dongji flatly denied that Yi Jigua was his son. Fortunately, Yi Dongji's sister, Yi Mingyan, took Yi Jigua in. Otherwise, he might have ended up homeless and destitute. Let us speak of Yi Mingyan. Having recently wed, she found herself a widow within mere months, as her husband passed away. During that time, superstitions thrived, leading to the belief that she was a husband killer. Consequently, Yi Mingyan departed from her in-laws to live independently. Unfortunately, Yi Dongji's wife was exceedingly harsh, refusing to offer any assistance to Yi Mingyan, which rendered her life quite difficult. As a result, Yi Jigua began working at the tender age of 16 to earn a living. For years, Yi Dongji showed no concern for Yi Jigua, not even attending his wedding. Observing the silence enveloping the Yi Hao family, Yi Mingyan smiled and inquired, "Xiao Hao, how are your studies at the second vocational technical college?" "Auntie, I haven't been at the second vocational technical college for over a month," Yi Hao replied softly. "What?" Yi Mingyan frowned. "Did I not ask Jiming to transfer you to the key class at the second vocational technical college?" "A useless endeavor," Si Tuchio interjected with a scoff. "Most likely your grades were too poor, and you were expelled." "Huh." Yi Hao shot Si Tuchio a sidelong glance. "What do you mean by that?" Si Tuchio slammed the table and rose in anger. Yi Hao could sense her disdain. "At your age, you should refrain from losing your temper. If you suffer ill consequences, do not blame me." Yi Hao fixed his gaze upon Si Tuchio. "You insolent wretch." Yi Dongji bellowed, his eyes wide with fury. "Insolence?" Yi Hao chuckled. "Are you flaunting your authority as the head of your household? Forgive me, in my eyes, you are nothing. Are you courting death?" Yi Dongji hurled a glass cup at Yi Hao's head. "Be careful," Guixiu exclaimed. To everyone's astonishment, Yi Hao effortlessly caught the glass cup. "Are you trying to kill me?" A cold glint flickered across Yi Hao's face as he exerted force, shattering the cup into fragments. "I would like to ask, what right do you have?" As he spoke, the shattered glass cascaded from his fingers like grains of sand. Yi Dongji, visibly shaken, watched this surreal spectacle unfold. This was a genuine glass cup. How could it possibly disintegrate? "Xiao Hao, do not speak disrespectfully to your grandfather," Yi Mingyan interjected hastily. "Auntie, please refrain from mentioning grandfather. It truly makes my skin crawl," Yi Hao retorted, pushing his chair back and fixing a gaze as frigid as ice upon Yi Dongji. "One day, I shall seek justice for my deceased grandmother." With that declaration, Yi Hao turned and strode away. Guixiu cast a cold glance at Yi Dongji and declared, "From this day forth, my family shall have no further dealings with the Yi family." Yi Jigua said nothing, simply following his wife as they departed. "Jigua," Yi Mingyan called out, but Yi Jigua paused momentarily before resolutely leaving. Yi Dongji's aggression towards Yi Hao had revealed a harsh truth to Yi Jigua. Yi Dongji had never regarded Yi Hao as his grandson. Yet, this was a realization that Yi Jigua should have come to long ago. When Yi Hao was born, Yi Jigua named him Yi Zhenghao. However, Yi Dongji called to insist that the character Zheng should not be used. This clearly indicated that Yi Dongji did not acknowledge Yi Hao as his grandson. It is amusing that after all these years, one could still hope for this stone-hearted man to change. "Let us return home," Yi Jigua said with a smile as the three of them stepped out of the hotel. Home. Home. Without expectations, there can be no disappointment. In that moment, Yi Jigua unlocked the knots within his heart. He was no longer fixated on returning to the Yi family, for he had never truly belonged to it. "Father, I will personally create a Yi family," Yi Hao said after a long silence, his tone grave. "I believe in you." Yi Zhiguan nodded gently. The annual specialized college entrance examination was approaching. Yi Hao declined his parents' offer to accompany him and rode his bicycle to the second vocational technical college half an hour early, as that was where his examination venue was assigned. Yi Hao, after securing his bicycle, he heard a familiar voice. "Teacher Zhang." Upon recognizing his mathematics tutor, he hurried over. Zhang Jinxing was not a teacher assigned to the third vocational technical college. He was here solely for Yi Hao. He patted Yi Hao on the shoulder and said, "Don't feel too much pressure. Just perform normally." "Yes, I feel quite relaxed," Yi Hao replied with a grin. "That's good. Go in and familiarize yourself with the environment," Zhang Jinxing advised softly. "All right, Teacher Zhang, I'm going in," Yi Hao nodded. After retrieving his admission ticket and identification, Yi Hao passed through the security check at the entrance and entered the examination room. He had already visited the venue the day before. It did not take long for him to locate his classroom. Unlike other students who chattered excitedly, Yi Hao remained remarkably silent. As the bell rang, the invigilator publicly tore open the examination papers and distributed them to the students. Yi Hao quickly scanned the paper, wrote his name and admission number, and then immersed himself completely in answering the questions. His writing speed was remarkably swift. He completed the 2-hour paper in just 1 hour. After reviewing his answers, he stood up to submit his paper. In truth, Yi Hao had made no mistakes. His mind calculated with precision. How could there be any errors? All the students in the class looked at Yi Hao in astonishment. No one had anticipated that he would submit his paper so quickly. "Silence, no noise," the main invigilator said sternly. The chatter in the classroom ceased immediately. The main invigilator took Yi Hao's paper and asked, "Did you check it?" "Yes, I have checked." "Well then, take your belongings and leave," the main invigilator said, a hint of dissatisfaction flickering in his eyes, for under normal circumstances, it was inconceivable for Yi Hao to finish the paper in just 1 hour. However, he concealed this discontent from his face. Once Yi Hao departed, the main invigilator picked up Yi Hao's test paper to review it. As he cast a glance, astonishment flickered in his eyes. The most challenging aspect of the Chinese language examination was the 50 points allocated to classical poetry, a subject even the language teachers could not claim to master entirely. Yet, Yi Hao had managed to fill in all 50 blanks related to classical poetry. In Chapter 24, titled Unexpected Turn of Events, his first thought was whether he had been fortunate. The textbook contained only 30 of the required blanks. The remaining 20 necessitated extensive knowledge, with 10 relying on personal accumulation and the final 10 demanding an extraordinary breadth of reading. Generally, scoring 40 points on this section was considered outstanding, while 45 points indicated someone exceptional. A perfect score of 50 was a rarity nationwide. The supervising teacher, a language instructor with a profound passion for classical poetry, was visibly shaken as he observed the answers. Given his own knowledge, he would have scored around 46, and yet Yi Hao had provided correct answers for all of those, including the 4 he himself was uncertain about. His literary expertise allowed him to discern that those 4 answers were remarkably well-balanced in structure. Was he witnessing a miracle? The teacher's breath quickened as he restrained his excitement to continue reading. Remarkably, there were no errors in the subsequent comprehension or judgment questions. However, what left him astounded was the essay. Yi Hao's argument was clear, and the writing was nothing short of flawless. Even the most fastidious of critics would agree that this essay deserved full marks. A tremendous honor indeed. The supervising teacher was now certain he was witnessing a miracle. This was the final day. On the third day, after finishing breakfast, Yi Hao rode his bicycle toward the second vocational and technical college. Over the past 2 days, he had pushed his capabilities to their limits, convinced that he would achieve a high score. Lost in thought, Yi Hao was abruptly jolted by a deafening sound, followed by the sight of a large truck colliding violently into a series of cars. The force of the truck was immense, effortlessly tearing through the smaller vehicles as if they were made of paper. It was only after crashing into the 5th car that the truck finally came to a halt. A traffic accident. This was Yi Hao's immediate thought. However, were large trucks not prohibited from entering the city during the examination period? As he pondered this, he heard cries for help. There were survivors. Yi Hao quickly parked his bicycle and rushed toward the frontmost car, knowing that the 4 vehicles ahead had been reduced to mere wreckage, with no hope for those inside. As he gazed at the mangled cars, concern for the owner's safety gnawed at him. "Help!" A faint sound emanated from within the car. An elderly man, clad in a Zhongshan suit, was drenched in blood. One of his legs had become deformed due to compression, and his chest was pierced by a steel pipe. "Grandfather, are you all right?" Yi Hao exclaimed upon witnessing this dire scene. "Save me," the old man pleaded, his eyes filled with a glimmer of hope upon seeing Yi Hao. Without hesitation, Yi Hao rushed to open the car door. However, at that very moment, a chilling sense of impending doom enveloped his heart. In a moment of desperation, Yi Hao activated his ability to slow down time. With a resounding bang, a bullet penetrated his chest, and a spray of blood erupted from the wound. The force of the bullet propelled Yi Hao violently against the car door. Wang Wei, a professional assassin, had been tasked with eliminating Lin Yuantu. Just as he prepared to take his shot, a young boy obstructed his line of sight. An assassin of Wang Wei's caliber would scarcely concern himself with the life of an additional victim. Thus he resolutely squeezed the trigger. To his astonishment, although he had aimed for the target's heart, the bullet struck the chest instead. A mistake? Was Wang Wei's immediate thought. Yet, in the next moment, he let out a muffled groan as a shard of debris lodged itself in his eye, causing blood to surge forth uncontrollably. Simultaneously, he noticed Yi Hao turning around, his gaze piercing as he fixated on Wang Wei, his right hand still poised in a throwing motion. A master. Wang Wei instinctively recognized the danger. The intense pain rendered him unable to steady his grip on the firearm, prompting him to cover his injured eye and flee into the distance. Lin Yuantu, too, witnessed the unfolding events. He looked at Yi Hao in bewilderment and said, "You." Just then, in the distance, Yi Hao heard the sound of an ambulance approaching. He turned to Lin Yuantu and declared, "I am merely a student. The ambulance has arrived, and I must attend my college entrance exam." As he spoke, he began to turn away but suddenly felt dizzy and sank to one knee. "You are losing too much blood. You must be bandaged," Lin Yuantu urged. "I need to take the entrance exam." Yi Hao gritted his teeth, resisting the overwhelming dizziness. "Child, you must not move recklessly. Otherwise, you will lose even more blood," Lin Yuantu said sternly. "My family has some connections in society. I can guarantee your admission to any university you desire." "Can you guarantee me admission to the 6 prestigious institutions?" Yi Hao inquired with a grin. Lin Yuantu was at a loss for words. The 6 top universities had never been accessible through connections. Even the offspring of high-ranking officials could not gain entry without merit. "Therefore, I must take the exam," Yi Hao asserted, gritting his teeth as he stood up, only to be immediately overwhelmed by dizziness and faintness. Wang Wei's bullets were specially designed, possessing both penetrating power and lethality far exceeding that of ordinary ammunition. After Yi Hao's chest was pierced, rather than stopping the bleeding, he retaliated by blinding one of Wang Wei's eyes. The reckless surge of blood only exacerbated his condition. Excessive blood loss would inevitably cause Yi Hao to faint, regardless of his physical constitution. Upon arriving at the scene, Detective Liang Mo conducted a brief assessment and quickly surmised that this was a premeditated assassination attempt. When he laid eyes upon Yi Hao on the stretcher, he was momentarily taken aback. "Officer, do you recognize this student?" Lin Yuantao, lying on another stretcher, spoke in a low voice. "And you are?" Liang Mo inquired. "I am Lin Yuantao of the Lin Group." Liang Mo's expression shifted upon hearing this. The Lin Group was a prominent real estate company in the South, valued at billions, and even provincial governors treated them with utmost respect. "This is a friend of mine," Liang Mo replied. "I would appreciate it if you could notify this student's guardians and arrange for the best doctors and hospital room for him. All expenses will be covered under my name," Lin Yuantao stated, before coughing. "Mr. Lin, your injuries cannot be delayed. You need to go to the hospital immediately," a doctor urged. "Quickly, take him to the hospital," Liang Mo said, initially intending to inquire about the incident, but hastily refrained upon witnessing the situation. On the ambulance, the doctor assessed Yi Hao's injuries and immediately called for hemostatic clamps, gauze, and alcohol. Yi Hao's wound continued to bleed, and the priority was to stem the flow. As the surgical light illuminated his face, Yi Hao's dormant consciousness abruptly awakened. He sat up with a start. Chapter 25. A narrow path for enemies. The doctors and nurses preparing for surgery were taken aback. Yi Hao surveyed the room and quickly comprehended his surroundings. "What time is it?" Yi Hao asked. "It is 8:50, the lead surgeon responded. 10 more minutes, Yi Hao remarked, attempting to rise from the bed. The lead surgeon quickly pressed him down. "What do you think you are doing?" "The exam starts at 9, Yi Hao replied with gravity. "Are you joking?" The lead surgeon retorted, gesturing to Yi Hao's chest. "Look, the blood is flowing again." Now, stitch the wound, Yi Hao insisted after a moment's contemplation. The bullet has not been removed yet, the lead surgeon began, but Yi Hao interrupted. If you don't stitch it, I will not undergo the surgery. The lead surgeon hesitated and signaled to several doctors nearby. They silently surrounded Yi Hao and, in unison, restrained him. Prepare the sedative, the lead surgeon ordered somberly. A nurse expertly retrieved the sedative. Realizing the surgeon's intent, Yi Hao's understanding deepened. My apologies, he said, exerting a sudden force that sent the 4 doctors reeling. The freshly bandaged wound began to seep blood profusely once more. The lead surgeon was stunned. Is this a gunshot wound? If you do not stitch my wound, I will leave right now, Yi Hao asserted, locking eyes with the lead surgeon. You are playing with your life, the lead surgeon sighed. I will take responsibility for any consequences, Yi Hao replied resolutely. I need to consult the dean. The lead surgeon is hesitant to make a decision. I will grant you 3 minutes. Yi Hao estimated the time. The lead surgeon hurriedly pushed open the operating room door and was met by Liang Mo. How could the surgery be completed so swiftly? Liang Mo inquired in astonishment. The patient was uncooperative. Uncooperative? He insisted that I stitch his wound directly. As he needed to attend an examination, Liang Mo pondered for a moment and said, I will go take a look. You cannot enter. The lead surgeon blocked Liang Mo, stating that he had not undergone sterile disinfection. At that moment, Yi Hao pushed open the operating room door. Officer Liang, you are likely aware of my situation. I must attend the examination. Are you truly all right? My constitution is robust. I will be fine, Yi Hao asserted resolutely. Liang Mo, upon witnessing Yi Hao's unwavering gaze, slightly nodded and said, Doctor, please proceed with stitching his wound. What? The lead surgeon was taken aback by Liang Mo's recklessness. No matter what, he insists on attending the examination. Even contacting the dean would be futile. Liang Mo spoke sternly. I will take responsibility if anything goes awry. Are you certain? The lead surgeon felt compelled to confirm, as any mishap involving Yi Hao could lead to dire consequences. I am certain. I pledge my uniform as a guarantee. Liang Mo stated earnestly. I hope nothing goes wrong. The lead surgeon replied before turning back into the operating room. 5 minutes later, a visibly weakened Yi Hao emerged accompanied by the lead surgeon. Officer Liang, could you please take me to the 2nd Vocational College? Yi Hao spoke solemnly. Can you manage? Liang Mo asked. I can. Then let us proceed. Liang Mo assisted Yi Hao into the passenger seat and activated the siren as they sped towards the 2nd Vocational College. Zhang Jinxing, anxiously rubbing his hands, noticed the time was drawing near. Teacher Li, have you been able to reach Yi Hao? Zhang Jinxing hurriedly asked as a teacher from the 3rd Vocational College approached. The teacher from the 3rd Vocational College replied with a bitter expression. Yi Hao has encountered an incident and is currently in the hospital undergoing emergency treatment. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinxing felt as if his mind had gone blank. How could this have happened? Approximately 2 minutes later, the gates of the 2nd Vocational College closed. Zhang Jinxing felt as though all his strength had been sapped away. Despite not having spent much time with Yi Hao, he had a deep-seated admiration for the student. Zhang Jinxing had never encountered such an astute pupil before, and he believed Yi Hao had the potential to clinch the top position in the province. Yet now, all seemed lost. Zhang Jinxing stood there, despondent and speechless. Just then, a piercing siren jolted him back to reality, and he saw Yi Hao running towards the school accompanied by Liang Mo. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Jinxing dashed towards the entrance and shouted, Open the door. What is the purpose? A guard at the 2nd Vocational Technical College spoke in a deep voice. One of my students has arrived, Zhang Jinxing quickly replied. The gate has already been closed. The guard shook his head. Zhang Jinxing glanced at his watch. It's 9:13. Students can enter within 15 minutes after the gate closes. How could Zhang Jinxing not be familiar with the rules of the college entrance examination? The guard hesitated. Just then, a female teacher responsible for patrol approached. What is happening? She inquired. The guard recounted the situation. The teacher glanced at Yi Hao and stated firmly, he cannot enter. Ms. Su, are you avenging personal grudges? Yi Hao, accompanied by Liang Mo, had just reached the entrance. Upon witnessing the teacher denying him entry, he exclaimed angrily. Yi Hao never anticipated that the patrolling teacher would be his former homeroom teacher, Su Li. Su Li coldly replied, Yi Hao, you must be aware of what this exam entails. English, Yi Hao responded gravely. Since you are aware that the subject is English, you should also know that the students are currently working on listening comprehension exercises. Su Li fixed her gaze on Yi Hao. Your audacious intrusion into the classroom will disrupt the entire class's listening assessment. This was merely an exaggeration. Under such circumstances, who would focus on Yi Hao if you were to enter the classroom? Moreover, there were 3 other teachers present. How could they allow chaos to ensue? Ms. Su, the examination regulations do not state that entry is prohibited within 15 minutes for English, Zhang Jinxing retorted angrily. What I say is final. He is not permitted. Su Li asserted defiantly. Ms. Su, can you bear the consequences of violating examination regulations? Liang Mo interjected at this moment. As a former police officer, he recognized Su Li's personal vendetta. I, Su Li, act solely in the interest of the majority of students, she declared, staring at Liang Mo. I have a clear conscience. What a bold claim of innocence. Zhang Jinxing's eyes glimmered with cold fury as he said, Su Li, I will ask you one last time. Will you let him in or not? No. Then I will risk everything to tear you apart. You scoundrel. Zhang Jinxing roared, disregarding his frail body as he charged at Su Li. Chapter 26. Anguish and urgency. Zhang Jinxing could not help but feel enraged. He never imagined Su Li could stoop to such depths. It was evident to any discerning observer that Su Li was deliberately obstructing Yi Hao's entry. After years of teaching, how could Zhang Jinxing fail to notice? Before he could reach Su Li, security personnel intercepted him. What do you intend to do? Mr. Zhang, do not act impulsively. Liang Mo urged. If Zhang Jinxing were to strike Su Li, the situation would escalate dramatically. Su Li displayed a hint of panic on her face. But as she saw Zhang Jinxing being restrained, her anxious expression gradually settled. Disrupting the examination and assaulting the invigilator, Zhang Jinxing, I see you are courting disaster. Teacher Su, can you truly live with yourself knowing that a student's future has been jeopardized for your own selfish interests? At that moment, a bespectacled woman clad in a short skirt inquired, Who are you? Su Li responded with a scornful glance at the woman. I am Wenxing, an intern reporter from a newspaper, she replied. She had long sought a sensational story to elevate her profile. However, such explosive news is not easily discovered. Today, while driving along Cultural Road, Wenxing inadvertently captured the unfolding of a car accident and then witnessed Yi Hao being shot by an assassin while attempting to assist Lin Yuantu. It was then that she realized she had stumbled upon a groundbreaking story. Silently, she continued to snap photographs. To her astonishment, despite being shot, Yi Hao was determined to participate in the college entrance exam. After all, he had been shot in the chest. However, she quickly dismissed this concern upon seeing Su Li obstructing Yi Hao's entry. Discreetly, Wenxing aimed the button camera at Su Li and stated firmly, I am Wenxing from Jiangnan Daily. May I ask why you are preventing this candidate from entering? Su Li was about to explain when Wenxing interrupted. According to regulations, entry is permissible within 15 minutes, and there are no specific rules barring entry for the English examination. Upon hearing that Wenxing was a reporter, Su Li hesitated to speak freely. Teacher Su, you have yet to answer my question, Wenxing pressed as Su Li fell silent, uncertain of what to say. At that moment, Su Li suddenly heard the music from the playground, a look of surprise flashing across her face as she glanced at her watch, which read 9:15. Miss Reporter, perhaps you should check the time before making such statements? Upon realizing the time, Wenxing's expression shifted. Are you stalling? She retorted. One may eat indiscriminately, but one must not speak carelessly. With that, Su Li turned to the 2 security guards, instructing, lock the gates. No one is permitted entry. You. Zhang Jinxing nearly fainted from indignation. Enough, Teacher Zhang, Yi Hao gently reassured him. This is ruining your prospects. Zhang Jinxing's eyes burned with fury. It's just one subject missed. Yi Hao replied earnestly. Your scores could secure you a place on the Longmen list. As Zhang Jinxing spoke, tears began to stream down his face. The Longmen list. Upon hearing those words, Wenxing's expression shifted dramatically. Nationwide, only 3 candidates qualify for the Longmen list. The top scholar, the 2nd place, and the 3rd place. You claim he can make the Longmen list? Wenxing pressed forward. 3 days ago, our school had him take past examination papers. Do you know what score he achieved? 996 points, Zhang Jinxing said, his eyes reddening, and the 4 points he lost were in Chinese and English essays. Impossible. Wenxing's first reaction upon hearing 996 points was disbelief. How could Yi Hao possibly achieve such a high score? It is worth noting that last year's top scholar only scored 880 points. If you doubt this, you may verify his scores in other subjects later. If this matter is indeed true, then Wenxing can comprehend why Zhang Jinxing is so enraged. Su Li is jeopardizing Yi Hao's future. May I inquire about the discord between you and that teacher? When Xing directed a gaze toward Yi Hao, just as Yi Hao was about to respond, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by a violent expulsion of blood. Yi Hao claimed to be unconcerned, yet how could he truly be indifferent? He had always aspired to be the top scholar, to bring glory to his family. But now, everything seemed lost. Missing even one subject meant that, regardless of achieving full marks in others, he was fated to be excluded from the prestigious rankings. And it was uncertain whether he could gain admission to the top 6 elite institutions. Yi Hao, are you all right? Liang Mo hastily supported him. Take me to the hospital for a bit of rest, Yi Hao replied weakly. Yes, we will assist him together, when Xing promptly responded. Lying on the hospital bed, Yi Hao's complexion was ashen, devoid of any color. Guoxiu gazed at her son, tears streaming down her face. Auntie, I believe Yi Hao needs to rest now, when Xing gently suggested. Yi Zhigua concurred, affirming what the journalist said is correct. Upon hearing this, Guoxiu quickly rose. Xiao Hao, recuperate well, I will be outside. Call for me if you need anything, she instructed before exiting with Wen Xing. Auntie, may I ask you a few questions? What would you like to know? I wish to understand the grievances between Yi Hao and Teacher Su. This necessitates a recounting of events. Yi Hao lay on the bed, closing his eyes. He could sense his body gradually recuperating. After a moment's contemplation, he pressed the call button by his bedside. Soon, Guoxiu and a nurse rushed in. Xiao Hao, what is it? Guoxiu inquired anxiously. I need to have the bullet removed, Yi Hao stated solemnly. Initially, Yi Hao had firmly opposed the idea of bullet extraction, fearing it might affect his afternoon examination. However, he pondered what his recovery would be like by the time the afternoon exam began. The exam was scheduled for 2 o'clock. Yi Hao believed that within 4 hours, he should regain the ability to walk. Guoxiu's face lit up with joy upon realizing her son's determination. I will notify the operating room, the attending nurse promptly replied. Yi Hao was then wheeled into the surgical suite. The lead surgeon examined Yi Hao's wound. His eyes filled with astonishment. The injury had evidently begun to heal significantly. How is this possible? The bullet remained lodged in Yi Hao's chest. It was a miracle that it had not worsened, let alone healed. At that moment, the surgeon recalled Liang Mo's earlier advice. Do not display excessive surprise at remarkable occurrences. Treat it as though nothing unusual had transpired. The lead surgeon swiftly adjusted his demeanor and then spoke in a low voice. Prepare for anesthesia. How long will it take? About 2 hours. Then let's proceed with the anesthesia. To the surgeon's astonishment, the anesthetic had no effect on Yi Hao. Bind his hands and feet, the surgeon decisively ordered. Is it really necessary to restrain me? Yi Hao's face paled as he protested. It feels akin to slaughtering a pig. During the operation, you must remain still. Any movement could jeopardize the procedure. The surgeon gently shook his head. Very well, Yi Hao reluctantly acquiesced. 2 nurses and medical staff promptly bound Yi Hao's limbs, and they instinctively held him down. Are you ready? The surgeon inquired. Yes, Yi Hao replied. As the sharp scalpel sliced through his skin, Yi Hao experienced an intense agony that caused his limbs to instinctively struggle, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. However, he bore the pain in silence. Suddenly, the surgeon had a thought and placed a piece of gauze in Yi Hao's mouth. A nurse immediately provided a bundle of gauze for him to bite down on, fearing that the pain might lead him to bite his own tongue. After the successful operation, the lead surgeon remained incredulous, for it was common for patients to faint during such a procedure. Yet Yi Hao had endured, even ceasing his struggles midway through. He had never witnessed such formidable willpower. The surgery progressed without a hitch. An hour later, the surgeon wheeled Yi Hao out of the operating room and smiled as he spoke to Guoxiu. All is well. Thank goodness. Thank you, Doctor. Guoxiu expressed her gratitude. When Yi Hao noticed the time was 1:30, he attempted to get out of bed. What are you doing? Guoxiu exclaimed, startled. I'm going to take the exam. Don't be ridiculous. Mom, I assure you I'm fine, Yi Hao replied with a smile. How can you possibly be fine? Guoxiu said, her expression darkening. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Hao picked up a peeler from the bedside table. What are you doing? Guoxiu's heart raced. Yi Hao wielded the peeler and made a small incision, blood immediately seeping forth. He then softly urged, Mom, look closely at my hand. You foolish child, Guoxiu was too preoccupied to notice, snatching the peeler away. Have you gone mad from reading too much? Mom, just look at my hand, Yi Hao implored. Finally, Guoxiu turned her gaze to Yi Hao's wound, and as she observed, her expression changed dramatically. Before her eyes, The wound was healing at a visible rate. In a mere 3 minutes, it had nearly closed completely, leaving only a faint scar. What is this? Guixiu exclaimed in shock after inspecting it closely. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she would never have believed that anyone could possess such an extraordinary healing ability. Mother, do you now believe that I am not merely boasting? Yihao spoke softly. What is happening? I encountered an immortal. How could there possibly be immortals in this world? Guixiu responded with disbelief. Well, actually, my body has undergone a mutation, granting me an astonishing regenerative ability, Yihao explained. It seems that this mutation occurred while you were unconscious last time. Guixiu pondered for a moment before asking, but are you certain that your body is truly fine? Mother, how could I jest about such matters? Yihao retorted, leaping off the hospital bed, startling Guixiu. You must not strain your wound. Mother, in the past few hours, my recovery has been equivalent to someone else's half a month. Do you truly think I have any issues? Yihao replied with a smile. However, you have already missed one exam. What significance do the next two hold? Guixiu suddenly recalled. If I miss these two as well, I shall be denied even a regular bachelor's degree. Even if I cannot pursue further studies, it matters not. There will always be job opportunities in the future. Mother, let us not jump to conclusions just yet. Yihao's recovery was indeed remarkable. When he finally arrived at the examination hall, it was already 20 minutes past the start. He felt as though his wound hardly pained him anymore. Yihao, why did you miss the exam? At that moment, Lan Xiaodai approached him with a question. She had been assigned to the same examination room as Yihao. Previously, she had not paid much attention to him. But after he achieved the top rank in the year, her interest was inevitably piqued. However, she was taken aback to learn that Yihao had transferred to the 3rd Vocational Technical College. It's a long story. Yihao gently shook his head. Well, I shall not disturb you then. I hope you achieve excellent results in these two subjects, Lan Xiaodai said before turning back to her seat. The chemistry exam lacked substantial technicality. Yihao completed the exam in half an hour, checked his answers, and then stood up to submit his paper. Submitting early? It has only been half an hour, the invigilator remarked, having witnessed such early submissions before. After handing in his paper, Yihao made his way to a bench on the playground, where he reclined to rest. He discovered that he recovered more swiftly while asleep. When he finally heard the bustling sounds of the school, he realized that the chemistry exam had concluded. After resting for another 15 minutes with his eyes slightly closed, he rose and headed to the classroom. The interlude between the two exams was 20 minutes. If chemistry lacked much technical depth, geography possessed even less. Yihao finished the geography exam in merely 20 minutes, rising to submit his paper amidst the astonished gazes of his classmates. Lan Xiaodai regarded Yihao's departing figure with mixed emotions. She did not believe he was seeking attention, for few would dare joke about such matters. This indicated one clear truth. Yihao possessed a profound confidence in his academic performance. Yet, one question lingered. Why had he missed an exam? Lan Xiaodai remained oblivious to the reason. However, did it truly matter? All she needed to comprehend was that Yihao had lost the opportunity to attend the 6 prestigious universities. Yihao did not return to the hospital. What purpose would that serve? The sight of the doctor examining his wound might very well induce a fright. Upon returning home, Yihao lacked the inclination to scour the internet for the answers to the exam, as the correct answers would soon be revealed online. Or one could collect a physical copy from the academy the following day. Lying in bed, Yihao had barely rested for an hour when Zhang Jinxing personally delivered the printed answers. Do not move, Zhang Jinxing exclaimed upon seeing Yihao attempt to rise. Just remain in bed. Teacher Zhang, I feel much better, Yihao replied, sitting up. The higher-ups at the school are eager to know your results. So I brought the answers over. Zhang Jinxing appeared somewhat embarrassed. Let me take a look, Yihao said as he accepted the answers. After approximately half an hour, he closed the document. What score do you estimate? Zhang Jinxing asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. Although he was already aware that Yihao would not be attending the 6 elite institutions, his results were nonetheless keenly anticipated by the 3rd Vocational and Technical College. Chapter 28. Yihao's Score Estimation. Aside from a conceptual discussion question and a Chinese essay, I believe a score of 890 should be well within reach. Yihao murmured softly. Zhang Jinxing's heart skipped a beat. Are you certain? Indeed. In truth, Yihao had calculated a score of 895 in his mind. But to play it safe, he mentioned 890. If you achieve 890, you might just contend for the top spot in our city, Zhang Jinxing remarked, his eyes gleaming with a hint of excitement. Guo Xiu's expression, however, bore a shadow of disappointment. With even a modest score in English, Yi Hao could have easily secured a place in the 6 prestigious universities. Yi Hao, make sure to rest well, Zhang Jinxing advised gently. I must return to share this joyous news with the dean. After Zhang Jinxing departed, Yi Zhigua consoled Guixiu, saying, not getting into the 6 elite schools is no cause for concern. Our son can choose from numerous key universities nationwide. Though Yi Zhigua spoke with composure, how could he truly feel at ease? Yes, our family must select wisely, Guixiu responded, flipping through the materials of various universities. Let our son rest. We should go out and explore, Yi Zhigua suggested quietly. Once the couple had left, Yi Hao lay on his bed, quietly reflecting on the events of recent days. He felt as though everything was a dream. Yet if this were indeed a dream, he hoped never to awaken. Lost in thought, a figure emerged in his mind, Li Qianqian. What had become of that graceful and talented girl? The Li family. Li Qianqian styled her hair into a lovely ponytail, gazing into the mirror for a moment to ensure everything was flawless before pushing open the restroom door. Unexpectedly, Li Qianqian collided face-to-face with Xianning. Mom, weren't you supposed to go out to buy salt? She exclaimed, suddenly remembering that there was a bag in the closet. Xianning fixed her gaze on Li Qianqian and asked, then why are you dressed so beautifully? I have made plans to go shopping with Xiaoyu, Li Qianqian hurriedly replied. Should I call Xiaoyu right now? Xianning waved her phone. Upon hearing this, Li Qianqian fell silent, and after a moment, she spoke, Mom, you shouldn't interfere too much in my life. I am your mother. I have that right, Xianning replied sternly. I can tell you right now that you and Yi Hao are impossible. Mom, in a year, I will be upgrading my studies, Li Qianqian suddenly said. Xianning's expression shifted. What do you mean by that? Li Qianqian looked at her mother and stated, once I enter university, I will have the freedom to soar. It dawned on Xianning that Li Qianqian might genuinely have feelings for that boy, Yi Hao. Though Li Qianqian appeared delicate, her spirit was fiercely resolute. Once she made a decision, it was as if she were impervious to persuasion. After contemplating for a moment, Xianning said, it's not impossible for you to date Yi Hao. Li Qianqian's eyes brightened. First, Yi Hao must gain admission to one of the 6 prestigious universities. Otherwise, how can he be worthy of my daughter? All right, Li Qianqian replied, leaving Xianning momentarily stunned. Did you hear me clearly? I heard you. You said Yi Hao must be accepted into one of the 6 prestigious universities. Are you sure he can achieve that? I am certain. If Yi Hao can gain admission to one of the 6 prestigious universities, I will make an exception and allow you to meet him at KFC. Xianning remarked after some thought. Xianning was concerned about Li Qianqian's studies and also worried about any potential entanglement with Yi Hao. Fine, Li Qianqian conceded reluctantly. Having lived with Xianning for 17 years, she was well aware of her mother's temperament and nature. If she pushed her too hard, there was no telling what Xianning might do. With an injury, Yi Hao was not allowed by his mother, Guixiu, to roam about. He obediently stayed at home, reading. One day, as the Yi family was having dinner, a knock sounded at the door. Yi Zhigua went to open it, and, upon seeing old Li, laughed. I was wondering who would come knocking at mealtime. It's you, old Li. Guixiu stood up to fetch some bowls and chopsticks. Sister-in-law, don't trouble yourself. I need to speak with Zhigua about something. Old Li quickly interjected. Yi Zhigua was taken aback. Zhigua, come outside for a moment, old Li said as he stepped out. Guixiu noticed Yi Zhigua following old Li and her expression changed slightly. Mom, what's wrong? It's nothing, Guixiu replied. But her heart was no longer in the meal. Meanwhile, Yi Hao perked up his ears, quietly listening to the conversation between Yi Zhigua and old Li outside the door. Old Li rubbed his hands nervously and said, Xiao Fong has gotten into trouble. What happened? Yi Zhigua's expression darkened. Xiao Fong was old Li's son. You are aware that Xiao Fong dropped out of school quite early, and after leaving, he mingled with disreputable youths. Yesterday, he got into a brawl, resulting in one of his opponent's eyes being injured. They contacted a mediator, and the other party demanded 200,000. Otherwise, they would report the incident to the authorities. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhigua could not help but understand old Li's implication. This was a request for him to repay the debt. I am merely inquiring, Zhigua. If you do not have it, then so be it, old Li said, appearing rather awkward. Very well, old Li, grant me 3 days. I will deliver the sum to you then. This matter directly concerned old Li's son, and the money must be repaid at all costs. If it is too difficult for you, I shall consider other options, old Li hurriedly added. It is not difficult, Yi Zhigua replied. Though he was acutely aware of the financial situation at home, Were it not for being pressed to the limit, he would not have agreed to repay this 30,000. Yet, 200,000 is certainly no trifling amount. Old Li did not stay for a meal at Yi Jigua's home, but took his leave instead. Upon returning home, Yi Jigua feigned ignorance of the prior events. "Let us eat," he said with a smile. Guoxiu refrained from inquiring in front of Yi Hao about old Li's visit, though she could surmise the reason. Meanwhile, Yi Hao was secretly contemplating how to earn some additional money. At this moment, Guoxiu's phone rang. After answering, she passed the phone to Yi Hao. "Who is it?" "It is I, Taisher Xiu." "Taisher Xiu?" Yi Hao's interest was piqued. Taisher Xiu, a member of the Zhuke Alliance, was someone he had previously bested in a game. "Yes, I wanted to remind you of that," came the voice on the other end. "Ah, I recall now. What is it you need?" "Our Zhuke team is currently engaged in a betting match against the Hydra team, and we've lost 2 consecutive rounds. If we lose another, the hard-earned reputation of our team will suffer a significant blow. You require my assistance?" "Indeed. I am willing to help, but I demand compensation." "Of course, there will be remuneration." "How much?" 100,000, Taisher Xiu stated solemnly, "provided you help our Zhuke team to triumph." "Agreed. Are you available to come to Hangzhou today?" "Absolutely. How could it be inconvenient?" Yi Hao had just been contemplating ways to raise funds, and now Taisher Xiu was effectively offering him money. Chapter 29. Zhuke Team Hangzhou is merely over 200 miles from Jiangnan, accessible by train in 2 hours. "How shall we connect upon your arrival in Hangzhou?" "I will meet you at the Hangzhou station." "All right. I will contact you after purchasing the ticket." Guoxiu took the phone and asked with suspicion, "You are going to Hangzhou?" "Yes, I will be leaving shortly." "What is your purpose in Hangzhou?" Yi Jigua inquired softly. "To assist a friend in a professional gaming match." "A professional gaming match?" Yi Jigua looked at Yi Hao with skepticism. He had some understanding of professional gaming tournaments, knowing that only skilled players qualify for such events. "Father, do you think all these years of gaming were for naught? Do not be foolish. Professional gaming competitions are vastly different from your trivial skirmishes. Each professional player is a master of precise control. I too possess such skills. And you? I almost forgot to mention, if I assist in securing a victory this time, the Zhuke team will reward us with 100,000. "What?" Both Yi Jigua and Guoxiu exclaimed in unison. After a brief moment, Guoxiu managed to compose himself and remarked, "This is simply highway robbery. 100,000 for a professional league is not particularly significant. I've seen reports of rewards reaching 1,000,000, which is quite normal," Yi Jigua countered. "Xiaohao, do you have confidence?" Guoxiu inquired, his heart racing with excitement. "If I lacked confidence, I would not dare to accept this task," Yi Hao replied with a smile. "I shall accompany you," Guoxiu decided after a moment of contemplation, clearly concerned about Yi Hao going alone. "Very well," Yi Hao nodded. "Mother, do you have the 12306 app on your phone? If so, please book 2 tickets right away," Yi Hao suddenly remembered. "I have it on my phone. I will make the reservation for you," Yi Jigua said as he pulled out his device. Hangzhou. Since ancient times, it has been said that above there is heaven, and below there are Suzhou and Hangzhou. However, this time, Yi Hao had no intention of admiring the beautiful scenery of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Once they disembarked from the high-speed train, they spotted Taisher Xiu amidst the crowd, holding a sign. "This must be the lady," Taisher Xiu said with a smile. "Yes. Xiaohao is not in the best of health, so I am accompanying him." Guoxiu explained the reason for her presence. Taisher Xiu's expression shifted slightly. "I hope it does not affect his performance. He is just a bit weak at the moment," Yi Hao reassured her. "By the way, when does the competition begin?" "Tomorrow at 10 in the morning," Taisher Xiu replied, while carrying Yi Hao's luggage. "Is it at the same time for 3 consecutive days?" "Yes. Where are we headed now?" "I will take you to the Red Leaf Hotel for check-in, and then Yi Hao, you will meet our team captain with me," Taisher Xiu responded. Taisher Xiu was driving a Land Rover. "It seems your Zhuke alliance is quite prosperous," Yi Hao remarked, patting the vehicle. "Indeed. If you were to join us, you could enjoy the same benefits," Taisher Xiu chuckled. "I think I will stick to my studies at university," Yi Hao replied. "University? By the way, how many points did you estimate for your college entrance exam?" "Over 800, came the reply. "Over 800? Quite impressive. That should secure you a spot in a key university," Taisher Xiu noted with a hint of nostalgia. "Unlike me, who dropped out in the 2nd year of high school. Yet, you earn considerably more than a university graduate," Yi Hao pointed out. "True, but I still feel my life lacks certain experiences," Taisher Xiu admitted. She arranged for Guoxiu and Yi Hao to have adjacent rooms, then led Yi Hao towards room 606. "Yi Hao, I must warn you that our captain has a very assertive personality, so be mindful of your words. Taisher Xiu advised in a hushed tone. Understood. For now, Yihao still needs the assistance of the Zhuge Alliance. Yihao, of course, would not be impolite to his captain. Taisher Xiu knocked on the door, and a young man with long flowing hair pushed it open. Oh, who is this handsome fellow? The boy, possessing captivating peach blossom eyes, inquired while casting a flirtatious glance at Yihao. A shiver ran down Yihao's spine. A crossdresser. Taisher Xiu pointed at the young man and introduced. Yihao, this is my teammate, the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper? Yihao was taken aback. His marksmanship is unparalleled. Taisher Xiu continued, gesturing towards Yihao. This is the expert I mentioned. Yihao, allow me to introduce you. The Grim Reaper extended a delicate hand. Yihao promptly reached out for a handshake. However, when Yihao attempted to withdraw his hand after a brief shake, the Grim Reaper clung to it. And with the other hand, gently caressed Yihao's skin, gazing at him with a hint of admiration. Your skin is so exquisite. What is your skincare secret? Yihao quickly pulled his hand back, a wave of goosebumps washing over him. Grim Reaper, cut it out. At that moment, a composed voice resonated through the room. And Yihao's eyes widened in astonishment, for the voice belonged to a woman. This is our captain, Taisher Xiu said, leading Yihao further into the room and indicating a woman clad in black. Isn't she beautiful? The Grim Reaper whispered in Yihao's ear. Yihao instinctively stepped back. Could the Grim Reaper be? Hello, Yihao greeted softly. The woman before him sported short hair, exuding an aura of confidence. She sat there quietly, yet commanded a presence akin to that of a CEO. As the Grim Reaper had stated, she was not merely beautiful. She rivaled even Li Qianqian in allure. Taisher Xiu mentioned your skills are commendable, she remarked. Indeed, Yihao thought to himself. Being modest at such a moment would be foolish. What is your code name within the circle? Just then, the door swung open, and a bespectacled young man entered, accompanied by another youth adorned with tattoos on his arm. No code name. Yihao sensed hostility emanating from the young man. No code name means you are not well known in the circle. That is merely your opinion. Are you brave enough to battle me? Who are you? Yihao glanced at the young man dismissively. Yihao, this is our vice captain of the Zhuge Alliance, Huang Shuren. Taisher Xiu hurriedly interjected, concerned about a potential conflict. Oh, Huang Shuren, upon hearing Yihao's response, furrowed his brows, and then turned his gaze towards the woman in black. Xianxian, call me captain, the woman interrupted Huang Shuren curtly. Very well, captain, Huang Shuren responded with resignation. Look who I have invited. The woman in black scrutinized the young man for a moment before her gaze settled on his tattooed arm. You are the dragon tattoo? The Zhuge captain has a keen eye, the tattooed youth replied with a subtle smile. The tattoo on your arm is so conspicuous that anyone with a modicum of sense would be able to discern its meaning. Taisher Xiu, harboring no fondness for Wenlong, retorted sharply. Taisher Xiu, if my memory serves me correctly, I am here to take your place, Wenlong remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Taisher Xiu. Chapter 30. A resounding defeat this time. The Zhuge team and the Hydra team chose to compete in the immensely popular game, Crossfire. The Grim Reaper excels in sniping. Huang Shuren specializes in ambush tactics, and Ning Xian is adept at direct combat. Although Taisher Xiu possesses commendable skills in both sniping and ambushing, he is not exceptional in any of these areas. Consequently, the Zhuge team suffered consecutive defeats against the Hydra team. Another loss would severely tarnish their reputation. I am not someone so easily replaced, Taisher Xiu replied coldly. Wenlong's words dripped with provocation, and Taisher Xiu would not back down. Then allow me, a mere underdog, to teach you a lesson, Wenlong said nonchalantly. Provided you have the capability, Taisher Xiu countered. Just as he spoke, the Grim Reaper placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered, do not act impulsively. Wenlong's rank within the circle is just one position below that of the Grim Reaper, leaving even him without absolute confidence. Taisher Xiu, on the other hand, lags behind the Grim Reaper by over 100 ranks. Let me handle this. Yihao interjected with a smile. You? Wenlong shook his head slightly. Please, spare me the jest. Is your friend so lacking in courage? Yihao glanced at Huang Shuren. A glint of coldness flickered in Huang Shuren's eyes as he replied. Wenlong, since this fellow enjoys a challenge, he deserves an opportunity, does he not? Very well. Wenlong conceded reluctantly. Originally, he had no intention of intervening, but with Huang Shuren's insistence, he felt compelled to relent. Ning Xian's room was equipped with 4 sets of top-tier computer gear. Yihao casually selected one and settled into the chair. As he ran his fingers over the luxurious mechanical keyboard, he marveled at its superiority over the ordinary set priced at 25. Country bumpkin. Wenlong scoffed as he observed Yi Hao familiarizing himself with the keyboard. Yi Hao merely chuckled, unfazed. Do you believe this country bumpkin, could outplay you? He challenged Wenlong. Outplay me? Unless you're among the top 10 masters, no one can achieve that, Wenlong replied, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke. His statement was not without merit, as his own skill ranked within the top 100, and he was particularly skilled in ambush tactics. Choose any map you prefer, Wenlong declared, subtly attempting to assert his superiority. What map does a gaming expert like him not master? Let us go with the White House, Yi Hao suggested. Fully aware that he was familiar with less than a third of the map, and even less than a fifth of the ones he truly mastered. Since Wenlong wished to flaunt his prowess, Yi Hao was content to indulge him. Yi Hao seized a submachine gun, charging toward the base of Wenlong while Ning Xian and the others gazed on in astonishment. Was this fellow truly oblivious to the danger of being sniped? Yi Hao exhibited no evasive maneuvers, appearing as though he were an inexperienced novice. Tai Xiao could scarcely bear to watch, fully convinced that Yi Hao would soon meet his demise. Upon entering the base, Yi Hao caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure on the second floor, and moments later, a crisp gunshot echoed through his earpiece. It was over. Tai Xiao seemed to foresee the impending scene. However, he was soon met with exclamations of surprise, as Yi Hao had narrowly evaded the bullet, simultaneously returning fire with remarkable composure. The resounding shot felled Wenlong to the ground, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Wenlong sprang to his feet, incredulous. How did you accomplish that? He demanded, unable to fathom how Yi Hao could have evaded in such a brief moment. Unbeknownst to Wenlong, Yi Hao had activated his ability to slow time at the instant the gun fired, experiencing the entire scene at 12 times the normal speed. This granted him ample time to dodge Wenlong's bullet and deliver a fatal shot in return. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Ning Xian's eyes. Even she might not have been able to escape such a predicament. Yet Yi Hao not only evaded but also eliminated his adversary, as if they had choreographed the encounter. Was it truly possible? First shot. Yi Hao grinned, revealing his white teeth. I was just careless, Wenlong scoffed. Yi Hao wore a smile, but his heart was filled with astonishment. His reaction speed had increased several-fold, yet he still felt he had been outmatched by Wenlong. He knew that without his ability to slow time, he would have never dodged Wenlong's lethal shot. Indeed, professional gamers exhibited extraordinary reflexes. As Yi Hao pondered this, the second round commenced, and he charged once more toward Wenlong's base. If they had previously regarded Yi Hao as a novice, their perceptions had now transformed. Yi Hao was undoubtedly deliberate in his actions. The Grim Reaper laughs, someone remarked. Yi Hao is intentionally humiliating Wenlong, brazenly invading his territory. What can he do? Tai Xiao chuckled. At that moment, 2 gunshots rang out simultaneously, reverberating throughout the room. The next instant, Wenlong rose again, his expression one of shock. He was certain he had fired first, yet it was he who had fallen. Did this fellow possess the ability to predict his moves? Wenlong, calm yourself, Huang Shorin intoned solemnly. Wenlong gasped 3 times, then silently sat down. Bang, bang, bang. As Wenlong was once again easily defeated by Yi Hao, his previously calm thoughts could not settle any longer. There was no need for further combat. If the first defeat was a coincidence, then 5 times was a testament to skill. This seemingly unimpressive individual before him was undoubtedly a master. Who are you? Wenlong fixated on Yi Hao, stating that among the top 10 warriors, there were only 3 he had yet to encounter. The first-ranked Qing Long, the second-ranked Angel, and the 7th-ranked Qing Feng. Are you Qing Feng? Wenlong speculated that Yi Hao was Qing Feng, as Qing Feng's style was one of direct confrontation. Yi Hao remained non-committal. This round is not over yet. Is there any point in continuing? Wenlong remarked, casually tossing aside his headset, resigned to his fate. With Wenlong conceding, Yi Hao refrained from being overly aggressive. You all can leave, Ning Xian interjected. Huang Shorin shot a dark glance at Yi Hao before turning to depart. Your reaction speed is impressive, Ning Xian said, her gaze intense after Tai Xiao and the others had left. Chapter 31, Professional Combat Competition. Your reaction speed is remarkable, she reiterated, her eyes gleaming with interest. Indeed. I noticed your familiarity with this game is somewhat lacking. I simply have a quick reaction. Some maps are still unfamiliar to me, Yi Hao replied, nodding. Tomorrow's map will be random, so make sure to familiarize yourself with it shortly. Understood. Our Zhuke team has a wager of 1 million against the Hydra team. If you can lead our Zhuke team to victory, I will ensure you receive a bonus of 400,000, Ning Xian declared. Yi Hao was taken aback. Tai Shishio was rather unscrupulous. For that 400,000, I will certainly give it my all. Yi Hao found Ning Xian increasingly agreeable. Your reaction speed is the fastest I have ever witnessed. I have no doubt you will perform well against the Hydra tomorrow, Ning Xian affirmed. What she did not realize was that this was far from Yi Hao's maximum speed. If he were to unleash his full potential, his speed could increase by 3 to 4 times. Ning Xian continued to discuss important details with Yi Hao before summoning Tai Shishio. After providing some instructions, she allowed Tai Shishio to accompany Yi Hao. Once they arrived at Yi Hao's room, Tai Shishio excitedly patted Yi Hao on the shoulder. Buddy, I knew I was right about you, but I misjudged you, Yi Hao retorted, rolling his eyes. What do you mean? Now I finally understand why I agreed to your request for 100,000 without hesitation. As Yi Hao spoke, Tai Shishio realized that he had come to understand the matter of the $1 million prize. Well, this isn't about me being stingy. It's just that I have a gambling debt that is due soon. Gambling debt? You lost it playing Baccarat in Macau? Macau? A glimmer of realization flashed in Yi Hao's eyes. How could he have forgotten this crucial detail? Possessing the ability of X-ray vision rendered him virtually invincible in gambling. The thought ignited a fervent impulse within him to rush off to Macau. However, he dismissed that notion and decided to familiarize himself with the terrain map instead. Tai Shishio, speaking as he adeptly opened his notebook, remarked, 8 seconds to boot? Yi Hao exclaimed in astonishment. My laptop boasts a solid-state drive that powers up at lightning speed, and this technology has yet to become mainstream. Tai Shishio replied with pride. Yi Hao nodded in agreement. For professional players like Tai Shishio and his companions, a high-performance computer could often determine the outcome of many scenarios. This is the compilation of 108 maps. Feel free to inquire about any you find unfamiliar, Tai Shishio said, swiftly clicking a few times until a map materialized on the screen. Yi Hao settled into Tai Shishio's seat and examined the maps with great attention. However, his pace was remarkably rapid. Why are you flipping through them so quickly? Tai Shishio stood behind him, eager to familiarize himself with the maps as well. If you're bored, you can stand aside, Yi Hao shot him a glance. Realizing he needed to be quiet, Tai Shishio fell silent, allowing Yi Hao to continue perusing the array of maps. 1, 2. After approximately half an hour, Yi Hao had scrutinized all 108 maps. He then turned to Tai Shishio and inquired, are there any specific points to heed during the competition? Have you finished reviewing the maps? Tai Shishio asked. Almost. Yi Hao responded. Are you certain? Can you refrain from being so dramatic? All right, let me share some important considerations for the competition, Tai Shishio began. After a while, Yi Hao realized that the competition had virtually no rules. Any means were permissible as long as one could eliminate the opponent. You're just stating the obvious, Yi Hao retorted. Isn't that precisely what I'm doing? Tai Shishio chuckled heartily. Well, I'm off to grab some skewers. You continue with the maps. Just as he reached the door, Tai Shishio recalled something. If you feel hungry, order some dishes. The food here is quite delectable. Once Tai Shishio departed, Yi Hao engaged in a couple of rounds of the game before shutting down his computer. After a brief visit to the restroom, he knocked on Guoxiu's door. Xiao Hao, how are you doing? Guoxiu asked with a hint of concern. What problems could there be? Yi Hao replied with a smile. Mom, are you feeling hungry? Now that you mention it, I am a bit hungry. The hotel menu is on the desk. Feel free to order whatever you wish. Yi Hao handed the menu to Guoxiu. I've heard the food here is quite expensive. Mom, Tai Shishio has plenty of money. Please don't hesitate. All right then. I'll order stewed snow frog with bird's nest, Chilean perch, imperial red, and a bread crab. Yi Hao couldn't help but twitch his lips. His mother was indeed unreserved. He imagined Tai Shishio would likely lament when it came time to settle the bill. You should order a couple of dishes as well. Guoxiu handed the menu to Yi Hao. After perusing it briefly, Yi Hao selected 2 relatively inexpensive dishes. When the food was served, he took a bite and immediately realized that Tai Shishio was not lying. The cuisine at this establishment was indeed delightful. However, the prices were rather steep. Upon first sight of the Hydra team, Yi Hao was filled with disdain, a sentiment deeply rooted in his very essence. Japanese. Captain Ning. I believe there is no need for further combat today, is there? A young man clad in a samurai robe spoke in halting Chinese. Isn't it a bit premature to utter such words? Ning Xian replied coldly. The young man was momentarily taken aback, and then his gaze fell upon Yi Hao. Realizing that Captain Ning had found an ally, but merely substituting a team member? Really? The Japanese youth was skeptical of Ningxian's words. Yet, even if they sent their strongest opponent, what of it? If there was to be a battle, let it commence. There was no need for excessive chatter. As Ningxian waved her hand, she commanded, "Take your seats." Huang Shoren felt a surge of annoyance as Yi Hao settled beside Ningxian. "Change your seat," Huang Shoren said in a low voice. "If you focused on the competition, perhaps you wouldn't suffer such a defeat," Yi Hao retorted, casting a fleeting glance at Huang Shoren. It was evident to Yi Hao that Huang Shoren harbored feelings for Ningxian. "Are you trying to make a fool of yourself?" Tai Shishio murmured from the side. Huang Shoren opened his mouth, but could find no words. The frustration within him was palpable. The match comprised 13 rounds, with the highest score determining the victor. The referee succinctly explained the rules and signaled both sides to begin. Upon entering the game interface, Yi Hao picked up a submachine gun and, rather naively, charged towards the enemy base. "What is happening? Who is that fool?" A member of the Zhuke team exclaimed. "Has the Zhuke team already lost?" Chapter 32. Brother Yi. The confrontation between two heavyweight teams attracted many professional gamers, who gathered before a massive screen to witness the event. Yi Hao's recklessness was tantamount to self-sabotage, as the opposing team surely had a sniper. Charging in so brazenly was akin to courting death. When Yi Hao's figure appeared at the enemy base, the three members of Hydra were left stunned. What is going on? Just as their bewilderment settled in, 3 sharp gunshots echoed throughout the arena, and the 3 members of Hydra collapsed amid the spectators' astonished expressions. Was this fellow's speed truly that remarkable? He had fired 3 bullets in the blink of an eye. Just a moment ago, I thought he was a fool. How could anyone charge boldly towards the enemy base without possessing exceptional skills? After Yi Hao had taken down 3 members of Hydra, he began to meander around the room. As he approached a corner, a sniper hidden in the shadows fired a shot with a resounding bang. Once again, Yi Hao activated his ability to slow time. In that critical moment, he discerned the sniper's position and deftly evaded the bullet, retaliating with a shot of his own. The rapidity of their actions led onlookers to believe that they had fired simultaneously. For kills. "Steady, this was merely a fluke," the Hydra captain intoned gravely. "They exploited our instinctual thinking. Nevertheless, such a trick can only be employed once. In the second round, they would not be granted such an opportunity again." Observing his 3 teammates swiftly regain their confidence, the Hydra captain nodded slightly. "Remember to use the explosives," he reminded, his gaze now fixated intently on the screen. As the second round commenced, Yi Hao charged toward the enemy's base once more, just as he had before. This bold maneuver appeared reckless. Yet no one deemed it as such this time. Typically, players would cautiously advance along the walls when infiltrating an opponent's base. But Yi Hao brazenly stormed into the heart of the enemy territory. Did he not fear being eliminated? Just as this thought echoed in the minds of the professional players, 2 gunshots rang out, and 2 Hydra members fell to the ground in response. The next moment, 2 grenades arced toward Yi Hao. It must be said, professional players possess exceptional skills. They swiftly deduced Yi Hao's position based on the trajectory of the bullets. Resolutely, Yi Hao darted aside. Bang! Bang! The grenades exploded not far from him, reducing his health by 60%. He realized he must not be too careless. With this in mind, Yi Hao leaped upward and fired twice. The opponents, having determined his location from the bullets, were unaware that Yi Hao had also pinpointed their positions based on the explosives. Of course, after throwing the grenades, the 2 players would reposition, but Yi Hao's reflexes were simply too swift. As the 2 members fell into a pool of blood, gasps of astonishment erupted throughout the arena. A master. This individual is undoubtedly a master, single-handedly slaying 4 top 100 professional players. His prowess could very well place him among the top 10. The top 10 are all champions. Did the Zhuke team actually recruit a champion to assist them? This is astonishing. Henceforth, the Zhuke team is likely to soar to new heights. The Hydra captain cast a dark glance at Yi Hao and inquired, "Who might you be?" Yi Hao shot back, "What business is it of yours? Shall we continue the competition?" the captain asked. "Indeed," Yi Hao replied, though all the professional players recognized that continuing the contest had become rather pointless. This is nothing short of a massacre. Regardless of how the 4 members of Hydra coordinated their efforts, Yi Hao effortlessly dispatched them. By the final rounds, the 3 members of the Grim Reaper had grown so disinterested that they no longer bothered to collect the weapons strewn across the ground. There was no need for them. Yi Hao alone dominated the battlefield. Their involvement was utterly inconsequential. The score of 13, Zero left the four members of Hydra with expressions as grim as if they had just lost their closest kin. We shall continue tomorrow, Ning Xian remarked, her eyes gleaming with amusement. There is no need for further competition. In response, the captain of Hydra shook his head, conceding, we admit defeat in this match. Continuing would only result in further humiliation. May I inquire your esteemed name? He asked, gazing at Yi Hao with reverence. The Japanese have always been this way. They respect the strong while delighting in oppressing the weak. During the glorious reign of the Tang dynasty, Japan acted like a vassal, year after year paying tribute, even groveling before the prosperous Middle Kingdom. Yi Hao, Brother Yi, my respect to you from the Leaf, the captain of Hydra said, bowing deeply. One must acknowledge the profound humility exhibited by Leaf at this moment. Even if one harbored resentment, it would dissipate in their presence. Brother Yi, may Leaf learn the art of micromanipulation from you. Leaf looked at Yi Hao with eager anticipation. Observing this, Yi Hao could not help but let out a soft sigh. This is the nature of the Japanese. When they once perceived themselves as strong, they were haughty, exuding an air of superiority. Yet upon realizing the disparity between them, they could swiftly lower their pride to seek knowledge. The fact that Japan has not vanished from the map over the years must surely have its reasons. However, no matter how humble Leaf may be, Yi Hao was not inclined to teach them, even if he were capable. The essence of this nation is too despicable. Furthermore, Yi Hao harbored a narrow nationalism, believing that those not of his kind must have ulterior motives. Of course, such views are often labeled as narrow-minded by experts. To gather the resources of China and win the favor of all nations, this sentiment has long been ridiculed by Yi Hao. Yet, it has persisted for quite some time. I cannot, Yi Hao firmly refused. Why not? Leaf was taken aback. What is this? Aren't the Chinese known for their vanity? Surely, if one lowers themselves, they will impart their secret arts? Because I do not like you, Yi Hao articulated, each word deliberate. Leaf's expression fluctuated between pale and flushed. Nevertheless, he continued to gaze at Yang with sincerity, stating, one must not cling to the notion of cherishing one's own humble tools. One must understand that the world is open. Your words are excessive, Yi Hao retorted before turning to leave. Leaf stood there, somewhat bewildered. Yi Hao was indeed playing by his own rules. Yi Hao, what is this behavior? Huang Shoren said, mildly irritated. You display no decorum in front of international friends. It seems you have overlooked the atrocity of Japan's massacre of 35 million Chinese. Tai Shirshio spoke bluntly, branding you a quintessential traitor. Chapter 33, The Shocking Score. What did you say, Tai Shirshio? Huang Shoren replied, his eyes ablaze with fury. No one wishes to bear the title of traitor. We are all comrades. Why such a heated argument? The Grim Reaper interjected, his countenance dark. Silence. Huang Shoren retorted instinctively. If you dare, say it again. The Grim Reaper fixed his gaze on Huang Shoren, enunciating each word deliberately. In that moment, the once androgynous Grim Reaper appeared exceedingly menacing. For reasons unknown, Huang Shoren suddenly felt that offending the Grim Reaper at that juncture was an exceedingly unwise endeavor. Captain, please adjudicate. Huang Shoren turned his gaze to Ning Xian. Tai Shirshio has somewhat overstepped. Ning Xian pondered briefly before asserting, I knew you would not share Tai Shirshio's narrow-mindedness. Who are you calling narrow-minded? Tai Shirshio erupted. Pointing at Huang Shoren, try saying that again. What of it? Huang Shoren retorted angrily, as Tai Shirshio jabbed his finger at his own nose. Captain, I believe a member like Tai Shirshio is no longer suitable for our Zhuke squad. Are you trying to expel me? Huang Shoren chuckled. I stand firm in my words. Zhuke squad can thrive without you. Do you truly think the captain would choose you? If not for your burdensome presence, Zhuke squad would have long since become one of the top 10 elite teams. Huang Shoren finally voiced the frustrations he had long suppressed. Captain, Tai Shirshio turned to Ning Xian. Ning Xian cast a glance at the two and said, Huang Shoren is correct. If not for your encumbrance, Zhuke squad would have ascended to the ranks of the top 10 elite teams. Upon hearing Ning Xian's words, a triumphant smile spread across Huang Shoren's face. Tai Shirshio appeared somewhat disheartened, while the Grim Reaper's expression fluctuated ominously. Therefore, if I must choose between the two of you, Ning Xian spoke in a slow and resolute tone, I choose Tai Shirshio. What? At that moment, Tai Shirshio, Huang Shoren, and the Grim Reaper were all rendered speechless. Captain, did you misspeak? A foreboding feeling settled in Huang Shoren's heart, for the likelihood of Ning Xian erring in speech was exceedingly low. Have your ears deceived you? Ning Xian replied coolly. Huang Shoren, Zhuke squad is no longer suitable for you. With that, Ning Xian continued, Tai Shirxiu, Grim Reaper, let us depart. Shortly after Yi Hao returned to the hotel, Tai Shirxiu knocked on the door. Are you resting? At this hour, why would I be resting? Yi Hao, my brother. May I discuss a matter with you? Speak. Could you lend me 300,000? Tai Shirxiu asked, somewhat sheepishly. Have you accumulated considerable debts from gambling in Macau? Yes. With your 300,000, it would be nearly settled. Why not borrow from your teammates? If the captain discovers my gambling, I am finished. And do you think my 2 teammates are trustworthy? Well then, when will you give me the 100,000? Right now, Tai Shirxiu replied, handing over a briefcase. Yi Hao glanced inside and discovered 10 stacks of 100. 100,000. Thank you very much, Yi Hao said with a smile, confident that this sum would alleviate his family's pressing needs. That afternoon, Yi Hao and Guoxiu took the train back home. When Yi Zhigua saw the 10,000 in cash, he trembled all over. Yi Hao entrusted the authority to manage the 100,000 to Yi Zhigua. However, what Yi Hao and Guoxiu did not anticipate was that Yi Zhigua lent the entire amount to Old Li. Old Li had scraped together only 111,000. Even after our family repaid 3,000, there remained a shortfall of nearly 60,000. Yi Zhigua stated solemnly that Old Li was already preparing to sell the ancestral home. Given that Old Li was over 50, selling the ancestral home could leave him homeless. When Xiao Hao was hospitalized, Old Li selflessly lent us 3,000. We cannot pretend not to see Old Li's predicament now. Initially, Guoxiu harbored resentment towards Yi Zhigua for lending 70,000 to Old Li, especially considering the family still bore significant debts. However, it was too late to voice grievances now. In the days that followed, Yi Hao immersed himself in his studies, while Guoxiu forbade him from wandering about. Time passed in this manner, day by day. On the 25th, at noon, students and parents across the nation eagerly awaited the release of examination results. And Yi Hao's family was no exception. As Yi Hao entered his examination number, the computer screen clearly displayed his scores: Chinese 150, Mathematics 150, English 0, Physics 100, Chemistry 100, Biology 100, Geography 100, History 100, Political Science 100, totaling 900. A flicker of astonishment appeared in Yi Hao's eyes. He had not anticipated that the teacher would not deduct points from his argumentative essay, nor could he have imagined receiving full marks on his composition, a remarkable honor. He ranked first in Jiangnan City, 82nd in Zhejiang Province, and 1,840th nationally. Guoxiu was taken aback by Yi Hao's ranking, while Yi Zhigua was rendered speechless. Despite missing one subject, Yi Hao had still crossed the threshold of 900 points. Third Vocational Technical College. The school's administration immediately received news of Yi Hao's score, 900 points. He was the only student from Jiangnan City to achieve such a score. 1,800. What a pity, the principal of the third middle school sighed. If he could reach the 1,800 mark, he might have a chance to enter one of the 6 prestigious institutions. The 6 top universities in China each enroll only 300 students annually, totaling 1,800. Principal, Yi Hao's situation is unique. Could you possibly make an exception? Zhang Jinxing felt increasingly troubled upon seeing Yi Hao's results. Had it not been for Su Liya, Yao might have even achieved a perfect score of 1,000. Since the founding of Huaxiao, only 3 individuals have reached this remarkable milestone. The first is the director of the Confucius Institute, an internationally recognized master of Confucianism and Taoism, whose influence remains unparalleled. The second is the head of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Institute, a preeminent healer in Huaxiao, who has cured countless complex ailments, bringing the name of Chinese medicine to global prominence. The third is the president of the Huaxiao Academy of Engineering, a world-renowned master of physics and mathematics, whose contributions are evident in the nation's advanced strategic weaponry. Principal Xie Tianhua pondered briefly before announcing his intention to visit the Education Bureau. Upon arriving, he was met with a cacophony of fury emanating from the office of the director of the Jiangnan City Education Bureau. Summon Xie Tianhua. Du Hong bellowed, his frustration palpable. The educational standards in Jiangnan City had consistently languished at the bottom, but this time, a student had finally scored above 900, sparing the city from further embarrassment. However, when Du Hong reviewed Yi Hao's results, he was rendered speechless, 0 points in English. What on earth? Surely, one could score at least 30 or 40 points with minimal effort. With such a score, gaining admission to one of the 6 elite institutions should pose no challenge. Chapter 34. Interrogation. As Du Hong slammed his fist on the table in exasperation, Xie Tianhua pushed open the door and entered. Upon recognizing Xie, Du Hong glared. What is the meaning of Yi Hao's English score? I have come specifically to address this matter, Xie Tianhua replied with a wry smile. What happened? Yi Hao encountered a car accident on his way to the English examination, and while attempting to aid the injured, he himself faced unforeseen circumstances, necessitating his hospitalization. Xie Tianhua continued gravely. Nevertheless, Yi Hao insisted on proceeding to the exam. Was he late? Not precisely, Xie Tianhua retorted, his eyes ablaze with indignation. With Officer Liang's escort, Yi Hao arrived at the examination hall at 9:13, but due to Su Li's obstruction, he was unable to enter. What? Du Hong exclaimed, astonished. Why would Su Li prevent Yi Hao from entering? Xie Tianhua recounted the enmity between Yi Hao and Su Li. Upon hearing this, Du Hong's fury intensified. Su Li is unworthy of her position as an educator. Had it not been for her interference, Yi Hao would undoubtedly have secured the top spot in the nation. Xie Tianhua gravely affirmed. In subsequent assessments at our academy, Yi Hao consistently achieved near-perfect scores in English. Perfect scores? Du Hong felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Come with me to the Second Vocational Technical Institute. Xie Tianhua had longed to visit the Second Vocational Technical Institute, eager to confront Su Li and question her malicious intentions. All right, since everyone is present, Director Zhou Xiao of the Second Vocational Technical Institute began. Let us proceed. Sun Xiang cleared his throat and addressed the school's administration, stating, based on the results of this upgrade examination, I have compiled the data. 32 students have gained admission to prestigious institutions, while 103 have qualified for undergraduate programs. Who is the top scorer? Zhou Xiao inquired. Lan Xiaodai. With a score of 888, Sun Xiang replied. An 888 score disqualifies her from the 6 elite universities, came the response. Not just the 6 elite universities, she is not even qualified for the traditional Chinese medicine university. This is Lan Xiaodai's usual performance, remarked the administration of the Second Vocational College. By the way, is the top scorer from Jiangnan City's First Vocational College? Zhou Xiao suddenly pondered. No, the top scorer from Jiangnan City is Yi Hao from the Third Vocational College. Sun Xiang paused momentarily upon mentioning Yi Hao's name. Yi Hao? That name sounds somewhat familiar, someone remarked. How could it not? He is an alumnus of our college, another responded. What? As one of the college administrators summarized Yi Hao's situation, everyone quickly grasped the implications, and their frustration mounted. It is well understood that being first in the upgrade examination could significantly enhance the college's reputation. What score did Yi Hao achieve? Zhou Xiao asked, regaining his composure. 900 points, Sun Xiang noted, glancing at Yi Hao's total score. 900 points? I recall that during the monthly examination, Yi Hao scored 928 points, Zhou Xiao mused. This suggests that he may have underperformed. Underperformed, my foot. Just then, the conference room door was forcefully pushed open, and Xie Tianhua stormed in, fuming at Zhou Xiao. The senior members of the Second Vocational College were taken aback. What is happening? The president of the Third Vocational College comes here to yell at us? What on earth are you doing, Lao Xie? Zhou Xiao's expression darkened. You only know that Yi Hao scored 900 points. Do you know why he scored that? Xie Tianhua fixed his gaze on Zhou Xiao. How would I know why he scored 900 points? Zhou Xiao clearly struggled to keep up with Xie Tianhua's train of thought. What did this have to do with him? If it weren't for Su Li from your college intervening, how could Yi Hao possibly have scored just 900 points? Xie Tianhua's words left the senior members of the Second Vocational College in shock. How is Yi Hao's score connected to Su Li? I don't understand your point. Zhou Xiao replied, regaining his composure. If you wish to know the answer, you might want to review Yi Hao's scores in each subject. Du Hong's figure appeared in the conference room. The appearance of Du Hong astonished the senior members of the Second Vocational College, causing them to rise in unison. Why has the education director come here? Zhou Xiao felt an ominous premonition. Teacher's son, please read out Yi Hao's scores. Zhou Xiao turned to Sun Xiang. As Zhou Xiao glanced at Yi Hao's scores, his expression shifted dramatically. The glaring 0 in English was simply too shocking. Teacher Sunday. Zhou Xiao observed Sun Xiang's silence and furrowed her brow. Chinese language, 150 points. Sun Xiang quickly responded. The expressions of Zhou Xiao and the senior officials were filled with astonishment. Achieving a perfect score in Chinese is no simple feat aside from the challenges of essay writing. There are numerous opportunities to lose points in the discussion questions. Mathematics, 150 points. If the Chinese examination reflects a student's reading proficiency, then mathematics assesses their innate talent. English, 0 points. Upon hearing this score, Zhou Xiao and the senior officials were rendered speechless. 0 points? What does this mean? I recall you just mentioned, teacher's son, that Yi Hao's total score is 900 points? One of the vice deans suddenly had a realization. His words caused a drastic change in the expressions of the senior officials at the second vocational technical college. What does this imply? It suggests that Yi Hao received perfect scores in all his other subjects. Sun Xiang's statement confirmed their suspicions. However, another question arose. What does Yi Hao's 0 in English have to do with Su Li? Yi Hao encountered a car accident on his way to the English examination. And as he was preparing to rescue someone, an unexpected event occurred, leading to his hospitalization for urgent care. Xie Tianhua stated solemnly. Yet Yi Hao still insisted on proceeding to the examination hall. He arrived at the venue at 9:13 a.m. According to the examination regulations, Yi Hao was eligible to enter. However, Su Li used various excuses to deny him entry. By the time it was 9:15 a.m., Yi Hao was unable to enter at all. Zhou Xiao and the senior officials were all taken aback. No one anticipated such a twist of fate. But could the second vocational technical college acknowledge such an incident? If they did, the institution's reputation would suffer significantly. In a sense, Su Li embodies the second vocational technical college. I believe teacher Su has her own considerations. The English assessment includes a listening component, and teacher Su likely harbored concerns regarding this. Furthermore, was it indeed 9:13 a.m.? The senior officials of the second vocational technical college began to defend Su Li. In truth, they also felt that Su Li had overstepped, yet at this moment, they could only support her. One cannot claim they were in the wrong. If a similar situation arose at the third vocational technical college, they would act likewise. I will report this matter to the education department, Xie Tianhua declared solemnly. In any case, I will provide an explanation to Yi Hao, even if it costs me my position as principal. Xie Tianhua's declaration caused the expressions of the senior officials at the second vocational technical college to darken. Should this matter escalate, it would tarnish the institution's reputation. Su Li is no longer fit to remain in the educational role, Du Hong stated with authority. Chapter 35, Making Headlines. The senior officials at the second vocational technical college immediately understood that Su Li's actions had provoked the ire of their superior. However, no one stepped forward to defend Su Li. In truth, even if Du Hong did not advocate for her, the college's administration would not permit Su Li to continue in her position. After Du Hong and Xie Tianhua departed, the vice dean's expression turned cold. I propose to revoke Su Li's position. Indeed. Agreed. If Su Li had not intervened, Yi Hao would undoubtedly have ascended to the pinnacle of the Longmen rankings. Zhou Xiao furiously declared. Upon hearing Zhou Xiao mention the Longmen rankings, the higher-ups of the second vocational technical college became intrigued. Has the Longmen rankings been released? The Tanxing hails from Badudu, Li Sun, the Bangyin from Modu, Mingyue, and the Zhuangyuan from Daidu, Fengwen, Sun Xiang quietly remarked. What score did Fengwen achieve? 988 points. Upon learning that Fengwen scored merely 988, expressions of regret washed over the crowd. Yi Hao, with an English score exceeding 90, would surely have posed no issue. In other words, due to Su Li's obstruction, Yi Hao lost the opportunity to be the Zhuangyuan. Su Li had been in poor spirits. The mere thought of having missed her chance encounter with the head of the education department sent waves of pain through her head. Suddenly, her phone rang violently. Upon pressing the answer button, Su Li heard the vice dean's voice. Su Li, come to the college to collect your belongings and records. Director Li, what has happened? Su Li felt a surge of panic. Did you intentionally prevent Yi Hao from entering the examination hall? What? Do you have any idea that your selfishness caused Yi Hao to miss out on being the Zhuangyuan of the Longmen rankings? What? Su Li gasped in shock. You must not know how much Yi Hao scored this time, do you? I'll tell you, 900 points. At this point, the vice dean began to shout at Su Li, asserting that with Yi Hao's results, he could easily ascend the Longmen rankings. No matter how much you disapprove of Yi Hao, you cannot ruin his future. Su Li was left speechless, utterly taken aback. She clearly recalled that before leaving the second high school, Yi Hao had only scored 928 points. In just a month, he had made such remarkable progress. No, Yi Hao must have possessed such talent all along. Take your belongings and leave, the vice dean said bluntly. Our college has no need for a teacher like you. With that, the vice dean furiously smashed the phone. This is the Zhuangyuan. The college could have proudly promoted this as Yi Hao's alma mater. Since the founding of the nation, there have been a total of 42 Zhuangyuan, and their alma maters now enjoy nationwide renown. The second vocational technical college could have shared in such glory, although some of that honor would be diverted to the third vocational technical college. It would still be better than having nothing at all, right? Yet all of this was thwarted by Su Li's selfishness. Su Li stood there dazed, listening to the phone's beeping, her mind in a whirl. She had been dismissed from her position. This dismissal meant she would no longer be eligible to pursue a career in education. In 8 short years, she would be facing retirement? Now, how could she even think of retirement? How would she survive? One question after another confronted Su Li, and as she pondered, her head spun, and she fainted. The moment the results of the college entrance examination for the vocational education system were released, the social media feeds in Jiangnan City were inundated with posts. At the forefront was the announcement that the top candidate from Jiangnan was Yi Hao, a student from the third vocational technical college. Who could have anticipated that the highest achiever would emerge from the third vocational technical college? Who dares to claim that this institution is inferior? It has produced a top scorer, after all. With a remarkable score of 900, Jiangnan City has finally welcomed a student into the prestigious 900-point club. Among 840 candidates nationwide, he was just shy of the mark for admission to the 6 elite universities. A score of 900 grants access to any leading university in the country. I heard that Yi Hao hailed from the second vocational technical college. Nonsense. Yi Hao has always been a student of our third vocational technical college. I have been his classmate for 3 years. Would I deceive you? As students from the second vocational technical college questioned Yi Hao's affiliation, students from the third vocational technical college rallied to his defense, leaving even the citizens of Jiangnan in confusion about his true school. Li Qianqian stared blankly at the news on social media. Qianqian, this isn't a matter of your mother not giving you a chance. It's Yi Hao's own lack of effort, said Xianing, astonished by Yi Hao's achievement. Yet, when she considered her own daughter's potential to enter one of the 6 elite universities, she gritted her teeth and spoke. Li Xingping hesitated, about to interject, but was silenced by a sharp glare from Xianing. He merely pursed his lips, refraining from further comment. Yi Hao has performed admirably, Li Qianqian asserted earnestly. You seem to have forgotten our agreement. I have not forgotten, Li Qianqian replied, pursing her lips. Just remember, Xianing intoned solemnly. Li Qianqian fell into silence, always believing that Yi Hao could indeed gain entry to one of the 6 prestigious institutions. Had he faltered in his performance? Nevertheless, Li Qianqian was unwilling to heed Xianing's words. As the results of the college entrance examination continued to be announced, the much-anticipated Longmen list appeared on national news, showcasing 3 exceptional candidates. Who would have thought that even our boss city could make the list? The beauty of the moon over the magic city is truly captivating. Such splendid achievements. Who knows who might benefit from them in the future? Don't you think Fong Wan, the one vying for the top, is incredibly handsome? Even more so than my appa. I must switch allegiances. While the nation buzzed about the 3 candidates on the Longmen list, a headline from the Jiangnan Daily swiftly captured the attention of major media outlets. The true top scholar is not Fong Wan. The title was undeniably eye-catching. Many initially dismissed the article as mere sensationalism. However, when they laid eyes on Yi Hao's transcript, a storm of excitement ensued. Perfect scores in 8 subjects. This was the mark of a super scholar. Had he not missed the English exam, surpassing Fong Wan would have been a foregone conclusion. Perhaps his English is quite poor? Indeed, do not speak ill of my Fong Wan. You may indulge in infatuation, but do not be devoid of intellect. Even if Yi Hao possesses no proficiency in English, he could still manage to score a modest 30 or 40 points by mere bluster, thereby facilitating his admission to one of the 6 eminent universities, in contrast to his current predicament of settling for a prominent institution. Alas, how could Yi Hao possibly be absent from the examination? Within mere hours, this news ascended to the headlines of major media outlets, which simultaneously speculated on the reasons behind Yi Hao's absence. However, shortly thereafter, the official website of the Jiangnan Daily proclaimed that more astonishing news would be unveiled the following day. No media outlet would disclose all the information at once, as this would ensure a sustained sensational impact. When a reporter from Sina.com arrived at Yi Hao's residence, he realized that remaining in this home was no longer tenable. Subsequently, the Jiangnan Daily dispatched a special vehicle to escort Yi Hao and his family away. The Jiangnan Grand Hotel, the finest 5-star establishment in Jiangnan City, left Yi Zhigua astonished as he beheld the opulent decor. President Long, he remarked, we appreciate your hospitality during this tumultuous time. President Long of the Jiangnan Daily replied softly, your troubles are a consequence of our newspaper's actions, and thus we shall compensate for your losses. In Chapter 36, a small trial of skills, President Long produced a check and handed it to Yi Zhigua. This is a token of our goodwill. Yi Zhigua stared at the sum of 200,000 written on the check, taken aback. We will continue to release explosive news regarding Yi Hao, President Long elaborated. But we have a modest request. What is it? Yi Zhigua inquired. We desire exclusive rights to report on Yi Hao's situation, President Long stated earnestly. Yi Zhigua immediately comprehended that the 200,000 was indeed a form of hush money. He glanced at Yi Hao, who gently nodded in agreement. That is acceptable. But we will not reside here. Where are we going? We plan to travel, Yi Hao replied. Where to? I am afraid that is not convenient to disclose. President Long, he smiled, but we can assure you that the Jiangnan Daily will have exclusive rights to my news. You misunderstand, President Long quickly clarified. What I meant was that our newspaper will continuously release updates about you, and subsequently, we will guide public opinion to draw attention from higher authorities. It is quite possible that the Ministry of Education may allow you to retake the English examination. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao's interest was piqued. Isn't that a slim possibility? Never has a candidate been allowed to retake an exam since the founding of the nation, but your situation is exceedingly rare. President Long nodded, I cannot guarantee much. Even if the Ministry of Education consents to your retake, it will take some time. Therefore, we shall return in 1 week. Yi Hao contemplated this and responded, very well. Once President Long departed, Yi Zhigua, filled with confusion, asked, Xiao Hao, where does our family intend to travel? Macau. Macau? Yi Zhigua and Guixiu exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with bewilderment. I have delved into statistics during my moments of boredom. What does that mean? Statistics can indeed be applied to gambling. Are you planning to gamble in Macau? Yi Zhigua's expression shifted dramatically. Yi Hao gently shook his head and replied, I intend to win. Although Yi Hao had perused statistics, his understanding was still superficial. He relied on his own perceptive abilities. Xiao Hao, you aren't contemplating using that 200,000 to gamble, are you? Guixiu inquired. Her gaze fixed on him. I am aware that you may doubt my skills, but once we arrive in Macau, I shall demonstrate my prowess. Yi Hao smiled as he said, Xiao Hao, I would advise against gambling, Yi Zhigua stated solemnly. However, Yi Zhigua's counsel bore no fruit. Thus, once we arrive in Macau, you each give me 1,000. If I lose that 1,000, we shall withdraw. Before Yi Zhigua could voice further objections, he was restrained by Guixiu. Listen to your son. Why are you joining in this folly? Yi Zhigua urged anxiously. Do not forget, our son achieved a perfect score in mathematics. If he lacked confidence, he would not dare venture to Macau, Guixiu softly replied. Moreover, our family has been under considerable stress lately. This is an opportunity for us to travel together. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Zhigua nodded in agreement. Very well, but we cannot go directly to Macau. We can only proceed via a tour group. Then let us join a tour group, Yi Hao suggested. Not long after, Yi Zhigua pointed at the screen of his phone. I found one, a 4-day, 3-night tour to Hong Kong and Macau, staying in a 5-star hotel at just $998 per person. This tour will undoubtedly involve compulsory shopping, Yi Hao remarked as he dialed a tour company's number. Who are you calling? Jean Travel Agency. Jean Travel Agency charges $4,999 per person, Yi Zhigua interjected. Having seen that earlier, Jean Travel Agency has an excellent reputation, and more importantly, I find it dubious that it costs less than 5,000. Yi Hao was saying when a melodious voice answered from the other end of the line. Hello, this is Jean Travel Agency. How may I assist you? After Yi Hao hung up the phone, he said, we shall head to Jean Travel Agency shortly to settle the payment. Yi Zhigua could only acquiesce upon hearing this. Macau, the gambling capital. Under the guidance of their tour guide, the 3 members of the Yi family arrived at the Galaxy Casino. Ladies and gentlemen, you now have 5 hours of free time. We will reconvene here in 5 hours, announced a bespectacled female tour guide. I must remind everyone that gambling carries risks. Yet, no one paid heed to the guide's warnings. For those eager to gamble, no deterrent would suffice, while those disinterested needed no restraint. In the preceding days, whether in Shenzhen or Hong Kong, the Yi family found little joy in their experiences. Hong Kong, renowned as a global shopping hub, offered luxury goods at prices significantly lower than those on the mainland. Guo had the inclination to purchase some items, but upon reflecting on the family's situation, she abandoned the thought. Thus, the family of three wandered around Hong Kong, purchasing nothing. Yi Hao did not persuade his parents to buy anything, for he understood that even his entreaties would be in vain. As he gazed at the opulent casino before him, a glimmer of determination began to shine in his eyes. Forgive me, he thought. Yi Hao had come here with the intent to gamble, but unlike others, his intentions were concealed. Upon entering the grand hall on the first floor, they were greeted by a myriad of gambling machines, most of which were surrounded by eager patrons. Xiao Hao, what do you plan to play? Yi Zhigua inquired softly. Let me take a look, Yi Hao replied, meandering through the hall until he spotted several tables playing a game of Jia Jinhua. I wish to play this, he exclaimed with delight. The reason for his choice lay in the fact that his perceptive vision would prove advantageous in this game. Does Jia Jinhua relate to probabilities? Yi Zhigua asked. Taken aback. In the past, he had played this game with friends during idle moments. Father, please exchange for 1,000 in chips, Yi Hao suggested after surveying the scene. All right. At this juncture, Yi Zhigua hesitated no longer, although skepticism lingered in his heart. Nevertheless, Yi Hao's eagerness to play compelled him to comply. At worst, they would forfeit the 1,000. Shortly, Yi Zhigua returned with 10 yellow chips in hand. The casino's chips were categorized into 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. A single red chip represented 1 yuan, an orange chip denoted 10 yuan, a yellow chip signified 100 yuan, and a green chip indicated 1,000 yuan. The first floor hall offered only these 4 colors. For larger wagers, one would need to venture to the VIP room. After receiving the chips, Yi Hao patiently awaited his turn. Approximately 3 minutes later, a middle-aged man, looking dejected, rose from his seat. Yi Hao stepped forward to occupy the now vacant position, but at that moment, a tattooed youth swiftly claimed the seat. Just wait a moment, the tattooed youth remarked nonchalantly. Chapter 37. The casino in Macau. Yi Hao pondered briefly but chose not to speak. In this unfamiliar land of Macau, he sought to avoid conflict. His only desire was to earn a modest sum and depart peacefully. The tattooed youth, noticing Yi Hao's reticence, turned to the dealer and commanded, "Deal the cards." The dealer produced a deck of playing cards and verified them before the 5 players, indicating that there was no deception involved. No one questioned this procedure. The tattooed youth did not examine his cards and casually placed a yellow chip on the table. "I call," he declared. The player following him also refrained from looking at his cards. In truth, few players would bother to check their cards upon entering, as doing so might mislead others into believing one had a strong hand. Consequently, this could prompt subsequent players to examine their cards, diminishing the potential winnings. If your hand is neither too large nor too small, would you choose to call or fold? If you fold, you might feel regret. If you call, you risk getting ensnared. Moreover, once you glimpse your cards, calling necessitates a double bet. After 2 rounds with 5 players, a middle-aged man opted to look at his cards. Upon discovering his whole card was a 10, he lamented and discarded it. "I concede." Yi Hao stood quietly to the side, effortlessly discerning the hidden cards. With clarity, Yi Hao recognized that the tattooed youth had triumphed, for his hand comprised a straight of 3, 4, and 5, which held considerable weight in the game of Jia Jinhua. As expected, the tattooed youth emerged victorious, amassing 3,000 in chips, which he gleefully pushed towards himself. Exclaiming how fortunate he was today, the expressions of the other 4 players soured, yet whose fault was it that their hands were lacking? Nonetheless, the tattooed youth's luck was indeed remarkable. In the subsequent 5 rounds, he won 3 more, accumulating cash exceeding 10,000. A heavily made-up woman stormed away in anger, and Yi Hao swiftly occupied her vacated seat. The tattooed youth shot Yi Hao a glance and remarked, "Another one come to donate money." Yi Hao merely smiled, dismissing the provocation. Engaging in verbal conflict seemed futile. Soon, Yi Hao would illustrate precisely who was truly offering the financial contributions today. Once the dealer distributed the cards to the 5 players, Yi Hao activated his ability to see through them. In a mere half a second, he comprehended all 5 hidden cards. To Yi Hao's dismay, one of the opponents held a flush. "Call. I call." It wasn't long before it was Yi Hao's turn to speak. The 4 players were left speechless as Yi Hao directly examined his cards. Was this not overly cautious? Yi Zhigua and Guo stood behind Yi Hao, their expressions transforming into surprise upon seeing his pair. Even the tattooed youth felt a stir of interest. It seemed this fellow's hand was formidable. Having resolved to call, they they too decided to look at their cards. However, to the astonishment of Yi Jigua and Guixiu, Yi Hao simply discarded his hand, declaring, "I fold." "Fold," Yi Jigua exclaimed, urgency in his voice. "Did you see your cards clearly?" Yi Hao cast a calming glance at Yi Jigua, yet he remained restless, eager to ascertain whether Yi Hao truly understood the game of Jia Jinhua. Guixiu tugged at Yi Jigua's sleeve, advising, "Trust our son." Yi Jigua yearned to assert that Yi Hao was merely playing recklessly, but he swallowed his words upon catching Guixiu's warning gaze. In the second round, Yi Hao again was the first to look at his cards, subsequently tossing them aside once more. This time, Yi Jigua refrained from commenting, for Yi Hao's hand was a leading card, clearly destined for disposal. Yi Hao found himself at a loss, as his fortune appeared dismal, having received poor cards for 5 consecutive rounds. "Are you perhaps here to gift us money?" The tattooed youth gazed at Yi Hao with a playful demeanor. In the game of Jia Jinhua, one must always stake money upon entering. Thus far, Yi Hao had already wagered 500 over 5 rounds. Was it premature to utter such words now? The incessant provocations from his opponent stirred a flicker of anger within Yi Hao. "Ha! If you have the guts, then play this round," the tattooed youth declared, tossing 2 yellow chips into the pot, thereby raising the stakes. With a glance from Yi Hao's perceptive eyes, a sense of delight blossomed in his heart. Although all 5 players held poor cards, Yi Hao possessed the highest hand. Upon realizing this, he refrained from even examining his cards and turned to his companion, Yi Jigua. "Father, please acquire some additional chips." "How much?" Yi Jigua inquired. "Perhaps 2,000, Yi Hao contemplated before responding. Yi Jigua shivered at the thought. "Are you certain?" "I am indeed certain." "Very well." With that, Yi Jigua departed. As soon as Yi Jigua left, Yi Hao seized 2 yellow chips and tossed them into the pot. "If you have the courage, let us continue this." "Ah, young man, you've got some guts," On chuckled, and then he too tossed in 2 yellow chips. "Let us keep this going for 10 or 8 rounds." On's assertion about continuing for 10 or 8 rounds was sheer nonsense. None had seen the whole cards. Who could say whose hand was superior? Unless, of course, one was extraordinarily fortunate during this period. "I have no qualms. I only fear that you may not dare." Yi Hao shrugged nonchalantly. He was utterly indifferent to how many rounds they played. He could continue until the end of time. On seethed. Yi Hao had come to terms with the fact that he would inevitably offend On. The other 3 players, witnessing the escalating tension between Yi Hao and On, decided to check their hands. One of them held a pair of 2s and, after a moment of hesitation, chose to double the bet. Yi Hao, however, disregarded this player and tossed in 2 yellow chips, then turned his cheerful gaze towards On. On felt a pang of uncertainty. He knew he should check his cards in this situation, yet doing so would essentially signify surrender. "I call." On resolved that, even if he lost 1,000 or so, he would continue. However, by the time Yi Hao called in the 5th round, the player who had been checking could only manage a wry smile as they folded their cards. It was simply too risky, especially considering they had already wagered 2,000. More crucially, given the trajectory of the bets between the 2 players, who knew how many more rounds they would have to endure. "It's down to just the 2 of us now." Yi Hao gestured towards the chips on the table. "Let us go all in. I will wager all my chips. If you find that insufficient, I shall retrieve more." On's expression darkened. Yi Hao still had 2,400 chips remaining. Yet, given the gravity of the situation, On had no choice but to persist. All in. On took 22 yellow chips and cast them into the pot. With caution, On flipped over the first whole card. Upon revealing a spade, a faint smile crept across his face. A concealed card that turned out to be a strong one was indeed a favorable outcome. With great caution, On turned over the second card. It was a spade. A surge of excitement coursed through On's heart. If the final hidden card were also a spade, victory was almost assured. However, the likelihood of that was exceedingly slim. Upon spotting the red edges, On realized that his hand was a strong one. "If you dare, show me a pair," he taunted, revealing his 3 cards and casting a challenging glance at Yi Hao. Chapter 38. Showdown. "I'm curious to see," Yi Hao said, flipping over his 3 cards. Standing behind him, Yi Jigua and Guixiu immediately recognized that Yi Hao held a pair of 5s. "Indeed, it's a pair," Guo exclaimed. On's expression shifted noticeably. Yi Hao, with a smile, placed his cards on the table. "Apologies, but what is there to be proud of in winning a single hand?" On scoffed. Yi Hao rose, pulling the chips toward himself. He had just won nearly 7,000. "Deal the cards," On muttered, visibly displeased. "In this round, Yi Hao discerned that one of the 4 players following him had a straight, so he merely followed along for a couple of rounds before discarding his hand. With his enhanced vision, Yi Hao could now sustain his ability for 60 seconds. Each glance at a hand took him half a second, allowing him to assess up to 120 hands in total. Yi Hao wasn't focused on accumulating chips here, as the stakes were only a few tens of thousands. His true aim was the VIP room. However, he needed to amass sufficient funds first. As time passed, Yi Hao's bankroll swelled, reaching 60,000 by the 60th hand. He then stood up. "What are you planning to do?" On shot up in response. Yi Hao gestured toward the second floor. "I'm heading to the VIP room for a few games." "Do you really think 60,000 will get you very far?" On retorted. "It's certainly more entertaining than petty games," Yi Hao replied with a smile. "You can't leave," On insisted, still hoping to recoup his losses. "Are you certain you want to stop me here?" Yi Hao asked calmly. It was then that On noticed 2 tall security personnel appearing nearby. In Macau, which casino lacks connections? On, merely a street thug in Macau, wouldn't dare make a move in the casino, even with 10 times the courage. "You're quite impressive," On remarked before turning to leave. Yi Jigua, looking concerned, asked, "Xiao Hao, do you think he'll retaliate?" "Macau's security is among the best in the world," Yi Hao reassured him. "All right, but do you truly intend to go to the VIP room?" Yi Jigua still harbored doubts about Yi Hao's gambling prowess. "There's no harm in seeing for oneself, is there?" Yi Hao smiled. Just as the 3 of them reached the stairs, a staff member quietly inquired, "Are you 3 headed to the VIP room?" "Yes," Yi Hao nodded. "Please follow me." As Yi Hao followed the server toward the staircase, he noticed a clear sign in the corridor stating that the minimum consumption in the VIP room was 10,000. The server did not underestimate the 3 due to their attire. She softly explained the regulations of the VIP room to them. "Auntie, you can just call me Xiao Yi," she said gently. "I will be at your service throughout your stay." The majority of the casino's revenue is derived from the VIP room, which is why every casino places great importance on its esteemed guests. "Dice throwing," Yi Hao exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the mention. "That's what I want to play." Soon, he and Yi Hua arrived at the dice throwing room. Approximately 20 people were present, all eyes fixed on the dealer. The dealer shook the cup for a moment and then gently placed it on the betting table, signaling that it was time to place bets. "What are the rules?" Yi Hao inquired. "There are 6 dice inside the cup. You guess the total sum of the dice. If you guess correctly, you receive 10 times the odds," Yi Hua explained softly. "If all 6 dice show 1, that counts as a 1. I believe most dealers here can achieve that. The maximum total for 6 dice is 36, making the probability of guessing correctly 1 in 36. However, the casino only offers 10 times the odds. It must be said that the house is rather cunning." In just 0.3 seconds, Yi Hao discerned the 6 dice. 21, he declared as he observed others placing their bets, promptly laying down 3 green chips on the 21 position. He was the only one in the room to bet on 21. "Open it up, hurry. I refuse to believe I won't win this time. I've chosen 5 numbers. Surely that must grant me victory." As the anticipation in the room grew, the dealer lifted the cup. The numbers on the 6 dice were revealed. 3, 4, 4, 5. 5. Guoxiu calculated quickly, her eyes widening in realization. 21. According to the tenfold odds, Yi Hao had just won 300,000. Yi Hua, somewhat elated, handed Yi Hao 33 green chips. "Your luck is truly remarkable. May it continue," she said. Yi Hao smiled and handed her a single green chip in return. "Your tip," he remarked. Yi Hua expressed her gratitude earnestly. However, the expressions of Yi Jigua and Guoxiu suddenly froze. They had not anticipated that Yi Hao would nonchalantly present Yi Hua with a tip of 10,000. Yet, now that Yi Hao had given it, could they possibly intervene? The dealer's demeanor remained largely unchanged. Was it not rather ordinary to guess correctly with a 1 in 36 chance? As the dealer placed the cup down once more, the gamblers began to place their bets. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Hao withdrew 10 green chips and placed them on 23. His actions inspired several other gamblers to follow suit, each placing their bets on the 23 position. As the dealer lifted the lid, Guoxiu's expression changed dramatically. The numbers on the 6 dice were all low, making it impossible for them to total 23. 100,000. The thought pierced through her heart. It was gone before it even warmed her. "Xiao Hao, shall we withdraw?" Guoxiu whispered, tugging at Yi Hao. "Let us play one more round." Yi Hao replied with a smile. "But we mustn't bet high this time," Guoxiu quickly cautioned. Even if they left now, they had still made over 200,000. What left Guo speechless was that Yi Hao had placed all 25 of his green chips on the number 36. All in, Yi Hao declared with a grin. I can't help but feel that this isn't an all-in. You're merely donating to the casino, a fellow gambler remarked incredulously. The number 36 might not even appear once in a day. I suggest you reconsider before the lid is opened. Despite the pleas from several gamblers, Yi Hao remained unfazed, asserting that each number had an equal chance of appearing. Those attempting to dissuade him were at a loss for words. Some theories hold true in principle, yet reality often defies such notions. Guo, exasperated, urged, Xiao Hao, what are you doing? This is money we've already won. If need be, we can return it to the casino. Yi Hao reassured Guo with a smile. You reckless child. Yi Zhiguo also felt that Yi Hao's actions were overly audacious. With this 250,000, their family's financial situation could be greatly alleviated. Open the lid, Yi Hao commanded the dealer earnestly. Are you certain? The dealer inquired. I am certain, Yi Hao affirmed with a nod. Very well, the bet is placed. As the dealer uttered those words, he slowly unveiled the lid amidst the anticipative gazes of the crowd. Chapter 39. Interception. All eyes were fixated on the 6 dice within the lid. As they discerned the numbers on the dice, their jaws dropped in astonishment. 6 sixes. All 6 dice displayed sixes. How could this be? Both Guo and Yi Zhiguo were enveloped in disbelief. No one had anticipated that Yi Hao would guess correctly. Indeed, in their minds, Yi Hao was merely taking a wild guess. The dealer, equally taken aback, quickly composed himself. Such occurrences transpire daily at the casino, and he soon smiled at Yang Mo, saying, Congratulations to this guest for winning 2,500,000. Let us go, Yi Zhiguo said, slightly regaining his composure. Yi Hao nodded gently. In truth, even without Yi Zhiguo's urging, Yi Hao was not inclined to continue winning. Should they keep winning, it might attract the casino's attention, which was the last thing Yi Hao desired. The casino operated with remarkable efficiency. Within a minute, Yi Zhiguo's mobile banking received a notification stating that 2,500,000 had been deposited into his account. At that moment, both Yi Zhiguo and Guo found themselves in a dreamlike state. The two of them could hardly believe that the predicament that had troubled their family for days was resolved so unexpectedly. Xiao Hao and Guo embraced their son, tears of joy streaming down their faces. With the debts cleared, we still have over $1 million in cash. Mom, Macau also has shopping streets. Since we still have some time, let us go shopping as a family, Yi Hao suggested softly. Yes, let us go shopping, Yi Zhiguo chimed in, now adopting a lavish demeanor, declaring that they would spend extravagantly, not returning home until they had spent at least 100,000. It seems you've made quite a bit, he remarked. At that moment, a sinister voice echoed behind them. Yi Hao then noticed a tattooed youth accompanied by 5 thugs standing behind them, and beside the tattooed youth stood a middle-aged man in a black suit. On, this kid made you lose 30,000? The man in the black suit pointed at Yi Hao. Uncle Lu, I would recognize this kid even if he turned to ashes. On replied hastily. I'll give you 2 choices, the middle-aged man said, fixing his gaze on Yi Hao. First, return On S 30,000. Second, you can gamble with me. What if I refuse both options? Yi Hao retorted. If you refuse both, it will be quite difficult for you to leave Macau unscathed. I don't believe you, Yi Hao chuckled. Even without utilizing his ability to slow time, Yi Hao's physical prowess far surpassed that of an average soldier. He did not consider these individuals to be his match. Kid, it seems you're tired of living, On sneered, reaching out to grab Yi Hao's shoulder. To On's astonishment, Yi Hao dodged at the last moment, and, using the momentum, executed a shoulder throw. With a resounding thud, On felt 2 of his ribs crack. Daring to lay a hand on our boss. You must be tired of living, On's companions shouted, rushing toward Yi Hao upon realizing their leader had been taken down. Yi Hao coldly regarded the 5 thugs and, without hesitation, activated his ability to slow time. In his perception, their movements were no longer merely 10 times slower, but 20 times. By the time Yi Zhiguo reacted, he was shocked to see that the approaching thugs had swollen jaws from the blows Yi Hao had dealt. When did my son become so strong? Yi Zhiguo murmured. The middle-aged man in the black suit regarded Yi Hao with a grave expression, realizing he was dealing with someone skilled. You flatter me, Yi Hao replied nonchalantly. Now, I'm even more eager to witness your gambling skills. The middle-aged man gazed intensely at Yi Hao. I'm not interested, Yi Hao declined. I fear this isn't merely a matter of your interest. The man pointed to the approaching police. You'd best agree to my terms before they arrive, or I cannot guarantee you 1T, spend the night in a cell. Are you threatening me? A cold glint sparked in Yi Hao's eyes. Unfazed by Yi Hao's threat, Lu Ziming remained calm, stating, I have connections on both sides of the law. Dealing with you will not be a problem. Upon hearing this, the glint of coldness in Yi Hao's eyes intensified. Since you find the money too hot to handle, I do not mind assisting you in shouldering some of it. You have made a sagacious decision. Lu Ziming remarked with a faint smile. Just then, 2 patrolling officers approached. What is happening here? One officer inquired in a grave tone. We are merely engaging in some playful banter. Lu Ziming responded with a smile. Playful banter? The officer looked at Yi Hao with confusion, for the 6 ruffians, including On, appeared as though they had been beaten. Could this unassuming youth truly be so formidable? Indeed, we are genuinely just having fun. Yi Hao nodded in affirmation. He harbored no doubts about Lu Ziming's words. Throughout history, the realms of light and dark have been intertwined. Yi Hao was unaware of the extent of Lu Ziming's connections. Yet he was certain Lu Ziming could handle the situation, especially since he had just struck On and his cohorts. This was a fact Yi Hao could not deny. Please. Lu Ziming gestured with an open hand. Yi Hao nodded slightly, yet inwardly he was calculating. The casino provides exclusive private rooms. What would you like to play? Lu Ziming inquired, gazing at Yi Hao. I would like to roll the dice and listen for the points, Yi Hao replied. Lu Ziming's expression subtly shifted. Are you certain? Those capable of discerning the points are all elite masters in the gambling world. This young man before him appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. How could he possibly reach such a level? In fact, the dealer presiding over the game also displayed signs of apprehension. He cast a wary glance at Yi Hao, but refrained from speaking. Is there a problem? Since you are so confident in your gambling skills, I shall indulge you. Lu Ziming indicated for the dealer to commence. The dealer retrieved the specialized equipment and allowed both players to inspect it before beginning to shake the dice. Lu Ziming's ears perked up immediately. He was on the cusp of mastery, yet he did not believe Yi Hao to be superior to him. As the cup landed on the betting table, Lu Ziming smiled and said, Shall we discuss the rules before we begin? You may proceed. Predicting the points can be somewhat challenging. Thus, the closest guess wins. Is that agreeable? Absolutely. Since there are no objections, I shall wager 30,000, Lu Ziming declared, tossing 3 green chips onto the number 24. Upon witnessing this, Yi Hao quickly realized that Lu Ziming had come to assist On. Do not waste time, On coldly admonished Yang Mo. What is the hurry? Yi Hao cast a sidelong glance at On, then similarly threw 3 green chips, but on the number 25. You certainly know how to throw. On laughed heartily at this scene. Is there a problem? Do you think merely wagering a number close to Uncle Lu's will secure you a victory? I genuinely believe so. Yi Hao chuckled. Chapter 40, The Casino Master. Let us begin. Lu Ziming expressed his frustration with Yi Hao's cleverness. The dealer looked at Yi Hao. The opening of the cup requires the consent of both parties. This is the rule. Yi Hao nodded gently, and the dealer opened the bowl. When Guoxiu beheld the numbers on the 6 dice, 1, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, surprise illuminated her face. 25. On exclaimed, dumbfounded. Lu Ziming also appeared momentarily stunned, not having anticipated such an outcome. Again, he instructed the dealer, his gaze steady. Let us go. The dealer nodded and began to shake the dice once more, employing a slightly more vigorous technique than before, subtly heightening the challenge. A cough escaped On, startling Lu Ziming, though he refrained from commenting. Once the dealer placed the bowl down, he shot a fierce glare at On, who promptly lowered her head. Noise during the unveiling was strictly to be avoided. You go first, Lu Ziming said, turning to Yi Hao. With a smile, Yi Hao placed 6 green chips on the number 24. 60,000, Lu Ziming's eyes flickered. After a moment of hesitation, he tossed 6 green chips onto the number 21. Let us see, he urged. All 6 dice revealed the number 4. 4 times 6 is 24. Lu Ziming's expression shifted as he realized that Yi Hao was indeed a skilled player. Care to wager again? Yi Hao mused, twirling a chip between his fingers. This is just the beginning, Lu Ziming responded, retrieving a golden card from his wallet. 1,000,000 in chips, please. The faces of Yi Zhigua and Guoxiu paled at Lu Ziming's declaration. He was clearly ready to play for substantial stakes. Xiao Hao, should we exchange for some as well? Yi Zhigua whispered. This amount suffices. Yi Hao gently shook his head. Before long, On returned, bearing 100 green chips. Once more? As the dealer lowered the bowl again, Lu Ziming confidently placed 10 green chips on the number 16. Yi Hao, however, pushed all 12 of his green chips onto the number 12. You are truly confident, Lu Ziming remarked, as he again selected 2 chips to cast. Skill transcends mere confidence. Yi Hao replied with a smile. Dealer, reveal the bowl. The numbers on the dice turned out to be 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3. Lu Ziming's countenance darkened. At that moment, he finally recognized that the young man before him was a master in the realm of gambling. Care to wager again? Yi Hao inquired. Let us play poker, Lu Ziming retorted, unwilling to continue this gamble with Yi Hao. Not interested, Yi Hao responded without a second thought. Lu Ziming was taken aback by Yi Hao's refusal. Dealer, does your casino permit coercion in gambling? Yi Hao asked the dealer with earnestness. The dealer, noting Lu Ziming's expression, became unfriendly. I must ask Mr. Lu to maintain his dignity. The casino has long embarked on a path of legitimate operation. Reverting to previous practices is now utterly unfeasible. The proprietors of major casinos engage in philanthropy not merely for altruism, but to cultivate a favorable public image. Thus, as long as you refrain from gambling excessively, there is no need to fear that the casino will default on its obligations. In fact, should you request it, the casino will arrange for security personnel to escort you back to the mainland. Which of the 18 casinos in Macau does not value its reputation? If their renown were to suffer irreparable damage, how could they continue to conduct business? Lu Ziming's complexion shifted, yet he remained silent. Let us depart, Yi Hao stated, rising from his seat. Just as An intended to intervene, Lu Ziming restrained her. Do you wish to invite danger? He cautioned in a hushed tone. The security personnel at the casino were once notorious for their ruthlessness. Any disruption within their premises would not be tolerated. Xiaohao, shall we return now? Yi Zhiguo inquired. We will have the casino's security personnel escort us back to the mainland, Yi Hao replied, summoning a waiter. The waiter hesitated momentarily before stating, Sir, our casino can arrange for security personnel to accompany you back to the mainland, though a fee will apply. How much? That depends on your itinerary, sir. Take us to Jiangnan City, Yi Hao decided after a moment's thought. The waiter pondered briefly and asked, How many security personnel would you require, sir? My only request is for a safe and convenient journey to Jiangnan City. 100,000. Agreed. Lu Ziming's intervention had left their parents exceedingly anxious, and thus, Yi Hao deemed the expenditure of 100,000 for peace of mind to be a prudent investment. Sir, please follow me, the waiter instructed. The casino operates with a sophisticated system, and the arrangements were swiftly made. Sir, this will be your resting area. I will bring your tickets shortly. The waiter gently announced as he led Yi Hao's family to a lavish room within the casino. Guo circled the room, remarking, I initially thought spending 100,000 was excessive, but now I see the justification behind the cost. Yi Zhiguan nodded in agreement. This accommodation surpasses even the 5-star hotels we typically frequent. Once the three had settled, Yi Zhiguan softly commented, Despite the recent upheaval, our family has profited nearly 3 million. After settling our debts, we will have approximately 2 million remaining. Indeed, Guo concurred, feeling that the trip had been worthwhile. I wish to renovate our home. As for the remaining funds, I plan to invest in a business. Yi Zhiguo expressed his thoughts candidly. You intend to pursue renovations? Guo asked. The real estate market is heating up. The renovation industry is bound to flourish. Yi Zhiguo replied with a nod. I plan to invest 1 million to establish a legitimate renovation company. You may proceed as you see fit. Yi Hao chuckled lightly. Just then, the doorbell rang. Has the ticket arrived so soon? Yi Hao queried, puzzled. Upon opening the door, he was momentarily dazzled by the sight before him. Before me stands a young maiden. Her brows like distant mountains, her eyes akin to twinkling stars. As she confronts Yi Hao, an aura of regal elegance envelopes her. Yi Hao immediately discerns that this girl hails from an extraordinary lineage. Otherwise, such an air of authority could not be cultivated. Am I disturbing you? The maiden inquires softly. Her voice, delicate, crisp, and melodious, offers an unparalleled sensory delight. And you are? Yi Hao prompts. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lan Qingqing, the proprietor of this establishment, she declares, extending her jade-like hand. Yi Hao is momentarily taken aback, astonished that the casino's overseer would seek him out. However, it quickly dawns on him that news of his wager with Lu Ziming has likely reached Lan Qingqing's ears. What brings you to me? Yi Hao gently asks. Chapter 41. The realm of the master. Noticing the hint of wariness in Yi Hao's eyes, Lan Qingqing smiles subtly. I have heard that you are a skilled player at the tables, and thus I came to pay my respects. As she speaks, Her slender fingers remain poised in the air. After a moment's contemplation, Yihao grasps her delicate hand, finding it soft and smooth. An unexpected reluctance to release her hand washes over him. Yet the transformation wrought by divine blood instills a measure of willpower and self-control within him. Nonetheless, once they part, he cannot shake the feeling of longing. I cannot claim to be a master. I merely indulge in games out of boredom, he admits, unable to confess his inexperience. Might I have the honor of witnessing your gambling prowess? Lan Qingqing's eyes brighten with interest. Very well, Yihao concedes with a nod. As the casino's manager, Lan Qingqing wields considerable influence. The matter concerning Lu Ziming ignites within Yihao a desire to expand his social connections, and Lan Qingqing undoubtedly represents a worthy prospect. However, I must inform my parents, Yihao adds softly. Of course, Lan Qingqing replies with a smile. Yihao closes the door and returns to his room. Xiao Hao, are you certain everything is all right? Yi Zhiguo inquires, a hint of unease in his tone. Miss Lan is likely interested in my gambling skills. Hence, you need not worry for my safety. Yihao reassures his father and the others. Moreover, not just anyone can pose a threat to me. When did you learn martial arts? Yi Zhiguo presses further. After my recovery, I encountered an elderly man with a white beard during a stroll in the park. Yihao responds, then falls silent. You need not inquire further. Even if you do, I cannot divulge more. After Yihao departs, Yi Zhiguo exhibits a face of concern. Xiao Hao is becoming increasingly enigmatic. You only need to know that he is our son, Guixio remarks, untroubled by the mystery. Indeed, Yi Zhiguo nods in agreement. Lan Qingqing possesses a tall and slender figure, nearly matching Yihao's height, exuding a faint yet delightful fragrance. What perfume are you wearing? Yihao inquires. The Aegean Sea. Lan Qingqing replies softly. How come I've never heard of this perfume? Yihao inquired, momentarily taken aback. He was no naive novice. Ever since the conclusion of the college entrance examination, he had been perusing a myriad of news articles. This fragrance was custom-made for the Swedish royal family. If you fancy it, I shall gift you 2 bottles shortly. Ah, I see. Such exclusive products rarely grace social media. They belong to the upper echelons of society. No, thank you. Yihao declined. He was acutely aware of the exorbitant price of this perfume. It would be inappropriate to accept it without merit. Lan Qingqing offered a faint smile, saying nothing further. The Aegean Sea perfume was produced in limited quantities of only 5,000 bottles annually by the Swedish royal family, rendering it inaccessible without a certain social standing. Consequently, Lan Qingqing possessed only a scarce amount herself. Although Lan Qingqing could indeed bestow the Aegean Sea perfume upon Yihao, it was contingent upon his having the worthiness to receive such a gift. Yihao followed Lan Qingqing into a VIP room. She gestured toward a middle-aged dealer in the room. This is our esteemed dealer, Mr. Ma, from the Jehua Casino. Yihao nodded gently in acknowledgement. Are you prepared? Lan Qingqing inquired, looking at him. Yes. With a glance, she signaled to Mr. Ma to commence. Mr. Ma raised his hand and flipped the cup over, deftly shaking it to draw in the 6 dice, which he then began to rattle at a precise rhythm. Yihao focused intently on the cup, contemplative. He noticed that Mr. Ma's shaking frequency surpassed that of the previous dealer by a considerable margin. The quicker the rhythm, the swifter the numbers would change, making it increasingly difficult to predict. Lan Qingqing and the 2 bodyguards clad in black held their breath, fully aware that Yihao must not be disturbed at this moment. As soon as Mr. Ma set the cup down, Yihao spoke up. Upon hearing this, Mr. Ma's face displayed astonishment, for he had already anticipated the numbers within the cup before placing it down. As Mr. Ma unveiled the cup, Lan Qingqing and the others were astonished to find that 5 of the dice had stacked atop one another, with the topmost die showing a 1, while another die beside them also displayed a 1. Mr. Ma, you ought to demonstrate some skill, Lan Qingqing remarked with a smile. Mr. Ma took a deep breath and lifted the 6 dice back into the cup. This time, Yihao noted that as Mr. Ma shook the cup, his little finger trembled slightly, causing the 6 dice to spin rapidly within. Once Mr. Ma placed the cup down, Lan Qingqing remarked with a smile, Mr. Ma's technique has become increasingly refined. I have merely scratched the surface, Mr. Ma humbly replied. Yihao succinctly stated, 6. Mr. Ma's expression shifted. But I employed the fixed rotation technique. How could you possibly have guessed? The fixed rotation technique is pivotal in determining whether a dealer is a master, as it causes the dice to spin at high speed, making it extraordinarily challenging to discern their values. However, Yihao casually guessed the number on the dice. It is somewhat understandable that Yi Hao is of a similar age to the dealer. But the issue lies in the fact that this individual appears to be merely 17 or 18 years old. Please summon Master Zhou, Lan Qingqing instructed one of her bodyguards. The bodyguard acknowledged her request and swiftly departed. Shortly thereafter, he returned with an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit to the VIP room. Greetings, miss. Master Zhou respectfully bowed to Lan Qingqing. You're too polite, Master Zhou, she replied with a faint smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Master Zhou turned his attention to Yi Hao. This must be young Master Yi. Yi Hao. Yi Hao was unaccustomed to being addressed as young master. With a smile, Master Zhou approached the dice, saying, Young Master Yi. Please listen closely. Yi Hao nodded slightly. His vision had reached an astonishing acuity, allowing him to perceive minute details that others could not. He noticed that the frequency of Master Zhou's pinky finger twitching was 3 times that of the dealer's. When Yi Hao activated his X-ray vision, he realized that the 6 dice spinning were utterly indecipherable. The numbers were elusive. After observing for 3 seconds, he ceased, as his ability to see through was not limitless. Once Master Zhou set down the bowl, Yi Hao gestured. What does that mean? Master Zhou asked, taken aback. 3. Master Zhou responded with confusion as he opened the bowl. The 6 dice were stacked in pairs, all showing ones. A look of astonishment appeared in Master Zhou's eyes as he gazed at Yi Hao. Could it be that young Master Yi's skill in listening to the bowl had reached the level of a master? Chapter 42. Taoist Sect, the Realm of a Master. In both shaking and listening to the bowl, there exists a distinction between masters and grandmasters. One can attain the level of a master through diligent practice. But reaching the level of a grandmaster requires extraordinary talent, as it signifies the potential to establish one's own sect. As Master Zhou's words lingered in the air, an expression of incredulity crossed Lan Qingqing's face. She understood all too well what being a grandmaster entailed. Miss Lan, having witnessed my gambling skills, I trust there are no further concerns? Yi Hao did not respond to Master Zhou, but turned to Lan Qingqing instead. I previously intruded upon young Master Yi. May I have the opportunity to make amends with Qingqing? Lan Qingqing's amber eyes blinked at Yi Hao. Faced with her gaze, Yi Hao helplessly replied. Are you implying that your amends involve treating me to a meal? Then you have agreed. Observing the smile on Lan Qingqing's face, Yi Hao couldn't help but recall a phrase. A faint smile can captivate a city. Lan Qingqing was eloquent. Conversing with her was never a matter of lacking topics. And awkwardness was an alien concept. This was indeed a form of social finesse. Yi Hao, would you be interested in serving as a consultant at my casino? Lan Qingqing invited as the moment felt opportune. Yi Haoming understood that this was the theme of the day. He had no intention of making definitive statements. After all, he was still a student. A student? Lan Qingqing's eyes sparkled with curiosity. I just participated in the college entrance exam for further studies. May I ask which university you applied to? The College of Traditional Chinese Medicine. In that case, it seems you performed quite well, Lan Qingqing remarked. Well aware of some prestigious universities in Huaxia. What was your score in the college entrance examination? 900 points. With a score of 900, gaining admission to the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine should pose no problem at all, she responded, a hint of astonishment in her voice. Yi Haoming's score was not far from the top 6 esteemed institutions. Of course, Lan Qingqing remained unaware that Yi Haoming had received a score of 0 in English, a fact he had no intention of disclosing to her. There was no need. At that moment, Lan Qingqing's expression suddenly changed, and she began to cough violently, covering her mouth. Once she composed herself, Yi Haoming noticed blood at the corners of her lips. Are you all right? He inquired hesitantly. It's an old ailment, Lan Qingqing replied, her face paling as she dabbed at her lips with a tissue. Should I take you to the hospital? She gently shook her head. I have heard that the dean of the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine is a national treasure. Do you know her, Miss Lan? An idea struck Yi Haoming. If it weren't for the national treasure, I would have perished years ago, Lan Qingqing said bitterly. In that case, there seems to be no hope. The finest doctors in Huaxia were indeed the national treasures, and if they could do nothing, it was as if Lan Qingqing's fate had already been sealed. Suddenly, a figure flashed through Yi Haoming's mind. Actually, there might be a way, he said after some contemplation. Lan Qingqing looked at him in astonishment, puzzled by his words. Ordinary people may be helpless, but perhaps the Taoist sects could offer assistance. The mention of the Taoist sects left Lan Qingqing with an expression of sheer disbelief. Taoist sects? You know about them? I am acquainted with a disciple of a Taoist sect. Yi Haoming nodded. He had witnessed Mei Xinxue's prowess. undoubtedly a disciple of the Taoist order. Lan Qingqing's excitement grew. Could you possibly introduce me? The Taoist sects had always been shrouded in legend, yet she knew they were real. However, the Taoist sects typically scorned interactions with the secular world. Despite the Blue family's exhaustive efforts, they had failed to locate the fabled sect. The Taoist disciple will eventually seek me out, for I possess something of great significance to her, Yi Haoming softly stated. However, I cannot say when she will come. What is that item? Lan Qingqing realized her inquiry might be impolite, yet given the stakes involved in her life, she felt compelled to seek clarity. Her personal bronze dagger. Yi Haoming replied. When she comes looking for you, you must be sure to inform me, Lan Qingqing said earnestly. I shall implore her to save you. Yi Hao nodded gently. The situation surrounding Yi Hao continued to escalate. Just as the Jiangnan Daily claimed that sensational news would break the following day, many netizens found themselves sleepless through the night, eager to discover the nature of this explosive revelation. In the early hours, Jiangnan Daily punctually published several photographs accompanied by an article. It turned out that Yi Hao's absence from the examination was due to his act of heroism. In a society where such valor is increasingly rare, it is only fitting that this student be granted another opportunity to retake the exam. I propose that the Ministry of Education arrange for Yi Hao to have a retake, regardless of the increased difficulty. We must not allow those who act courageously to shed tears, especially one with such promising potential. As countless netizens flooded the comments, Jiangnan Daily subsequently released an even more shocking piece of news. Yi Hao had forcefully requested to be discharged, escorted by Officer Liang. Many netizens were taken aback. What was happening? Did Yi Hao go to take the exam, or was he being escorted by the officer? Then why did Yi Hao still receive a score of 0 in English? Just as they sought answers, Jiangnan Daily announced that further details would be revealed the next day, prompting many to vehemently criticize the newspaper for its shamelessness. Are they attempting to create a soap opera? Despite their complaints, these netizens remained highly anticipatory of the morning's revelations. One aspect of Jiangnan Daily remained credible. Their assertions of having explosive news were indeed substantiated and compelling. In the early hours, their website featured a video that vividly showcased Yi Hao's arrival at the Second Vocational Technical College, accompanied by Liang Mo. As netizens across the nation witnessed Su Li repeatedly obstructing Yi Hao from entering the school gates, their anger was palpable. Shameless. How could such a person be worthy of the title of educator? It is strongly recommended that individuals like her be expelled from the teaching profession. Such teachers deserve to face the law. As I observed Yi Hao spitting blood in fury, tears streamed down my face, though he uttered that he was fine. How could his heart be at ease? Without Su Li's interference, this year's top scholar would undoubtedly have been Yi Hao. Out of spite for Yi Hao's impact on her career advancement, Su Li sought revenge, and such a person truly deserves the harshest of punishments. You may not have noticed the profound indignation of Yi Hao's elderly teacher. I suspect that had it not been for the security guard's intervention, he would have torn Su Li's mouth apart. While numerous netizens condemned Su Li, they also continuously tagged the Ministry of Education, urging them to carefully consider Yi Hao's opportunity for a retake. The esteemed officials of the ministry could no longer withstand the pressure, asserting that they were addressing the matter of Yi Hao's retake. Chapter 43. The Fong Family. Fong Wen in the capital. A young man, elegantly attired in loose loungewear, sat upright, respectfully serving freshly brewed tea to the elder across from him. The elder accepted the teacup and took a delicate sip, smiling as he remarked, "Wen'er, your tea ceremony has grown increasingly profound. The fragrance lingers on the lips, and your heart is filled with youthful exuberance." The handsome young man smiled and replied, "As long as uncle is pleased, that is sufficient. Wen'er did not come to seek me merely to brew tea, did she?" The elder looked at the young man and inquired, "What is your perspective on the uproar surrounding Yi Hao online?" The young man hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "Wen'er, what is your opinion?" Zhang Runlu gently set down his teacup and asked with a smile. "I believe Yi Hao deserves a chance," the young man declared solemnly. "Why is that?" Zhang Runlu appeared unsurprised by the young man's assertion. "Because I believe my position as the top scholar is well-deserved," the young man replied earnestly. "I shall consider it carefully," Zhang Runlu finally said after a lengthy pause. "Then I shall not disturb uncle's rest any longer," the young man stated as he rose to his feet. "Wei Zhe, see Wen'er off," Zhang Runlu instructed, glancing at his secretary. Moments later, Wei Zhe returned. "Do you know how to handle the matter concerning Yi Hao?" Zhang Runlu asked casually. I will urge for arrangements to be made for Yi Hao to retake the examination as soon as possible, Wei Zhe replied softly. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flickered in Zhang Runlu's eyes. Wei Zhe's expression changed. Have I erred? Do you know what kind of tea this is? Zhang Runlu gestured towards the 2 tails of tea leaves on the table. Wui Mountain de Hong Pao. Wei Zhe, not lacking in discernment, recognized it immediately. Wui Mountain de Hong Pao comes in various grades, and this 2 tails is sourced from a few hundred-year-old tea trees. Upon hearing this, the term special supply echoed in Wei Zhe's mind. Even I, as a retired minister, am unworthy of such a gift, Zhang Runlu continued. Is Fong Wen presenting me with this grand gift in hopes that we assist Yi Hao? Yet, I just heard Fong Wen mention that he wished for his position as the top scholar to be genuinely deserved. Wouldn't that be ensured if Yi Hao were not competing? A bitter smile involuntarily appeared on Wei Zhe's face. If it weren't for Zhang Runlu's reminder today, my career would have reached its end. Indeed, the path of an official is not so easily traversed. What is your view on Fong Wen? Zhang Runlu inquired, keen to assess Wei Zhe. Even if Fong Wen's title as the top scholar is not genuinely earned, he is the most exceptional young man I have encountered. Wei Zhe pondered for a moment before responding. Despite his youth, he is proficient in 5 languages and is renowned in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. He is handsome and hails from a well-to-do family. This time, he has gained admission to 6 of the top financial institutions, ensuring his future prominence in the business world. And then, Zhang Runlu questioned. And then, Wei Zhe was taken aback. Had he rambled on without getting to the crux of the matter? He reviewed his previous statements and found no discrepancies. Narrow-mindedness leads to limited achievements. Zhang Runlu gently uttered those 8 words. What? Wei Zhe could hardly fathom Zhang Runlu's assessment. Regarding Yi Hao, even if Fong Wen had not come to me, do you think Yi Hao would have had the opportunity to retake the exam? Zhang Runlu mused. In the capital, who would dare disregard the Fong family's stance? Unless the Fong family publicly declares their indifference, who would dare to slap their face? Ultimately, they are still too young. Zhang Runlai, upon reaching this point, rose and walked towards the room. What the netizens across the nation did not anticipate was that the Ministry of Education's discussion concluded with the decision to prohibit Yi Hao from retaking the examination. A plethora of reasons was summarized. After glancing through these justifications, Yi Hao, somewhat disheartened, set his phone aside. These reasons were merely excuses, Guo exclaimed in anger. Perhaps those individuals did not wish to go to great lengths for my sake. Yi Hao's heart brimmed with fury. One day, I shall make the world hear my voice. Agitated, he bid farewell to Guo and stepped out for a stroll. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself at the Black Dragon Pool in Jiangnan City. The Black Dragon Spring is a local attraction, albeit not widely recognized due to its frequent occurrences of bizarre events. When Yi Hao noticed the dark, ancient well before him, he suddenly realized he had ventured into a place he ought not to be. The legend of the Black Dragon Spring was well known among the locals, and Yi Hao certainly was not ignorant of it. It was said that beneath the spring lay a malevolent black dragon. However, in all these years, no one had ever seen the dragon. Yet, the Black Dragon Spring bore a rusted iron chain. 20 years prior, an archaeological team had come to the spring. Utilizing modern equipment for detection, they found that the devices malfunctioned upon entering the spring. Undeterred, the team attempted to pull the chain with machinery. To everyone's astonishment, the chain extended for hundreds of meters without an end. At that moment, the spring began to bubble vigorously, followed by the sound akin to crashing waves. The local populace was terrified by this spectacle, demanding that the scientific team return the chain. The team was equally shaken. How could an inland city like Jiangnan be connected to the sea? Thus, they hastily returned the chain, and the matter faded into obscurity. After recalling this incident, Yi Hao was about to leave the area. However, as he walked, his expression darkened, for he realized he had once again returned to the Black Dragon Spring. In other words, he had been wandering in circles. A wall of ghosts, Yi Hao mused. This is an illusion. Just then, an ancient voice echoed in his mind. Yi Hao was startled. Who? You ask who I am. A ghost? Cautiously, Yi Hao glanced around. You are the ghost. I am of the noble dragon lineage. The voice roared within his heart. Dragon lineage, dragon lineage, dragon lineage. Dragon lineage? Upon hearing this, Yi Hao turned his gaze toward the ancient well before him. Are you the black dragon that has been locked away? Indeed. Is not the dragon lineage omnipotent? Yet we are not invincible. Who imprisoned you? A few old geezers from the Taoist sect. Why did they confine you? Because I am of the dragon clan. What kind of reasoning is that? Yi Hao was taken aback. It is because they fear the power I will wield upon reaching maturity, the black dragon lamented with a tinge of sorrow. However, I still wish to know why you have chosen to reveal this to me. Do you not wish to save me? I do not, came the reply. How can you possess no shred of compassion? I do not. Since you lack compassion, then I shall consume you without any psychological burden. At that moment, a shadow draped in black robes appeared before Yi Hao, and an enormous hand reached out toward him. Chapter 44. A black dragon. Yi Hao observed the young man in black robes, whose face was twisted in a menacing grimace, and realized that this individual had no intention of sparing him. The black-robed youth easily ensnared Yi Hao's body, and his sharp nails pierced Yi Hao's arm, causing blood to surge forth uncontrollably. The black-robed youth's eyes glimmered with ecstasy as he beheld Yi Hao's blood. Indeed, your blood is imbued with terrifying vitality, he exclaimed, greedily licking 2 drops of blood. I am curious as to why you have not devoured the passers-by before, Yi Hao inquired calmly, fixing his gaze on the black-robed youth. This was thanks to the assistance of divine blood. The more precarious the situation, the cooler he remained. It is because I had not yet fully recovered until today. When I regained some strength, the black-robed youth replied, revealing a set of white teeth and a smile. Then I suspect you may never fully recover. Yi Hao retorted with a grin. What did you say? The black-robed youth was interrupted by a sudden eruption within him, akin to a volcano exploding. In his rage, he struck at Yi Hao. Despite Yi Hao hastily employing his ability to slow down time, he was still sent flying by the black-robed youth's blow. Ah! The black-robed youth cried out in pain. Gradually, a glimmer of resolve emerged in his eyes. He formed a hand seal, and waves of mysterious energy surged forth from his body, transforming the black-robed youth into a jet-black orb. Just as the orb prepared to break through the air, a pair of great hands firmly grasped it. Who else but Yi Hao, who had been sent flying moments ago? What is this? Yi Hao gazed at the icy orb. The black dragon was terrified. This orb contained all his memories and magical powers. However, the black dragon's powers were now confined within this orb. Otherwise, he could have easily eliminated Yi Hao. This was a forbidden technique of the dragon clan. The price, however, was a slumber lasting hundreds of years. Yet, that was still preferable to perishing, was it not? Feeling the intense tremor of the dragon orb in his hand, Yi Hao hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth and swallowing it. This must surely be a valuable item, he thought. The black dragon was left bewildered. What had this master done? Had he just consumed his own dragon orb? Wasn't he supposed to be the one to devour Yi Hao? However, soon the black dragon found himself devoid of time to ponder these matters, for the dragon pearl within Yi Hao began its digestion. Was this fellow not a mere mortal? The black dragon was taken aback. How could a mortal's body digest its own dragon pearl? Yet, recalling the 2 drops of his blood that he had previously consumed, which had compelled him to employ forbidden techniques, the black dragon realized that this individual was no ordinary mortal. Could there truly exist such a formidable mortal? Yi Hao felt a cascade of memories from the black dragon flooding into his mind. These memories unfolded in his consciousness like a cinematic display. With Yi Hao's extraordinary memory, he effortlessly retained all this information. No. The black dragon sensed his memories being incessantly devoured by Yi Hao and roared in discontent. However, having chosen to seal himself, all he could do was watch helplessly as Yi Hao consumed him. Once Yi Hao had absorbed the entirety of the black dragon's life memories, he discovered that the black dragon's existence was rather tragic. The black dragon's earlier words had indeed not deceived Yi Hao, yet he had still concealed certain truths. What he withheld was the fact that the black dragon was synonymous with malevolence, characterized by brutality and a penchant for slaughter, sparing even their own kin, the dragon clan. This resulted in the black dragon lineage being shunned by their kind. Thus, the Taoist sect had merely sealed the black dragon, which was a rather merciful act. So, I have consumed a dragon pearl, Yi Hao murmured. He had not anticipated that one decision would bestow upon him such immense fortune. Through the black dragon's memories, Yi Hao learned that the black dragon's savagery stemmed from his bloodline. However, he had only absorbed the black dragon's memories and magical power, meaning he had inherited everything except for the black dragon's bloodline. Yi Hao had no desire for the black dragon's lineage, no matter how illustrious it was. It could not compare to his divine blood. What he truly valued was the martial arts. Ever since he became aware of the existence of deities and spirits in this world, Yi Hao had felt a profound sense of crisis. Now, he had finally discovered a solution, to grow stronger. The Ancestral Dragon Technique. Upon finding the foundational technique practiced by the Black Dragon, Yi Hao was momentarily stunned. From the mere name, it was evident that this technique was extraordinarily powerful. Could this be the reason for the strength of the Black Dragon clan? Regardless of the Dragon clan's disdain for the Black Dragon, they had to concede one point. The combat prowess of the Black Dragon lineage was exceptionally formidable. After all, how could the Black Dragon be compared to the Golden Dragon clan? The Golden Dragon clan was the purest and noblest lineage within the Dragon clan. Yi Hao did not immediately practice the Ancestral Dragon Technique, for he had already lingered here for several hours. Upon returning home, he informed Guixiu that he was going to sleep and began his training according to the instructions of the Ancestral Dragon Technique. If Yi Hao had previously been uncertain about cultivation, after absorbing the Black Dragon's memories, this was no longer an issue. The first step in cultivation was to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This brings us to the issue of spiritual roots among cultivators. Those endowed with spiritual roots can perceive spiritual energy within mere days, while those lacking such roots may never sense it throughout their lives. Without the infusion of spiritual energy, no matter how strong one may be, they remain merely at the acquired realm. Yi Hao, employing the incantations, endeavored to sense the energies of heaven and earth. To his astonishment, he immediately felt a surge of spiritual energy, which then flowed into his body. Surely, his spiritual root must be of exceptional quality. However, as this thought crossed his mind, he realized that without that drop of divine blood, the very existence of his spiritual root was questionable. Yi Hao was no longer an ignorant novice. He recalled the enigmatic middle-aged man's words, divine blood. Does such a deity exist in this world? Even the Black Dragon harbored doubts about it. What does this imply? It indicates that deities are exalted beings, residing in the realm of legend for entities like the Black Dragon. The terrifying nature of divine blood was further evidenced, as even the powerful Black Dragon met its demise due to its own 2 drops of divine blood. Of course, Yi Hao understood that the Black Dragon's downfall was indeed tragic, for it attempted to consume the essence within his blood, which was, in fact, divine blood. Such blood is not to be violated. The divinity within the divine blood began to retaliate immediately. Undoubtedly, the recently revived Black Dragon stood no chance against the divine blood. Reflecting on this, Yi Hao couldn't help but express his gratitude towards Su Li. Had she not intervened, would he have been disheartened enough to seek the Black Dragon's spring? Without that journey, how could he have obtained the Black Dragon's dragon pearl? Fate. Yi Hao recognized this as fate. He pondered when he would finally seize control of his own destiny, gazing at the ceiling with a sense of longing. Chapter 45. 3 Roommates. Cultivation has never been an instantaneous process. After 2 months of diligent practice, Yi Hao still found himself yet to breach the first layer of the body refinement realm. Nevertheless, he sensed that he was not far from that threshold, and with another half-month, he should be able to attain it. However, he was compelled to pause his training, as the medical college was set to commence in 2 days. Guixiu had already prepared his belongings 2 weeks prior. Yi Hao gazed at the 2 hefty suitcases, chuckling wryly. Mother, is this too much? Is this really all that necessary? Guixiu, scratching her head, replied, let me think if I've missed anything. Mom, as long as I have my identification, the rest is not a concern, Yi Hao gently reassured her. We can purchase anything we need locally. Here, I've arranged a bank card for you. The password is your birthday, Guixiu said as she handed a card to Yi Hao. He accepted it and placed it into the black wallet she had bought for him. There's also 3,000 in cash, Guixiu continued, retrieving 3 stacks of bills. It's not wise to carry too much cash while traveling, so just take this amount. That will suffice, Yi Hao replied with a smile. With a substantial sum of 100,000 in his bank account, Li Hao was taken aback. In the past, it would have been unthinkable for Yi Zhigua to bestow such a generous amount upon him, but now, having witnessed his son's capabilities, they deemed it prudent to provide him with additional funds. Very well, Li Hao conceded with a nod, not wishing to decline the offer. As he prepared to attend the traditional Chinese medicine university, he was reluctant to stay on campus. However, the exorbitant housing prices in the bustling metropolis posed a significant financial burden. This 100,000 would certainly alleviate many concerns. The traditional Chinese medicine university stands as one of the most prestigious medical institutions in Huaxia, second only to the illustrious Hua Tuo Academy. In the realm of traditional Chinese medicine research, even the Hua Tuo Academy pales in comparison, for the university is led by the esteemed Huaxiu, a luminary in the medical field, braving the scorching sun. Li Hao found himself laboriously hauling 2 hefty suitcases for what felt like an eternity before finally arriving at the university. It was then that he noticed 2 upperclassmen approaching him. Aware that these seniors had come to welcome new students, Li Hao intended to extend a courteous greeting, only to be astonished when they bypassed him and directed their attention toward a female student behind him. Unbelievable, he muttered under his breath. The traditional Chinese medicine university boasts clear signage, making it easy to locate the registration area. After paying his tuition, Li Hao received the key to his dormitory, room 101 in building 2. As he pushed open the door to room 101, the 2 students inside paused their conversation. "You must be Li Hao," one of the darker-skinned students remarked, rising with a smile. Li Hao nodded gently. "Are you also in this dormitory?" "Indeed." "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Laosher from Huaiyuan, Anhui." "Xiao Laosher. What an unusual name," Li Hao chuckled. "I hail from Jiangnan City. My parents gave me this name, and it's too late to change it now," Xiao Laosher replied, scratching his head in a good-natured manner. At that moment, another rather handsome student approached. "My name is Zheng Xiaolong. No wonder you two are getting along so well. You're both from the same hometown," Li Hao observed with realization. More like kindred spirits, a tall student, drenched in sweat, entered the room. He dribbled a basketball a couple of times before tossing it into the corner. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Yuan Gaoxing from Hezi, Shandong." "Li Hao from Jiangnan," he responded. Yuan Gaoxing nodded and removed his sweat-soaked shirt. "Li Hao, why don't you tidy up your bed? We'll go out for a meal together at noon." Li Hao glanced at the bed closest to the restroom, which was the only one available, as the other 3 spots were already occupied. The mattress was quite filthy, and he spent a good hour cleaning it thoroughly before he was satisfied with his efforts. Yuan Gaoxing glanced at his watch and said, "Shall we go?" He chose a restaurant near the school, reserved a private room, and soon the group began to converse. Initially, the 4 of them were somewhat reserved, but as a few bottles of beer were consumed, they gradually became more lively. "I must tell you, our class has quite a few beauties," Zheng Xiaolong chuckled. "How do you know that?" Yuan Gaoxing's eyes sparkled with interest. "I can't disclose my sources, but I can advise you to act swiftly." Zheng Xiaolong's words made Yuan Gaoxing ponder. "Could you possibly obtain the contact information of those lovely ladies?" "Tonight, the counselor will establish a class group, so acquiring anyone's contact details will depend on your skill." Zheng Xiaolong paused before adding, "However, I must warn you not to entertain thoughts of our friend by his partner. One must not covet a friend's wife," Xiao Laosher interjected solemnly. "It's still a bit early to speak of friends' wives," Zheng Xiaolong remarked as he lit a cigarette. "But I believe pursuing her will not pose a problem. By the way, do you know who the campus belle of our school is?" Yuan Gaoxing suddenly recalled something. "Tang Pianpian," Zheng Xiaolong replied without hesitation. "Did you not see the image of the girl on the admission letter? That is Tang Pianpian. Is that truly Tang Pianpian?" Yi Hao exclaimed in surprise, for the image of Tang Pianpian on the admission letter resembled an ethereal being descended from the heavens, pure and untainted. When Tang Pianpian attended our traditional Chinese medicine university, she was crowned the campus belle, and even in her sophomore year, she still held that title. "I suspect that no one in our cohort can rival her," Zheng Xiaolong stated. "Many seniors claim that until she graduates, no one can take her place." "Does Tang Pianpian have a boyfriend?" Yuan Gaoxing inquired cautiously. "None," Zheng Xiaolong replied decisively. "Tang Pianpian is a super academic achiever at our university. Her life revolves around a strict schedule: classroom, cafeteria, dormitory, library. Over the years, there have been countless suitors vying for her affection, yet she has never dated any of them." At this point, Zheng Xiaolong turned to Yuan Gaoxing and asked, "What about you? Do you wish to pursue our campus belle?" "I harbor such thoughts." Yuan Gaoxing did not conceal his intentions. "Then I wish you success, my friend," Zheng Xiaolong said, raising his glass. "Let us toast to that." After a satisfying meal, it was time to settle the bill. To Yi Hao's surprise, Zheng Xiaolong, who had been quite animated at the table, began to lean back. "Allow me," Yuan Gaoxing said with a smile. "I'll take care of it," Xiao Laosher said, pulling out his wallet. "Let me swipe my card." Yi Hao interjected, presenting his bank card. Chapter 46. 3 beauties from Xiao Laosher's attire. One could discern his family's financial standing. The meal cost at least 300 yuan, a sum that was negligible for Yi Hao, but might be considerable for Xiao Laosher. The boss cheerfully accepted Yi Hao's bank card, pondering who would pay was inconsequential. "Yi Hao, allow me to contribute my share," Yuan Gaoxing offered, reaching for 100 yuan. Yi Hao smiled and shook his head. "Today, the treat is on me." Upon hearing this, Yuan Gaoxing ceased his insistence. After Yi Hao took the receipt and inscribed his name, Zheng Xiaolong leaned in. Shouldn't we purchase some communal supplies for our dorm? What do you mean? Xiao Laosher inquired. Items like shampoo and toilet paper, Zheng clarified. Everyone has different preferences. It's best if we each manage our own, Yuan Gaoxing declined. Indeed, let's each handle our own, Yi Hao concurred. From the earlier payment, Yi Hao discerned that Yuan Gaoxing was a principled individual, possibly shaped by his upbringing, favoring a structured approach, regardless of the merits of such a system. It lacked a touch of warmth. Xiao Laosher was genuine and earnest. Perhaps due to familial circumstances, he was cautious with his expenditures. After having mentioned his willingness to contribute, he refrained from further insistence. Zheng Xiaolong, on the other hand, epitomized someone who relished taking advantage of small benefits. Yi Hao typically maintained a neutral stance towards such individuals. One cannot entirely sever ties based on another's tendencies. Upon arriving at the classroom, the majority of their classmates were already present. The sight of the four boys elicited a slight disappointment among the students. Another group of boys. Where are the girls? Our class has a total of 45 members. And now 41 are here. Come on, those two aren't unattractive, are they? Their looks are above average, yet they fall just short of being truly beautiful. I assure you, with a bit of grooming, they could easily ascend to goddess status. If you don't act now, by sophomore year, when they start to enhance their appearance, you won't even get a chance to savor the soup. The four boys settled into a row of empty seats. Their classroom was spacious, accommodating around 80 to 90 seats. That girl with the shoulder-length hair is quite appealing, Yuan Gaoxing remarked, his eyes gleaming as he pointed to a girl in the front 3 rows. Indeed, she is lovely, Zheng Xiaolong nodded. But the two most attractive ones have yet to arrive. As Zheng Xiaolong spoke, a chorus of wolf whistles erupted from the crowd. Yi Hao glanced towards the entrance and immediately spotted 2 girls entering, arm in arm, engaged in lively conversation. The girl on the left sported a high ponytail, her tall figure perfectly proportioned, radiating an exuberant youthful energy. Who is she? Yuan Gaoxing inquired eagerly. Zhang Lan. Zheng Xiaolong smacked his lips. She's likely our class's belle. She truly is beautiful. Xiao Laosher's dark complexion gleamed with admiration. Who is the girl beside Zhang Lan? Yi Hao asked, pointing to a chubby, cherubic-faced girl. This is Bai He, the one I mentioned, Zheng Xiaolong replied, visibly excited. At that moment, Yi Hao and the others suddenly understood. In terms of physique, Bai He cannot compare with Zhang Lan, and when it comes to appearance, she falls short as well. However, the allure of Bai He's impressive bust cannot be overlooked. Complemented by her distinctive baby fat that incites an irresistible urge to pinch. The scale must be significant, wouldn't you agree? What kind of sight do you possess? It must be considerable. Why do I have such a feeling? That baby fat appears quite adorable. Zheng Xiaolong noticed that Yuan Gaoxing and Xiao Laosher were constantly gazing at Bai He, and he remarked with discontent, I have already made my intentions clear regarding Bai He. To which Yuan Gaoxing chuckled, what's the matter? You haven't pursued her yet, and now you don't want us to look? Isn't it a loss for me? Zheng Xiaolong laughed mischievously. At that moment, Xiao Laosher observed that Yi Hao was fixated on Zhang Lan, and he nudged him with his elbow, saying, Yi Hao, what's this? Are you enamored with Zhang Lan? I just find the name somewhat familiar. Yi Hao replied with a smile and a shake of his head. There are many people in the world with the same name. Xiao Laosher whispered, if you truly fancy Zhang Lan, you ought to act quickly. Why don't you take action? Yi Hao inquired, looking at Xiao Laosher. I'm dark and unattractive. Why would she look my way? Xiao Laosher shook his head. Is this your version of dark humor? Yi Hao laughed lightly. I have no interest in Zhang Lan, and besides, I already have a girlfriend. You acted quite early. Didn't you? Yuan Gaoxing was taken aback. Is she a classmate? She is back in my hometown, Yi Hao said, and at that moment, the image of Li Qianqian flashed in his mind. Although there were no formal promises between them, they both understood each other's feelings. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Gaoxing remarked, this relationship is likely unstable. I believe you should find someone in college. I also think it's unreliable, Zheng Xiaolong concurred. I say Yi Hao should make his move. Haven't you noticed the gazes of those brutes? Yi Hao dismissed the notion. Is college romance necessarily reliable? There are countless breakups by graduation. Not long after, a woman clad in professional attire entered the classroom, prompting the students to erupt in enthusiastic howls. Why? Because this woman, even more striking than Zhang Lan, exuded a mature charm that was as enticing as a perfectly ripened peach. Hello everyone, I am your counselor, Leng Shui. As she spoke, She wrote her name on the blackboard with a piece of chalk. Then, she proceeded to inscribe her phone number. This is my mobile number. Feel free to jot it down. Instantly, the students excitedly retrieved their phones to note Leng Shui's contact information. Since we are still unfamiliar with one another, let us take a moment for self-introductions, Leng Shui suggested, producing a list. The first name on the list was Yi Hao. 900 points. Leng Shui's eyes expressed a hint of regret as she gazed at the name, for not only was Yi Hao the top student in their class, but he was also the highest scorer in the application to the traditional Chinese medicine college. Yi Hao, please introduce yourself, Leng Shui softly prompted. Yi Hao rose and approached the podium under the gaze of the entire audience. Zhang Lan, who had been engrossed in her phone, displayed an expression of disbelief upon seeing Yi Hao's figure. Yi Hao, Zhang Lan suddenly exclaimed his name, causing many classmates to feel astonished. Yi Hao, somewhat perplexed, turned to Zhang Lan and asked, "Do you know me?" As Zhang Lan scrutinized Yi Hao's features, she became even more certain that he was the individual who had made headlines 2 months prior. "I am Zhang Lan, the second-ranked student from Jiangnan City." Yi Hao instantly understood why Zhang Lan's name sounded somewhat familiar. He had previously heard another student mention her. Yi Hao from Jiangnan City, he gently nodded, briefly introducing his name and origin before stepping down from the podium amidst the astonishment of the crowd. "That name sounds somewhat familiar. I also think that name rings a bell. Oh my, is that the one? Isn't that Yi Hao, who made quite a stir 2 months ago? The academic prodigy who scored full marks despite missing the English exam?" The students in the class began to recall who Yi Hao was, each rising to scrutinize him. "All right, everyone, please take your seats," Leng Shui admonished, clapping her hands. "Zhang Lan, it's your turn to introduce yourself." Taking a calming breath, Zhang Lan approached the podium and carefully chose her words. "I am Zhang Lan from Jiangnan City, and I enjoy morning runs." After a brief half-minute introduction, she stepped down from the podium. Subsequently, each classmate took turns introducing themselves. Leng Shui clapped her hands again, stating, "I believe everyone now has a brief understanding of their classmates. For those who wish to learn more, please join this group for private chats." As she spoke, she wrote a group name on the blackboard. Any activities in class will also be posted in this group. As Yi Hao joined the group, his phone chimed with a message notification, revealing that he had been designated as an administrator. Simultaneously, Zhang Lan had also been appointed as an administrator. "Teacher Leng, I seek admin privileges." "Beautiful Leng, could you grant me admin status?" Despite the students' requests, Leng Shui chose to ignore them. Just as Yi Hao was about to turn off his phone, it rang again with another notification. Upon checking, he realized it was a friend request from Zhang Lan. Given that they were classmates from the same city, Yi Hao felt it would be impolite to refuse. Besides, why would he turn down a request from a beautiful girl? As soon as he accepted the request, Zhang Lan sent a message. "Your response was too slow. I'll give you a bad review." Yi Hao chuckled and turned off his phone. Zhang Lan, waiting for a reply, turned to glance in Yi Hao's direction and noticed he was engaged in conversation with Yuan Gaoxing and others. How dare he ignore me? Zhang Lan thought, a hint of irritation flashing across her face. Who has provoked my darling? He inquired with a huff, observing Zhang Lan's irritated demeanor. That scoundrel Yi Hao. Zhang Lan replied. You know Yi Hao? We didn't know each other before, but we do now. What's the situation? I sent him a message, and he ignored me? Is there such a person? Let me convey your regards to him. As Bai He spoke, she retrieved her phone and attempted to add Yi Hao as a friend. To her astonishment, Yi Hao completely disregarded her. This left Bai He feeling quite embarrassed, prompting her to continue sending requests. In truth, the first notification had reached Yi Hao, but he chose to ignore it. However, he was taken aback when the notifications kept ringing incessantly. What is going on? Upon checking his phone, Yi Hao discovered that all the notifications were caused by Bai He. He sent a temporary message. Is there something you need? Bai He, upon seeing the temporary chat box, was rendered speechless. Darling, Yi Hao is truly something else. What's wrong? Zhang Lan queried, glancing at Bai He's phone and immediately noticing the temporary chat box. This indicated that Yi Hao had no intention of adding Bai He as a friend. A direct addition would not have resulted in a temporary chat. Why won't you add me as a friend? Bai He sent an irate message. We are not familiar, Yi Hao responded, not opposed to adding Bai He as a friend. However, he was aware that Zheng Xiaolong had previously expressed interest in pursuing Bai He, making his current rapport with her somewhat inappropriate. You scoundrel. No manners. Yi Hao understood that Bai He's remark was a jest, yet he genuinely wished to maintain a distance from her, so he blocked her after sending that message. Yi Hao, you scoundrel. Who are you calling uncouth? Why he shot up, pointing an accusing finger at him in anger. The entire class of students was taken aback, turning their gazes toward Yi Hao. He was equally surprised that the seemingly sweet Bai He exhibited such fierceness. What did you do to Bai He? Asked Leng Shui, who was conversing with students in the front row, turning to Yi Hao. Yi Hao cast a displeased glance at Leng Shui. Why does that sound ambiguous? What do you mean by what did I do to Bai He? She insulted me. Yi Hao replied with a wry smile. Didn't you know I was joking? Bai He said, looking aggrieved. And didn't you know I was joking as well? Yi Hao felt equally wronged. Then why did you block me? Bai He asked, staring into Yi Hao's eyes. The classmates were left dumbfounded. They had just been desperately trying to add Bai He's account, yet here he was, actively blocking her. Didn't I mention it before? We are not familiar, Yi Hao said, disliking the sensation of being the center of attention. If you have nothing else, you may resume your activities. You. Bai He began to retort, but was pulled back by Zhang Lan. Are you willing to forsake your ladylike image? Zhang Lan whispered. Bai He let out a sigh, suddenly realizing how undignified she had just been. She quickly sat down, her little face turning pale. Oh no, my image is ruined. Zhang Lan couldn't help but chuckle. You're still laughing? If it weren't for you, would I have been humiliated by Yi Hao? Bai He pinched Zhang Lan. Stop, 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 Zhang Lan pleaded. Yi Hao just blocked you. How is that humiliation? I don't care. I must make him pay, Bai He huffed. People often harbor feelings of comparison. Yi Hao accepted Zhang Lan's friend request while rejecting Bai He's, so even without a response from Yi Hao, Zhang Lan's displeasure dissipated. Later, you will go to the logistics office with your student ID to collect your military uniforms. Starting tomorrow, you will embark on a month-long military training. If any of you can earn the exemplary student certificate, I will grant you a credit. Perhaps you are not yet familiar with the graduation requirements of the traditional Chinese medicine university. Cold Snow surveyed the room and stated, to obtain a degree from the traditional Chinese medicine university, you must accumulate 200 credits over 4 years, which means you need to earn 50 credits each year. You will have 10 subjects to study each year, 5 of which are mandatory, and the other 5 are electives. For every subject, if you score above 60, you will receive 2 credits. Above 70 will grant you 3 credits. Above 80 will yield 4 credits. Above 90 will earn you 5 credits. And achieving a perfect score will reward you with 6 credits. Chapter 48. Class representative. The classmates were nearly speechless. According to Cold Snow, to achieve 50 credits in a year, they would need to score above 90 in every subject. They had known that the content of the traditional Chinese medicine university was daunting, but they had not anticipated it would be this terrifying. Teacher Cold, what if we fail? If you fail a core subject, you will need to retake it. If it's an elective, you will receive a 0. Cold Snow's words were akin to dousing the students with cold water. Teacher Cold, what if we do not accumulate 400 credits by graduation? You will be given 1 year to make up for the deficit. If you still cannot meet the requirement, you will not receive a diploma. Without a diploma, it means 4 years of university education will have been in vain. Teacher Cold, I would like to know, is this ratio high? Each year, 1/3 of our students find themselves unable to progress due to insufficient credits, and nearly 1/5 who retake a year still fail to graduate. Teacher Cold, what if I manage to earn 400 credits ahead of time? Zhang Lan softly inquired. If you achieve 400 credits early, you may apply for graduation. Cold Snow's statement left the entire class astounded. None had anticipated such a policy at the traditional Chinese medicine university. However, over the years, very few students had applied for early graduation. Why? As you are required to pass 10 subjects within a single year, you must dedicate a significant amount of time to study. Additionally, if you wish to savor the pleasures of college life, this will inevitably consume a portion of your time. Even if you excel, how many more credits can you possibly earn in a year? Cold Snow remarked with a smile. Moreover, there is one more thing I have not disclosed to you. The 20 core subjects mandated by the school must all be passed, which means that if you aspire to graduate in your junior year, you must complete the 5 core subjects of your senior year in advance. Zhang Lan fell into a contemplative silence. Though Zhang Lan was ambitious and proud, she was also acutely aware of her own capabilities. After Cold Snow's analysis, she felt that the likelihood of her graduating early was exceedingly slim. However, upon hearing this, Yi Hao's eyes brightened. Possessing an extraordinary memory, could an abundance of subjects truly challenge him? The most crucial aspect of university life is self-directed learning. In truth, the need for teachers is minimal. Yi Hao had already resolved to graduate early. Therefore, you should now comprehend the significance of a credit, Cold Snow inquired with a smile. At her words, The eyes of the entire class sparkled with realization. Who would dare to dismiss the value of a single credit now? All right, class dismissed, Cold Snow continued. Just as the students began to rise, her gaze fell upon Yi Hao and Zhang Lan. Yi Hao, Zhang Lan, you two remain. Yi Hao, who was about to leave, paused involuntarily. Once the other students had vacated the room, Cold Snow turned to Yi Hao with a cheerful demeanor, saying, Yi Hao, would you prefer to be the academic committee member or the league branch secretary? Both positions hold significant influence during university, and Cold Snow had initially presented this choice to Yi Hao due to her recognition of his potential. To her surprise, Yi Hao declined outright, stating, I have no interest. Do you not realize the numerous advantages of becoming an academic committee member or league branch secretary? For instance, you would be given priority for national scholarships, and the first group of party members is selected from league branch secretaries. There is even the possibility of becoming the student council president. Cold Snow succinctly outlined several benefits. You would also have preferential treatment during employment. I still refuse, Yi Hao replied. I have cultivation to attend to. There is no time for such trivial pursuits. The fleeting accolades and material gains of the mundane world pale in comparison to the pursuit of immortality. You. Cold Snow was taken aback by Yi Hao's apparent lack of ambition. Cold teacher, since Yi Hao is unwilling, why not let me take the position? Zhang Lan interjected hastily. Her suggestion was purely aimed at alleviating Yi Hao's predicament. Yi Hao as the academic committee member, and Zhang Lan as the league branch secretary, Cold Snow stated firmly. You must assume the roles regardless of your preferences. Now it was Yi Hao's turn to be speechless. How could there be such a counselor? As they walked through campus, Zhang Lan observed Yi Hao's somewhat despondent demeanor and chuckled. Are you truly so reluctant to be the academic committee member? I simply do not relish managing such trivial matters. Yi Hao nodded in agreement. The academic committee does not do much anyway. If there is anything that needs doing, I shall delegate it to you. Suddenly, Yi Hao recalled something. And what about you? I have my own matters to attend to. What matters? Why are you so inquisitive? Can you chat? Zhang Lan found herself perplexed by Yi Hao's eccentricity. I'm leaving, Yi Hao remarked with a smile as he reached a fork in the road. Don't you think it's a bit gentlemanly to see me off at this late hour? Zhang Lan expressed her dissatisfaction. Just as Yi Hao was about to decline, he suddenly sensed a chilling presence. His eyes caught sight of an ethereal figure perched on a nearby tree. Initially unaware of the nature of his eye mutation, Yi Hao soon realized that his divine blood was propelling his body towards the path of a cultivator. Though he had attained the first level of body refinement, he had yet to master any mystical arts. Faced with the ghostly silhouette, Yi Hao swiftly drew the bronze dagger from his waist. The moment the dagger was unsheathed, a frigid sword intent radiated outward, causing the spectral figure to vanish with a whoosh. Yi Hao let out a quiet sigh of relief. Clearly, not every apparition resembled the one he encountered in the warehouse that day. What a beautiful dagger, Zhang Lan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Yi Hao casually sheathed the dagger and, with a serious demeanor, cautioned Zhang Lan, do not wander out alone at night. What's wrong? Our school isn't safe? Zhang Lan chuckled, a hint of disbelief in her smile. Do I seem like someone who jokes around? Yi Hao replied, exasperated. Is this your version of dark humor? Zhang Lan laughed lightly. Yi Hao realized that convincing her would be a formidable challenge, but considering that most souls posed little threat, he chose to remain silent. Let me escort you back to your dorm. It's quite a distance from the girls' dormitory, Yi Hao said, concerned for her safety. A smile crept onto Zhang Lan's lips. However, Yi Hao was taken aback when he spotted Bai He at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Bai He's eyes widened upon seeing Yi Hao, and she rushed towards him. Yi Hao, I'm going to kill you. In the face of this alarming scene, Yi Hao had no choice but to flee back the way he came. Bai He, being petite, could not keep pace with Yi Hao, and soon found herself breathless. Why are you chasing Yi Hao? She panted. He dared to reject me. I will make him pay. Chapter 49. Roommates. Yi Hao returned to the fork in the road, hoping to locate that soul again. Souls, after all, are the essence of human existence. Under normal circumstances, they journey to the underworld, yet some linger in the mortal realm, often due to untimely demise or dissatisfaction. Only a fraction of these wandering souls possess harmful intent, as the majority dissipate after a time. The soul he had encountered earlier had already been wounded by his sword intent, and Yi Hao was confident it would soon vanish into nothingness. After acquiring the memories of the Black Dragon, Yi Hao came to realize that in this world, treasures are categorized into magical instruments and spiritual treasures. Magical instruments are the treasures of the world's adept practitioners, and indeed, there are skilled individuals in the secular realm, such as those from Shaolin, Wudong, and Tibet. However, only the masters of these secular sects are deemed worthy to possess magical instruments. In contrast, spiritual treasures are solely the domain of Taoist sections. The bronze dagger in Yi Hao's possession is a medium-grade spiritual treasure, a rarity even among Taoists, leading Yi Hao to speculate that Mei Xuanxue must hold a significant status within her sect, for it is inconceivable that someone of her age could acquire such a treasure. Yi Hao currently remains just a fraction short of the first level of body refinement. Yet he is already capable of channeling the true essence within him to activate the dagger. This is also the reason for the soul's frantic escape. Moreover, even without utilizing the sacred power, the soul dares not approach within 3 meters of Yi Hao. Otherwise, the bronze dagger would instinctively activate to protect him. Spiritual treasures possess their own spirit. After searching in vain for any trace of the soul, Yi Hao turned and made his way back to his dormitory. Upon reaching the door, he heard the excited yelps of Xiao Laoshi. Yinlan accepted my friend's request. Isn't Yinlan the one with a face full of freckles? I must say, Laoshi, your taste is lacking, Yi Hao remarked. Xiao Laoshi chuckled. True, Yinlan has freckles, but her figure is splendid. If only those freckles could be removed, she would certainly not be unattractive in our class. Laoshi's perspective is indeed long-sighted. Yi Hao thought with a smile as he pushed the door open. Currently, Yinlan hardly attracts the attention of the boys. Thus Yi Hao estimated his chances of success to be over 80%. Xiao Laoshi's dark complexion radiated excitement. Yi Hao, however, found it difficult to comment on Xiao Laoshi's confidence. While Yinlan's appearance may not be striking, it cannot be assumed that she is not discerning. Xiao Laoshi lacks any remarkable qualities. Yi Hao, you must help me. At that moment, Zheng Xiaolong approached Yi Hao. I refuse, Yi Hao replied. I haven't even mentioned what it is. Zheng Xiaolong said helplessly. It must be about Bai He, Yi Hao interjected. Yes, it is about Bai He, Zheng Xiaolong responded, somewhat taken aback that Yi Hao had guessed correctly. However, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor, asking, Do you think we are brothers? Yi Hao found this tone quite distasteful. We have barely known each other for a day. How can we be brothers? I am not familiar with Bai He said, diverting the topic. But you are familiar with Zhang Lan, Zheng Xiaolong pressed on. I have found out that Zhang Lan and Bai He share a dormitory. Can you perhaps get Bai He to add me as a friend through Zhang Lan? I am not close to Zhang Lan either. Yi Hao declined once more, much to Zheng Xiaolong's discontent. Just then, Yi Hao's phone began to ring. Upon checking, he saw an unfamiliar number. Nevertheless, he pressed the answer button. Who is this? Can you guess who I am? A sense of boredom lingered in the air. Yi Hao recognized the voice on the other and belonged to Zhang Lan. I said, How could you have someone like me? Zhang Lan exclaimed. All right, what's the matter? That girl Bai He is likely to play tricks on you. So bear with it when the time comes. Understood. Also, this is my phone number. Do remember to save it. How did you know my number? Yi Hao suddenly pondered. What do you think? Zhang Lan posed a riddle before hanging up. Yi Hao tucked his phone into his pocket, and Zheng Xiaolong fixed his gaze on him. Zhang Lan called you, and you still claim you're not familiar with her? I'm curious to know who leaked my phone number, Yi Hao remarked to Zheng Xiaolong. Zheng Xiaolong was taken aback. Such matters are hard to conceal. He eventually admitted. I detest the breach of personal privacy, Yi Hao said, returning to his seat in the dormitory. Yi Hao, are you out of your mind? The stunning Zhang wants your phone number, and you're hiding it? Zheng Xiaolong questioned, perplexed. I've already told you, I'm not close with Zhang Lan. Yi Hao replied, opening a book before him titled Complete Compendium of Traditional Chinese Medicine. The volume was substantial, nearly 600 pages. And this was merely the first tome of a 4-volume series. As Yi Hao perused the pages, his expression subtly shifted. The content was overwhelming, with many herbs and their properties overlapping, making it challenging to memorize everything. However, compared to other students, Yi Hao possessed an exceptional photographic memory, and with his mind still in development, absorbing and integrating this knowledge posed no difficulty whatsoever. His cultivation endowed him with abundant energy, alleviating any concerns about insufficient sleep. Yuan Gaoxing and the others observed Yi Hao engrossed in his reading, and curiosity drew them closer. Hey, academic prodigy, what rare book has captured your attention? Just passing time. Yi Hao replied. Let us play cards. Yuan Gaoxing suggested, to which Zheng Xiaolong eagerly responded, I've been wanting to play. Should we play Do Di Zhu or Jia Jinhua? Zheng Xiaolong rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Let us play do de jeu with all four of us. Yuan Gaoxing proposed after a moment's thought. I don't know how to play cards. You all go ahead. Yi Hao declined. Yi Hao, don't be a killjoy. Come on, join us, Yuan Gaoxing encouraged him. Yet, Yi Hao persisted in his refusal, asserting, I truly don't know how to play. You all proceed. Seeing Yi Hao's steadfastness, Yuan Gaoxing ceased to press, and soon he ventured to the convenience store to procure a deck of cards, joining Zheng Xiaolong and Xiao Laosher in a game of Jia Jinhua. Jia Jinhua requires a blend of skill and audacity, qualities that Xiao Laosher evidently lacked. Each time he drew a good hand, his spirits soared, which unfortunately left him with little chance to catch up with the others. In just 3 hours, Xiao Laosher found himself down by 200. Yi Hao could not help but shake his head at the spectacle. He now finally comprehends why so many students frequent the library. It is simply due to the incessant noise from his roommates. Both Zheng Xiaolong and Yuan Gaoxing are acutely aware of Yi Hao's location while he studies, yet their card games show no consideration for his focus. Whenever they draw a good hand, they erupt into boisterous cheers. Gambling can indeed foster an addiction, even at the ungodly hour of 1 in the morning. Xiao Laosher shows no inclination to conclude the game, despite having already lost over 500. Chapter 50. Morning Run. Xiao Laosher, consumed by frustration from his losses, has become increasingly agitated. Yi Hao observes this scene and understands the predicament. However, no amount of persuasion can sway Xiao Laosher at this point, and attempting to do so may result in hostility. Let's play for just 1 more hour and then wrap it up, shall we? Yuan Gaoxing suggested, glancing at the time. I can barely keep my eyes open, Zheng Xiaolong chimed in. All right, Xiao Laosher nodded in agreement. In that final hour, fortune turned in Xiao Laosher's favor, allowing him to recoup 200 yuan. We shall battle again tomorrow, Zheng Xiaolong said with a grin as he tucked the earnings into his wallet. Yawn escaping him. Xiao Laosher finally noticed Yi Hao still engrossed in his book, and a look of remorse crossed his face. Yi Hao, I hope we haven't disturbed you? Not at all. I was merely observing. Yi Hao replied with a smile and a shake of his head. With the volume you're playing at, it's impossible not to be affected. I suppose I shall have to seek a new apartment tomorrow, Yi Hao thought. He did not immediately extinguish the lamp. Instead, he continued diligently reading the compendium of Chinese medicine. At this pace, he believed he could master the text within 3 days. Half an hour later, Yi Hao heard the sound of Xiao Laosher snoring, followed shortly by Zheng Xiaolong grinding his teeth. Just as Yi Hao thought Yuan Gaoxing was the only one maintaining composure, he heard him mumbling in his sleep. Well, it seems none of them are quite normal. After another half hour of reading, Yi Hao finally turned off the desk lamp and retired for the night. At 5:30 the following morning, Yi Hao awoke, washed his face, and brushed his teeth. He then donned a set of sportswear and made his way to the athletic field. The morning air is at its most invigorating, and despite the city's polluted atmosphere, Yi Hao's superior spiritual roots allow him to absorb some of the remaining essence. As he jogged along the tree-lined path, he quietly practiced the ancestral dragon technique. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure, Zhang Lan. Yi Hao recalled that Zhang Lan had mentioned enjoying running when they were introduced. Upon sensing someone behind her, Zhang Lan turned and was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing Yi Hao. Yi Hao, what brings you up so early? Yi Hao quickened his pace to catch up with Zhang Lan. It's not that early, Zhang Lan replied with a smile, pleasantly surprised to discover that he too enjoyed morning runs. The air is so refreshing in the morning. Shall we run together? Sure, Yi Hao agreed. After approximately 15 minutes of running, Zhang Lan began to struggle. Yi Hao, let us take a break. Yi Hao glanced ahead and said, you rest here for a moment. I will run a lap and return. As he spoke, he dashed forward. Zhang Lan had never encountered someone so utterly oblivious to the nuances of the situation. Suddenly arriving in an unfamiliar place, she instinctively felt a kinship with Yi Hao, her fellow compatriot from Jiangnan City. Moreover, Zhang Lan had always been attentive to Yi Hao's affairs. Had it not been for his absence from the English exam, he would have undoubtedly qualified for the esteemed position of top scholar. The longer she observed him, the more intrigued she became, and to her surprise, she discovered that Yi Hao was her classmate. This was why Zhang Lan felt compelled to draw closer to him. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would remain so indifferent towards her? Could it be that she was unattractive? That seemed implausible. Moments later, Yi Hao returned to Zhang Lan's side, inquiring, how was your rest? Zhang Lan noticed that his breathing was steady, as if he had never run at all. An astonishment flickered in her eyes. However, she refrained from commenting. When Zhang Lan reached her limit once more, She was astonished to find that Yi Hao's breathing had hardly changed. His physique was remarkably resilient. Zhang Lan believed that even the school's elite athletes could not rival Yi Hao's physical condition. Where to now? Zhang Lan asked. Back to the dormitory, Yi Hao replied. I need to stop by the cafeteria to get some meat buns for Bai He. Zhang Lan regarded Yi Hao and asked, Shall we go together? Yes, let's. Yi Hao nodded. At this hour, the cafeteria was relatively empty since most students had yet to rise. Nevertheless, Zhang Lan's presence attracted considerable attention. This girl is so beautiful. Why does she seem so unfamiliar? It was likely that she was a freshman. As Zhang Lan and Yi Hao stood in line, a tall and handsome student approached. He tapped Yi Hao on the shoulder and said, Excuse me, could you move aside? Yi Hao glanced at him and retorted, Who are you? Zhong Sifang was taken aback by Yi Hao's blatant disregard. His expression immediately turned cold as he replied, Did you not hear what I said? Who are you to me? Yi Hao shot back, causing nearby students to turn their attention to the unfolding confrontation. Zhong Sifang, incensed by Yi Hao's response, stepped forward and grabbed Yi Hao by the collar. Zhong Sifang towered over him, standing at least 190 centimeters tall. Zhang Lan turned to see this and quickly intervened. What are you doing? I'm merely discussing life with this junior, Zhong Sifang replied with a disarming smile. Suddenly, Yi Hao delivered a sharp slap across Zhong Sifang's face. The latter was momentarily stunned. What just happened? Yi Hao straightened his collar and coldly remarked, This shirt costs over 100. Can you afford to pay for it? In an instant, 3 students who had been with Zhong Sifang surrounded him. Zhang Lan stepped forward to shield Yi Hao, inquiring, What do you intend to do? Yi Hao, brushing Zhang Lan aside with a wave of his hand, gazed fearlessly at the trio of students, posing the question, Will you confront me all at once? Or one by one? Kid, you're quite arrogant, one of the students remarked, clenching his fist. Arrogance has become second nature to me. Feel free to bite. Yi Hao retorted, truly unperturbed by the presence of these students. Before embarking on his path of cultivation, he had effortlessly taken on dozens of ruffians, and now, even a proficient martial artist would find themselves overwhelmed by him. How dare you strike me? Zhong Sifang finally reacted, his gaze directed at Yi Hao with palpable malice. I have already done so, Yi Hao replied indifferently. You. Zhong Sifang's finger trembled in indignation as he pointed at Yi Hao. What of it? Yi Hao inquired. Gripping Zhong Sifang's finger, Zhong Sifang immediately hunched down, yelling at the top of his lungs, It hurts. It hurts. I can't take it. It feels like it's going to break. Witnessing this, Zhong Sifang's companions could no longer restrain themselves. One student swung a fist toward Yi Hao's face, while another aimed a kick at his waist. In a swift motion, Yi Hao anticipated their actions and seized the first student's fist, redirecting the force into a powerful arc aimed at the second student's foot. The immense strength caused the latter to stagger back repeatedly, ultimately landing on the ground. The first student's fist, meanwhile, had turned a shade of bruised blue, indicating that his bones had likely sustained injury. This sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, and as the third student contemplated joining the fray, the scene before him quelled any remaining bravado. I have 2 points to share with you. Firstly, cutting in line is a disgraceful act. Secondly, if you truly must cut in line, it would be wise to adjust your tone, Yi Hao stated, delivering a decisive kick that sent Zhong Sifang sprawling aside. Chapter 51. Military Training. Zhong Sifang glared at Yi Hao with contempt, fully aware that he could not reclaim his dignity in this situation. Yi Hao was simply too formidable. Even their combined efforts would prove futile. Once Zhong Sifang departed, Zhang Lan regarded Yi Hao with sparkling eyes, asking, Have you trained in martial arts? Something like that, Yi Hao replied, unable to reveal the truth about his cultivation journey. Please teach me, Zhang Lan implored eagerly. Yi Hao scrutinized her for a moment, responding, You lack the aptitude for martial arts. And you are the one lacking talent. Zhang Lan retorted, flaring up, If you don't wish to teach, just say so. Yi Hao chuckled softly and fell silent. He was not well versed in the nuances of innate talent. He simply did not know how to impart his knowledge. Moreover, even if he did, he was reluctant to share. Having purchased some breakfast, Yi Hao returned to the dormitory, laden with bags. It's already 6:20. How long do you 3 plan to sleep? Yi Hao remarked, setting down the meal with a smile. 6:20? Zheng Xiaolong rubbed his eyes, still groggy. I'm not fully awake yet, Xiao Laosher mumbled. Whose fault is it for playing cards all night? Yi Hao teased, gesturing toward the breakfast laid out on the table. I brought you all breakfast. Upon hearing that breakfast was ready, Yuan Gaoxing and the others instantly perked up. After washing their faces, the trio indulged in their meal with fervor. Yi Hao, why are you awake so early? Zheng Xiaolong inquired, his mouth full of meat buns. Morning run, Yi Hao replied. A morning run? You certainly possess a remarkable spirit, Xiao Laoshe remarked. Last night, Yi Hao was the last to retire, he added. I'm fine, Yi Hao said, donning his military uniform and gazing into the mirror. He noticed that, thanks to the transformation brought about by the divine blood, his skin had become smooth and elastic. The small blemishes and spots on his face had vanished, and he felt he had become slightly more handsome. You can't hold a candle to my charm, Zheng Xiaolong teased, leaning in to touch his sparse stubble. Should I shave it off? Whether you shave or not, it looks the same, Yuan Gaoxing remarked, having just washed his hands and standing behind the two. If you ask me, I'm the one who holds up the looks in our dormitory, he asserted. Huh. The aesthetic appeal of our dormitory relies solely on me. Zheng Xiaolong retorted immediately. If you two keep bickering, we'll be late, Yi Hao said, glancing at the time before heading toward the playground. Yi Hao, wait for me, Xiao Laoshe called out, quickly throwing on his upper garment and chasing after him. Whoever is last to leave locks the door, Zheng Xiaolong declared before darting away. When the four of them arrived at the playground, nearly all their classmates were already present. The students had lined up in 2 rows according to gender. The four of them instinctively positioned themselves among the boys. To Yi Hao's surprise, he found himself standing next to Bai He. Yi Hao, let us switch places, Zheng Xiaolong suggested quietly upon noticing the situation. Yi Hao readily turned and moved to Zheng Xiaolong's spot. Just as Zheng Xiaolong was concocting a memorable opening line to leave an impression on Bai He, she unexpectedly switched places with a girl behind her, returning to stand adjacent to Yi Hao once again. Trying to shake me off? Not a chance, Bai He scoffed at Yi Hao. Sister, I have no grudge against you. All right, Yi Hao replied, exasperated. Then why didn't you add me on your contact list? I can do it right now, he offered. Now I'm not inclined to. She shot back. What then? You must apologize to me. Fine, I apologize. No sincerity there. You're unbearable. Yi Hao, are you cursing at me again? Bai He snapped, pointing an accusing finger at him, her anger igniting once more. The entire class turned to observe the unfolding drama. Cold Shui approached the two with a stern expression. What is going on? Teacher Cold, you must stand up for me, Bai He implored, her eyes wide with feigned innocence. The instructor is about to arrive. Bai He, if you dare to stir trouble again, I'll deduct your credits, Cold Shui warned, casting a fierce glare at Bai He before walking away. How could Cold Shui not see that Bai He was merely a troublemaker? What was happening? Bai He was taken aback. Just as she was about to speak, a wave of excited gasps filled the air. The instructor is here. They are all so handsome. A longing desire to pounce upon someone arises. In the face of a girl's infatuation, the hearts of the boys brim with jealousy. Yet, despite this envy, they cannot help but acknowledge the striking appearance of the instructors clad in military attire. The instructor of Yi Hao's class is a youthful man in his 20s. From this day forth, I shall be your instructor. My name is He Jing. Now, arrange yourselves into 2 lines according to height. As He Jing's words resonated, some students instinctively shifted positions. After waiting for a moment, He Jing approached Zheng Xiaolong with a stern expression and inquired, Did you not hear what I said? His tone was brusque, and Zheng Xiaolong, brimming with youthful vigor, found it intolerable. Thus, he opted for silence. Observing Zheng Xiaolong's lack of response, He Jing's voice rose in anger. Run 3 laps around the playground. I will not run, Zheng Xiaolong replied firmly, gazing at He Jing. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. I apologize, but I am not a soldier. However, it seems you are unaware that university students are members of the reserve force, and you are currently undergoing military training. He Jing's gaze hardened slightly. I will say this one last time. Run 3 laps around the playground. To instill discipline among the students, it was crucial for them to maintain a healthy respect for authority. He Jing had initially sought a rebellious spirit, but did not anticipate that Zheng Xiaolong would so swiftly step forward. I will not run, Zheng Xiaolong gritted his teeth. You may choose not to run, but I must inform you that I will mark unsatisfactory in your evaluation, which will be recorded in your file, He Jing stated in a low voice. Zheng Xiaolong's expression shifted, yet he remained unmoved. Yuan Gaoxing hesitated momentarily before speaking up. Xiaolong, go run. Who permitted you to speak? He Jing directed his gaze at Yuan Gaoxing. I did. Just as Yuan Gaoxing uttered this, He Jing interjected, You must preface any remarks with report. Report. Speak. Xiaolong, go run. Yuan Gaoxing insisted in a lowered voice. Zheng Xiaolong's eyes flickered with internal conflict as he stepped out of the formation and began to jog towards the playground. And you, run 3 laps as well. He Jing pointed at Yuan Gaoxing. Why? Yuan Gaoxing asked, perplexed. There is no reason. You are to obey, He Jing replied somewhat imperiously. Just as Yuan Gaoxing began to speak, he recalled Zheng Xiaolong's predicament and quickly realized that any words he uttered would be futile. Thus, he left the formation to catch up with Zheng Xiaolong. Xiao Laosher hesitated before speaking up. Report. Speak. Instructor, I also request to run 3 laps. The earnest Xiao Laosher murmured. Reason? Because I share a dormitory with Zheng Xiaolong and Yuan Gaoxing, Xiao Laosher replied candidly. Since you are so fond of running, you shall run 5 laps, He Jing remarked coolly after glancing at Xiao Laosher. Chapter 52, The Designation of the Exemplary. Xiao Laosher was taken aback. He never anticipated such an outcome. Is there a problem? He Jing inquired, looking at Xiao Laosher. No problem. Xiao Laosher, feeling a mix of bitterness and determination, approached Yi Hao and nudged him with his elbow, inquiring if they would run together. Instantly, Yi Hao's expression darkened. Run together? You must be joking. You need to complete 5 laps as well, He Jing interjected, pointing at Yi Hao. Yi Hao, perplexed, questioned why? Aren't you in the same dormitory as the 3 of them? Indeed. Then why are you standing in the formation? He Jing pressed. By your logic. If those 3 were to perish, should I follow suit in a sacrificial burial? Yi Hao's retort struck a nerve, drawing laughter from the class. Silence. He Jing thundered, and the laughter abruptly ceased. He Jing pointed at Yi Hao, commanding, you shall run 10 laps. 10 laps would be quite pointless, Yi Hao unexpectedly remarked, surprising the entire class. Then you shall run 20 laps. He Jing had not anticipated Yi Hao would dare to speak back. Yi Hao chuckled and patted Xiao Laosher on the shoulder, saying, come, run 20 laps with me. I can't manage that many laps. Xiao Laosher exclaimed, taken aback. Then why did you drag me into this? Yi Hao retorted, somewhat exasperated. Before Xiao Laosher could respond, Yi Hao dashed away. Feeling guilty, Xiao Laosher chased after him. But how could he possibly catch up to Yi Hao? Yi Hao maintained a steady and swift pace, quickly surpassing Zheng Xiaolong and another classmate. Yi Hao, how come you're being punished too? Yi Hao, don't run so fast. Despite their calls, Yi Hao paid them no mind, and as he passed his formation, he announced, first lap. He Jing's gaze towards Yi Hao was a mixture of astonishment and ire. If you can maintain that speed, then by all means. If you can keep up that pace after 10 laps, then the position of class leader shall be yours, He Jing declared, unable to contain his irritation at Yi Hao's audacity. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao promptly halted. If you have the time, you might want to keep track of the time with your watch, Yi Hao suggested with a grin. You clever boy, He Jing replied, glancing at his watch. Let us see if you possess such capability. After Yi Hao had run a distance, He Jing turned to the class and instructed, everyone sit down, regardless of gender. All students complied and took their seats. You should also record the time, He Jing added. One by one, the students pulled out their phones. 2 laps, 3 laps, 4 laps. As Yi Hao entered his 5th lap, the expressions of his classmates began to shift. Their track measured a standard 400 meters, meaning Yi Hao had covered 1,000 meters after 2.5 laps, while these students could manage 1,000 meters. The first lap saw them maintaining a brisk pace, but by the second lap, they were forced to slow down, and the final half lap left them utterly exhausted. Yet Yi Hao, for a full 5 laps, he maintained the rapid and uniform pace of the first lap. What remarkable physical prowess this individual possesses. Is he perhaps an athlete specializing in long-distance running? Have you ever witnessed a long-distance runner who could sprint at such a speed right from the start? I wonder if you have meticulously timed the laps. Remarkably, Yi Hao's time per lap is actually diminishing. Diminishing? Is there a mistake? If you were precise to the second, you would know. He Jing gazed intently at Yi Hao, wearing a military watch. He understood that the student was indeed correct. Yi Hao was reducing his lap time by 1 to 2 seconds each round. 8 laps. 9 laps. When Yi Hao completed his 10th lap, he halted before He Jing with a calm smile and asked, am I not the standard bearer? Your physical condition is nothing short of formidable. Would you have any interest in joining our military? He Jing looked at Yi Hao with fervent eyes. Yi Hao gently shook his head, expressing his disinterest. What a pity. He Jing replied, before changing his tone, the position of standard bearer is yours, but you must run another 10 laps. Understood. With He Jing's affirmative response, Yi Hao jogged off into the distance. However, after the additional 10 laps, Yi Hao intentionally slowed his pace, returning to the formation while feigning heavy breaths. The military training focused on precise movements such as the standard march and standing at ease, yet achieving perfect synchronization required prolonged cooperation. After approximately an hour of training, He Jing finally allowed the pampered students to take a break. As He Jing issued the command, the students unceremoniously settled onto the ground, even the girls among them. Despite it being mid-September, the weather in the Magic City remained sweltering. Consequently, most of the classmates were drenched in sweat. In an effort to appear unremarkable, Yi Hao also forced himself to sweat profusely. The instructor is too relentless, Yuan Gaoxing remarked with a bitter smile. Who conducts an hour-long training session right at the outset? Xiao Laosher nodded in agreement. I'll go buy some water, Zheng Xiaolong said, rising to head toward the convenience store. At that moment, many students moved toward the store to purchase drinks. After a while, Zheng Xiaolong returned, holding a bottle of iced black tea. Why did you only buy one bottle? Xiao Laosher asked, taken aback. You didn't ask me to bring more, Zheng Xiaolong replied, puzzled. I didn't say you shouldn't bring more, Xiao Laosher retorted. Somewhat speechless. If I bought more and you didn't drink it, wouldn't that be a waste? Zheng Xiaolong said, taking a hearty gulp. Xiao Laosher opened his mouth to say something but refrained. Just then, Zhang Lan approached Yi Hao and handed him a bottle of purified water. Here you go. Zhang Lan's gesture astonished and evoked envy among the entire class. It was evident that Zhang Lan had an interest in Yi Hao. Yi Hao accepted it with gratitude, saying, thank you. Don't just say it. Let us have something more tangible, Zhang Lan responded with a smile. Yi Hao's expression stiffened. All right, what do you have in mind? At noon, I need to purchase some daily necessities, but as a girl, I can't carry much, Zhang Lan softly remarked. Well, after military training, let us visit the school supermarket, she suggested. Or perhaps we should go to Carrefour. Their selection is more extensive. Agreed. Once Zhang Lan departed, Yuan Gaoxing looked at Yi Hao with a face full of envy. Wow, Yi Hao, is the class beauty pursuing you so quickly? Don't say such things, Yi Hao replied, shaking his head. We are merely classmates. If that is the case, why didn't Zhang Lan invite me? Yuan Gaoxing refused to believe Yi Hao's words. Perhaps it is because I am rather handsome? Yi Hao's comment was met with unanimous disdain from Yuan Gaoxing and his companions. Yet their expressions soon shifted as they noticed a figure approaching. It was Bai He. Dressed in a fitted military uniform, her figure appeared even more striking, complemented by her doll-like face, creating a stunning visual impact. Yi Hao, this is a drink I specifically bought for you, Bai He declared before dashing away. Yi Hao failed to notice the glint of cunning in Bai He's eyes. Chapter 53. The Class Flower. Tang Pianpian Zheng Xiaolong stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. He finally understood why Bai He had been reluctant to add him as a friend. She had feelings for Yi Hao. Yi Hao was equally surprised that Bai He would give him a drink. However, as he already had one in hand, he casually passed it to Xiao Laosher. Isn't this inappropriate? Xiao Laosher protested. After all, this was given to you by Bai He. What is the issue? If she gave it to you, then drink it. Yi Hao replied indifferently. Then I shall not be polite. Xiao Laosher unscrewed the cap and gulped it down in one go. Why did you give Yi Hao a drink? Zhang Lan asked Bai He, somewhat taken aback. I was concerned that one bottle would not suffice for him. Bai He replied, her gaze evasive. Why do I sense a hidden agenda? Zhang Lan, though not having known Bai He for long, had quickly discerned her character. Despite her seemingly harmless appearance, she was undoubtedly someone who held grudges. How could that be? Bai He feigned innocence. Well, I hope I am just overthinking it, Zhang Lan said, shaking her head. He Jing allowed the students a 10-minute break before blowing the whistle. All rise, He Jing commanded in a deep voice. Reluctantly, the students stood up. You are to run 3 laps around the playground. He Jing pointed at a student still seated on the ground. Why? The student protested. This is the penalty for disobeying orders. Should there be another infraction, the punishment will be doubled. With He Jing's words, the students dared not delay any further. Within 3 minutes, Xiao Laosher felt his stomach rumbling. As time passed, the pain intensified. I need to report, Xiao Laosher called out. He Jing turned to him with displeasure. What is it? I need to go to the restroom, Xiao Laosher stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. I distinctly provided you with time for that earlier. Upon hearing the matter, He Jing promptly declared, you must not go. I can't hold on any longer, Xiao Laosher, his face flushed, confessed. Observing Xiao Laosher clutching his abdomen, He Jing, convinced of his sincerity, nodded and permitted, go ahead. Xiao Laosher, as if liberated from a heavy burden, hurried towards the restroom. Yet, Scarcely had he taken 2 steps when his sphincter contracted violently, and a warm torrent surged forth. He froze in place. What is that smell? The classmates in the classroom simultaneously turned their gazes towards Xiao Laosher, only to realize a yellow liquid was trickling down his pant leg, with unmistakable wet stains marking his posterior. He soiled his pants. Someone exclaimed, and Xiao Laosher's face turned pale. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the ground. Laosher, return to the dormitory, Yi Hao urged hastily. Why he stood in stunned silence, observing Xiao Laosher's retreating figure. Did Yi Hao give him the drink? Why he muttered to himself. In the beverage, why he had slipped 3 laxatives. If Yi Hao had consumed it, Xiao Laosher's reaction would indeed align with such a scenario. Bai He, did you put laxatives in the drink? Zhang Lan had been discreetly observing Bai He. Under Zhang Lan's scrutinizing gaze, Bai He awkwardly nodded. How many did you add? 3, he replied. Zhang Lan glared at Bai He. Do you realize that 3 could lead to Xiao Laosher becoming dehydrated or even fainting? Oh, Bai He had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. Report. Zhang Lan urgently called out to the instructor. What is it? He Jing inquired. Instructor, Xiao Laosher's diarrhea seems quite severe. I recommend he be taken to the infirmary immediately. Zhang Lan stated solemnly. After a moment of contemplation, He Jing instructed, Yi Hao, escort Xiao Laosher to the infirmary. Nodding, Yi Hao dashed after Xiao Laosher. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Yi Hao found the door wide open, understanding that Xiao Laosher could no longer contain himself. He closed the door and approached the restroom, calling. Laosher, how are you feeling? A bit better now. Xiao Laosher's voice was laced with bitterness. After a while, as he began to clean himself in the restroom, his stomach churned painfully once more. Without delay, he squatted over the toilet again. Yi Hao, were the buns you bought this morning fresh? Absolutely fresh. All 3 of us had them, Gao Xing chimed in. Then why am I experiencing such severe diarrhea? At that moment, Xiao Laosher suddenly had a realization. Could it be that Bai He tampered with your drink? Yi Hao was taken aback. Soon, he acknowledged, there is indeed a possibility. You rejected Bai He's friend request, and he retaliated by contaminating your drink with laxatives. As Xiao Laosher spoke, he felt a surge of tears welling up. Yi Hao, you must treat me to a grand meal at noon. Given the severity of your diarrhea, it seems Bai He may have added more than one. Yi Hao replied gently. Once you're feeling better, I will take you to the infirmary for an 4. Wait for me. After Xiao Laosher organized himself, he clutched his abdomen and, accompanied by Yi Hao, made his way to the infirmary. Inside, there was a middle-aged doctor. What seems to be the problem? Diarrhea, likely due to consuming a few laxatives. Yi Hao replied. Have you had any episodes? Twice already. You appear somewhat dehydrated, the doctor noted, nodding. I will prepare some medication for you. Diarrhea is a common ailment. But if it worsens, we would advise a hospital visit. Just as the doctor connected Xiao Laosher to an 4, his stomach growled again. I can't hold it any longer. I need to go to the restroom, Xiao Laosher exclaimed. I'll hold the 4 for you. There is a restroom in the infirmary. When Yi Hao accompanied Xiao Laosher out of the restroom, their gazes inadvertently fell upon a young woman. Her graceful figure and stunning silhouette left them in awe. Even without seeing her face, both could imagine she was a rare beauty. That silhouette seemed familiar. A flicker of recognition crossed Yi Hao's eyes as he realized it was Tang Piampian, the very same young woman from the university acceptance letter. Tang Piampian turned around to face Yi Hao. How beautiful, Yi Hao blurted out. Her beauty resembled a lotus emerging from the water, captivating all who beheld her. With a gentle smile, Tang Piampian said, You must be the new students this year. Noticing Yi Hao still in military attire, it was easy to guess their identities. Senior Tang, Xiao Laosher blushed. I am Xiao Laosher from Class 1 of Freshmen. Tang Piampian smiled in return. However, Yi Hao's gaze grew serious as he observed Tang Piampian. Have you been having trouble sleeping lately? He asked softly. Yes, she nodded slightly, her dark circles serving as undeniable evidence. In truth, it's not that you cannot sleep. Rather, it is that you are afraid to sleep. Yi Hao's next words caused Tang Piampian's expression to shift dramatically. How do you know? She stepped closer, inquiring. This is not an illness. Medication will not help. Yi Hao replied, fixing his gaze on her eyes. Tang Piampian was momentarily at a loss for words due to Yi Hao's cryptic remarks. Let us talk, he proposed, hanging the 4 on the stand with earnest intent. All right, Tang Piampian agreed, having come to the infirmary seeking some calming medication. Xiao Laosher watched in bewilderment as Tang Piampian left with Yi Hao. What just happened? Did Yi Hao charm her away with just a few words? Is this for real? Once seated, Yi Hao and Tang Pianpian engaged in conversation. What do you know? She asked directly. There is a beast within you, he stated. A beast? Tang Pianpian regarded Yi Hao with a puzzled expression, incredulous that such creatures could exist in this world. The wonders of this realm far exceed your imagination. Yi Hao chuckled and remarked, the name of the beast within you is Nightmare. Hence, whenever you succumb to slumber, you will be tormented by dreadful dreams. Upon hearing this, Tang Pianpian felt a flicker of belief stir within her. How can it be resolved? She inquired. At present, I lack the means to do so, Yi Hao replied, shaking his head. What impact will nightmare have on me? It will incessantly torment your mind until you can no longer withstand the strain and succumb to madness. Yi Hao responded. Tang Pianpian was acutely aware of the dire consequences that mental collapse could entail. How did nightmare come to reside within me? It appears to be mere misfortune, Tang Pianpian exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? There are certain matters that I cannot divulge, Yi Hao said, shaking his head. He was not deceiving her. Following the collapse of the 6 realms of reincarnation, all manner of malevolent entities emerged. It was not surprising that nightmare had also surfaced. What should I do then? This was the question that weighed most heavily on Tang Pianpian's mind. Wait for me here, Yi Hao instructed after a moment's contemplation. Where are you going? She asked. Back to my dormitory. Before long, Yi Hao reappeared before Tang Pianpian. Are you feeling tired now? He asked. Exhausted, she replied, having gone a day and night without rest. If you're tired, you should sleep now. Here? Tang Pianpian responded in astonishment. I merely wish to ascertain whether this item is effective, Yi Hao said, producing a bronze dagger from his possession. Tang Pianpian gazed at the dagger in confusion. What is this? It is a spiritual treasure for slaying demons and dispelling malevolence, Yi Hao replied with a smile. Are you certain it will work? She queried. Nightmare will not be able to torment you to death in a short span, so even if you fall asleep, it should not pose a significant risk. Tang Pianpian shot Yi Hao a glare. Do you know how to speak? Just sleep. If the spiritual treasure proves ineffective, we will need to consider alternative solutions. Yi Hao shifted the topic. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Pianpian confessed, I cannot sleep here. In the presence of an unfamiliar male, especially on a campus bench. How could she possibly find rest? What then? Yi Hao asked, exasperated. Shall we book a hotel? Tang Pianpian pondered for a moment, biting her lip. She was utterly fatigued. Nightmare had tormented her relentlessly over the past few days. Then let us go, Yi Hao replied nonchalantly. If you dare to take advantage of me while I am asleep. Tang Pianpian warned, shaking her fist at Yi Hao in a mock display of intimidation. You are overthinking it, Yi Hao retorted, casting an incredulous glance her way. Humph. I hold a black belt in Taekwondo. What did you say? Tang Pianpian interjected, stopping him. Are we still going to book a hotel? The implication of her words seemed rather ambiguous. As they stepped out of the school gates, Tang Pianpian hailed a taxi with a swift motion. Look, there is a budget hotel right over there. Yi Hao pointed towards a nearby establishment. Tang Pianpian shot him a skeptical look. Do you wish for the entire school to know that we are booking a hotel together? The proximity to the school made Tang Pianpian hesitant to venture far. Very well, as you wish. Yi Hao's demeanor had grown increasingly carefree. After all, if it was merely to find a hotel a bit farther away, so be it. Tang Pianpian opened Baidu Maps and, after a brief search, relayed the name of a slightly more distant hotel to the taxi driver. Upon arrival, she presented her identification and verification code to the front desk. Room 301, the attendant announced, handing her the room card. With a slight acknowledgement, Tang Pianpian and Yi Hao took the elevator to their designated room. As they entered room 301, a man exiting the opposite room caught sight of them, his eyes widening in disbelief. Tang Pianpian was with a man? Zhuo Jing rubbed his eyes and stepped closer to the door to listen. It was indeed Tang Pianpian's voice. He inhaled deeply, astonished that the usually aloof Tang Pianpian, who was indifferent to all male attention, was now sharing a room with a man. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to inform Wei Tuo. Wei Tuo was one of Tang Pianpian's admirers, and Zhuo Jing had once pursued her as well, leading to a conflict with Wei Tuo. However, after witnessing Wei Tuo's prowess, Zhuo Jing had relinquished his pursuit and opted to join Wei Tuo's ranks as a subordinate. Upon returning to the opposite room, he found a heavily made-up woman dressing. Zhuo Xiao back again, she teased with a flirtatious glance. Zhuo Jing gestured for her to remain silent and proceeded to dial Wei Tuo's number. Zhuo Jing, what is it? came a clear voice from the other end after the call connected. Wei Xiao, there's something I'm uncertain whether I should disclose. Shui Jing hesitated before revealing the matter concerning Tang Piampian. After a brief silence, Wei Tuo urged, speak. I saw Tang Piampian entering a hotel with a man on Zhengnan Road. Shui Jing reiterated his statement for emphasis. I'm currently in Yanqing for a meeting. Investigate that man immediately and provide me with his information before I return. If you encounter any difficulties, contact Zheng Fong. I will send you his details shortly. Understood. Shui Jing discerned the icy tone in Wei Tuo's voice and could easily envision the fate that awaited Yi Hao. Yet, such considerations were not his concern. In truth, Shui Jing harbored a desire for Yi Hao's demise. The goddess he could not possess was now entangled with this man. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to confront Yi Hao. Meanwhile, Tang Piampian lay on the bed, her eyes closed, but soon they fluttered open again. I cannot sleep. After a while, she drifted off. Yi Hao, is what you said true? Do monsters truly exist in this world? The sorcery of the southern border, the curses of Thailand, the corpse driving of Xiangxi, are they all mere fabrications? Yi Hao replied with a smile. Chapter 55. Extortion. How do you know about these things? Tang Piampian's eyes flickered as she inquired. By reading, Yi Hao responded, then turned to Tang Piampian. If you have the time to pry into my affairs, you might as well get some good rest. Caught in Yi Hao's gaze, Tang Piampian's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she parted her lips to ask, could you share it with me? No. Why not? I fear it may frighten you. I am not afraid. Is that so? Yi Hao regarded her with skepticism. I possess considerable courage. Then why do you hesitate to sleep? Perhaps genuinely fatigued, Tang Piampian succumbed to slumber not long after. However, a hint of terror crossed her face as she slept. Yi Hao swiftly drew the bronze dagger from his grasp, and the fear on Tang Piampian's face diminished significantly. This nightmare is far more formidable than any spirit, Yi Hao remarked as he infused the dagger with his true essence, causing it to emanate an imposing sword aura. Ordinary cultivators could not perceive this aura, yet the nightmare lurking within Tang Piampian sensed it acutely. Consequently, the expression of terror on her face entirely dissipated. It is effective, he mused. However, a new dilemma arose. While he could intimidate the nightmare, he could not annihilate it. In other words, it was a temporary solution rather than a permanent remedy. Perhaps he would only be able to confront it once he reached the first level of body refinement. Originally, he anticipated breaking through in half a month, but now he realized it might take him at least a month to achieve such a milestone. After the nightmare was subdued, Yi Hao quietly resumed his cultivation. Time passed, and eventually, Tang Piampian stirred from her sleep. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself staring at a face. Ah, she screamed. Miss, am I truly that frightening? Yi Hao stared at her in disbelief. How did I end up here? Are you still dazed from sleep? Yi Hao felt a bit flustered. Tang Piampian tousled her disheveled hair, suddenly recalling the events of the day. At that moment, she realized she was not covered by a blanket, as it was tightly wedged between her legs. She hastily pulled the blanket over herself. Are you dressed properly? I did not even dream, Tang Piampian suddenly exclaimed, her gaze fixed on Yi Hao with astonishment. Are you eager to have nightmares? How did you accomplish that? There it is, she said, her eyes fixated on the bronze dagger in Yi Hao's hand. May I borrow this dagger for a while? I can lend it to you. But it may not be of much use, Yi Hao replied softly. What do you mean? When I placed the dagger beside you, your fear only lessened slightly, indicating that the nightmare merely fears the dagger but still invaded your dreams. Later, I awakened the sword intent within the dagger, compelling the nightmare to vacate your dreamscape. How did you accomplish that? You cannot do it. How am I to know I cannot if you do not teach me? Are you hungry? Tang Piampian touched her stomach and then felt a pang of hunger. How long have I slept? Over 10 hours. Oh, what is the matter? I have classes this afternoon. I also have military training this afternoon. Of course, Yi Hao had asked Yuan Gaoxing to assist in requesting leave. Tang Piampian hurriedly turned to get out of bed and tidied her disheveled hair. After she checked out of her room, another thought crossed her mind. Would the nightmare reappear tonight? I do not know. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao caught sight of Tang Piampian's furious gaze and reluctantly added, after I intimidated the nightmare. I am unsure if it will manifest again tonight. What if it does? We'll handle it. Yi Hao. Tang Piampian bit her silver teeth and exclaimed angrily. What do you wish to eat? Don't change the subject. How about hot pot? I just had it yesterday. Then let us have Sichuan cuisine. It's too spicy. How about barbecue? Fine. A true foodie, Yi Hao laughed heartily. Tang Piampian looked at Yi Hao and felt an overwhelming urge to pummel him. She thought about it, and then she acted. Just as her fist was about to land on Yi Hao, he miraculously dodged. Tang Piampian's eyes brightened. His reflexes were impressive. Just SOSO. Come at me again. As Tang Piampian spoke, she stepped forward and aimed another punch at Yi Hao. He effortlessly grasped her fist. Tang Piampian struggled to pull her hand back, but found it impossible. Noticing this, she executed a whip kick toward Yi Hao's thigh. Yi Hao released her fist and gently tapped her leg. Tang Piampian felt as if her kick had struck cotton, lacking force, mere flowery techniques. Yi Hao shook his head lightly. Your skills are quite formidable. Tang Piampian realized he was employing soft strength. Only after mastering hard strength to a certain degree can one hope to grasp soft strength. Even though Tang Piampian's coach was a 6th-degree black belt, he had not mastered this soft strength. The coach once said that mastering soft strength qualifies one as a master. A master? How many masters exist throughout all of Huaxia? Yi Hao, at such a young age, had already reached the level of mastery in martial arts. Just SOSO, Yi Hao shrugged. Teach me, then. Tang Piampian looked at Yi Hao with eager anticipation. I have no time. Yi Hao immediately declined without a second thought. Just as Tang Piampian was about to respond, a voice rang in her ear. Hey there, would you like to go out? Tang Piampian turned her displeased gaze toward a rather disreputable fellow. What's the deal? Are we going out or not? Give me an answer, will you? Kowu, upon seeing Tang Piampian's silence, continued to inquire, no appointment? Nevertheless, I have taken a liking to you. Whether you agree or not is beyond your control. As he spoke, he lunged toward Tang Piampian. Yi Hao swiftly interposed himself, exclaiming, Get lost! To Yi Hao's astonishment, Kowu feigned a fall, subsequently clutching his legs and howling in agony. I've been assaulted. I've been assaulted. Tang Piampian was momentarily taken aback, as was Yi Hao. Was this a ploy? With Kowu's cries echoing, a group of a dozen young men and women gathered around. Do you need assistance? A woman inquired. Call the police. Kowu urged hastily. How much do you want? Yi Hao asked, furrowing his brow. Do you think you can just toss me some money and brush this aside after breaking my legs? Kowu glared at Yi Hao, his voice laced with fury. Not a chance. Aren't you simply trying to extort more money? Yi Hao retorted, his temper flaring. Chapter 56. Torture. Yi Hao had always suspected Kowu was attempting to swindle him. However, when the police car arrived within a minute of the woman's call, even Yi Hao, despite his naivety, realized he had fallen into a trap, one specifically aimed at him. Who had he offended? Since arriving in the magical city, he felt he had wronged no one. What had transpired? Upon the arrival of 2 police officers, they inquired in a serious tone, what happened here? Kowu, with a face full of indignation, glared at Yi Hao and proclaimed, I merely glanced at his girlfriend, and he began to assault me. You're lying. Tang Piampian shouted angrily. Whether I am or not, the bystanders here can see the truth, Kowu asserted, gesturing toward the crowd. I testify, I saw him strike first. A middle-aged man immediately declared, I bear witness. This fellow was excessively brutal. Indeed, had we not intervened, he might have been killed, another added. Witnessing this scene, Tang Piampian quickly comprehended that the onlookers were allies of Kowu. Providing false testimony is illegal, Tang Piampian stated solemnly. Young lady, one may misplace their meal, but one must not misplace their words, the middle-aged man retorted irritably. Before Tang Piampian could respond further, one of the officers turned to Yi Hao and said, You will accompany us. You cannot take him away. Tang Piampian stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Yi Hao. Yi Hao gently pushed her aside and handed her his phone. Inform President Long of my situation. Understood. Tang Piampian forced herself to remain calm. She recognized that at this juncture, she could not prevent Yi Hao from being taken. Since Yi Hao had given such instructions, he must have a way out. The 2 officers escorted Yi Hao and Kowu, along with several eyewitnesses, away. Their procedural conduct was impeccable, leaving no room for dissent. A sense of unease settled within Yi Hao. The more official this matter appeared, the worse it seemed. It indicated that the opposition intended to obliterate him. Tang Piampian swiftly located President Long's contact number in Yi Hao's phone. Before long, the cheerful voice of President Long resonated from the other end. Yi Hao, what prompted you to call me? You must be President Long, am I correct? Indeed. I am a friend of Yi Hao. I implore you to assist him. What has transpired? Tang Piampian recounted the events that had occurred. This is a malicious frame-up. President Long stated solemnly. Do not fret. I have several acquaintances in the media here in Modu. I shall inquire into the matter immediately. President Long's efficiency was remarkable. Shortly thereafter, Tang Piampian's phone rang. The situation is rather troublesome, was President Long's opening remark. Tang Piampian's expression shifted with concern. Who is orchestrating this against Yi Hao? According to the information my friends have uncovered, there are influential figures instructing others to target Yi Hao. My friends have utilized their connections, yet no one dares to intervene. President Long replied gravely. What shall we do? After a moment of contemplation, President Long suddenly recalled. Yi Hao chose the traditional Chinese medicine college, did he not? Yes. Your principal holds significant influence in Modu and across the nation. If your principal is willing to assist, Yi Hao may yet be unharmed. The principal? Tang Piampian's eyes brightened. Principal Hua Su of the traditional Chinese Medicine University is a revered master of Chinese medicine. Even the higher-ups in the imperial capital would heed his words. Name? Asked a police officer in the interrogation room. Yi Hao. Gender? Male. Age? 19. Why did you assault Kuei Wu? I did not assault Kuei Wu, Yi Hao replied firmly. Yet you have broken his right leg. How can you claim you did not strike him? I did not assault Kuei Wu. Bring Kuei Wu in. The interrogating officer retorted angrily. Soon, an officer entered, pushing in the deformed right leg of Kuei Wu. Yi Hao gazed at Kuei Wu's leg for a moment before sighing. You truly have gone to great lengths to contrive this against me. With Yi Hao's keen insight, he easily discerned that Kuei Wu's leg was indeed broken, and the injury was the result of a forceful external impact. Now, what do you have to say? Kuei Wu's leg has nothing to do with me. We have both eyewitness and physical evidence. Do you still refuse to confess? I did not commit the act. What sin do I confess to? It appears that without employing some extraordinary measures, you will not admit your guilt. The interrogating officer stood up, his voice cold. This is an attempt to coerce a confession. Yi Hao's gaze sharpened. He wondered whether Tang Piampian had informed President Long Yi Hao had never contemplated fleeing. Despite possessing the capability, he refrained from doing so, for that would render him a fugitive. After a while, 2 police officers entered, carrying various equipment. 2 officers restrained Yi Hao in a metallic chair. Subsequently, one officer tightened a rope around his neck, while another pressed down on his head, and a third affixed a layer of soaked gauze over his face. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Yi Hao remained silent. Truth be told, he was utterly oblivious to their intentions. Behold, there are a total of 9 layers of this gauze. I shall apply them one by one upon your visage. As each layer envelopes your face, your breathing will become increasingly labored. To survive, you will be compelled to gasp for air. Fear not, for as long as you struggle to breathe, you shall receive sufficient oxygen to sustain you. Is that all? If so, how can this be deemed torture? The ensuing moments will undoubtedly be riveting. Let us await the spectacle together. With that, the officer placed the second layer of gauze upon Yi Hao's face. 3 layers. 4 layers. 5 layers. When the 9th layer of damp gauze was affixed to Yi Hao's face, he found it exceedingly arduous to breathe. He had to exert every ounce of strength to draw even the slightest breath of air. At that moment, a liquid was poured over the gauze, and an acrid scent invaded his nostrils. Yi Hao's expression shifted involuntarily. It was pepper spray. He hastily held his breath. Inhaling the pepper spray through his nose would surely suffocate him. The dilemma was how long he could endure holding his breath. Just as Yi Hao could no longer withstand it and gasped, the pepper spray infiltrated his nasal passages. He instantly erupted into a violent coughing fit, tears streaming down his face. After a bout of coughing, the discomfort slightly abated, but his brain soon signaled an impending asphyxiation. Yi Hao finally grasped the malevolence of this torture. With every breath, he was forced to inhale the pepper spray, a torment not everyone could withstand. Yet, resisting was futile. To refrain from breathing meant certain death. Even if he consciously tried to hold his breath, his body's instinct would inevitably compel him to inhale upon losing consciousness. The result of breathing was a painful awakening. Thus, this vicious cycle continued, unyielding to his defiance, unrelenting in extracting confessions. Chapter 57. The Pearl. At the airport in the Magic City, 2 rows of bodyguards stood solemnly, observing a private plane as it descended slowly. In Huaxia, private jets symbolize status. Even in the 21st century, there are few who possess such luxury domestically. It is worth noting that even the most affordable private jet costs over 100 million, with annual maintenance fees soaring into the tens of millions. Only those with assets in the billions can contemplate owning a private aircraft. Once the plane came to a halt, The 2 rows of bodyguards swiftly moved to the exit. As the hatch opened, a young girl clad in a black suit was the first to step out. She cast a sweeping glance over the entire venue before retreating to her original position at the exit. Then, a girl resembling an ethereal fairy emerged. Her brows, her eyes, her lips seemed to be meticulously sculpted by the hands of nature itself. Lynn Rower gazed calmly around before stepping onto the descending lift. 2 rows of bodyguards clad in black immediately formed a protective barrier around her. Once she settled into the specially customized Lincoln sedan, her gaze fell upon a young woman beside her, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. "Xiaomei, how is my grandfather faring?" Lin Rower inquired. The old gentleman awakened an hour ago, and after examinations by several medical experts, all his health indicators are favorable. Xiaomei, one of Lin Rower's secretaries, replied earnestly. "Is there anything else?" Lin Rower nodded. This news I had already anticipated. Mrs. Zhou is hosting a charity gala this evening, and the invitation has been delivered to your residence, Xiaomei noted, opening her notepad with diligence. In truth, even without recording, Xiaomei could recall these matters, but for Lin Rower's safety, everything needed to be documented. Anything further? Yihao has been taken away by the police at the Jiangsu Road precinct in Minhang District. Yihao? Lin Rower paused momentarily upon hearing his name. Yihao is the student who saved the old gentleman. You once instructed me to keep track of his whereabouts, Xiaomei gently reminded. What is the reason for this? Lin Rower's mind involuntarily conjured an image of Yihao. I began investigating the matter immediately after it unfolded, but I have yet to obtain any results. Xiaomei explained hastily. We are heading to the Minhang District Jiangsu Road precinct now, Lin Rower stated firmly. While en route to the precinct, Xiaomei received a phone call. Miss, I have gathered the details. This incident was orchestrated by Wei Tuo. Wei Tuo? The Wei family is but a minor clan in the magical city, yet Wei Tuo's mother is a member of the Wang family. Inform Director Jiang of this matter. Lin Rower said, her expression resolute. Yihao is the savior of my grandfather, Lin Yuan too. So what does it matter if we offend the Wang family? Jiang Gaoi, the director of the Minhang District Police, immediately set off for the Jiangsu Road precinct upon receiving the call from Lin Rower's secretary. During his journey, he realized that the matter was likely true. Upon arriving at the precinct's entrance, he fortuitously encountered Lin Rower's convoy. Miss Lin, Jiang Gaoi exclaimed, taken aback. He felt a surge of alarm. What is Yihao's background? Why has the jewel of the magical city come personally? Director Jiang, might I inquire if it is permissible for me to see my friend? Miss Lin, you jest, Jiang Gaoi replied with a smile, please. At this moment, even if it were inconvenient, he had to afford Lin Rower the respect she deserved. The Lin family is a colossal entity, with connections reaching even the upper echelons of the magical city. Jiang Gaoi's arrival heightened the tension among the officers at the Jiangsu Road precinct. Where is Wang Zhen? Captain Wang, Captain Wang. A clerk stammered, hesitant to speak. Jiang Gaoi let out a cold snort and proceeded towards the interrogation room. Along the way, he had gathered the complete details regarding Yihao's situation. This matter was instigated by Wei Tuo, instructing Wang Zhen to solidify Yihao's charges. The occurrence of such an event under his jurisdiction ignited a fierce anger within Jiang Gaoi. Upon reaching the door of the interrogation room, he overheard Wang Zhen's voice. Yihao, this is the 9th piece of gauze. If you do not sign, do not blame me when you meet your end. Jiang Gaoi's expression darkened upon hearing this. Damn it. He kicked the door open with force. Who? Wang Zhen was taken aback, having just seen Jiang Gaoi's silhouette. Director Jiang, Wang Zhen stammered, bewildered as to how this matter had attracted Jiang Gaoi's attention. However, Jiang Gaoi had no time to spare on Wang Zhen. He rushed to Yihao's side. Lin Ruru, accompanied by her secretary and bodyguard, also approached Yihao. Chilly water, the bodyguard Xiaolin exclaimed, her face paling. Jiang Gaoi swiftly tore off the 8 pieces of gauze stuck to Yihao's face, then poured a bucket of clean water over him. Quickly fetch more buckets of water, he instructed while dousing Yihao. Lin Ruru glanced at her bodyguard, and the two quickly departed. After Jiang Gaoi had emptied a bucket of cool water, the bodyguards had still not returned. He felt Yihao's face, which was alarmingly hot. Call 120, Jiang Gaoi commanded in a low voice. No need. At that moment, Yihao opened his eyes, which were now a vivid red. With the water poured over him, Yihao felt a significant relief, and his body instinctively began to heal its injuries. No, the chilly water will burn your eyes and skin, Jiang Gaoi quickly warned. Just then, a bodyguard rushed in. carrying 2 packs of mineral water. It was unrealistic to fill a bucket with clean water in such a short time. So one bodyguard had dashed to the convenience store to buy 2 packs of mineral water. Open it to clean his face. Do not stop until the doctor arrives. Jiang Gaoi instructed as he stepped forward to quickly open a bottle of mineral water. Help, Lin Ru urged. Bodyguard Xiaolan and Secretary Xiaomei quickly crouched down to assist in opening the mineral water. Is there any chilled mineral water? Jiang Gaoi suddenly recalled. Really unnecessary, Yi Hao said. And at that moment, the handcuffs binding his wrists snapped apart. Xiaolan's figure darted in front of Lin Ru, her gaze cautiously fixed on Yi Hao. Xiaolan could indeed break the handcuffs, but how did Yi Hao still possess such strength after enduring such torture? Ignoring the astonished expressions of those around him, Yi Hao grasped the rope that had restrained him. With a sharp crack, the shadow abruptly severed. You, Wang Zhen exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at Yi Hao. How did you accomplish this? It was merely a matter of intention, Yi Hao replied, his gaze piercing with a fierce glint. What do you intend to do? Wang Zhen instinctively took a step back, unnerved by Yi Hao's demeanor. I am not yet at the stage of disregarding the law. But there is one thing I must convey to you. I have reserved your life, Yi Hao stated emphatically. Chapter 58. The Violet Club for a moment. The audience was rendered speechless by Yi Hao's declaration. Jiang Gaoi, observing the gravity with which Yi Hao articulated his words, realized that he was likely serious. This meant Yi Hao would indeed take action against Wang Zhen. Yi Hao, this is a society governed by law, Jiang Gaoi cautioned. Wang Zhen's criminal actions will be dealt with according to the legal system. Yi Hao merely smiled and remained silent. Jiang Gaoi, well-meaning in his warning, knew that Yi Hao was not oblivious to the implications. Let us depart, Lin Ruer interjected solemnly. Only then did Yi Hao direct his attention to Lin Ruer. Upon seeing her, a line of poetry echoed in his mind. With flowers for beauty, birds for song, the moon for spirit, jade for bone, ice and snow for skin, autumn waters for grace, and poetry for the heart. Such a woman is worthy of such verse, and only such poetry can aptly describe Lin Ruer's beauty. She was stunning, breathtakingly exquisite. She was radiant, unparalleled in her elegance. Nevertheless, Yi Hao's temperament, transformed by divine blood, had long since hardened. The momentary distraction in his eyes quickly dissipated. Who are you? He inquired. I am Lin Ruer, she replied. Lin Ruer? Yi Hao was taken aback. Do you know? Lin Ruer noticed the uncertainty on Yi Hao's face and asked. Yi Hao gently shook his head, stating, standing before you, I felt an overwhelming aura, which led me to ponder the significance of your name. Do you recall saving an elder 2 months ago? Yes. That elder is Lin Yuan II, my grandfather. Lin Ruer briefly explained. He awoke an hour ago. Come with me to see him. Very well. Yi Hao now realized that his recent escape was not due to President Long's intervention, but rather the assistance of the Lin family. Hence, both out of gratitude and obligation, he felt compelled to express his thanks. Yi Hao gazed in astonishment at the extended Lincoln limousine before him, a vehicle he had only seen on television. After you, Lin Ruer said softly. Yi Hao nodded and took a seat. Xiaomei opened her mouth as if to speak, but was silenced by a glance from Lin Ruer, for Yi Hao had taken the very seat Lin Ruer often occupied. As the car gradually moved forward, Lin Ruer gazed at Yi Hao and remarked, 2 months have passed since you saved my grandfather, and he has remained in a coma ever since. During this time, I have been preoccupied with negotiating a significant overseas business deal, hence the Lin family has refrained from any contact with you. However, you have been keeping an eye on me, haven't you? Yi Hao responded with a smile. Indeed. Lin Ruer nodded. I wish to know who is targeting me. Yi Hao stated after a brief silence. It is Wei Tuo from the Wei family. A flicker of confusion crossed Yi Hao's eyes. What is the reason? You would need to inquire with Wei Tuo about that. Even the Lin family, no matter how powerful in Magic City, cannot know everything. Do you have Wei Tuo's address? Yi Hao immediately asked. Lin Ruer glanced at the girl beside her, Xiaolan. Xiaolan replied. Wei Tuo is currently at the Violet Mansion. Is it convenient to take me there now? Yi Hao inquired. To the Violet Mansion, Lin Ruer softly affirmed. The Violet Mansion. Zhuo Jing was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the 12 women before him, each a vision of beauty and allure. Zhuo Jing, are you satisfied? A young man in a white shirt, holding a cigar, casually asked. Absolutely satisfied. How could I not be? Zhuo Jing thought of the countless women he had encountered over the years. None could compare to these. If you are satisfied, then choose one, the young man remarked. a hint of disdain flickering in his gaze. Uncultured bumpkin. Zhuo Jing's eyes roamed over the 12 women, ultimately settling on a tall young lady. I am here to serve you. The tall girl, Anai Shui, softly said as she approached Zhuo Jing. He roughly pulled her into his embrace, his hands reaching for her. Anai Shui's delicate face turned cold. I kindly ask you to behave yourself. Zhuo Jing momentarily froze, bewildered. What is this situation? Have you never seen a woman before? The young man in white frowned. Zhuo Jing then realized that Anai Shui was not what he had expected. The women at the Violet Mansion are well-versed in massage and yoga techniques. I assure you, after experiencing it, you will crave more, the young man explained. As for other intentions, do not even think about it. Over the years, those who have caused trouble at the Violet Mansion have all ended up with broken legs, discarded like dead dogs. Zhuo Jing was taken aback. Earlier, the young man had briefly introduced the Violet Mansion to him, noting that it was one of the 3 grand mansions in Magic City, accessible only to members of high social standing. Had it not been for Wei Tuo, Zhuo Jing would never have had the opportunity to enter the Violet Mansion in his lifetime. Causing trouble? Zhuo Jing had never even considered it. Now, he realized he had nearly gotten himself into trouble. I'm sorry, Zhuo Jing repeatedly apologized to Anai Shui. She smiled gently. You jest. My lord. Seeing Anai Shui's demeanor, it was as if nothing had transpired moments earlier. At that instant, the door to the private room swung open, and Yi Hao entered with a smile illuminating his face. Upon recognizing him, Zhuo Jing's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, What are you doing here? Who are you? Wei Tuo, visibly displeased, interjected that this was his private room. Yi Hao's uninvited presence was a blatant disregard for his authority. There was another reason for Wei Tuo's reprimand. It appeared that this man was acquainted with Zhuo Jing. How could someone of Zhuo Jing's stature associate with such a seemingly insignificant character? The situation suggested that Yi Hao, like Zhuo Jing, was merely a Na'vi newcomer, led here by others. Yi Hao's gaze fell upon Zhuo Jing as he remarked, It seems you know me. He approached Zhuo Jing and scrutinized him closely, adding, But I am certain I do not know you. Yi Hao, shouldn't you be at the police station? Zhuo Jing astutely identified him. Wei Tuo abruptly rose to his feet, bewildered. Yi Hao had been apprehended through Wei Tuo's connections. How could he possibly be here? It was inconceivable. There was no rationale for this occurrence. Yi Hao cast a sidelong glance at Wei Tuo, inquiring, You must be Wei Tuo, correct? How did you end up here? Wei Tuo's question only served to affirm his own identity. You need not concern yourself with why I am here, Yi Hao replied with a smile. Stepping closer to Wei Tuo, what you must do is answer my questions. Where are the security personnel from your establishment? A sense of foreboding washed over Wei Tuo as he pointed at Yi Hao and demanded, Why did you allow him to invade a guest's room? Chapter 59, A Clean Slate. Observing the unfolding drama, Anai Shui hesitated briefly before speaking, Sir, please leave. To her astonishment, Yi Hao seized Wei Tuo by the hair and slammed his head onto the glass coffee table. The impact echoed sharply. Wei Tuo stood dazed. Was this man insane? Holding Wei Tuo's head with a chilling expression, Yi Hao questioned, Why did you set me up? Do you realize you are courting death? The moment Wei Tuo uttered a response, Yi Hao forcefully drove his head against the table once more. As Yi Hao lifted Wei Tuo's head again, 2 gashes appeared on his forehead, blood streaming forth. Witnessing this, Anai Shui fled the room, intent on alerting the security personnel to apprehend this audacious individual. However, upon exiting, she was informed by the security staff not to inquire into matters concerning the private room. A tumult of shock surged within her. What astonishing background did this seemingly unremarkable young man possess that allowed him to act so brazenly within the Violet Mansion? Why did you set me up? Yi Hao pressed again. At this juncture, Wei Tuo fell silent, fully aware that any further words might result in his head meeting the glass table once more. Tang Piampian is a woman I hold dear, he finally admitted. Yi Hao was taken aback. Did you witness my rendezvous with Tang Piampian? Zhuo Jing did. Upon hearing that Wei Tuo had sold him out, Zhuo Jing's mind was flooded with contempt for Wei Tuo's entire family. What is Zhuo Jing's identity? He is merely a sophomore at a traditional Chinese medicine university. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao began to comprehend the situation. Tang Piampian insisted on taking him so far for a tryst, only to be seen by Zhuo Jing, who subsequently informed Wei Tuo. What an unjust calamity. He had not even held Tang Piampian's delicate hand. Thus, you seek to frame me, ensnaring me in this predicament. Wei Tuo remained silent. How could he respond? Would he dare to affirm it? That would be inviting trouble. Do you realize that such actions could ruin my life? A surge of indescribable rage coursed through Yi Hao's heart as he grasped Wei Duo's head and forcefully slammed it against the coffee table. Bang, bang, bang. After striking Wei Duo's head 3 times, leaving him unconscious, Yi Hao tossed him aside and slowly approached Zhuo Jing, who was visibly anxious. Do not claim that I did not engage in any wrongdoing with Tang Pianpian. Even if I had, it would not affect you, would it? As Yi Hao's final words fell, he stood directly before Zhuo Jing, who trembled uncontrollably. The bloody scene had rendered his legs weak. He was merely a student, unaccustomed to such brutality. In truth, Zhuo Jing was not shorter than Yi Hao and appeared even more robust, yet in that moment, he lacked the courage to retaliate. You are well aware of the consequences I would face for this matter once disclosed to Wei Duo, yet you still chose to pursue this course for the sake of clinging to Wei Duo's favor. Yi Hao gazed intently at Zhuo Jing, his voice low and threatening. Since you relish such alliances, I shall render you incapable of walking. Surely that is not too much to ask? Is it excessive? How could it not be? That is a leg we are discussing. You claim to be innocent, yet does that absolve you of your actions? As Yi Hao uttered these words, he delivered a knee strike to Zhuo Jing's abdomen, causing him to double over in violent coughs. A swift elbow strike sent Zhuo Jing sprawling to the ground, and Yi Hao then aimed for his knee. Zhuo Jing let out a desperate scream as Yi Hao's kick shattered his knee and limbs mercilessly. Yi Hao was confident that no advanced medical intervention could restore him now. Zhuo Jing's agonized cries roused Wei Duo from his stupor. Upon witnessing Zhuo Jing's plight, Wei Duo promptly shut his eyes, fearing that Yi Hao would unleash further violence upon him. Why had the security personnel of the Violet Mansion not arrived? A foreboding sensation enveloped Wei Duo. Could it be that this individual's influence had led the upper echelons of the Violet Mansion to tacitly endorse Yi Hao's actions? If so, would he still have a chance for retribution? As Wei Duo pondered this, his expression suddenly stiffened, and an indescribable wave of agony swept through his entire being. My legs, my legs, my legs. Wei Duo was utterly astonished that Yi Hao had brazenly broken his own leg. How could he dare? How could he possibly do such a thing? Despite Wei Duo's relative obscurity in the magical city, his family had ties to the Wang clan. Did Yi Hao not fear the repercussions from the Wang family for such an act? This was merely a minor punishment. Should there be a next time, it would not be as simple as losing a leg. As Yi Hao concluded his statement, he withdrew 2 tissues to wipe the blood from his hands. After Yi Hao departed, several security personnel escorted Wei Duo and Zhuo Jing to the hospital. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, 2 elegantly dressed women quietly observed the unfolding scene. The execution was swift and decisive. This young man was indeed remarkable. However, he had perhaps gone too far, leaving no escape route for himself. Once Yi Hao had exhausted his goodwill towards the Lin family, I believe the vengeful nature of the Wang family would inevitably compel them to act. I cannot help but wonder if Lin Ruer had intentionally instigated this situation. Your suggestion holds a degree of plausibility. Lin Ruer, observing Yi Hao's unperturbed demeanor, felt a flicker of curiosity. She had perused Yi Hao's profile no fewer than 10 times, yet she remained perplexed. How had his performance suddenly escalated to such astonishing heights? Modesty? Lin Ruer found this explanation utterly unconvincing. May I pose you a question? Lin Ruer inquired. Please proceed. How did you lose consciousness? As she voiced this inquiry, Yi Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. It was as if he had suddenly succumbed to oblivion. Lin Ruer's eyes glimmered with understanding. Yi Hao's evasion of the question indicated that the crux of the matter lay in his fainting spell. Lin Yuantu's mental state was not particularly robust. However, this was to be expected, considering he had only just awakened. Yi Hao, I apologize. When Lin Yuantu regained consciousness, the family steward succinctly recounted the events of the past 2 months. Naturally, Lin Yuantu inquired about Yi Hao. The steward reported truthfully, leading Lin Yuantu to realize that Yi Hao's claim of being accepted into the 6 prestigious academies was not mere bravado. He truly possessed such capability. Regrettably, due to his association with Lin Yuantu, Yi Hao had missed the opportunity to be the top scholar. Thus, how could Lin Yuantu not feel a pang of guilt? Old Lin, let us not dwell on the past, Yi Hao gently suggested. If Yi Hao had previously harbored any regrets regarding his acceptance into the 6 elite academies, those feelings had dissipated since he inherited the Black Dragon's legacy. What significance did the title of top scholar hold? Could it compare to immortality? Yi Hao. The doctor advised that the elder must refrain from excessive conversation. The steward, Luo Tong, whispered. Yi Hao nodded and rose to his feet. Take care of yourself, old man. I shall visit you again after some time. Ruer, see Yi Hao off. Lin Yuan managed to articulate through intermittent breaths. Chapter 60. Battle power of 8 stars. As Lin Rower accompanied Yi Hao out of the hospital room, she softly remarked, "It's difficult to hail a cab from here. I'll have Xiaomei drive you." "All right," Yi Hao replied, not one to be overly sentimental. Lin Yuan resided in a sanatorium, a place reserved for the affluent. Thus it was situated far from the bustling city center. Just moments ago, Yi Hao had been concerned about how he would return home. As Yi Hao and Lin Rower made their way toward the parking lot, a female nurse pushing a cart approached them. Lin Rower glanced at the nurse, but quickly averted her gaze. She appeared to be an ordinary nurse. However, Yi Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he instinctively pushed Lin Rower behind him. Her expression changed immediately. "How did you get in here?" Yi Hao questioned the nurse in a low voice. The nurse looked at him with a perplexed expression. "What are you talking about?" In the instant the last word left her lips, a dagger appeared in her hand, and without hesitation, she lunged it toward Yi Hao's heart. Quickly, the nurse's form leaped forward with lightning speed, closing in on Yi Hao. Xiaomei, witnessing the scene, screamed in alarm. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Yi Hao's heart, he deftly caught it between his fingers. The nurse's complexion changed dramatically. An expert. This was her immediate instinct. Bai Luo was acutely aware of the force and speed of her attack. Few elite members of her organization could evade it. Yet this man had effortlessly halted her dagger with just 2 fingers. Retreat. The assassin's principle dictated that if one strike failed, they must escape immediately. Trying to flee? Yi Hao scoffed, stepping forward to grasp Bai Luo's delicate wrist. She attempted to withdraw, but the speed of her retreat was no match for his. Yi Hao easily seized her wrist. Why choose the path of an assassin at such a young age? Yi Hao inquired, gazing intently into Bai Luo's eyes. In response, she coldly smirked and glanced at Lin Rower behind Yi Hao. Instinctively, he turned to look. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a sharp, murderous intent. Whoosh! A poisoned needle shot forth from the ring on Bai Luo's hand. Yi Hao immediately released her wrist and delivered a powerful punch toward the needle, shattering it upon impact. At that moment, Bai Luo had already retreated several meters away. The assassin's principle held that if one strike failed, one must escape. As she continued to withdraw, Bai Luo coldly stated, "You have been struck by my poisoned needle. Await your impending demise." Just as Yi Hao was about to pursue her, Bai Luo produced a spherical object from her hand and hurled it to the ground, releasing a thick cloud of smoke that obstructed his path. Yi Hao refrained from recklessly pursuing and instead led Lin Rower away from the area. The assassination incident at the sanatorium has greatly vexed its director, who promptly dismissed the head of security and subsequently extended a generous invitation to the nation's premier security team. "Whom has your Lin family offended?" Yi Hao queried Lin Rower, noting the recent assassination attempt on her grandfather and now on her. The Lin family, having ascended to their current stature, has undoubtedly encroached upon many interests. After a brief silence, Lin Rower responded, "I have endured numerous assassination attempts over the years." Yi Hao felt a wave of pity wash over him as he observed Lin Rower calmly recount her experiences. A typical person might never encounter a single assassination in their lifetime. Yet this young woman in her 20s had faced dozens. "Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call me," Yi Hao offered gently. Lin Rower glanced at him, nodding in acknowledgement. "I shall return now." This time, she did not accompany Yi Hao further. After such an incident, no one could guarantee that the threats had subsided. Once Yi Hao departed, Xiaolan appeared at Lin Rower's side. "Have you ascertained who was behind this?" she inquired. The assailants belonged to the globally ranked 7th assassin organization, Yanluo. Xiaolan replied, her expression grave. "Yanluo? Their motto is, 'The King of Hell allows you to die at the 3rd watch.' Who would dare let you linger until the 5th watch? Few have survived their attention over the years. They certainly do not spare expense," Xiaolan continued. Anxiety etched on her face. After this failure, the next assassin dispatched by Yanluo will undoubtedly be even more formidable. Lin Rower, noticing Xiaolan's demeanor, asked, "Are you unable to handle it?" "I cannot guarantee absolute success." Xiaolan hesitated before responding. "I recall you mentioning your senior sister, Xuyun. My senior sister Xuyun is currently striving for the 9 stars. She will not descend the mountain until she succeeds," Xiaolan clarified, shaking her head. "What do you think of Yi Hao's combat prowess?" Lin Rower pondered for a moment before posing the question. "Yi Hao's strength likely reaches the 8 stars," Xiaolan said. her tone growing serious at the mention of his name. Does that mean he is stronger than you? Lin Rower was taken aback by Yi Hao's formidable capabilities. Xiaolan had attained the 7 stars herself. Do not underestimate the 7 stars. It is indeed a high realm. Many martial artists spend their entire lives without breaking through the 1 star. Indeed, Xiaolan nodded. Lin Rower then fell into deep thought. After a considerable time, she instructed Xiao Mei, reserve a private room at Haomen International for tomorrow noon. I shall invite Yi Hao to dine with us. As Yi Hao bid farewell to the bodyguard who had escorted Lin Rower, he opened the car door. Upon returning to school, he reached into his pocket only to realize that his phone was still with Tang Pianpian. Yi Hao borrowed a fellow student's phone to dial his number, only to find it switched off. Out of battery, Yi Hao mused before heading towards the dormitory. Zheng Xiaolong is likely to possess Tang Pianpian's contact information. I asked, Yi Hao, where have you been? Yuan Gaoxing inquired as Yi Hao entered the room. Some matters, Yi Hao responded, casting a glance at Zheng Xiaolong. Xiaolong, do you happen to know Tang Pianpian's phone number? The entire dormitory was taken aback by Yi Hao's question. Zheng Xiaolong exaggeratedly clutched Yi Hao's neck, exclaiming, Aren't you satisfied with Zhonglan yet? Yi Hao casually shoved Zheng Xiaolong aside, stating, I need to contact Tang Pianpian for a reason. What reason could you possibly have? Just tell me if you know or not. I do know, but I advise against calling her. Why? Because Tang Pianpian has blocked hundreds of harassing calls. All right, lend me your phone. What for? To call Tang Pianpian. Brother, can we not joke around? Who is joking? Tang Pianpian has my phone. Whose phone should I use to call her? What? Zheng Xiaolong's eyes widened in disbelief. Tang Pianpian has your phone? Chapter 61. Challenge to Yi Hao. Have you two progressed so quickly? A weak voice from the bed spoke up, revealing Xiao Laosher's presence. Laosher, what do you know? Zheng Xiaolong asked in astonishment. Today, while Yi Hao accompanied me for an 4 drip, he coaxed Tang Pianpian to come over. Coaxed? Who coaxed whom? Yi Hao replied, speechless. I say, Yi Hao, this is your fault, Zheng Xiaolong said earnestly. Zhonglan is already a great catch. How could you still pursue Tang Pianpian? Zheng Xiaolong's tone was laced with jealousy. Stop talking nonsense. Will you lend me your phone or not? Yi Hao shot Zheng Xiaolong a glance. Here. It has Tang Pianpian's number saved in the contacts. Zheng Xiaolong reluctantly handed his phone to Yi Hao. Yi Hao swiftly located Tang Pianpian's number and dialed it. Within moments, her voice resonated on the other end. Who is this? It's me, Yi Hao. Tang Pianpian exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine now. Where are you? In the dormitory. Which building? Building 2, room 101. Hold on a moment. With that, she ended the call. Yi Hao returned the phone to Zheng Xiaolong. Zheng Xiaolong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is Tang Pianpian coming to see you? Yes. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaolong hurriedly ran to the mirror to fix his hair. Yuan Gaoxing promptly removed his sweat-soaked shirt and changed into a crisp white one. Xiao Laosher, still looking somewhat weak, got out of bed to tidy himself up. You guys are really something, Yi Hao remarked, exasperated by the scene. Approximately 10 minutes later, Tang Pianpian's voice echoed from the balcony. Yi Hao, peering through the window. Yi Hao saw a breathless Tang Pianpian and smiled. I'll be right out. As Yi Hao stepped outside, he found Tang Pianpian still catching her breath. Why were you running so fast? Tang Pianpian scrutinized Yi Hao for a moment before saying, as long as you're all right. What could possibly be wrong with me? Yi Hao replied softly. Have you eaten? Not yet. It was only then that Tang Pianpian realized her own stomach was still grumbling. Let me treat you to a meal. All right. Yuan Gaoxing and the others lingered nearby, observing Yi Hao and Tang Pianpian depart together, their eyes filled with astonishment. I recall that Tang Pianpian has never dined alone with a boy, Zheng Xiaolong stammered. Is this the rhythm of a date? Xiao Laosher felt a pang of discomfort. Despite knowing he had no chance with Tang Pianpian, witnessing his goddess out on a date with Yi Hao inevitably stirred feelings of unease within him. This is utterly unreasonable. Yuan Gaoxing lamented. Tang Pianpian was quite renowned at the traditional Chinese medicine university. At this hour, most students were in class. Thus her walk alongside Yi Hao attracted considerable attention. Isn't that Tang Pianpian? I thought she never went on dates with boys. What's going on? That boy is quite unattractive. I could outshine him by tenfold. How could he possibly be worthy of my goddess? As they walked, Yi Hao's expression soured. Did he really appear so unattractive? Stop right there. At that moment, a tall student blocked Yi Hao's path. Yi Hao regarded the athlete in front of him, asking, what is it? You don't deserve to walk alongside Tang Pianpian. What does your opinion matter? What did you say? The tall studentess' eyes flashed with menace as he stepped forward, ready to confront Yi Hao. Tang Piampian intervened, saying, Meng Yongyan, what are you doing? Step aside. Tang Piampian, Meng Yongyan replied, his voice low. This is a matter for men. Meng Yongyan. Tang Piampian glared at him, her anger palpable. Meng Yongyan quickly realized that if he did not retreat, he would lose any chance of connecting with the woman before him. I'll be waiting for you at the basketball court tomorrow at noon, Meng Yongyan declared, staring down Yi Hao. If you're a man, come. With that, he turned and walked away. Don't take Meng Yongyan's words to heart, Tang Piampian murmured gently. Yi Hao simply shook his head. He had not given Meng Yongyan's threats a second thought. Perhaps Meng Yongyan believed himself to be formidable, but in Yi Hao's eyes, he was inconsequential. The two found a small restaurant and ordered a few stir-fried dishes. Tang Piampian returned Yi Hao's phone to him. Your phone is out of battery. Yes. What was today's incident about? The president of the Dragon Society mentioned that the other party holds significant influence. Tang Piampian voiced her curiosity. Do you know Zhuijing? Zhuijing? He is a sophomore. He saw us checking into a hotel. Tang Piampian was instantly taken aback. Are you implying that Zhuijing orchestrated this? No. Yi Hao gently shook his head and said, It is Wei Tuo. Wei Tuo? Tang Piampian's expression changed. The Wei family has established several commercial establishments in the Magic City, and I have heard they have connections with the upper echelons. You seem to know quite a bit, Yi Hao remarked curiously, looking at Tang Piampian. These matters were conveyed to me by Zhuijing, she replied. So it turns out this incident was orchestrated by Wei Tuo. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. The influence of the dragon president of the Jiangnan Daily is undeniable in the Jiangnan district. Yet in the international metropolis of the Magic City, it pales in comparison. As for how Yi Hao extricated himself, Tang Piampian believed it was due to intervention from the school's higher authorities. After the dragon president's reminder, she relayed the situation to Leng Shui, as it was evident that Leng Shui's approach to the school's higher-ups would carry more weight than her own. However, unbeknownst to Leng Shui, the higher authorities did not play a role. Had it not been for Lin Rou's personal intervention, how could Yi Hao have possibly emerged unscathed? Tang Piampian refrained from questioning Yi Hao further and chose not to elaborate. Are you familiar with Haiheng Garden? After chatting for a while, Yi Hao shifted the topic. Haiheng Garden is just 2 stops away from our school, Tang Piampian nodded. Why do you ask? I saw on the market that there are several apartments for rent in Haiheng Garden. Are you planning to rent an apartment? Tang Piampian's eyes widened in surprise. What's wrong? The housing prices in the Magic City have consistently been the highest in the nation, resulting in equally elevated rental rates. Haiheng Garden is regarded as a commendable community among its peers. If you intend to rent, a unit would cost around 6,000. And if it's fully furnished and exquisitely renovated, it could exceed 8,000. Yi Hao nodded. The price did not surpass his expectations. I didn't realize you were quite affluent. Tang Piampian chuckled. What do you mean by affluent? Yi Hao smiled. Since we still have time, why don't we finish our meal and then head to Haiheng Garden? Tang Piampian suggested, her interest piqued. Chapter 62. The haunted house. This apartment is quite nice. After a brief search on the market, Tang Piampian discovered a well-furnished unit. 2 bedrooms and a living room, moderate decoration, fully equipped with appliances, ready to move in. She showed the pictures to Yi Hao, and most importantly, the rent was only 4,000 per month. Isn't this a bit cheap? Yi Hao expressed his uncertainty. Units of similar quality are typically around 6,000. Let me contact the landlord, Tang Piampian said, dialing the provided contact number. Within moments, a middle-aged voice responded. Landlord, I saw your listing on the market. Is your apartment available for rent? Yes. When would be a good time for us to come and see the apartment? I am available anytime. You can come right now. Would it be all right if we arrive in about an hour? Sure. After hanging up, Tang Piampian smiled at Yi Hao and said, I've made contact. We'll go take a look shortly. The landlord appeared to be a hardy middle-aged man. However, the moment Yi Hao pushed open the door, he understood why the rent was so remarkably low. A woman in white was hanging from the beam, swinging back and forth. A ghost. Yet, Tang Piampian seemed unfazed, curiously examining the furnishings of the room. Boss, you lack integrity, Yi Hao inquired with a sly smile. The landlord's expression shifted as he stammered. What do you mean? This house has witnessed a death, hasn't it? The landlord sighed bitterly. Has this news already spread? Wei Jianhua had purchased the property for its bargain price, but on the very first night, he encountered bizarre occurrences. Skeptical, He invited 2 friends to stay with him the following night, only for all 3 to experience sleep paralysis, leading his friends to refuse to remain any longer. Unable to reside there, Wei Jianhua contemplated selling the house. However, 3 months had passed with no buyers, as acquiring property is a significant decision. And who wouldn't inquire before purchasing? In desperation, he considered renovating it for rental, yet after hosting 2 couples, no one dared to return. Furthermore, his refusal to refund the deposit of the second couple resulted in them spreading rumors about the house being haunted throughout the community. Now, the tale had spread far and wide. Upon hearing Wei Jianhua's account, Yi Hao grasped the situation. "I will stay here for a while. I believe the rumors will soon dissipate," Yi Hao remarked with a smile. "But what about the rent? Aren't you afraid this is a haunted house?" Wei Jianhua pondered before asking. Without risk, who would venture forth? Yi Hao chuckled, patting Wei Jianhua's shoulder. "Once I leave, this house can be rented out normally." "Are you certain?" Wei Jianhua questioned. "If you have doubts, we can sign the contract right now," Yi Hao replied with a laugh. "Then let us sign for a year." "Who would sign for a year?" Wei Jianhua countered. 3 months. 3 months will suffice." Yi Hao was uncertain about his length of stay, so committing to a year seemed unnecessary. 3 months it is. I will revise the contract," Wei Jianhua said as he retrieved the contract from his briefcase. "The deposit is 2,000, with 3 months' rent totaling 12,000. You can give me 14,000. "Who told you the rent is still 4,000? Yi Hao shot him a glance. "I am doing you a great favor. Shouldn't you show some gratitude? How about 3,500? Wei Jianhua tentatively proposed. 3,000. "Fine." Wei Jianhua relented, though he warned, "Let me make it clear, once the agreement is signed, I will not refund any money." "Let me see the agreement," Yi Hao said, glancing over it before nodding in approval. At that moment, Tang Pianpian approached, asking, "So, can we sign? With this configuration at this price, renting it is a bargain." Yi Hao swiftly signed his name. "Provide me with your bank account, and I will transfer the funds." As Wei Jianhua received the transfer notification, he exclaimed with delight, "Here are 3 keys. I have given them all to you. The house is ready for you to move in, isn't it?" "Yes, it is," came the reply. "I shall not disturb you any longer." Wei Jianhua winked at Yi Hao and added, "Brother, your girlfriend is quite stunning." Tang Pianpian's face flushed with embarrassment. And just as she was about to explain, Wei Jianhua turned to leave. Yi Hao cast a glance at the lifeless figure still hanging from the beam before heading towards the master bedroom. After a thorough inspection, he nodded subtly. The decoration, while not extravagant, was indeed well equipped. "When will you move in?" he inquired. "Tomorrow, perhaps," she replied. "Do you have a lot of belongings? Do you need my help?" "I wouldn't dare trouble you. The campus bell," he jested. "What nonsense. I don't have much," she retorted playfully, noticing Yi Hao's feigned indignation. "All right then." Yi Hao glanced at his phone. It was already 9:30. "Shall we return to school?" Upon returning to the dormitory, Yi Hao was met with a barrage of questions from Yuan Gaoxing and the others. He responded perfunctorily before diving into an extensive herbal medicine compendium. At 3 in the morning, Yi Hao's phone suddenly rang. Yi Hao, what is it?" he asked. "I had another nightmare," Tang Pianpian replied, her voice trembling. "Just hold on for another 2 weeks. Perhaps then you'll be free," he suggested thoughtfully. "Are you implying I should stay awake for 2 weeks?" She groaned, ruffling her disheveled hair. After a moment of silence, she added, "Tomorrow, I will also move to Haihing Garden. Is that really appropriate?" Yi Hao mused, but he was indifferent. "It's settled then," she whispered. "I'll get up to study, otherwise, I'll doze off again." After hanging up, Yi Hao found himself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. How could he fail to notice Tang Pianpian's beauty? Lost in thought, he got out of bed and began reviewing his textbooks. Why waste time being unable to sleep? Eventually, he would need to study, and regardless of his future aspirations, he must graduate. It was a necessary phase in his life. However, there was still something to be done. Around 5 in the morning, Yi Hao donned his clothes and made his way to Haihing Garden. Upon pushing open the grand door, he discovered the woman in white had vanished from the beam. He casually closed the door and reached for the light switch. At this early hour, the dawn light barely illuminated the room. Unable to locate the switch, his hand brushed against a soft, slippery little hand. Yet, there was no sense of pleasure, for the hand was chilling to the bone. Yi Hao focused his gaze and saw a figure staring intently at him. Her eyes bulged outward, her tongue dangled grotesquely, and her face appeared to be dusted with a layer of white powder. Chapter 63. You should leave with a swift motion. Yi Hao struck the woman in white across the face. The woman in white let out a piercing scream before dissipating into a wisp of blue smoke. Yi Hao's expression darkened as he gazed into the distance, soon spotting the woman in white perched upon the beam. Did you think that hiding there would render you invisible to me? A look of panic overtook her features as she realized he was someone formidable. Instinctively, she attempted to flee, but Yi Hao swiftly drew the bronze dagger from his waist. As he infused the dagger with his chilling sword intent, a frigid energy enveloped the entire room. The woman in white screamed once more, her body immobilized as if bound by an unbreakable spell. "Master, spare my life," she implored. Yi Hao strode deliberately towards her. "Why do you not seek rebirth? I still have grievances to settle. From the moment you took your own life, all ties to the mortal realm have been severed," he replied coolly. "I am unwilling," the woman whispered defiantly. "Your willingness or unwillingness is of no concern to me, as long as it does not interfere with my affairs," Yi Hao said, retracting the dagger amidst her astonished gaze. "Depart now." "Thank you, master," she said respectfully, bowing before gracefully leaving the premises. Once she had vanished, Yi Hao still sensed a lingering aura of Yin energy. It seemed necessary to set up a yang gathering array. While this negative energy posed no threat to him, it could adversely affect Tang Piampian's health, having inherited the complete memories of the Black Dragon, most of which pertained to cultivation. Yi Hao was confident that his mastery of Taoist techniques surpassed even that of Mei Xinxue. Given the woman's limited prowess, a basic yang gathering array would suffice. After waiting for a nearby convenience store to open, he purchased several mirrors to arrange the array. As the first rays of sunlight streamed in, the room's Yin energy dissipated at a visibly rapid rate. Glancing at the time, Yi Hao hurried along the street toward the dormitory. Upon pushing open the door, Zheng Xiaolong's gaze fell upon Yi Hao's empty hands. "Yi Hao, why didn't you bring breakfast?" Yi Hao felt a slight discomfort at the expectation. Was it his obligation to provide breakfast? "I forgot the money," he replied nonchalantly. "Make sure to bring some tomorrow during your morning run," Zheng Xiaolong kindly advised. "That's rather shameless," Yi Hao chuckled. "You didn't remind me, and I almost forgot. By the way, you still owe me for yesterday's meal." "Yi Hao, that's where you're mistaken," Zheng Xiaolong replied, visibly displeased. "It's just a few coins for a meal. I've never seen someone so stingy." "I can't help it. My family is poor," Yi Hao smiled. "All right, your meal costs 5 yuan. Gao Xing, yours is 4, and Xiaolong, yours is also 4. "Oh, here you go." Xiao Laosher quickly handed Yi Hao a 5 yuan note. Yuan Gaoxing rummaged through his wallet. "I don't have any change on me. I'll treat you to lunch instead." Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaolong chimed in. "Next time, I'll treat you to breakfast as a return favor." "All right then." With a mere glance, Yi Hao easily discerned a pile of coins nestled within Zheng Xiaolong's drawer, yet this fellow stubbornly insisted he had no change. Could one possibly offer proof? Such a situation could certainly lead to a falling out. To be candid, Yi Hao truly did not care for the trivial sum of 10 or 8 yuan. What repulsed him was Zheng Xiaolong's demeanor. Whether during military training or while practicing marching, Zhang Lan effortlessly occupied the space beside Yi Hao during breaks, leaving many male classmates in a state of melancholy. Even a fool could perceive that Zhang Lan harbored feelings for Yi Hao. "What were you up to yesterday afternoon?" "Some matters." "What matters?" Gazing into Zhang Lan's sparkling eyes, Yi Hao couldn't help but smile. "What are you laughing at?" Zhang Lan inquired with a furrowed brow. "Why ask when you already know? How do you know Tang Piampian? Who in our school doesn't know Tang Piampian? Min Yongyan has declared a challenge for you at 12:30 on the basketball court. It seems this fellow is making quite a stir." Min Yongyan, the vice president of the Basketball Association, had a multitude of supporters within the school. "His supporters are of no concern to me. Are you not going to accept the challenge? Just because he challenges me, must I acquiesce?" "You are indeed quite exceptional," Zhang Lan remarked with a smile. "But I must inform you that Min Yongyan will not relent easily." "He had better relent," Yi Hao replied with a slight smile. "Or I shall teach him a lesson in humility." "You can play basketball?" Zhang Lan's eyes gleamed with interest. "I understand the basic rules, but defeating him should not pose a challenge." Yi Hao's confidence was not unfounded. With his current skills and keen eyesight, making a basket was nearly a certainty. Where does such confidence stem from? "It is innate." "How presumptuous. You are still young and do not comprehend." Zhang Lan's military uniform was somewhat loose, failing to accentuate her figure. Moreover, her chest was rather modest. "You are rather vulgar," Zhang Lan retorted, rising in indignation. Yi Hao, watching her turn and leave, was left bewildered. "What just happened? How did I offend her?" he queried, glancing at Yuan Gaoxing. Do you not think your comment was rather ambiguous? Yuan Gaoxing replied with a smirk. What ambiguity? Zhang Lan possesses beauty and figure. If there is a flaw, it lies here, Yuan Gaoxing said, gesturing to his own chest. From my years of experience, I would estimate Zhang Lan's cup size to be this. In truth, such cup sizes were exceedingly common in China, with over 40% of women fitting this description. Zheng Xiaolong interjected, there is not much difference between cup sizes. I once read a report on Google stating that 64% of Chinese women have such proportions. This data certainly affirms the prevalence of these sizes, Xiao Laosher chimed in. Experts abound. Yihao chuckled. What good are experts? Xiao Laosher sighed. What is the matter? Yesterday, I confessed my feelings to Li Shuang, but it ended in failure. A failure is merely a failure. One can always seek another suitor. Do you not wish to inquire how Li Shuang rejected me? She asked me what my blood type was. I responded with my type, and she revealed that hers was the same, leading to the conclusion that our future offspring would be type 2. Yihao's expression was tense. Is that truly the reason? Indeed. Isn't that a rather blatant rejection? Brother, must you state the facts so plainly? Xiao Laosher scratched his head in frustration. Do not be disheartened. Allow me to introduce someone to you. As Yihao surveyed the classmates, his gaze suddenly brightened. Laosher, what about that girl over there? Upon seeing the girl Yihao pointed to, Xiao Laosher involuntarily shuddered. Please, do not jest. What is the matter? That girl is as dark as a gorilla. As if you were any fairer. Chapter 64. The kindness of Lin Rower. I must seek a partner of considerable merit to enhance the genetic lineage of my descendants, Xiao Laosher shyly remarked. Then pursue her. Yihao scanned the surroundings and pinpointed a candidate for Xiao Laosher. Do not even think about that one, Zheng Xiaolong chuckled, for she has already been entangled with a second-year student. It has only been 2 days since the semester began. How can she be so indiscreet? Xiao Laosher expressed indignation. What are you so concerned about? Yuan Gaoxing laughed, stating that at our traditional Chinese medicine university, we have an abundance of girls, albeit our department has fewer. In other departments, the numbers are indeed greater. There is no rush. He Jing observed that Yihao possessed an exceptionally formidable capacity for learning. The movements he taught were executed flawlessly by Yihao. Indeed, flawlessly. He Jing deliberately observed Yihao during practice. The distance from the ground for his marching steps was consistently 25 centimeters. Such precision is typically achieved only by those trained in a ceremonial unit. How has this young man accomplished such a feat? Ordinarily, instructors detest students who frequently request leave. However, upon witnessing this scene, He Jing's discontent dissipated. Just after finishing military training, as Yihao was making his way to the cafeteria, his phone rang. Yihao, where are you? I am preparing to eat in the cafeteria. After you finish, could you help me move some things? Sure. Zhang Lan regarded Yihao with suspicion, asking, Are you quite busy? Did you not notice that my phone has not rung all morning? Yet yours has been vibrating incessantly. How do you know? Is it not obvious? We are so close. How could I possibly be unaware? The corners of Zhang Lan's mouth curved into a delightful smile. Were it not for Yihao's frequent attentiveness towards her, how would he have noted such a detail? He is certainly no fool. Zhang Lan volunteered to accompany Yihao to the cafeteria. How could he refuse? However, Yihao soon realized that dining with Zhang Lan meant avoiding the queue. As many boys would readily offer her their seats, Zhang Lan would never cut in line, yet when offered the opportunity, it would seem rather impolite to refuse. After finishing their lunch, Yihao took the initiative to escort Zhang Lan back to the dormitory, not out of extraordinary thoughtfulness, but simply because Tang Piampian's dormitory was conveniently nearby. Zhang Lan felt a sweetness in her heart, akin to tasting honey. This fellow was becoming increasingly competent. Upon arriving at the foot of Tang Piampian's dormitory building, Yihao dialed Tang Piampian's number, and before long, she descended carrying a large suitcase. Such a sizable suitcase. Yihao exclaimed, astonished. It was even larger than the one Guixiu had purchased for him. And there's another suitcase, Tang Piampian remarked, turning to rush back to the dormitory. Moments later, she returned with another suitcase. I went to fetch the blankets and mattress, she explained. At this point, Yihao quickly interjected, let us leave the blankets and mattress in the dormitory. We can buy new ones at the supermarket later. The beds in the master and secondary rooms are from 2018, while the school's blankets and mattresses are from 2012. The standards do not match, Tang Piampian replied. Yihao chuckled, but a complete set of blankets and mattress would cost over 1,000 yuan. Tang Piampian hesitated before responding. It dawned on Yi Hao that her family's circumstances might not be very favorable. He then smiled and said, "Of course. I'll buy the bedding since I'm living there too." Tang Pianpian's cheeks flushed as she replied, "Then you should just hire me." After a moment's contemplation, Yi Hao suggested, "You can take care of the household chores." This, Tang Pianpian had initially planned to manage the cleaning herself. It wasn't every day that one had the privilege of having the campus belle handle the housekeeping. Yi Hao grinned. "Besides, I prefer not to befriend those who are overly coy." With Yi Hao's words hanging in the air, it became pointless for Tang Pianpian to refuse any further. After they delivered the 2 suitcases to Haiheng Garden, Tang Pianpian began organizing her belongings in the master bedroom, while Yi Hao wandered around the room. Just then, his phone rang. "Who is this?" Yi Hao asked, noticing an unfamiliar number. "I am Xiao Mei, secretary to Mr. Lin." "Xiao Mei, what can I do for you?" "Mr. Lin would like to discuss an important matter with you. I am currently at the entrance of your school. I'm at Haiheng Garden." Yi Hao thought it wise to check out this so-called important matter. "Please wait for me at the entrance of Haiheng Garden for 3 minutes." "All right." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Hao headed to the master bedroom. "Pianpian. What is the matter? I have some matters to attend to at noon. Would you mind going to the supermarket to buy the bedding by yourself?" Here is my bank card. The password is 123456. Yi Hao paused before adding, "I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession, so please don't purchase anything cheap." "I will choose carefully," Tang Pianpian replied softly. Tang Pianpian's family background led her to prioritize cost-effectiveness in her purchases. However, after Yi Hao's remarks, she hesitated to continue seeking value for money. As Yi Hao approached the entrance of Haiheng Garden, a Rolls-Royce awaited him. Seeing Yi Hao's arrival, Xiao Mei hurriedly approached, apologizing for forgetting he was in military training. Typically, military training ends early. Otherwise, Xiao Mei would not have come to fetch Yi Hao so late. "It's nothing," Yi Hao replied. Regardless of his circumstances, Xiao Mei felt compelled to explain. Additionally, she was acutely aware that the individual before her was no ordinary student. He was an 8-star expert, surpassing even Xiao Lan. Experts like Xiao Lan, who are 7-star practitioners, already protect national dignitaries. If Yi Hao desired it, even elders within the Red Walls would extend lucrative invitations to him. The Grand International Hotel, one of the most luxurious 5-star establishments in the Magic City, was their destination. Yi Hao followed Xiao Mei through the opulent corridors until they reached room 666. 2 elegantly attired attendants respectfully opened the door. At that moment, Lin Ruor, who had been engrossed in her documents, stood up and approached Yi Hao, apologizing for not greeting him at the door due to her distraction. "Please don't take offense. General Manager Lin," Yi Hao responded. "General Manager?" Lin Ruor expressed her displeasure. "Are we so estranged?" Yi Hao was taken aback. Were they truly on such familiar terms? He had only met her once the previous day. Nevertheless, he discerned her underlying intent to express camaraderie. "Sister Roth?" he tentatively called out, noting that she was slightly older than him. This elicited a smile from Lin Ruor. "Since you have addressed me as Sister Ruor, I must present you with a token of our acquaintance." As she spoke, Lin Ruor retrieved a delicate box from her briefcase. Chapter 65. Yi Hao's worth. Inside the box lay a Vacheron Constantine diamond watch. When Yi Hao donned it, he had to concede that Lin Ruor's taste was exceptional, exquisite yet understated, refined yet profound. "Thank you, Sister Ruor," he replied, accepting the gift. Refusal was out of the question. Lin Ruor was clearly leveraging emotional appeal by gifting him a watch, and Yi Hao understood she must have a request to make. After a few rounds of drinks, Lin Ruor got to the point. "Brother, I have a favor to ask of you." "Speak," he urged. "I have recently caught the attention of a killer organization known as Yanluo." Yi Hao's eyes narrowed at this revelation. "Is Yanluo formidable?" Lin Ruoter glanced at Xiao Lan, who contemplated before responding. "According to the intelligence I have received, Yanluo possesses 3 to 5 8-star experts. Are there no innate masters among them?" Yi Hao's inquiry astonished Xiao Lan. "There are hardly any innate masters within our Wudong sect. This implies that innate masters are indeed scarce in this world," Yi Hao mused. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Yi Hao was acutely aware that in approximately half a month, he would attain the first level of body refinement. At that point, even the innate masters of the martial world would not stand a chance against him. Ordinarily, the first level of body refinement is considered on par with innate masters. However, was Yi Hao's first level of body refinement merely ordinary? Furthermore, his physical prowess was several times greater than that of his peers. Not to mention the unique abilities he had acquired through the transformation of divine blood. With these factors combined, it would be peculiar for innate masters to be his adversaries. In fact, Yi Hao even felt capable of contending with them. Innate masters are akin to national treasures, Xiaolon declared confidently. Do you know the lair of the Yen Luo organization? Yi Hao pondered for a moment before inquiring. Why do you ask this? Naturally, to eliminate it. Xiaolan's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Can we refrain from joking? Who is joking? Yi Hao rolled his eyes. Are you a 9-star master? Xiaolon suddenly seemed to recall something, yet she doubted, but even a 9-star master would not dare to infiltrate the lair of Yen Luo alone. Not at all. Yi Hao gently shook his head. His strength could not be simply categorized by the acquired realm. I knew it. How could there be such a young 9-star master? Xiaolon felt relieved. Yi Hao smiled and turned his gaze towards Lin Rower. I can protect you, but I cannot be by your side at all times. My security, even with several 8-star masters, would be difficult to breach in a short period. My concern lies in my attendance at certain business events or public venues. Lin Rower spoke softly. If that is the case, there is no problem. Yi Hao nodded. Thank you, dear brother. Lin Rower smiled sweetly. Expressing gratitude feels somewhat distant. She added, tonight at 8, I will attend a charity auction. A hint of embarrassment crossed her face as she mentioned this. Then let Xiao Mei come to pick me up in advance. Yi Hao replied with a smile. To be honest, a private car is far more comfortable than a taxi. Which car does my brother prefer? Sister will gift it to you, Lin Rower said gently. I would rather not accept such an extravagant gift. Yi Hao declined graciously. Lin Rower did not press the matter further. Yi Hao, do you know the price of this Rolls-Royce Phantom? Xiao Mei remarked playfully while driving Yi Hao back to the traditional Chinese medicine university. Approximately 8 million. Yi Hao was aware of the general price of the Phantom. This particular Phantom, having undergone certain modifications, is valued at around 10 million. Xiao Mei continued, then shifted the topic. And the Vacheron Constantine diamond watch you are wearing could purchase half of a Phantom. Yi Hao was taken aback. It dawned on him why Lin Rower had not discussed remuneration with him. It turned out she had already covered 5 million. That's far too extravagant, Yi Hao exclaimed. Reaching to remove the diamond watch. The young lady spent 2 hours selecting this watch this morning. If you take it off, I am certain she would be displeased. Xiao Mei cautioned. Nevertheless, Yi Hao still removed it. Xiao Mei did not respond directly, but inquired. I heard from Xiaolan that you are an 8-star master? More or less. Yi Hao replied evasively. Do you know the annual remuneration for an 8-star master? Xiao Mei asked with a smile. How much? Xiaolan, being a 7-star master, earns 20 million a year, while the remuneration for an 8-star master doubles that amount. Xiao Mei's words were indeed striking. Then surely a 9-star master must earn over 100 million? It's not merely a matter of surpassing 100 million. Without a certain status, one cannot even hire them. Xiao Mei remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Does your young lady lack such qualifications? With her current credentials, she couldn't even secure an 8-star master. All right then. Yi Hao finally grasped his position. He donned his diamond-encrusted Vacheron Constantine watch with a sense of justified pride. It did indeed exude a certain elegance. Meanwhile, Leng Shui was driving her Beetle toward a nearby large supermarket when her eyes widened in disbelief upon spotting a license plate. Isn't that Lin Rower's plate? She mused, pulling over. Moments later, her astonishment grew as she caught sight of Yi Hao. What is he doing in Lin Rower's car? Could he have ties to the Lin family? Suddenly, Leng Shui recalled that Tang Pianpian had informed her the previous day that Yi Hao had been taken away by the local police station. Initially, she had refrained from notifying the school as higher-ups, as she possessed considerable connections herself. After a moment's hesitation, she called her cousin, only to be surprised when he informed her that someone had already addressed the situation. Since Yi Hao had not mentioned it, she chose not to pry further. Who could have anticipated his connection to the Lin family? As Yi Hao approached the school gate, he received a call from Leng Shui. Upon answering, he looked into the distance and quickly spotted her Beetle. He opened the car door and took a seat. Leng Shui, what can I do for you? I need to shop at Huayan Supermarket. Could you help me carry some things? Yi Hao was at a loss for words. What a coincidence. However, as Leng Shui inquired about his relationship with the Lin family, he realized she was not merely asking him to assist with her shopping. I saved Lin Yuan too. Yi Hao replied softly. Really? Was it Lin Yuan too who had the accident? Leng Shui suddenly recalled the incident from 2 months ago when Yi Hao had been hospitalized for rescuing someone. Indeed, no wonder the Lin family would intervene to assist you, she said, then shifted her tone. However, I hope you keep your distance from the Lin family. It seems, Teacher Long, that your status is not trivial. Yi Hao remarked with a smile. How could she possibly recognize Lin Rower's license plate without some standing? Do you realize how dangerous your situation is right now? Lung Shui retorted, noticing that Yi Hao was now concerned about her identity. Chapter 66. The Crisis of the Lin Family. Do tell. Yi Hao adjusted into a more comfortable position, smiling as he spoke. The Lin family now stands on the brink of collapse. Your involvement would spell certain doom. Is it truly that dire? The sordid affairs of a prominent family are not for you to comprehend, Cold Snow remarked gravely. The Lin family is currently besieged by a coalition of the Zhou and Zheng families, further threatened by the Wang, Sun, Kong, and Cold families, rendering any resistance from the Lin family futile. The Cold family? A flicker of realization crossed Yi Hao's eyes as he inquired, Cold teacher, are you a member of the Cold family? You. Cold Snow was rendered speechless with indignation. Who is this person? After all she had said, he was still preoccupied with such trivial matters? The fate of the Lin family does not concern me, but Lin Rower must remain unharmed, Yi Hao stated. Gazing at Cold Snow, Lin Rower is the current head of the Lin family. Do you truly believe they would refrain from targeting her? Those who dare will meet their demise, Yi Hao replied calmly. Yi Hao. Cold Snow looked at him in shock, realizing in that moment that she could not see through this student. Just a jest. Yi Hao suddenly burst into laughter. I am but a student. What right do I have to meddle in your aristocratic disputes? You rascal. Cold Snow angrily punched Yi Hao. He nimbly dodged with a grin. Perhaps in retaliation, Cold Snow deliberately purchased a plethora of items at the supermarket. What Cold Snow did not anticipate was that even with his arms laden, Yi Hao felt no strain whatsoever. In the future, if you need to take leave, just call me directly, she stated once Yi Hao had set down his belongings. Yi Hao nodded, Cold teacher. From today onward, I shall no longer reside in the dormitory. What is the matter? A student cannot reside outside the dormitory without the counselor's approval. Isn't it more convenient to stay in the dorm? Is it because you are not getting along with Yuan Gaoxing and the others? Not at all. I have already rented a place in Haiheng Garden. Rented already? Yes. I do not consent. Cold teacher, you will agree, Yi Hao asserted as he turned to leave, taking advantage of the time to organize his belongings in the dormitory. Do you believe I will deduct your credits? The number of credits you deduct is what I shall earn back, he retorted. Upon returning to his dormitory, Yi Hao began sorting through his clothes. Guoxiu had prepared numerous outfits for him. Yi Hao decided to take the majority of his clothing to the rented apartment, leaving only 2 or 3 items for change in the dormitory. Yi Hao, what are you doing? Xiao asked earnestly. Moving out. As soon as Yi Hao mentioned moving out, Yuan Gaoxing and the others gathered around. What is going on? Zheng Xiaolong inquired. Yi Hao neatly folded his clothes and smiled. I prefer living alone. Don't be like that. If the brothers have done anything wrong, just let us know, Yuan Gaoxing said seriously. There's truly nothing amiss. If that is the case, why are you moving out? Yuan Gaoxing questioned, a look of confusion on his face. Are you not aware that rent in the Magic City is exorbitantly high? Yi Hao pondered for a moment before replying. In truth, I have moved out to cohabit with a girl. What? Yi Hao's words sent ripples through the crowd. No one had anticipated that his departure was due to this reason. I must say, Yi Hao, your pace is rather swift, isn't it? Yuan Gaoxing exclaimed in astonishment. I am merely curious about who this girl is. Xiao Laosher's dark visage gleamed with intrigue. Is it Zhang Lan? You are overthinking it. Yi Hao chose not to elaborate further and continued to sort his belongings. Despite their relentless speculation, Zheng Xiaolong and the others failed to guess that it was Tang Pianpian. It simply made no sense. Even if Tang Pianpian had fortuitously met Yi Hao, could it be possible for her to shamelessly move in with him after just 2 days of acquaintance? Zhang Lan, however, seemed a plausible candidate, as she had been persistently pursuing Yi Hao. After packing his 2 suitcases, Yi Hao prepared to leave. Allow me to assist you, Yuan Gaoxing offered with a smile. That would be inconvenient, Yi Hao winked at him. Goodness, that only compels me further to help, Yuan Gaoxing replied, though his actions came to a halt. Yi Hao returned to Haiheng Garden, placing his belongings in the secondary bedroom, while the master bedroom had been commandeered by Tang Pianpian, leaving no room for him to store his things. Just after the military training concluded, Zhang Lan approached Yi Hao. Shall we watch a movie tonight? She asked, waving 2 tickets before him. A chorus of howls erupted from around them. Zhang Lan's pursuit was exceedingly evident. Even a fool could discern it. Just as Yi Hao was about to respond, his phone vibrated. It's only 5 o'clock. Must we go now? Yi Hao answered the call from Xiaomei, his voice laced with curiosity. We need to prepare in advance, she replied softly. All right, where are you now? I am at the entrance of your school. Wait for me for 20 minutes. After hanging up, Yihao turned to Zhang Lan with an apologetic expression. I have plans this evening. Oh, then do what you must. Zhang Lan replied quietly. Just as Yihao was about to depart, Bai He intercepted him. What do you mean by this, Yihao? What's going on? What is it? My dear is the one who invited you. How dare you decline? I have plans tonight, Yihao reiterated. You cannot decline. What plans? I cannot disclose that. Then perhaps you could share it with my dear? Bai He retorted sharply. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan quickly restrained Bai He. Why are you stopping me? Bai He protested. I am merely seeking justice for you. My affairs do not require your intervention, Zhang Lan replied with a scowl. Bai He was momentarily taken aback. The employer has a task. Yihao hesitated before softly addressing Zhang Lan. Her eyes brightened in surprise. Had Yihao truly offered her an explanation? Did this mean she held a place in his heart? Yet, questions soon arose again. Employer? Task. Yihao was on his way to the dormitory, not uttering a word. He certainly couldn't meet Xiao Mei in his military uniform. Upon reaching the school gate, he noticed 6 luxury vehicles lined up. Immediately realizing that Lin Rower had also arrived. Guided by Xiao Mei, he approached the central vehicle. Sister Rower, Yihao called out after taking his seat. Lin Rower handed him a bottle of mineral water, saying, You must be thirsty after such a long military training. One must admit, Lin Rower truly possessed a remarkable understanding of others. This small gesture revealed her refined character. Yihao accepted the bottle, astonished. When did Nongfu Spring release this series? The Nongfu Spring he held was encased in glass, adorned with an engraving of a soaring eagle. This is the premium series, Emoya Spring, Xiao Mei interjected. But I still prefer the taste of Evian from France. All right, whether it's Emoya Spring or Evian, I've never heard of either, Yihao replied. However, the flavor of Emoya Spring was indeed delightful, far surpassing the average bottled water priced at $1.50. When the convoy halted at the department store, Yihao realized that Lin Rower had arrived early to purchase clothes for him. He did not refuse. Appearing in such an upscale venue dressed poorly would surely invite ridicule. Who enjoys being the subject of mockery? Miss, won't this be dangerous? Normally, Xiao Lan could accompany her alone. But now Lin Rower was being watched by the Yin Luo organization, and without numerous bodyguards, trouble could easily arise. Isn't my brother here? Lin Rower replied with a smile. Yihao nodded gently. With the enhancement of his abilities, he felt increasingly confident. All right, Lin Rower said, and Xiao Lan ceased her objections, primarily because she believed Yihao, an 8-star expert, could ensure Lin Rower's safety. Lin Rower was naturally a figure of admiration, akin to a star surrounded by admirers. Upon her entrance into the department store, she caused a stir, leaving the surrounding men speechless in awe. She is stunning. I think she is even more beautiful than a celebrity. Now I understand what a goddess truly is. As Lin Rower led Yihao towards the men's section, a young man dressed in Armani stepped forward, blocking their path. Allow me to introduce myself. Step aside, Xiao Lan interrupted. The young man's face darkened with displeasure. Do you have any say here? He quickly assessed the situation and realized Xiao Lan was merely an attendant. Get lost, Xiao Lan retorted, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Today I stand here, curious to see how you will compel me to leave. The young man coldly fixed his gaze upon Xiaolan. Xiaolan furrowed her brows involuntarily. She preferred to refrain from violence in public settings unless absolutely necessary. As she pondered, Yihao stepped forward and struck the young man sharply across the face. In the wake of the young man's astonishment, Yihao seized his hair and hurled him against a nearby counter. 1 blow, 2 blows, 3 blows. The onlookers scattered in shock. Was this not excessively tyrannical? Even if this young man was professing love for Yihao's girlfriend, it was unthinkable to nearly bring him to his demise. Xiaolan, witnessing the scene, was about to intervene when Lin Rower restrained her, her expression grave. Be mindful of your surroundings, she warned. Xiaolan felt a chill run down her spine. How could Yihao possibly assault this young man without cause? There was only one plausible explanation. The young man was an assassin. But how did Lin Rower discern this? Just as Yihao prepared to smash the young man into the counter again, a surge of formidable energy erupted from the young man's body, resonating like metal striking metal. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Yihao's grip remained steadfast as he propelled the young man toward the counter once more. Wu Jun's heart surged with tumult. He was a distinguished 8-star assassin. How could this individual so easily subdue him? Utilizing his inner strength. Wu Jun managed to sever Yi Hao's grasp on his hair and swiftly retreated. Wu Jun fled quickly. However, Yi Hao pursued even faster. Before Wu Jun could land, Yi Hao had already locked onto his shoulder blade. "Who are you?" Wu Jun asked, shock evident on his face. "With such abilities, you dare call yourself an assassin?" Yi Hao remarked with a scoff. Wu Jun felt an overwhelming urge to weep. He was the third-ranking member of the Yama organization. What was he to do now? Yi Hao turned to Xiaolan and asked, "Shall we kill him or incapacitate him?" "Incapacitate him," Xiaolan replied without hesitation. Just as Yi Hao was about to act, a sinister glint appeared on Wu Jun's face, followed by a trickle of dark blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "A poison pill," Xiaolan said, her expression shifting as she witnessed the scene. Truly ruthless, Yi Hao casually tossed Wu Jun to the ground. "I will handle this matter." "Yi Hao, you should accompany the young lady to purchase clothing," Xiaolan suggested after a moment's contemplation. Yi Hao nodded in agreement. Undoubtedly, a master like Xiaolan had intricate ties with the police. Yi Hao glanced at Lin Rower, whose expression remained largely unchanged, and sighed inwardly. What had this young woman endured to maintain such composure in the face of an assassination attempt? Lin Rower patiently assisted Yi Hao in selecting 4 garments, even procuring shirts, ties, and socks along the way. After Yi Hao donned his attire, he immediately felt as though he had reached an unprecedented pinnacle of charm. Indeed, one's appearance is often enhanced by their attire. Xiao Mei gazed at Yi Hao and remarked on his transformation. Yi Hao grinned, sharing her sentiments. However, Lin Rower shot a disapproving glance at Xiao Mei, admonishing her for her frivolous remarks. Xiao Mei playfully stuck out her tongue. "When shall we attend the charity auction?" she inquired. "Let us depart now," Lin Rower softly suggested. "But it is only 6 o'clock," Yi Hao replied, glancing at his watch. "Are you confident in the traffic conditions of the Magic City?" Lin Rower smiled. "Very well then. As the largest city in China, the traffic in the Magic City could indeed be described as atrocious." By the time Lin Rower's entourage arrived at the Mandala Club, it was already 10 minutes to 8. Yi Hao realized that Lin Rower was indeed remarkable, as her presence at the club incited a wave of excitement. Even the scions of prominent families displayed palpable astonishment. "Is this Lin Rower? I have long heard her heralded as the pearl of the Magic City. I was skeptical until witnessing her beauty firsthand today. A breathtaking marvel," they murmured. Soon, their attention shifted to Yi Hao, who stood beside Lin Rower. "Who is this? What audacity does he possess to stand next to my goddess? Indeed, he is quite unsightly." Yi Hao's expression darkened instantly. "How dare they?" Just then, a dapper young man approached, clad in a sharp suit. Even Yi Hao, known for his discerning taste, could not deny that this gentleman outshone him. With a gentle smile and starry eyes that sparkled with a soft luminescence, he extended his hand toward Lin Rower. Handsome, dashing, elegant, confident, poised. This was Zhou Wenyu of the Zhou family. "Young Master Zhou, you jest," Lin Rower replied, fully aware of the disdain Zhou Wenyu harbored, yet maintaining a perfectly measured smile as she extended her delicate, jade-like hand. Just as Zhou Wenyu was about to grasp Lin Rower's hand, Yi Hao intervened, seizing Zhou Wenyu's hand first. Zhou Wenyu was taken aback. "What is happening? Who is this fool?" Lin Rower was equally startled. In such a setting, a handshake was customary. Why would Yi Hao obstruct it? Could it be? As Lin Rower pondered this, she noticed a chill creeping into her expression as she regarded Zhou Wenyu. Xiao Lan became acutely aware of her surroundings, positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Rower. At the slightest sign of movement from Zhou Wenyu, she was prepared to strike with formidable force. "What are you doing?" Zhou Wenyu inquired in a low voice. "Nothing of consequence," Yi Hao replied with a calm demeanor. "Is that truly nothing?" Zhou Wenyu directed his gaze towards Lin Rower, querying, "Who is this individual?" "My bodyguard," Yi Hao, Lin Rower stated. Even without her words, Zhou Wenyu could easily unearth Yi Hao's credentials. Can a bodyguard be so impertinent? Zhou Wenyu remarked upon confirming Yi Hao's identity. "Do you regard bodyguards as lesser beings?" Yi Hao retorted with a sneer. "You." Zhou Wenyu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The surrounding aristocratic youth were equally astonished, pondering the audacity of this peculiar individual who dared to challenge the Zhou family scion. Zhou Wenyu composed himself and shook his head. "That was not my intention. However, rules must be upheld." "Your words are excessively verbose," Yi Hao stated, fixing Zhou Wenyu with a piercing gaze. "Moreover, what authority do you possess to lecture me on propriety?" "What did you say?" Zhou Wenyu's anger flared. "Do you truly wish to forsake your humanity?" Yi Hao's lips curled into a slight smirk. What did you say? Unlike his previous fury, Zhou Wenyu's expression now reflected trepidation. You are fully aware of what I have said. Yi Hao stepped closer, patting Zhou Wenyu on the shoulder. This torment must be quite unbearable for you, is it not? Zhou Wenyu involuntarily shuddered, increasingly convinced that this young man was privy to his secrets. At that moment, Zhou Wenyu's bodyguard arrived, prompting Yi Hao to retreat to his original position. It's nothing. Zhou Wenyu gestured for his bodyguard to stand down. Miss Lin, please. Lin Rower cast a suspicious glance at Zhou Wenyu before nodding in compliance. Upon entering the hall, numerous socialites flocked to Lin Rower. Just as Yi Hao was about to approach, he was restrained by Xiaolon. There will be no issues here. Why is that? The Mandala Pavilion is under the protection of a 9-star elder. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here faces dire consequences, Xiaolon explained, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture. Yi Hao grasped her meaning, yet he held little regard for a 9-star expert. Just then, he sensed an unwelcome scrutiny. Yes, a probing gaze. Following this instinct, Yi Hao pinpointed a middle-aged man concealed in a corner, nursing a drink. With a blink, Yi Hao unleashed his mental energy, directing it unhesitatingly towards the man's gaze. A soft sonic boom resonated through the air, and the middle-aged man sprang to his feet, his mind awash with tumult. The sheer intensity of Yi Hao's mental energy was indicative of at least a peak 9-star level. However, this individual appeared far too youthful. Such indiscreet observation was inherently taboo. Yet this man did not anticipate being discovered, as 9-star experts were hardly common. Wang Hua realized he had transgressed a significant boundary. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, he strode towards Yi Hao. Upon noticing the middle-aged man approaching, Yi Hao picked up a glass of red wine and made his way to a nearby corner. Xiaolon glanced at Yi Hao before redirecting her attention to Lin Ruer. My young friend, I sincerely apologize for any offense caused earlier. Please do not hold it against me, Wang Hua said in a deep voice. You are a bodyguard for the Mandala Pavilion? Yi Hao remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Hua. A bodyguard? How could that be? I am, in fact, the proprietor of the Mandala Pavilion, hired at great expense to oversee the premises. He conceded that it bore similarities to a bodyguard's duties. Indeed, the Mandala can afford to enlist 8-star masters. It appears the Mandala is not to be underestimated, Yi Hao inquired with a smile. Isn't that an obvious statement? Wang Hua was reluctant to delve into that topic. May I inquire which sect you belong to, my young friend? I shan't disclose that, came Yi Hao's retort. What kind of answer is that? Wang Hua thought it futile to engage further with this rather naive individual. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of caution. Such formidable prowess at such a young age suggested that Yi Hao's sect was certainly a notable one. Furthermore, it was evident that Yi Hao could effortlessly reach the innate stage, a feat Wang Hua knew he himself would never attain. Thus, he found himself eager to cultivate a favorable relationship with Yi Hao. Through their brief exchange, Wang Hua discerned that Yi Hao seemed entirely uninformed about martial arts sections. My master did not impart such knowledge to me, Yi Hao remarked casually. Wang Hua was tempted to comment on his master's apparent capriciousness, but refrained, considering that Yi Hao's sect might be a secretive yet powerful one. As a regal woman ascended the podium, the cacophony of the crowd abruptly ceased. Welcome, everyone, to the charity auction I am hosting, she announced, pausing momentarily to allow applause to erupt from the audience. Once the clapping subsided, Zhou Jaime continued softly. The primary aim of today's charity auction is to provide financial assistance to impoverished families in the southern border regions. Our target is set at 1 billion. With at least 300 to 500 commercial elites in attendance, raising such an amount posed no challenge. After delivering a heartfelt speech, Zhou Jaime commenced the auction for the first exhibit. The initial item presented was Su Beihong's 8 horses. As two young ladies unfurled the artwork, a wave of gasps rippled through the audience. Is it truly from Master Su? The essence appears to be 6 or 7 parts authentic, someone remarked. This auction is hosted by Madame Zhou. Do you think it could be a forgery? Another countered. Each piece created by Master Su is valued at over 50 million. And I recall the 10 horses sold for 12 billion. The attendees were all elites from the business world and scions of prominent families, their knowledge and discernment undeniable. Thus, within a brief span, they successfully appraised the painting's worth. The starting price for the 8 horses painting is 50 million, with each bid requiring a minimum increment of 1 million. Zhou Jaime remarked with a smile. 60 million, 61 million, 62 million, 63 million. Yi Hao observed the escalating price of the 8 horses painting, feeling a sense of lamentation. In chapter 69, titled The Fool, Yi Hao had once thought that with just 5 million, he could live a joyful life. Yet, witnessing this scene, he realized that for these upper-class elites, 5 million is merely a pittance, perhaps the cost of a luxury car or a watch. The disparity in status inevitably shapes one's perspective. Ultimately, the 8 horses painting was acquired by a business magnate for 93 million. The second exhibit is an ancient jade. As Zhou Jaime spoke, the screen behind her displayed the form of the jade. Although the composition of this ancient jade remains unclear, it exudes a refreshing sensation when held. Yi Hao's gaze fixated on the ancient jade in the hands of the young girl on stage, his eyes alight with excitement. This is no ordinary jade. It is clearly a spirit stone, he thought, overwhelmed with joy. Zhou Jaime surveyed the audience and announced that the starting price for this ancient jade is 100,000, with each bid requiring a minimum increment of 10,000, 111,000, 112,000. In truth, many of the bidding magnates were indifferent to the actual value of the jade, even if it were merely a plastic imitation. What they truly coveted was Zhou Jaime's attention. 200,000. At that moment, Yi Hao spoke from the corner. All eyes in the room turned to him. What is happening? Who is this person? It is worth noting that those participating in the bidding are all elite figures from the business world and prominent families. Am I not allowed to bid? Yi Hao asked, pointing to himself. Zhou Jaime was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled. Of course you can. This gentleman bids 200,000. Is there anyone willing to offer more? 1 million. The crowd gasped in astonishment. No matter how wealthy one might be, such extravagance seems excessive. It is Wang Rui. Has the Wang family scion lost his mind? I can't shake the feeling that Wang Rui is deliberately targeting that bodyguard. This bodyguard belongs to Lin Rower. Is Wang Rui not afraid of her resentment? Upon seeing Wang Rui place a bid, Lin Rower understood that he sought to avenge Wei Ta. The Wei family is aligned with the Wang family. Yi Hao cast a glance at Wang Rui and calmly stated, 2 million. You, a mere bodyguard, possess 2 million? Wang Rui sneered. You seem oblivious to the consequences of malicious bidding. I will cover all expenses, Lin Rower replied with composure. No. All my expenditures today will be settled by young Master Zhou. Yi Hao's unexpected statement took the entire audience by surprise. As Zhou Wenyu noticed the collective gaze upon him, his heart raced. This fellow clearly knows something. Contemplating this, Zhou Wenyu fell silent for a moment before a broad smile lit up his face. You are absolutely right. Brother Yi, what is happening? The entire assembly was engulfed in confusion. Wasn't there an intense rivalry between the Zhou and Lin families? What could possibly be the issue now? Yi Hao turned his gaze towards Wang Rui, who fell into a contemplative silence. The Wang family had already aligned themselves against the Lin family, so there was nothing to lose in antagonizing them. However, the perplexing matter was how Yi Hao had become entangled with Zhou Wenyu. This question lingered in the minds of all present. Yet, at that moment, no one dared to bid against Yi Hao for the ancient jade. The third exhibit was a string of East pearls. The intrinsic value of East pearls is considerable, and a complete string is rare indeed. As the two young ladies presented the string before the audience, it became evident that each pearl was identical in size. This was a true treasure, worth at least several million. I surmise that this string may be the only one of its kind in existence. As the magnates of commerce recognized the worth of the East pearls, they began to place bids eagerly. 2,200,000, 2,400,000, 30 million. Just then, Yi Hao suddenly declared his bid. Zhou Wenyu's complexion paled. That scoundrel. Even as a member of the Zhou family, it was not a trivial matter to produce 30 million. The issue was that Zhou Wenyu had publicly stated that all expenses incurred by Yi Hao would be attributed to him, leaving no room for denial. 3,100,000, 3,200,000. Yi Hao's bid was swiftly surpassed. 40 million, he declared, his expression unchanged. Witnessing this, the crowd had no choice but to concede. This individual was evidently not short on funds, making competition futile. Yi Hao did not overindulge. After securing the string of East pearls, he refrained from bidding on anything else, which allowed Zhou Wenyu to breathe a slight sigh of relief. After the auction concluded, the two young ladies presented the two exhibits to Yi Hao. He immediately grasped the ancient jade, feeling a surge of spiritual energy coursing through it, pure and profound. Exercising caution, he placed the jade into his pocket without further absorption. What significance does this jade hold? Wang Hua inquired with curiosity. I shall not disclose that, Yi Hao replied, causing Wang Hua's expression to darken. This fellow could turn on a dime. I'm leaving, Yi Hao said, picking up the box containing the East pearls and heading towards Lin Rower. She regarded him with eyes full of intrigue. Yet she understood that this was not the appropriate moment to inquire. Once they were seated in the car, Lin Rower blinked her bright, sparkling eyes at Yi Hao. Sister Rower, feel free to ask whatever you wish, Yi Hao said with a wry smile. The goddess was acting cute? Who could resist that? What is the story between you and Zhou Wenyu? Aren't you attending a TCM university? And then, I could tell at a glance that he suffers from kidney deficiency. Lin Rower was momentarily taken aback. Regardless, she never anticipated this situation. Are you relying on this threat to intimidate him? Xiaolon expressed her disbelief. What other option do I have? Yi Hao replied with a smile. If I were to expose this matter, do you think it would tarnish Zhou Wenyu's reputation? The damage is certain. However, the question is, would anyone believe you? Xiaolon harbored doubts about Yi Hao's words. Thus, once Lin Rower's convoy delivered Yi Hao to Haihing Garden, Xiaolon voiced her concerns. Miss, do you believe it? I do not. Lin Rower replied softly. When Yi Hao returned home, he found that everything had undergone a remarkable transformation. Tang Piampian had meticulously organized the household items, rendering the space not only more aesthetically pleasing, but also seemingly larger. How do you find it? Are you satisfied? Tang Piampian inquired with a smile. I truly cannot find anything to critique, Yi Hao stated, but his expression suddenly changed. Simultaneously, a chilling gust of wind swept through the room. Tang Piampian involuntarily shivered. Why is it so cold? Piampian, you should return to your room, Yi Hao said in a low voice. What's wrong? Something unclean has entered. Yi Hao hesitated, but ultimately spoke. After all, Tang Piampian was already aware of the existence of the nightmare. A look of astonishment crossed Tang Piampian's face, and she swiftly darted to Yi Hao's side, her ample figure pressing closely against his arm, her eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Do not worry. This is merely a minor character, Yi Hao reassured her. Upon hearing his words, Tang Piampian relaxed slightly. Did I not instruct you not to return here? Yi Hao coldly glared at the woman in white who had intruded. The ghost in white suddenly knelt before him, pleading, Master, please save me. At that moment, a tremendous force shattered the glass window, and an imposing figure materialized in the living room. Wretched creature, today I shall slay you. The man clad in a bagua robe, wielding a peachwood sword, declared sternly. No sooner had he spoken than the sword traced an intricate path through the air. The white-clad ghost appeared to be entirely immobilized, unable to move even a muscle. Just as the peachwood sword was about to strike her, a shard of glass struck the wrist of the Taoist priest. In pain, he lost his grip on the sword. You dare to obstruct me? Not only will I stop you today, but I shall also teach you a lesson. Yi Hao stepped forward and delivered 2 resounding slaps to the priest's face, leaving him dazed. Do you know she is a vengeful spirit? I do. And yet, you still protect her? Who told you to invade my home? Just because I intruded upon your residence, you think you can strike me? Xiao Ming was in a foul mood. How could such a peculiar individual exist? However, he had to admit one thing. This person's strength far surpassed his own. Otherwise, how could he have so easily lifted him? You have had your turn. Now it is time for me to take her, is it not? Xiao Ming said, taking a moment to compose himself. No, came the reply. Why not? Who granted you permission to act in my room? Do you intend to support her? Are you not aware that the realms of the living and the dead are distinct? I simply feel pity for her. Pity? In due time, she will transform into a vengeful spirit, and who knows how many innocent lives she will destroy then. I would never harm the innocent. My only wish is to slay that unfaithful wretch, and I shall immediately journey to the underworld. You would never harm the innocent? Xiao Ming burst into laughter. Do not tell me you have not fed on human essence all this time. The white-clad ghost fell silent. If she had not consumed human essence, she could not have lingered in the mortal realm for long. Human essence is intricately linked to longevity. With every few sips she took, the lifespan of her victim would diminish by several years. This is an act of great moral depravity. Since you have partaken, do not claim innocence. I would rather die, praying that the Taoist priest may deliver justice for me. From the moment you perished, the affairs of the living have no bearing on you. Taoist priest, be silent. Yi Hao cast a glance at Xiao Ming. Little priest, what is with the ruckus on my territory? Xiao Ming then realized that there was indeed a master present. Surely you heard about her feeding on human essence just now? Xiao Ming quickly added. I am quite curious as to why, with your capabilities. You have yet to exact your revenge, Yi Hao inquired. Because that individual possesses a protective talisman. With my current cultivation, I cannot approach him. Do you have any means to break his talisman? Yi Hao turned to Xiaoming. Xiaoming was taken aback. Senior, you cannot be asking me to assist her, can you? Is there a problem? I do not kill spirits. How could I possibly help her? Are you proficient in the 5 ghosts transport technique? Yi Hao pondered. I am. Then, if you can, stealthily procure that talisman from him. Isn't that inappropriate? Xiaoming retorted, at a loss for words. Will you help or not? Yi Hao said, gripping Xiaoming's collar. I will help, Xiaoming said, lacking in dignity. Yi Hao smiled broadly and released him, even adjusting his collar. Let us depart. Do you not realize this will tarnish my moral standing? The loss is not mine. Can we not converse pleasantly? Xiaoming felt an urge to weep. He longed to return home. The world outside felt perilous. To their astonishment, both Yi Hao and Xiaoming discovered that the target of the white-clad ghost's vengeance was also within Haihing Garden. Is this the place? Xiaoming pointed towards a nearby establishment. The white-clad ghost nodded repeatedly. After a moment's reflection, Xiaoming began to chant an incantation, and soon a small spirit materialized before him, tasked with stealing the talisman from that establishment. Your identity is not simple at all, Yi Hao remarked, eyeing Xiaoming with intrigue. How do you know? Xiaoming's expression changed. The art of the 5 ghosts transport has 2 versions. One involves the use of a deceased person's skull, while the other entails summoning the ghostly officials of the underworld. Yi Hao remarked with a smile that only the Maoshan sect possesses the ability to summon these ghostly officials. I am a disciple of Maoshan, Xiaoming. Given that Yi Hao has gone this far, it would be pointless to conceal any further secrets. His knowledge on the matter stems from the memories of the Black Dragon. Are you descending the mountain for training? Indeed. Could you impart some of your Maoshan techniques to me? I cannot. Xiaoming's expression darkened once more. I have heard that some Taoists from your sect raise ghosts. We selectively harbor those unfortunate spirits whose gates to the underworld have been closed, replied the Maoshan disciple. Do you raise any? I do. Show me. I will not. Yi Hao's gaze roamed over Xiaoming, quickly landing on a piece of wood at his waist. Soul-calming wood. Yi Hao mused, astonished. You truly expend great effort in raising ghosts, don't you? This wood is exceedingly rare, even in the memories of the Black Dragon. I have to take responsibility for her, Xiaoming said solemnly. A female? Yes. Yi Hao couldn't help but burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Xiaoming retorted angrily. At that moment, the ghostly official from the underworld handed a bell to Xiaoming. After examining it carefully, Xiaoming remarked, This bell is engraved with a portion of the Diamond Sutra. Merely inscribing a segment of the sutra does not grant such power, does it? The issue lies in the fact that this engraving contains a drop of the High Monk's tongue root blood, Yi Hao explained. Tongue root blood is immensely potent. This is why Taoists fear having their tongue roots pierced and the blood sprayed onto talismans, as it can amplify their power exponentially. This bell is remarkable. Give it to me, Yi Hao declared, snatching the bell from Xiaoming's grasp. Placed in one's home, this bell can serve as a talisman against evil spirits. Of course, Yi Hao doubted its efficacy against nightmares. Now you can take your revenge, Yi Hao said. Thank you, Taoist priest. The white-clad female ghost expressed her gratitude profusely before drifting into the man's room. Before long, anguished screams echoed from within. Approximately 3 minutes later, a police car arrived nearby, followed by 3 armed detectives bursting into the room. The police have been alerted, Yi Hao said in a low voice. Should we withdraw? Xiaoming inquired. Of course. Yi Hao replied curtly. Chapter 71. Entering the demonic realm the moment the 3 detectives entered the room. They were met with a chilling sight. A disheveled white-clad woman was grotesquely gnawing on the body of the man lying on the floor. His eyes were filled with an inescapable terror, his body twitching uncontrollably, drenched in blood. Stop, the lead detective commanded in a grave tone. The white-clad woman cast a glance at him, and the faces of the 3 detectives paled dramatically. Exchanging glances, they turned and fled the scene in haste. That is a ghost, one of them whispered in horror. Once the 3 officers descended the stairs, their expressions were utterly grim. The issue at hand was that the specter continued its murderous spree. Could they truly return without taking action? The second officer urged, reinforcements, summon a larger team. The leading officer replied in a low voice, I will make the call. The third officer promptly contacted headquarters, emphasizing the urgency of the situation and requesting immediate backup. This cryptic message was swiftly relayed to Deputy Director Zhang Cheng, who, upon hearing the news, hastily assembled over 50 personnel and coordinated with the armed police. The armed forces promptly dispatched a squadron. It was not long before the combined forces arrived at Haiheng Garden, where they immediately sealed off the entire stairwell affected by the incident. What transpired? Zhang Cheng inquired as he approached the three officers. It's not easy to articulate. The leading officer replied with a bitter smile. Speak plainly. After a moment's hesitation, he divulged, we witnessed a ghostly woman in white consuming a victim. This revelation left many, including Zhang Cheng, momentarily speechless. A ghost devouring a human? Are you jesting? What era do you live in that you still believe in such apparitions? Zhang Cheng retorted coldly, asserting that any ghostly presence must be a ruse. With this, Zhang Cheng, accompanied by a dozen armed officers, approached the door of the affected room. Exchanging a glance with the two officers beside him, he forcefully kicked the door open, and the two armed officers surged into the room. They quickly identified the woman in white on the floor. Hands up, they commanded, moving in unison. Behind them, 10 additional officers swiftly encircled the ghostly figure. Shortly thereafter, several members of the armed police entered the room, sweeping through the remaining areas, but finding nothing amiss, they retreated. Seeing that the situation was under control, Zhang Cheng commanded, raise your hands. The woman in white lifted her head, her expression one of displeasure. As the assembled officers and armed police gazed upon her visage, their hearts momentarily faltered. Was this truly a ghost? Yet, bolstered by the presence of so many officers, none dared to flee. Leave, the ghostly woman intoned, her voice chilling to the bone. What a charade, Zhang Cheng responded as he pulled the trigger. You have 3 breaths to rise. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The ghostly woman's voice transformed into a deafening resonance, shattering the glass in the surrounding rooms as the officers clutched their ears in agony. Just as the spectral shriek continued to reverberate, 2 figures emerged within the room. Abomination, Xiao Ming declared coldly. His words, imbued with a Taoist incantation for tranquility, instantaneously quelled the ghostly wail. The pale-faced female ghost displayed an expression of trepidation, and soon she rose to flee. Thinking of escaping? Xiao Ming exclaimed, producing a handful of yellow beans which he scattered towards the ghostly figure. Upon contact, the specter collapsed to the ground, and a billowing cloud of white smoke erupted from her form. She writhed in agony, pleading, Taoist, I beg you, spare me. You have succumbed to the allure of human flesh. Now, no one can save you, Xiao Ming replied, his gaze as frigid as ice. Yi Hao gazed upon the white-clad specter with a gentle sigh. After the ghost had slain the man, she had departed unscathed. Yet the gravity of her transgression, devouring human flesh, was insurmountable. As Xiao Ming had stated, this woman was indeed lost to darkness, and such a fate signified an irredeemable state. Not long after, the white ghost transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and vanished. Xiao Ming bent down to collect the scattered yellow beans, and Yi Hao, observing the scene, joined him in the effort. These beans are the fruits of my arduous cultivation. In mere moments, Yi Hao had gathered 2/3 of them. Glancing at the beans in his hand, he remarked, only 12 remain. Do you know how much effort it takes to cultivate these for a month? Xiao Ming felt a pang of sorrow. At that moment, Zhang Cheng emerged from the shock of the scene before him, his expression grave as he approached. Taoist. If I previously believed that all Taoists were mere charlatans, that notion has evaporated. Xiao Ming performed a Taoist bow and spoke solemnly. This man wronged the woman, leading her, in her fury, to take her own life. You are already aware of the subsequent events. How do you know all this so clearly? Zhang Cheng asked, astonished. Because this ghost committed suicide in the very room I rented, Yi Hao interjected. Why did you not intervene when the ghost took a life? Was it not too late? Zhang Cheng queried. Upon understanding the circumstances, he felt a headache coming on, pondering how to report the incident. You must report this truthfully. The case will be transferred to the Supernatural Bureau, Xiao Ming gently advised. The Supernatural Bureau? Zhang Cheng was taken aback. Indeed, it has always existed. You simply were unaware. In truth, the Bureau has been quietly managing supernatural incidents for many years, Xiao Ming explained with a smile. Is there truly no issue? Zhang Cheng pressed. None whatsoever, Xiao Ming affirmed. I have descended the mountain under my master's orders to join the Bureau. May I have your contact information? Zhang Cheng, apprehensive about taking the 2 to the police station for statements, sought an alternative. I just descended the mountain and do not possess a phone, Xiao Ming replied. Glancing at Yi Hao. Let mine suffice, Yi Hao offered, providing his phone number. I sincerely thank you both. Zhang Cheng expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that without their timely intervention, their survival would have been in doubt. At that moment, a groan echoed through the air, prompting everyone to recall the young man lying on the ground. Perhaps a trip to the hospital could still salvage his life. After a brief examination, Xiaoming remarked, even if we attempt to save him, he will be a shell of his former self. Yi Hao murmured softly in response. The young man's body bore the gruesome marks of having been savagely torn by a spectral female figure. 40% of him was drenched in blood. His eyes were gouged out, his nose bitten off, his lips were gone, and the tendons in his hands and feet were brutally severed. Surely, living in such a state would be worse than death itself. Chapter 72. The 3 sects and 6 schools. As Xiaoming and Yi Hao leaped from the 4th floor, Yi Hao made his way home. Why are you following me? He asked in surprise, noticing Xiaoming trailing behind. I have nowhere to stay, Xiaoming replied sheepishly. I'll only stay for a day. I promise to leave tomorrow. Very well, Yi Hao nodded, but you cannot stay for free. Xiaoming's expression shifted slightly as he said, I don't have any cash. I don't want your money. I need your assistance, Yi Hao replied, secretly amused by Xiaoming's pale demeanor. Suspecting that he had encountered quite a few hardships since descending the mountain. I will help to the best of my ability, Xiaoming stated after carefully considering his words. Are you familiar with the dream nightmare? The dream nightmare? Xiaoming's expression grew grave. Have you encountered it? I have. This fiend lurks within the depths of the human soul like a maggot, and with my current abilities, I cannot exorcise it, Xiaoming replied solemnly. Is your Maoshan sect part of the Taoist lineage? Indeed it is. Does your Maoshan possess healing talismans? We do not. You do not even have such simple talismans? Our teachings focus on fate and reincarnation. We do not interfere in mortal affairs. Xiaoming seemed to see through Yi Hao's thoughts and added, and do not become too entangled in cause and effect. I have already made a promise to that young lady, Yi Hao confessed. I see. Xiaoming contemplated for a moment before retrieving a jade vial from his robe. He poured out a yellow pill, stating, this is a fitness pill crafted by our Maoshan sect. It significantly enhances physical strength and may alleviate the young lady's ailment to some degree. Yi Hao eagerly accepted it and quickly said, could you give me more? After taking one, additional doses will yield little effect, Xiaoming replied gently. I intend to give it to my parents. Very well. Xiaoming conceded after a moment of thought and handed over the entire vial. This remedy holds no value for us, but it may serve you well. Do you know which Taoist sect possesses the holy elixir for healing wounds? Yi Hao inquired. There are 3 main sects and 6 schools within Taoism. None of the 6 possess such power. If you seek the holy elixir, you must appeal to the 3 sects, Xiaoming explained, pausing briefly before adding, however, the 3 sects are not easily approached. Yi Hao felt a weight settle in his heart. Previously, he believed that finding Mei Xinxue would grant him access to the miraculous elixir to heal Lan Qingqing. Now he realized how naive he had been. What if Mei Xinxue were also a practitioner of one of the 6 schools? Nonetheless, Yi Hao was not yet consumed by despair. As Yi Hao's cultivation continues to ascend, he will soon be able to concoct elixirs independently. The memories of this black dragon are remarkably complex, encompassing a wide array of subjects, including alchemy and formations. Upon returning home with Xiaoming, Tang Piampian hurriedly emerged. After the recent events, no one could remain composed. It is over now, Yi Hao murmured gently. Indeed, Tang Piampian replied, though her heart was still unsettled. Surely, the Maoshan sect possesses protective talismans or similar items. Yi Hao suddenly recalled. Not at present, Xiaoming responded. Your Taoist robe is quite impressive, Yi Hao observed. I cannot part with it, Xiaoming retorted, his expression shifting. How about this? I shall draw one for you tomorrow. That is insufficient, Yi Hao countered. Crafting talismans is immensely taxing on one's spirit. It is not a simple task, Xiaoming said with a wry smile. 2 talismans then. Very well, Xiaoming conceded with a reluctant nod. What materials are needed? Vermilion, wolf hair, yellow paper, and chicken blood. Xiaoming listed a few items. Understood, I shan't inquire further. With that, Yi Hao retrieved his wallet from his pocket, producing 2,000 in cash and handing it to Xiaoming. That is rather generous, Xiaoming exclaimed, visibly excited. Are you not heading to the Supernatural Affairs Bureau? Do you not need funds for your journey? Yi Hao's words filled Xiaoming with gratitude, causing past grievances to dissipate entirely. Tonight, you shall stay in my room. Yi Hao indicated the secondary bedroom. All right. Yi Hao then returned to the master bedroom with Tang Piampian. He placed a copper bell on the bedside. Its purpose was to ward off malevolent entities. Here are 3 yellow beans for you, Yi Hao added, pulling 3 from his pocket. What are these? Each of these beans is imbued with inscriptions of spells, Yi Hao explained. Why are you giving me these? Due to disturbances in the cycle of reincarnation. Malevolent spirits are emerging, Yi Hao sighed. I have witnessed souls at our school on more than one occasion. You know our institution is built upon a mass grave. And while the righteous energy of the students once kept malevolence at bay, do you believe it can still do so now? Tang Piampian's complexion paled. Powerful beings and the underworld's emissaries are beginning to stir. Therefore, with the young Taoist's talisman for protection, you need not worry, Yi Hao reassured softly. Tang Piampian felt somewhat comforted by his words. Are you feeling tired? Not at all. Then I shall read for a while, Yi Hao said. Opening a compendium of traditional Chinese medicine, Tang Piampian picked up a book on economics to read. As time passed, Yi Hao's memory grew increasingly formidable. He pondered whether, in due time, he might attain the legendary ability to read 10 lines at a glance. After 3 hours of quiet reading, he set the book aside and was taken aback when he glimpsed the title of the book in Tang Piampian's hands. Why are you reading a book on economics? I have recently developed an interest in economics, she replied. Have you considered investing? I have contemplated it, yet my vision necessitates an immense sum of money. How much? You ask? In the initial stage, it may require as much as 1 billion. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao's expression shifted dramatically. Are you certain you are not jesting? The forthcoming era is one dominated by the internet. I intend to create something entirely new. Currently, both Baidu and Alibaba are in their preparatory phases. If I can develop this concept ahead of them, I firmly believe I can secure a share of the internet's future prosperity. What is the required initial funding? Given that this endeavor will involve recruiting top-tier internet experts and establishing suitable office conditions, the initial funding will approximately amount to 20 million. Tang Piampian had already devised a plan in her mind. How long will the initial phase take? The most challenging aspect now is to bring this concept to fruition. If we can enlist premier internet specialists, I believe a timeline of about 1 year should suffice. The issue of recruiting internet experts is not a concern. I happen to know a few hackers. Yi Hao pondered for a moment before stating, as for the funds, I can provide around 30 million. What? Tang Piampian's expression changed. How could you possibly possess such a sum? Chapter 73, Meng Yongyan blocks the door. It is entirely reasonable for Tang Piampian to harbor such doubts. If Yi Hao could easily produce 30 million, why wouldn't he simply purchase a property in the metropolis? A few days ago, I swindled a fellow, and he gifted me a string of South Sea pearls. South Sea pearls? Tang Piampian's eyes sparkled with interest. Show me. Yi Hao rose and retrieved the pearls from the guest room. These gems are exquisite. A dreamy look appeared in Tang Piampian's eyes. If you like them, keep them, Yi Hao said with a smile. Tang Piampian's cheeks flushed. This string of pearls is worth 30 million. Yi Hao had given them to her without a second thought. How could Tang Piampian not indulge in fanciful thoughts? This is far too precious. She hurriedly placed the pearls back into their box. I will be taking this string of pearls to the auction house in the coming days, Yi Hao said softly. Thus you can begin your preparations now. Do you trust me so readily? Tang Piampian pondered for a moment, locking her gaze on Yi Hao's eyes as she asked. Indeed, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Tang Piampian replied with a serious tone. Do not place too much pressure on yourself. As Yi Hao spoke, he pulled out the phone number of Tai Shishio. I need your assistance with something. Yi Hao got straight to the point. Among brothers, we speak plainly. Tai Shishio's eyes lit up at the mention of Yi Hao needing help. Yi Hao's formidable abilities made the entire Zhuke team eager for him to join. Yet he had already declined their invitation twice. Can you handle it? Of course. I am seeking a top-notch computer engineer. I am indeed a top-notch computer engineer. For some reason, Yi Hao remained skeptical of Tai Shishio's assertion. What about Shinigami and Ning Xian? Shinigami is an internationally renowned hacker, and Ning Xian serves as an advisor to the National Security Intelligence Agency. Is that so impressive? What else would you expect? I wish to design a project. Would you be interested in assisting? Your help would be quite informal. What I mean is, I would like you to join my company. This. Tai Shishio hesitated. The company will offer you a satisfactory salary. My remuneration is not insignificant. Tai Shishio felt compelled to mention this. What salary are other companies offering you? Microsoft proposed a compensation of 3.5 million last month. I can offer you 5 million. After a brief contemplation, Yi Hao replied. Tai Shishio was taken aback. Brother, are you certain? Tai Shishio's worth was approximately 3 million, and Microsoft's offer was contingent upon him relocating to the United States. It cannot be denied that Yihao's 5 million salary was enticing to Tai Shirxiu. The question remained, could Yihao truly afford to pay 5 million? How could I possibly deceive you in such matters? Yihao chuckled, suggesting that tomorrow he should come to the metropolis for a meeting. Very well. After hanging up on Tai Shirxiu, Yihao turned to Tang Pianpian. Tomorrow, you will discuss further details with Tai Shirxiu. Tai Shirxiu? Do you know him? He is indeed a top-tier network engineer. I have seen his profile in the database. So is it settled then? Absolutely. Tang Pianpian became animated. Tai Shirxiu's connections undoubtedly surpassed theirs, and having him recruit talent would save considerable resources. Well, you shall handle this matter. Yihao nodded. As for the funds, Yihao planned to entrust a string of East Pearls to Lin Rower for auction, as the Lin family undoubtedly possessed the necessary connections in that regard. With both issues resolved, Yihao observed the still excited Tang Pianpian and inquired, "Are you not going to rest? I cannot sleep right now." It would be quite peculiar if Tang Pianpian could fall asleep at this moment. Then I shall read for a while longer. Yihao intended to finish this comprehensive tome on traditional medicine as soon as possible. Indeed, Tang Pianpian's mind was filled with company plans. As she pondered, she gradually drifted off to sleep. Once Yihao noticed that Tang Pianpian had succumbed to slumber, he promptly drew the bronze dagger. Upon invoking the sword intent contained within the dagger, the nightmares dared not intrude. The following morning at 7 o'clock, Tang Pianpian awoke punctually. Upon seeing Yihao seated beside her, she softly asked, "Are you not tired? I rest while I cultivate." Yihao smiled and shook his head. "Do I appear to be someone in need of sleep? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? What benefit would there be in deceiving you?" Yihao rose, reminding her that he was no ordinary person. Suddenly, Tang Pianpian realized she had forgotten something. "What is it?" "I forgot to sew the pouch." "Then sew it now. I have class in the morning. If you have class, take a leave of absence." Yihao smiled, stating that Tai Shirxiu would arrive at the airport in 2 hours. "Wouldn't you come with me to receive him?" "We must go together," Tang Pianpian replied hurriedly. Tai Shirxiu is closely related to the development of the company. Thus Tang Pianpian must meet him. Furthermore, there are numerous details that need to be finalized in person, and Yihao is undoubtedly unreliable in such matters. After Yihao exited the room, he discovered that Xiaoming had already vanished. Noticing that Xiaoming's belongings were still present, he surmised that the fellow had likely gone out to shop. Before long, Xiaoming returned, carrying a large red rooster. "Brother, is there a place nearby where I can purchase the 4 treasures of the study?" he inquired. "Just tell the taxi driver to take you to Wenshu Street in the southern part of the city," Tang Pianpian replied as she emerged from the restroom. "All right, I shall go now." Xiaoming, being a man of action, promptly set off. "Wait for me," Yihao called after him. "I'm going to buy breakfast." Tang Pianpian felt a twinge of annoyance. How could she have forgotten something as simple as breakfast? By the time Yihao returned with 2 portions of breakfast, Tang Pianpian had already finished sewing 2 small pouches. "Which one do you want?" Yihao asked, observing the pouches with an odd expression. "How am I to choose?" "This is a pair of mandarin ducks." Tang Pianpian blinked and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Yihao replied, perplexed as he selected one. Did Tang Pianpian not recognize mandarin ducks? Regardless, Yihao decided to feign ignorance. Just as they were enjoying their breakfast, Yihao's phone rang. "What is it?" he exclaimed upon seeing it was Yuan Gaoxing calling. "Listen, Yihao, you shouldn't attend military training today." "Why not?" "Meng Yongyan has brought a dozen boys to block your way." "Meng Yongyan?" A glint of coldness flashed in Yihao's eyes. "That rascal, taking advantage of his connections in the student council, is making a fuss by blocking our dormitory door." Yuan Gaoxing felt quite uncomfortable discussing this. "I understand," Yihao said before hanging up. "Meng Yongyan is looking for trouble?" Just then, Tang Pianpian overheard Yihao mention Meng Yongyan's name. Chapter 74. A fierce counterattack. A group of tall boys, led by Meng Yongyan, had blocked the door of dormitory 101. "Yihao, do you enjoy being a coward?" One of them taunted. "This guy is not merely a coward. He is truly a coward. Yesterday, Yongyan waited for him for an hour. Yet he dared not show his face. Who could argue with that?" Another chimed in. "But Yihao really is spineless. Yongyan isn't going to beat you up. He merely wants to spar with you. Even if you're cowardly, it shouldn't stop you from opening the door. I have never seen such timidity in all my years." Finally, unable to endure the mockery, Yuan Gaoxing pushed open the door, holding a stool in his hand. Feeling quite accomplished in blocking the entrance, Xiao Laoshi, witnessing this scene, also stepped out with a stool. Zheng Xiaolong hesitated for a moment before choosing to stand with them. Who are you cursing? Meng Yongyan's expression turned icy. I'm cursing you, Yuan Gaoxing retorted boldly, locking eyes with Meng Yongyan. You've got guts. Meng Yongyan raised his thumb towards Yuan Gaoxing, and then a steel pipe slipped from his sleeve, gripped tightly in his palm as he swung it towards Yuan Gaoxing. If the blow landed, it would surely result in a grievous injury. Yuan Gaoxing was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that Meng Yongyan would dare to strike at his head. Did he not fear for a life? Just as the steel pipe was about to collide with Yuan Gaoxing's skull, a figure dashed in like a flash of lightning, intercepting the impending blow. Do you comprehend the consequences of such an act? The figure fixed his gaze on Meng Yongyan. Yi Hao, have you finally shed your cowardice? Meng Yongyan sneered, revealing a sinister expression. Yi Hao chuckled coldly and swiftly snatched the steel pipe from Meng Yongyan's grasp, now aiming to strike him instead. The entire scene fell into an astonished silence. No one expected the seemingly frail Yi Hao to exhibit such brutality. Meng Yongyan's mind was momentarily bewildered. At that moment, Yi Hao swung the steel pipe again towards Meng Yongyan's head. Stop! 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 3 boys, witnessing the unfolding chaos, rushed towards Yi Hao. A glint of coldness flickered in Yi Hao's eyes as he redirected the pipe towards their shoulders. One by one, the 3 students fell to their knees. What just happened? Yi Hao's speed is astonishing. I barely caught a glimpse. With the steel pipe in hand, Yi Hao fixed his icy gaze upon the remaining 8 boys. Have you all lost your courage? Indeed, the 8 boys felt a twinge of fear. However, upon hearing Yi Hao's challenge, they felt compelled to advance. Their resolve, however, led to dire consequences as Yi Hao easily shattered their scapulae with a single strike. The collective cries of pain echoed from the 11 students present. Yi Hao's attention then fell upon the bloodied Meng Yongyan, whose eyes reflected sheer terror. What are you planning to do? Do you think I will simply forget about your blockade? Yi Hao mocked with a chilling smile. If you come any closer, I will call the police. Meng Yongyan reluctantly uttered, his voice trembling at the prospect of Yi Hao advancing. Call the police? Allow me to assist you, Yi Hao retorted, pulling out his phone to dial Zhang Cheng, the deputy director of the local police department, an individual of considerable authority. Director Zhang, I am being besieged by a group of students at school, and they are armed, Yi Hao stated. In broad daylight, such events occur? Zhang Cheng's voice erupted in anger. I will be there immediately. Yet, unbeknownst to Zhang Cheng, he harbored doubts about Yi Hao's claims. Absurd. A mere jump from the 4th floor. And a dozen students cannot possibly be a match for him. Yi Hao's call was likely a prelude to his own resolution of the situation. You called the police, and I assisted you in doing so. Shall we engage in a discussion now? Yi Hao inquired nonchalantly, brandishing a steel pipe. Meng Yongyan remained silent. Have you lost your voice? Yi Hao remarked, and with that, he struck Meng Yongyan on the jaw with the pipe. Blood mixed with 3 of Meng Yongyan's teeth erupted forth, and his cheekbone began to swell. He clutched his mouth, trembling all over. The pain. It pierced to the very marrow. I am asking you a question, Yi Hao declared, raising the pipe once more as Meng Yongyan offered no reply. Please, no? Meng Yongyan, terrified, realized the severity of the situation. Had he spoken earlier, he could have avoided this blow. Yi Hao lightly tapped the pipe against Meng Yongyan's shoulder, taunting. Are you not ashamed? The word ashamed struck a nerve, causing Meng Yongyan's nails to dig deeply into his flesh. Yet, when he caught a glimpse of Yi Hao's icy gaze, he found himself utterly speechless. You may block my way, but only if you possess the ability to do so. Yi Hao continued, then kicked out at the boy who was wailing the loudest. Is this the extent of your suffering? Pathetic. The other boys fell silent, fearing Yi Hao's wrath and feeling embarrassed. Yi Hao chose to remain quiet, standing still as he awaited the inevitable. Approximately 5 minutes later, the wail of police sirens pierced the air, and over 20 officers stormed into Yi Hao's dormitory. Zhang Cheng took the lead. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Zhang Cheng was momentarily taken aback. What on earth happened? He asked, eyes fixed on Yi Hao. Officer, he assaulted me with a weapon, Meng Yongyan began. But Zhang Cheng interrupted him brusquely. I did not ask for your input. Yi Hao spoke calmly. I had a conflict with this individual, who then summoned over a dozen of his companions to block my dormitory door. Upon receiving a call from my roommate, I rushed over, only to see him swinging a stick at my roommate's head. Given the force he was using, my roommate had no chance of surviving. Yi Hao continued, in this situation, was my intervention misguided? I was merely acting in defense of another. Even if he was acting heroically, He continued to assault us afterward, Meng Yongyan retorted, feeling wronged. Including yourself, there were 12 of you. Had I not acted decisively, I fear I would have been beaten to death. Yi Hao's voice was low and firm. Yes, that falls under justifiable defense, Zhang Cheng responded, then cautiously asked, do you have any witnesses or evidence? I can testify, Yuan Gaoxing immediately declared. However, Zhang Cheng replied softly. As you are also one of the parties involved, you cannot serve as a witness. I have video evidence, Yi Hao said, glancing toward Tang Pianpian, who was among the crowd. Tang Pianpian, disregarding the gazes of the crowd, handed her phone to Zhang Cheng. After a brief glance, Zhang Cheng inquired, could you make a copy of the video for me? Of course, replied Tang Pianpian, promptly transferring the video via Bluetooth. Cuff these troublemakers and take them back to the police station, Zhang Cheng stated solemnly. Just then, the director of the Academic Affairs Office of the Traditional Chinese Medicine University and Leng Shui hurried over. Upon witnessing the dismal state of Meng Yongyan and the other 12 students, the director asked in a grave tone, what transpired? Zhang Cheng succinctly recounted the events. The director cast a startled glance at Yi Hao but soon composed himself, stating earnestly, they are merely children. Let us give them another chance. He continued, if these students end up in the police station with a criminal record, their diplomas from the university will be nothing more than a distant dream. All their hard work over the years would be in vain. Director, have you considered my position in this matter? Yi Hao replied calmly. If Meng Yongyan and his group had cornered me, what do you think would have happened? If my mental state were to deteriorate, would I be able to continue my studies at the university? He continued. They knew the potential consequences of their actions, yet proceeded without hesitation. Yi Hao's tone grew colder as he spoke. But they ultimately did not cause any significant harm, did they? I firmly believe that without punishment, there can be no remorse for wrongdoing, Yi Hao asserted emphatically. Director Zhang, can we classify armed conduct involving more than 3 individuals as organized crime? At this, Meng Yongyan and the others turned pale. In this day and age, any involvement in organized crime could lead to a prison sentence of no less than 3 years. While we can provisionally categorize this as organized crime, we will need further investigation to confirm, Zhang Cheng acknowledged. The 12 students were paralyzed with fear, unable to comprehend how aiding in a fight could lead to such a classification. Yi Hao, if this is the case, their lives will be ruined. The director, sensing the unfolding situation, realized that Yi Hao was acquainted with Zhang Cheng. They do not allow me peace. Why should I concern myself with their fates? Yi Hao remarked indifferently. Yi Hao, Leng Shui approached, pleading, please give them a chance. After a moment of silence, Yi Hao replied, no. Since you failed to appear when it mattered, do not show up now. Leng Shui suddenly understood that Yi Hao was reproaching her for arriving late. I was occupied outside. I only know that had I been a minute later, Yuan Gaoxing's head would have been bashed in. Yi Hao responded with a calm demeanor. Take them away. Zhang Cheng commanded with a wave of his hand, leading Meng Yongyan and the other 12 students away. The director sighed in resignation. Yi Hao, sometimes mercy is warranted. Director, they will be released in half a month, Yi Hao replied with a smile. My earlier actions were merely to make them understand the importance of considering the consequences before acting. The director of the Academic Affairs Office was momentarily taken aback. Then he patted Yi Hao on the shoulder and said, next time, do not be so heavy-handed. I will be mindful, Yi Hao replied. After the director departed, Leng Shui cast a fierce glance at Yi Hao and said, Teacher Leng, I would like to request a day off. Yi Hao deftly shifted the subject. What is the purpose of your leave? To pick up a friend. Go ahead. Leng Shui pondered for a moment before permitting him. Yi Hao then conversed with Yuan Gaoxing and the others for a while before heading to Magic City Airport with Tang Pianpian. What Yi Hao failed to notice was a figure in the crowd quietly observing this scene. When this figure saw Yi Hao and Tang Pianpian walking side by side, her gaze dimmed in an instant. That scoundrel. Why, he was about to rush out when this figure restrained him. What are you doing? Yi Hao is straddling 2 boats. I want to help you teach him a lesson. Why, he exclaimed angrily, clenching his fists. Do not speak recklessly, Zhang Lan admonished Bai He. I am not in a romantic relationship with Yi Hao. Who are you trying to fool? Bai He refused to believe her. I have been pursuing Yi Hao. But he has not agreed, Zhang Lan stated earnestly. Yi Hao has the right to choose, and you should not interfere in this matter. We are trying to help you, Bai He retorted, stamping his foot in frustration. I know, Zhang Lan said, suddenly feeling a wave of dizziness. Bai He quickly stepped forward to support Zhang Lan, who was on the brink of fainting. After a brief meeting with Tai Shirxiu, Yi Hao finalized the details of their collaboration. Subsequently, Tai Shirxiu promptly purchased a ticket to Kyoto. A project of this magnitude was beyond what Tai Shirxiu could manage alone, and his connections provided a significant advantage, which was why Yi Hao offered him a salary of 5 million. Will you accompany me to look at office buildings? Tang Piampian asked eagerly. Yi Hao nodded. Last night, Tang Piampian had her eye on several office buildings, and after touring a few today, they settled on one floor. The annual rent for this office space was 3 million. Yi Hao paid a deposit of 50,000 to temporarily secure the office, planning to provide the remaining funds when they signed the agreement in 2 days. To Yi Hao's surprise, at 3 o'clock that afternoon, he received a text message. Your bank card has received 28,888,000. Yi Hao showed the message to Tang Piampian. With these funds, I am confident we can succeed. Once we achieve a certain level of influence, we can secure financing, Tang Piampian remarked softly. Financing is a common occurrence in the business world. How can one develop without funds if they do not seek financing? Yi Hao was disinterested in the details. Well, let's order some office supplies now. Since the funds have arrived, we should prepare early. Just as Yi Hao was about to agree, his phone rang. Miss Lan, have you arrived? Yesterday, after receiving the fitness pills from Xiaoming, Yi Hao promptly informed Lan Qingqing. To his astonishment, Lan Qingqing hurriedly made her way to the bustling metropolis. As he pondered this, a grave expression settled upon Yi Hao's face. Surely, if the situation were not dire, Lan Qingqing would not have rushed over so hastily. I have just arrived at the airport in the metropolis. Lan Qingqing's melodious voice resonated. Next, I shall head to the Yuan E Hotel. All right, I will join you shortly. Yi Hao replied softly. Then we shall meet soon. Upon uttering these words, Lan Qingqing was seized by a violent coughing fit, and after a while, her palms were stained with blood. If it were up to me, Qingqing should be resting at home, yet she insists on believing the words of a mere university student. Look at what this has done to her, a middle-aged noblewoman remarked coldly. Chapter 76. Elixir. Lan Qingqing was about to speak when another coughing fit overtook her, this time accompanied by small clots of blood. Qingqing, a middle-aged man in a suit, observed this scene with profound sorrow in his eyes. Father, I am fine. Lan Qingqing managed to force a smile, though it appeared pale and helpless. If you had stayed home, none of this would have happened, the middle-aged noblewoman said tenderly, offering a cup of warm water. Mother, Yi Hao would never deceive me, Lan Qingqing replied softly after washing her hands. The Taoist sects exist in a realm of the ethereal. They rarely engage with the mundane world. How could a student like Yi Hao possibly intersect with such esteemed beings? The middle-aged noblewoman replied with a heavy tone. With Qingqing's current condition, there is no need for hospitalization. Lan Zhongtian gently shook his head. I brought Qingqing here to meet Hua Su. Hua Su, have you made an appointment with the renowned Hua Xingshou? Yes. Hua Su is not only famous domestically, but also has an international reputation, with countless individuals seeking appointments daily. However, without a certain status, securing an appointment is nearly impossible. I hope Hua Xingshou possesses the means to treat Qingqing's ailment, the middle-aged noblewoman stated, though her heart held little optimism. Hua Su had long declared that Qingqing's affliction could not be cured by conventional means. Even with Hua Su's skills, only relief could be offered, and Western medicine was utterly powerless. Lan Qingqing did not have the chance to reach the Yuan E Hotel, for upon disembarking from the private plane, she succumbed to unconsciousness and was urgently transported to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital in the metropolis, where Hua Su was located. It was 2 hours later when Yi Hao received this news. Upon his arrival at the hospital, he beheld Qingqing, whose complexion was as pale as paper. At this moment, Lan Qingqing was receiving oxygen, and upon seeing Yi Hao, a faint smile broke across her face. You must be Yi Hao, Lan Zhongtian said softly. Yes, and you are? Yi Hao noted the resemblance between this middle-aged man and Lan Qingqing, leading him to a conclusion. I am Lan Zhongtian, Qingqing's father. Thank you for coming to see her. Qingqing is my friend. Yi Hao, upon uttering his intention to approach Lan Qingqing, was intercepted by a middle-aged noblewoman. Lan Zhongtian gently shook his head at the woman, who, albeit reluctantly, stepped aside to allow Yi Hao passage. Taking a seat beside the frail Lan Qingqing, Yi Hao inquired softly, what troubles you? Just as she was about to respond, a nearby nurse interjected hurriedly, the patient cannot speak at this moment. With a glance, Yi Hao signaled Lan Qingqing to remain silent, then placed 2 fingers delicately on her pulse. This unexpected scene astonished Lan Zhongtian. Could it be that Yi Hao possessed medical knowledge? True essence is a form of energy beneficial to the human body, a fact gleaned from the memories of the Black Dragon. In truth, the inner force cultivated by martial arts experts is also a type of energy, albeit of a considerably lower grade than true essence. Yi Hao was cautious not to channel too much at once. However, as he rhythmically infused energy, Lan Qingqing's heart rate began to rise steadily, and her vital signs gradually approached normalcy. The attending nurse stood in shock. How is this possible? What is happening? Lan Zhongtian spoke in a low voice. Lan Qingqing's vital signs are nearing those of a healthy individual. Upon uttering this, the nurse hastily pressed the emergency button. Lan Zhongtian gazed at Yi Hao in astonishment. Could it be that this young man was responsible for Lan Qingqing's improvement? Shortly thereafter, 3 doctors arrived at the intensive care unit. Family member, we need to examine Lan Qingqing's condition, an elderly doctor politely informed Yi Hao. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yi Hao stood up, only to sway momentarily as dizziness washed over him. He mused internally about the considerable energy expenditure. Had he formally entered the realm of body refinement, he would not find himself so drained, for that would establish a significant energy cycle within him, unlike the current state where, without storage, the true essence would be entirely depleted. The 3 doctors meticulously examined Lan Qingqing's vital signs, arriving at a conclusion that even they found hard to believe. Lan Qingqing was merely slightly weaker than usual, with all other indicators entirely normal. This cannot be, one remarked. It defies reason. We must consult the director. Following this decision, the 3 doctors hurried to the director's office. Moments later, an elderly gentleman with silver hair appeared in Lan Qingqing's room. After a thorough examination, he gently shook his head, proclaiming, a fleeting phenomenon. What does that mean? The recovery of Lan Qingqing's condition was merely an illusion. In 2 or 3 days, she would revert to her former state. Sighed Huasu. The 3 doctors attempted to inquire further, but Huasu waved them off, instructing, you may leave. They exited respectfully, not daring to utter another word. Huasu's gaze rested upon Lan Zhongtian. President Lan, who treated Qingqing just now. Lan Zhongtian's eyes involuntarily turned to Yi Hao. It truly astonishes me that a young friend like you possesses such pure internal energy at this age. However, I hope you refrain from further infusing internal energy into Qingqing to fortify her body. Why? Internal energy harbors destructive power at its core. Thus it would be akin to drinking poison to quench thirst for Qingqing. Who informed you that this is internal energy? Yi Hao gently shook his head. What? Huasu exclaimed in surprise. Yi Hao smiled and walked to Lan Qingqing's bedside, then produced a jade vial from his bosom, pouring out a pill and consuming it. At that moment, Lan Qingqing had already removed her oxygen mask, deeming it unnecessary as her bodily functions had returned to normal. With a soft sound, she swallowed the pill. As the pill entered her mouth, it transformed into a rich wave of energy surging through her limbs and bones, gradually filling her with boundless strength. How do you feel? I feel as though I possess inexhaustible energy. Precisely, Yi Hao replied with a smile. This pill can significantly enhance your constitution. It is quite normal for an ordinary person to extend their lifespan by 5 or 6 years after consumption. Yi Hao's words left Huasu and the others astonished. Huasu stepped forward, asking, might I inquire what kind of elixir you possess? Huasu had now encountered the realm of elixirs, albeit only in knowledge. Yi Hao poured out another pill and handed it to Huasu, who gently inhaled its fragrance, exclaiming in shock, this pill contains 300-year-old Huangjing, 500-year-old ginseng, and 200-year-old snow frog. Huasu enumerated a dozen precious Chinese herbs, affirming that this pill truly deserves the title of elixir. Would it be possible for you to sell me one? Huasu rubbed his hands together, expressing a desire to study its formulation. You won't be able to replicate it. Yi Hao shook his head. Even if you did, you wouldn't have the raw materials to create it. Huasu bitterly nodded in understanding. The scarcity of materials had always been a challenge in traditional medicine. Could you sell me one? At this moment, the middle-aged noblewoman Ping Mei stepped forward, her gaze intense. She had just heard Yi Hao mention that an ordinary person could extend their life by 5 or 6 years through this pill. Yi Hao gently shook his head. I am Qingqing's mother, Ping Mei declared, displeased. And so, Yi Hao discerned that Ping Mei could not possibly be Qingqing's biological mother. Yet even if she were, he would not readily part with it. How about I purchase 2 of your elixirs? Lan Zhongtian also expressed interest in the elixir held by Yi Hao. Does Mr. Lan truly believed that the elixirs of the Taoist sects are mere mundane items that can be purchased? Yi Hao smiled as he gazed at Lan Zhongtian and remarked, "Do you really think I am in such desperate need of money in your eyes?" A flicker of anger appeared on Lan Zhongtian's brow. "Qingqing, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave," Yi Hao said to Lan Qingqing before turning to depart. "You." Lan Qingqing stomped her foot and hurried after Yi Hao. "What an absurdity!" Lan Zhongtian exclaimed angrily. Hua Su cast a sidelong glance at Lan Zhongtian and said, "Mr. Lan, I must remind you, this young friend is not someone you can afford to offend, even with your deep roots in Macau." Lan Zhongtian was taken aback. Setting aside his connections with the Taoist sect, even his current cultivation level surpasses that of your personal bodyguard. How could that be? Lan Zhongtian was stunned. His bodyguard was a top-tier cultivator at the 9-star level. Hua Su, however, chose not to elaborate further and turned to leave. Ping Mei's expression grew serious as she remarked, "A 9-star expert at such a young age will undoubtedly reach the innate realm soon. Experts at the innate level possess certain privileges within the nation. It appears that Yi Hao's friends must indeed be cultivators from the Taoist sect. And considering Yi Hao's formidable prowess at this age, do you think he possesses Taoist secrets?" Lan Zhongtian pondered. "You don't intend to covet Yi Hao's secrets, do you?" Ping Mei gasped. "Our Lan family has never been able to dominate in Macau, but with the support of Master Bai Ruo, that might become a possibility." Lan Zhongtian said, looking at Ping Mei. "You want to enlist Master Bai Ruo to deal with Yi Hao?" Ping Mei hesitated. Master Bai Ruo is at the innate level. He certainly could handle Yi Hao, but what about Qingqing's condition? For the sake of the Lan family, Qingqing can be temporarily sacrificed. Lan Zhongtian finally spoke after a long silence. Ping Mei trembled at his words, realizing for the first time how unfamiliar this man had become to her. While Ping Mei had her own ambitions, she had not descended to the depths of ruthlessness that Lan Zhongtian displayed. "Yi Hao, I'm sorry," Lan Qingqing said, catching up to him with an apologetic expression. "The one who should apologize is me," Yi Hao replied softly. "The elixir that will heal your ailment will take some time to procure." "Please don't say that," Lan Qingqing insisted. "Your words only deepen my guilt." "Then let us say nothing more." Yi Hao smiled at her, his gaze meeting her tear-filled eyes. "You should return now. I must attend class." Lan Qingqing failed to notice that as Yi Hao turned away, his smile faded. Perhaps even Lan Zhongtian did not realize that his haughty demeanor had incited Yi Hao's ire. Meanwhile, Yi Hao was unaware that with the acquisition of the Black Dragon's memories, the dragoness pride was subtly influencing him. Previously, Yi Hao would never have walked away so dismissively. After leaving the hospital, Yi Hao dialed Tang Pianpian's number. Upon learning that she was at the computer city configuring computers, he rushed over, and together they purchased a batch of equipment. By the time they returned to Haihing Garden, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Yi Hao noticed 2 talismans and a letter on the table. The letter was left by Xiaoming, informing Yi Hao of his departure to the Supernatural Bureau, expressing hope for a future reunion. The 2 talismans on the table served as protective charms. "Pian, tomorrow, please procure a small plastic bag to enclose the talismans and place them in your purse," Yi Hao advised, aiming to prevent any damage or moisture to the talisman papers. "I have such small plastic bags." Tang Pian quickly retrieved 2 from her room. "How do you have everything?" Yi Hao exclaimed in surprise. "I am like Doraemon," Tang Pian replied, playfully imitating a cat's meow. A shiver ran down Yi Hao's spine. "Are you testing my resolve, senior? Isn't it forbidden for cultivators to engage with women?" Tang Pian blinked innocently. "Who told you that?" Yi Hao shot her a fierce glare. "If you tempt me again, the consequences will be yours to bear." Tang Pian immediately adopted a frightened expression. "Please don't bully me. We can't stay here any longer. If we do, something bad will surely happen." Yi Hao rose and returned to his room, retrieving a comprehensive Chinese medicine textbook to study. He believed he could finish it today, confident that he could score full marks on the subject, as it required mere rote memorization without any ambiguity. The next morning, Yi Hao and Tang Pian walked side by side towards the university. "Yi Hao, shouldn't we consider buying a car?" she inquired. "Do you have a driver's license?" "I passed the test," she replied. "Then let us buy one." Yi Hao favored convenience above all else. "All right, let's go car shopping this afternoon." With nearly 30 million in assets, purchasing a luxury car worth several $100,000 was a trivial matter for Yi Hao. "It seems I should also get a driver's license," he mused aloud. Upon arriving at school, Yi Hao headed directly to the playground. At that moment, his classmates gazed at him with a mix of awe and respect. The video of Yi Hao beating up Meng Yongyan and 11 other boys had circulated widely throughout the school, leaving everyone astonished that such a seemingly frail figure could exhibit such strength. Now that's a man, they murmured. 1 against 12, and he emerged unscathed. Truly remarkable. Some girls in the classroom found themselves captivated by him, thinking he was becoming increasingly appealing. Just then, a girl from the neighboring class approached Yi Hao with her head bowed, shyly slipping an envelope into his hand. "This is a letter I wrote for you," she whispered. After delivering her message, she hurriedly departed. Yi Hao stood there, stunned, gazing at the pink envelope in his hand, wondering if this was indeed the fabled love letter. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Hao broke into a carefree smile, tucking the love letter into his pocket as he prepared to return to his group. Just then, a figure obstructed his path. "Yi Hao," he exclaimed, delivering a swift slap towards his face. However, with Yi Hao's reflexes, it was impossible for her to land a hit. He grasped her wrist and inquired, "What are you doing?" "You scoundrel," he retorted through clenched teeth. "How have I become a scoundrel?" Yi Hao was perplexed. "You are a despicable person." Are you out of your mind?" Yi Hao's expression grew cold. He had no previous entanglement with her. As he was about to continue, Zhang Lan hurriedly approached. "What are you doing?" "I am seeking justice for you." "I don't require any justice," Zhang Lan replied firmly. "This guy is eating from one bowl while eyeing another. Why do you still plead for him?" Zhang Lan's demeanor turned icy. "I have told you before, my affairs are none of your concern." Zhang Lan. Without uttering another word, Zhang Lan fixed her determined gaze upon Bai He. Bai He sighed softly. "Zhang Lan, you are beyond saving." "Indeed, I am hopeless." Bai He shook her head and walked away. Zhang Lan looked at Yi Hao apologetically and said, "I'm sorry." Yi Hao opened his mouth as if to respond, but ultimately remained silent. Upon rejoining his group, Yi Hao noticed his classmates whispering and pointing at him, their murmurs filled with speculation. All he felt was a sense of helplessness. Who had he offended? "Yi Hao, have you even looked at the love letter from Su Mingming?" Zheng Xiaolong nudged him. "You know her?" "Of course. Who in class 3 doesn't know Su Mingming? She's the belle of our class, ranking second in the beauty contest after Zhang Lan." Zheng Xiaolong scoffed. Yi Hao turned to glance at Su Mingming in class 3, only to find her gazing back at him, caught in the act. Su Mingming quickly lowered her head. Yi Hao chuckled softly and retrieved her love letter. It was, in fact, his first ever love letter. "Before meeting you, I had never considered writing a love letter for anyone." Those concise 18 words encapsulated Su Mingming's feelings with exquisite clarity. Her delicate handwriting emanated a fragrance reminiscent of fresh grass. Yi Hao couldn't help but take a gentle whiff, instantly feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. He carefully folded the letter and tucked it back into his pocket. Before long, He Jing approached, announcing significant news. "Today, we have a 10-kilometer outdoor training session." He Jing continued, "All stand at attention, right turn, march." The 45 students in the class formed 2 lines and followed He Jing as they made their way to the school gate. Upon arriving, they were met with the sight of military vehicles lined up. "Board the vehicles," He Jing commanded. After the vehicle had traversed for approximately an hour, it halted in the midst of the mountains. "Disembark. Regain formation. Follow me." He Jing issued command after command. The rugged terrain of the mountains made running particularly arduous. 10 kilometers posed no challenge for Yi Hao, yet for the other students, it was a formidable test. After running for about 2 kilometers, many of the girls began to complain, and after persevering for another kilometer, they outright refused to continue. The 10-kilometer distance was a non-negotiable requirement, even if it meant crawling. They had to complete it, He Jing stated coldly. The students endured their hardships, gritting their teeth as they marched on. At that moment, Zhang Lan lost her footing, twisting her ankle and nearly falling. Yi Hao, standing beside her, reacted swiftly and caught her just in time. However, he still heard a sharp crack. Zhang Lan involuntarily emitted a cry of pain. The surrounding students quickly gathered, and He Jing pushed through the crowd to reach them. "Let me see your foot." After examining Zhang Lan's ankle, He Jing realized it was dislocated. If not promptly addressed, the injury could worsen. "Zhang Lan, how did you twist your ankle?" He Jing asked as he gently rotated her ankle. "I accidentally twisted it," Zhang Lan thought to herself, unable to admit she had been preoccupied with thoughts of Yi Hao. Just then, there was another crack as He Jing repositioned her ankle. Zhang Lan let out a pained yelp, but the pain gradually subsided. "I have realigned your ankle." Yi Hao, assist Zhang Lan in walking, He Jing instructed decisively. "I can walk on my own," Zhang Lan protested, her face flushed. "If you try to walk by yourself, Your foot will swell, He Jing countered, rising to his feet while the other students continued on. Once the classmates had departed, Yi Hao softly suggested, "Shall we go?" A slight movement of Zhang Lan's left foot sent a sharp pang through her. Observing the pain etched across her brow, Yi Hao knelt before her and offered, "Let me carry you." "No, absolutely not. I insist you allow me." With that, Yi Hao effortlessly scooped Zhang Lan into his arms. She was momentarily stunned, forgetting to cry out. As Yi Hao surged forward, Zhang Lan's mind regained its clarity. "Quickly, put me down. I can set you down. But you must allow me to carry you." "Let you carry me?" Zhang Lan, fearful of being seen by their classmates, had no choice but to relent. Yi Hao gently lowered Zhang Lan before squatting in front of her, saying, "Climb on." Zhang Lan, gazing at his broad frame, bit her lip and then draped herself over his back. When Yi Hao lifted her, her chest pressed tightly against him, and she felt her face flush with warmth. "Is that a cup size?" Yi Hao suddenly inquired. "What?" Zhang Lan was taken aback. "I have always perceived you as possessing a certain allure. Yet now it seems you must embody more than that." "Silence. What do the bra sizes 34 and 36 signify?" "Enough." Yi Hao, noticing Zhang Lan's reluctance to discuss the matter, chose to remain silent for the moment. He walked with a steady demeanor, and Zhang Lan did not falter in her pace. After approximately 10 minutes of this tranquil journey, Zhang Lan inquired, "Are you tired? With your weight exceeding 100 pounds, how could you possibly feel fatigued?" "Who weighs over 100 pounds? I am merely 96. Zhang Lan immediately bristled at this revelation. "Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten." "Forgotten what?" "If one weighs less than 100, they are either flat-chested or short." Chapter 79, Astonishingly Unconventional. Is Zhang Lan short? At a height of 168 centimeters, she embodies the stature of a goddess among women. Thus, only one possibility remains. "Yi Hao, what on earth are you, a dog?" Yi Hao exclaimed suddenly. Zhang Lan, loosening her grip, softly declared, "I wish to leave my mark upon your shoulder. That desire may prove rather difficult to fulfill." "Why? My skin is rather thick." At this, Yi Hao inhaled sharply, for Zhang Lan had once again bitten down on his shoulder, this time with greater intensity. He hastily restrained the urge to retaliate with his inner energy, for such a response would surely shatter Zhang Lan's teeth. However, the consequence was that she drew blood from him. "How foolish of me. Why did I even mention my thick skin?" As she continued to bite, tears streamed down Zhang Lan's face as she confessed, "I know I am not as beautiful as Tang Pianpian, nor as intelligent, nor as graceful. Compared to her, I feel like an ugly duckling. Yet, I cannot fathom why I am so drawn to you." Yi Hao felt a jolt course through him. "Tang Pianpian and I do not share a romantic connection." After a moment of silence, he stated, "Really?" Zhang Lan's eyes sparkled with hope. "Indeed," Yi Hao affirmed with a nod. "Put me down." After a brief interval, Zhang Lan spoke again. "What is it? Please set me down first." Yi Hao crouched to allow her to dismount. Zhang Lan restrained him from moving, lifting the flap of his military jacket, revealing a shirt stained with crimson. Trembling, she caressed the wound on Yi Hao's shoulder and asked, "Does it hurt?" "Not at all. You are deceiving me. It must hurt. Are you not a man?" Zhang Lan repositioned herself on Yi Hao's back. Just as he prepared to rise, a sudden cry echoed in the air. "Someone has fallen off the cliff." "Fallen off the cliff?" Upon hearing this, Yi Hao quickly set off with Zhang Lan on his back, racing towards the scene of the incident. In a short span of time, they arrived at the site of the calamity. They navigated the winding mountain path, steadily ascending the slope. Though the incline was relatively gentle, after a continuous 10 kilometers, they had indeed reached a higher elevation. Why he was utterly bewildered by her sudden fall. She had been walking steadily, as if pushed by an unseen force, rolling down the hillside. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan's expression shifted dramatically. "Why he?" Yi Hao gently set Zhang Lan down and murmured, "I shall go and investigate. We must rescue Bai He." With a resolute nod, Yi Hao maneuvered through the crowd toward the front. He Jing paced anxiously along the edge of the cliff. The incident involving a student meant He Jing would undoubtedly face repercussions. Yet, he cared not for the severity of his punishment as long as he could save the girl. Upon reaching the cliff's edge, Yi Hao quickly spotted Bai He clinging to a tree branch, paralyzed with fear. She clutched the branch tightly, too terrified to move, yet it would not hold for long. "I have already informed the military district. They will dispatch help shortly," He Jing stated gravely. "However, I fear the branch may break before they arrive." Suddenly, Zhang Lan had a flash of inspiration. "Everyone, remove your jackets and tie the sleeves together to create a rope." It was indeed a clever idea. He Jing's eyes brightened as he swiftly removed his military uniform, and they all complied with Zhang Lan's suggestion. In that moment, Bai He let out a startled cry as Yi Hao observed the branch splintering. "This is bad," He Jing exclaimed. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Hao drew forth a bronze dagger from his pocket, shocking the onlookers as he leapt into the abyss. Zhang Lan nearly fainted at the sight. She had implored Yi Hao to save Bai He, but she had not intended for him to risk his life. The classmates rushed to the cliff's edge. Witnessing an unbelievable scene, Yi Hao's dagger embedded itself into the rock as his body dangled perilously over the precipice. My heavens, how is Yi Hao accomplishing this? His audacity is astounding. I can hardly fathom how that dagger pierced such solid rock. Zhang Lan, despite her pain, approached the cliff's edge, and upon seeing Yi Hao unharmed, her spirit began to revive. Silence, He Jing commanded, aware that Yi Hao required absolute focus. The students understood and fell silent. Yi Hao's dagger was positioned parallel to Bai He, who, upon noticing him, was filled with astonishment. When I hold you, you must cling tightly to my waist, understand? I understand, she replied, her lips trembling. And remember, do not grasp my hand, otherwise, neither of us may survive. Yi Hao warned. Understood, Bai He stammered. In truth, given Yi Hao's current prowess, even without the dagger, he could easily shatter the rock with his essence. As Yi Hao navigated his way closer to Bai He solemnly instructed her, embrace me. I cannot, Bai He replied, her voice quivering with tears. She was genuinely afraid, for the tree branch seemed far more reliable. Just as her words fell silent, the branch fractured completely, sending Bai He plummeting alongside it. Upon witnessing this, Yi Hao swiftly unsheathed his dagger and followed her descent. However, Bai He fell a second before him, rendering his free fall insufficient to catch her. As Yi Hao harnessed his inner energy, his descent accelerated dramatically, and when he matched Bai He's height, he seized her. Yet, by that time, she had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Glancing at her, Yi Hao plunged the dagger into the rock, the immense force driving it deep into the stone, halting their rapid descent after they had fallen over 100 meters. Given the extraordinary nature of their fall, ascending was not an option. They had no choice but to continue downward. Holding Bai He close, Yi Hao withdrew the dagger once more. After several intermittent descents, he finally landed steadily on solid ground. Bai He, Yi Hao called, gently shaking her. She remained unresponsive, though she was not dead. At that moment, a calm voice resonated through the air. A glint of cold light flashed in Yi Hao's eyes. He had sensed something amiss about Bai He's fall. It was evidently orchestrated. Rising to his feet, he fixed his gaze on an approaching figure. Who are you? He demanded. Bai Ruo. Chapter 80. Confronting the innate master. Are you from Macau? Yi Hao discerned the distinct accent in Bai Ruo's voice. Indeed. Why have you sought me? Yi Hao inquired, his tone heavy. Lan Zhongtian informed me that you possess a secret technique of the Tao, Bai Ruo said, her eyes shimmering with fervor. I held skepticism towards Lan Zhongtian's claims, but now I find myself convinced. Lan Zhongtian? Yi Hao was taken aback. Known for his formidable prowess, it seemed the young friend had been deceived by him. If you intend to confront me, why involve this innocent girl? Yi Hao steadied himself and gestured towards the unconscious Bai He. I feared you might be of the innate realm. If so, I could exhaust some of your strength. Bai Ruo replied nonchalantly. As for this girl, her life is of no consequence. You shall pay for that, Yi Hao pronounced, his gaze fixed on Bai Ruo. Each word laced with intent. He perceived Bai Ruo's indifference towards the lives of ordinary people. You should contemplate your own survival, Bai Ruo retorted, transforming into a fleeting shadow as she lunged at Yi Hao. Before she could close the distance, Yi Hao sensed an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, a palpable force. Intangible yet formidable. If one's cultivation is too weak, they would have long succumbed before such a force. The issue lies in the fact that Yi Hao's cultivation is on the verge of breaking through to the body refinement stage. Once he does, even innate experts would be easily defeated, and as for now, he possesses the ability to contend against them. With a resounding thud, Yi Hao's hand met Bai Ruo's. The collision of their distinct powers resonating in their palms. Bai Ruo's strength was gentle yet formidable, while Yi Hao's was robust and domineering. Stumbling back several steps, Bai Ruo halted, gazing at Yi Hao in disbelief. Have you reached the innate level? Yi Hao did not respond. Like a great rock, he lunged towards Bai Ruo. The pressure was overwhelming. Bai Ruo immediately felt the formidable force, causing his heart to tremble. This force, it was even more terrifying than Bai Ruo's own. Receive my strike. Yi Hao's attack was bold and unrefined. With a loud bang, Bai Ruo staggered backward once more. Again, Yi Hao declared with grandiosity. The essence he wielded was of a much higher caliber than mere qi. Otherwise, how could he dare to clash so recklessly? Furthermore, as he fought, the battle memories of the Black Dragon surged within him, amplifying his combat prowess as time progressed. However, as the battle wore on, Yi Hao's expression shifted. His essence was rapidly depleting. While Bai Ruo appeared to be under pressure, his aura remained unruffled. Accelerate. Yi Hao understood he could not afford to delay any longer. Upon activating his acceleration ability, he found his speed had inexplicably tripled. Indeed, threefold. Yi Hao had long known that the acceleration ability was essentially the reaction speed of a practitioner. Utilizing this ability consumed his mental energy. Now, with his mind sharply focused yet continuously drained, his capacity for acceleration was significantly diminished. Yi Hao realized that as his cultivation increased, his ocular powers would no longer receive enhancements. Yet, for him at this moment, 3 times was sufficient. With a resounding clap, Yi Hao's palm struck Bai Ruo's chest, leaving him incredulous. Bai Ruo coughed up blood and fell to the ground. Without hesitation, Yi Hao charged towards Bai Ruo once more. Take advantage of your illness to claim your life. However, midway through his charge, Yi Hao caught a fleeting glimpse of a blue light. Despite his frantic attempts to evade, a concealed dart grazed his arm. Bai Ruo, pale-faced, rose to his feet, stating, "You've been struck by my poisoned arrow. If you dare to use your essence, the venom will surge into your heart instantly." Is that so? Yi Hao swiftly approached, delivering a palm strike aimed at Bai Ruo's head. A look of shock flashed in Bai Ruo's eyes. How dare this fellow? Just as Yi Hao was about to strike Bai Ruo's head, a dizzy spell struck him, causing his hand to veer slightly and instead land on Bai Ruo's shoulder. Bai Ruo once again spat out a mouthful of blood and desperately rose to his feet, fleeing as if his life depended on it. Fear gripped him. Yi Hao was a reckless warrior, and he could not be certain that this man would not drag him down into oblivion as well. Yi Hao's gaze was icy as he watched Bai Ruo's retreating figure. The dizziness in his head intensified, prompting him to sit cross-legged. He repeatedly channeled his sacred energy, yet found it of little effect. However, as the sensation of vertigo reached its zenith, it began to wane. Yi Hao understood that this was due to the extraordinary capabilities bestowed upon his body through divine blood. It was this very knowledge that emboldened him to act once more. He was acutely aware of the remarkable existence from whom the divine blood had originated. A single drop of such blood could not simply be described as precious. Thus, combating mere toxins posed no challenge whatsoever. Approximately 15 minutes later, several soldiers clad in camouflage arrived at the scene. Yi Hao ceased his struggle and succumbed to unconsciousness, knowing that his body's recovery would accelerate in this state. Both he and Bai He were urgently transported to the hospital. During the journey, Bai He and Yi Hao gradually regained consciousness. Bai He turned to the nurse beside him, exclaiming, "I am not dead." "You are not dead. How is it that I survived such a fall from that height?" Bai He pondered in confusion. "I saved you." Yi Hao interjected from the adjacent bed. "You?" Bai He was momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally broke the stillness, asking, "Why did you jump off the cliff to save me?" "Even a cat or dog would be worth saving, let alone a human," Yi Hao replied, casting a sidelong glance at Bai He. "Could you not say something that would move me?" Bai He huffed indignantly. "I am a scoundrel, a disgrace." "You?" Bai He attempted to retort, but found himself speechless. After a moment, he finally uttered, "Thank you." Yi Hao smiled gently, his thoughts drifting to the ambush orchestrated by Bai Ruo. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes as he contemplated Lan Zhongtian. Yi Hao did not believe that Bai Ruo would deceive him in this matter. What he found intolerable was that Lan Zhongtian could disregard Lan Qingqing's well-being in his support of Bai Ruo. Such cruelty. With this realization, Yi Hao silently resolved to ascend to the first level of body refinement as swiftly as possible. Once he attained this level, he would be able to cultivate divine abilities. Indeed, divine abilities, the domain of true cultivators. Yi Hao was confident that once he reached the first tier of body refinement, he would be able to defeat innate realm experts. Not because his own cultivation was vastly superior, but because the techniques he possessed far surpassed those of innate masters. Moreover, he had means to expedite his ascent to the innate realm, spiritual stones. Previously, Yi Hao was reluctant to waste anything, but that sentiment has since dissipated. Chapter 81. You have leaked. After Yi Hao and Bai He were transported to the hospital, they underwent a series of examinations. This was merely a procedural formality. Once the results were in, a figure lunged into Yi Hao's embrace. I thought I would never see you again. This sentiment was not unique to Zhonglan. It resonated with the entire class. When Yi Hao and Bai He resolutely leapt down, no one believed Yi Hao would emerge unscathed. Yet, contrary to all expectations, both Yi Hao and Bai He were unharmed. How could I be so easily extinguished? Yi Hao gently patted Zhonglan's back and spoke softly. At that moment, Bai He stepped forward. Observing Zhonglan clinging to Yi Hao, an inexplicable discomfort stirred within her. In her darkest hour, Yi Hao had appeared by her side, undaunted even at the edge of a perilous cliff, while those boys who professed their affection through love letters remained absent. As Bai He watched, a hint of bewilderment flickered in her eyes. Zhonglan wished to linger a while longer in Yi Hao's embrace, but the pain radiating from her ankle intensified. Perhaps you should apply some analgesics, Yi Hao suggested gently. Yes, please support me, Zhonglan replied sweetly. The boys in the class, witnessing this scene, could not help but lament. It was evident that Zhonglan harbored profound feelings for Yi Hao. After the doctor attended to Zhonglan's injury, Yi Hao carried her toward her dormitory. The dormitory supervisor, having confirmed Zhonglan's condition, permitted Yi Hao's entry. Zhonglan, I trust there are no inappropriate items in your dormitory? Yi Hao inquired with a smile while ascending the stairs, still carrying her. I don't think so, Zhonglan pondered, uncertainty creeping in. However, she currently had no opportunity to check. Yi Hao knocked on the door of Zhonglan's room. After a moment, a girl in pajamas, revealing a hint of her bosom, opened the door. Yi Hao was immediately captivated by the sight, instinctively turning his head away. As a gentleman, how could he continuously stare at a young lady's figure? Thus, he stole a glance. One glance, two glances, several glances. Ludai soon sensed something amiss. Upon realizing a boy stood before her, disbelief washed over her face. Ludai, Zhonglan called out. Ludai immediately turned her attention to Zhonglan. What is the matter? She asked. I twisted my ankle, Zhonglan replied. Is it serious? Ludai's focus shifted entirely to Zhonglan. It is somewhat serious, Zhonglan admitted, sitting on her bed with Yi Hao and Ludai's assistance. I shall take my leave now, Yi Hao declared, feeling the urge to depart, particularly as Ludai had yet to adjust her attire, causing his gaze to wander involuntarily. Before Zhonglan could utter another word, Yi Hao hurriedly exited. Zhonglan stood there, momentarily stunned. However, she soon noticed the exposed area on Ludai's chest. Ludai, you have exposed yourself, Zhonglan chuckled, pointing at her. It was then that Ludai awakened from her daze, and fury surged within her. That scoundrel Yi Hao must have seen everything. It's not like I revealed much. If you laugh again, do you believe I will make Yi Hao take responsibility? Zhonglan, indeed, refrained from laughing, for she was well aware that Ludai possessed a fierce temper. I was merely jesting, Ludai replied with a chuckle. The one I admire is a hero of unparalleled might. One day he shall come to me riding on clouds of 7 colors. Have you watched too much Journey to the West? Zhonglan teased. Yet, this is my aspiration. Before sharing her dreams, Ludai felt the need to inform her of something important. What is it? You have a wardrobe malfunction, Zhonglan pointed at the blood-stained hem of Ludai's skirt. Upon returning to Haihing Garden, Yi Hao called Leng Shui to request a half-month leave, which she reluctantly granted. Subsequently, Yi Hao retrieved the spiritual stone and began to meditate in silence. This marked Yi Hao's inaugural use of the spiritual stone for comprehensive cultivation, and the results far exceeded his expectations. He believed that if he maintained such momentum, he could reach the first level of body refinement within 2 days. At 7 o'clock that evening, Tang Pian returned with a selection of fruits. Upon seeing Yi Hao in deep meditation, she entered the kitchen to prepare several dishes. Just as she finished cooking the last dish, Yi Hao concluded his session and emerged from his room, greeted by a delightful aroma. He had not anticipated that the illustrious Tang could also wield culinary skills. Indeed, Tang Pian replied, pouring a ladle of oil into the pan. With a swift motion, she flipped the vegetables in the pan, igniting a blaze as the hot oil met the ingredients. Yi Hao's eyes brightened at her skill. Praise me, Tang Pian insisted, locking her gaze onto him. Chef Tang, Yi Hao chuckled. How perfunctory, lacking sincerity, she responded, transferring the dishes to a plate and commanding him to serve rice. Tang Pian's culinary prowess was commendable. Yi Hao had previously thought that Guo Xiu was an excellent cook, But compared to Tang Pian, her skills paled in comparison. Pian, who taught you to cook? He inquired. My grandfather, she replied. Your grandfather must possess exceptional talent. He was a chef in the presidential palace during his youth. With that, Tang Pian's expression dimmed as she recounted. It was this very identity that led to him having his legs broken during the calamity. Yi Hao felt a wave of sorrow. The 10-year calamity is a term that many Chinese prefer not to mention, as it obliterated the moral fabric and cultural heritage of the nation. After a moment of silence, Tang Pian asked, Did you save Bai He today? Yes. So, does that mean you can really scale walls and leap across rooftops? Indeed. Be cautious in your future endeavors, she warned. I fear someone may be watching you. Just as Yi Hao was about to respond, a thought struck him. You are correct. They have already come knocking. Tang Pian's charming visage suddenly changed. Do not worry, Yi Hao softly reassured. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door. Yi Hao rose and opened it. A man clad in black military attire saluted him. You must be Yi Hao. Indeed, Yi Hao nodded. Is it convenient for you to accompany us now? Let us proceed. Such matters must be confronted sooner or later. Yi Hao's demeanor remained composed. Tang Pian hurriedly approached. Yi Hao gestured to her, indicating that all was well. I shall return shortly, he murmured. Yet, Tang Pian clung to his hand, reluctant to let go. The man in black observed this and stated, We wish to invite Yi Hao to join our organization. Rest assured, we harbor no ill intentions. Are you certain? Yi Hao inquired. I am certain, the young man replied solemnly. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Pian released Yi Hao, reminding him to stay in touch. Chapter 82. One of the privileges. Which department do you belong to? Yi Hao asked once seated in the young man's military vehicle. The Martial Arts Bureau, came the reply. Who are you taking me to see? The head of our bureau in Magic City. Magic City is the most prosperous and populous city in China, making the establishment of a branch office by the Martial Arts Bureau entirely reasonable. To Yi Hao's surprise, the bureau was indeed located within the military district. After navigating through the military area for a while, the young man arrived at a large gate. Without proper credentials, entry was impossible. This area was a restricted zone even within the military district. The young man exited the vehicle, and Yi Hao followed him to the entrance. After presenting his identification and registering Yi Hao's identity, they were granted access. Before long, the two arrived at an office building. Our office is right here, the young man indicated. As they approached the entrance, Yi Hao sensed a surge of energy aimed at his heart. In a flash, he seized the mysterious figure's wrist and swiftly countered with a palm strike to the individual's chest. With a resounding thud, the figure fell back like a paper kite, causing a stir among the onlookers. Luoba Dao is no match for this individual, someone whispered. He is at least an 8-star mid-tier practitioner. Such effortless prowess likely indicates he has reached the upper echelons of 8 stars. While members of the Martial Arts Bureau discussed this, Luoba Dao regained his footing. Just as he attempted to charge at Yi Hao, his expression shifted, and he abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood. Should you act recklessly again, it will not merely result in another spout of blood, Yi Hao remarked coolly, observing Luoba Dao, who appeared anything but virtuous. With a bald head and tattoos adorning his body, he certainly did not inspire confidence. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, several figures descended beside Yi Hao. Sir, is it truly necessary to be this ruthless? They questioned. A friendly spar? Did he even announce it beforehand? Yi Hao retorted with a cold smile. If I hadn't been on guard just now, that punch could have left me seriously injured. The team members he referred to were left speechless. However, they would not allow Yi Hao to assault their comrade without retaliation. You've crossed the line. The 4 of them declared in unison as they moved to strike Yi Hao. Begone! Yi Hao's voice thundered, an overwhelming presence enveloping the hearts of the 4 team members in an instant. To them, Yi Hao appeared to have transformed into a divine dragon, towering above. A sudden forceful mental assault caused the 4 to stagger back, spitting blood in disbelief. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The team member who had brought Yi Hao there gasped. This is power. What does power signify? Everyone knows. The faces of the 4 team members turned pale with terror. Only those in the innate realm could possess such an ability. Unfazed by the astonishment around him, Yi Hao looked up towards the 2nd floor and asked, Have you seen enough? As soon as his words fell, a melodious voice responded, Yi Hao, let us converse. He soared up to the 2nd floor and pushed open the door before him. There, he beheld a strikingly beautiful woman, her long legs casually draped over the table. Do you not think such a posture detracts from your image? Yi Hao remarked as he pulled out a chair and sat down opposite her. This is called being carefree. You see? The woman, Xiaohua, said as she lit a cigarette. Would you like one? No, thank you. Xiaohua inhaled deeply and asked, could you tell me how you ended up unconscious? I advise you against further investigation into this matter, Yi Hao replied with a slight smile. Why? Xiaohua's eyes flickered with intrigue. Because you want to uncover anything. Yi Hao assessed Xiaohua's long legs and remarked, you must be around 175 centimeters tall? 176, she corrected. No wonder I feel you are taller than me. Yi Hao's height was currently 178 centimeters. Are you interested in joining our martial arts bureau? Not at all. Would you not care to hear the advantages of joining? I'm not interested. Given that Bai Ruo was injured by you, do you think he will let this slide? It seems you know quite a bit. Our martial arts bureau possesses first-hand intelligence. Share with me Bai Ruo's address. You must offer something in return, she insisted. I will assist your bureau once, 3 times, or we shall not discuss it further. Xiaohua, confident in her stance, gazed at Yi Hao. To her surprise, Yi Hao stood up and turned to leave. Xiaohua did not immediately call after him. She waited, hoping he would glance back. Yet, even after he exited the door, he did not turn around. Come back, Xiaohua exclaimed in anger. Yi Hao, however, did not even pause for a moment. Xiaohua gritted her teeth and exclaimed. In an instant, Yi Hao appeared before her. Do not let it happen again. Xiaohua glared at him in fury. The likelihood of that occurring is almost negligible. Yi Hao replied with a smile. By the way, may I boldly inquire about your cultivation level? One would presume you are at least in the latter stages of innate mastery, as one of such prowess must surely be in their 30s or 40s, am I correct? Yi Hao continued, clicking his tongue. I must say, you maintain yourself remarkably well. How dare you? Xiaohua retorted, flicking her cigarette towards him. The cigarette, propelled by her inner energy, flew as swiftly as a bullet. Yi Hao swiftly activated his ability to slow down time, yet even then, he barely managed to catch the cigarette. In the next moment, his fingertips were enveloped in smoke, and he hastily discarded the burning cigarette. Upon glancing at his fingers, he noticed the flesh between them had been scorched. That was rather ruthless, wasn't it? Yi Hao remarked. Whose fault is it for having a sharp tongue? Xiaohua replied with irritation. And by the way, I am 21 this year. Provide me with Bai Ruo's address. When you decide to deal with him, you may contact me, and I shall send someone to accompany you. Bai Ruo is also an innate master. Why not recruit him? Yi Hao inquired. Indeed, innate masters possess certain privileges. Yet such privileges do not extend to taking lives indiscriminately. Can you enlighten me on the privileges of an innate master? One privilege is the right to eliminate anyone who provokes or threatens them, Xiaohua stated, tossing Yi Hao an identification card. Major General, Yi Hao muttered, taken aback by the rank displayed on the card. In China, a major officer is considered part of the upper echelons. Our identities will remain confidential. And this is merely a facade in the secular world, Xiaohua remarked nonchalantly. I trust this identification will facilitate your endeavors significantly. Chapter 83. Extraordinary talent. Yi Hao did not refuse the olive branch extended by Xiaohua. He had not forgotten the incident at the police station. If he possessed this identification, who would dare apprehend him? As Xiaohua observed Yi Hao's departing figure, her delicate fingers clenched into a fist, vowing he would not escape her grasp. The same young man who had previously escorted Yi Hao returned to do so once more. However, the young man's demeanor was filled with awe as he regarded Yi Hao. Even within the Martial Arts Bureau, an innate master commands great respect. I am Shan Lei. The young man introduced himself as Yi Hao prepared to exit the vehicle. Yi Hao nodded in acknowledgement and departed. As Yi Hao retrieved his keys and was about to open the door, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps from within. Moments later, Tang Piampian swung open the door. Upon seeing Yi Hao unharmed, she exhaled in relief. Yi Hao made his way to the dining table. Why haven't you eaten? He inquired. I was waiting for you, Tang Piampian replied, lifting a plate of stir-fried vegetables. I'll go heat it up. There's no need. This is perfectly fine, Yi Hao responded, as he helped himself to a bowl of rice. Tang Piampian chose not to dwell on the matter further. What do they want from you? To join the Martial Arts Bureau. The Martial Arts Bureau? A clandestine organization lurking in the shadows. Did you join? No. Will the Martial Arts Bureau come after you? No. Yi Hao cast a reassuring glance at Tang Piampian, asserting, I am merely a student. Such matters do not concern me. Indeed, it is best to refrain from involvement in such affairs. Tang Piampian nodded in agreement. I will achieve a breakthrough in the next few days. so please do not disturb me. Yi Hao directed his gaze towards Tang Piampian. Understood. That night, Yi Hao practiced in Tang Piampian's room. As he continuously absorbed the spiritual energy contained within the spirit stones, his cultivation gradually approached a critical juncture. Breakthrough. Yi Hao urged his entire essence towards the bridge of heaven and earth. With a thunderous crash, his spirit trembled violently, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The agony he experienced was indescribable, and even with Yi Hao's formidable willpower, his body trembled uncontrollably. Not yet broken through. Yi Hao's countenance was filled with bitterness as he realized that the bridge of heaven and earth had not yet been penetrated. According to the Black Dragon's memories, breaking through required relentless impact. Once more, Yi Hao gritted his teeth and propelled his entire essence towards the bridge again. Still no breakthrough. Again, on his third attempt, the bridge of heaven and earth finally shattered with a resounding noise. As his essence continued to surge, it once again returned to the bridge. A cycle. After more than 2 months of cultivation, Yi Hao finally stepped into the first layer of body refinement. At this moment, Yi Hao could truly call himself a cultivator. He believed that with his current cultivation, he could easily defeat Bai Ruo. However, Yi Hao continued to absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit stones to solidify his cultivation. If he did not stabilize it, there was a possibility of regression. Although this possibility was minimal, Yi Hao did not wish to take the risk. After solidifying his cultivation for a day and a night, he contemplated which divine abilities to cultivate. According to the Black Dragon's memories, he could now practice 2 divine abilities, the Heavenly Thunder Technique and the Rain Summoning Technique. After some reflection, Yi Hao chose to cultivate the Heavenly Thunder Technique. The Heavenly Thunder Technique, being pure and yang, serves as a nemesis to all impurities in the world. In a time when malevolent spirits run rampant, the Heavenly Thunder Technique is undoubtedly the preferred choice. Yi Hao closed his eyes and mentally reviewed the first layer of the Heavenly Thunder Technique. Once he felt he understood it sufficiently, he began to perceive the nearby thunder elements. The ability to comprehend the thunder elements largely depended on the cultivator's aptitude. Those with high aptitude might grasp it in 2 or 3 hours, while those with lesser aptitude could take months. Yet, as Yi Hao meditated, suddenly, vibrant sprites began to dance before his eyes. These sprites were imbued with a fierce and domineering power. Is this the thunder element? Yi Hao's heart trembled with realization. As Yi Hao comprehended the essence of the thunder elements, he directed his goodwill towards them. Before long, these thunder elements surged into his body like a swarm. When a flicker of electricity manifested at his fingertips, he was rendered speechless, astonished by the remarkable quality of his innate abilities. Yi Hao, in awe, realized that his talents, while impressive, had not yet reached an extraordinary level. It was undoubtedly the influence of the Black Dragon. The essence and memories of the Black Dragon had transformed into a dragon pearl, which he was now gradually absorbing. The Dragon Clan possessed an inherent affinity for commanding heavenly thunder and rain, explaining Yi Hao's swift grasp of these elements. Reflecting on this, Yi Hao felt a surge of excitement. If he could so quickly comprehend the thunder elements, could he also master the water elements? With this thought, Yi Hao mentally revisited the rain summoning technique, then began to attune himself to the water elements of the universe. Sure enough, it did not take long before he connected with the water elements. When a droplet of water materialized at his fingertips, he caught his first glimpse of this technique. The next step was to continuously absorb the thunder and water elements from the surroundings to enhance his abilities. However, Yi Hao decided to temporarily set the rain summoning technique aside. Its initial potency paled in comparison to the thunder technique. Thus he resolved to focus on mastering the latter for the time being. Days passed, and after half a month, when an arc of electricity finally coalesced in his hand, Yi Hao's cultivation had significantly strengthened. It was time to confront Bai Ruo. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. The Wind and Thunder Mansion, an investment of the Lan family in the magical city, loomed ahead. Lan Zhongtian, observing Bai Ruo's still pallid complexion, felt a wave of fear wash over him. Who could have anticipated that Bai Ruo, at the innate level, would nearly fall prey to Yi Hao? Fortunately, Yi Hao had been afflicted by Bai Ruo's poison. No doubt, it had taken its toll by now. Senior, I have procured a century-old ginseng at great expense. Lan Zhongtian offered, presenting a brocade box. Bai Ruo cast a cursory glance at the box, acknowledging the gesture with a faint sense of appreciation. However, internally, she harbored deep dissatisfaction towards Lan Zhongtian, for it was his actions that had nearly cost her life. Had she obtained the Taoist scriptures from Yi Hao, the situation might have been different, yet she had encountered nothing but disappointment. Nonetheless, Bai Ruo needed to leverage Lan Zhongtian's connections and resources to heal her injuries. Thus, she had to endure her discontent until her recovery. Regrettably, given her current state, it seemed she would require at least 3 more months to heal, contingent upon the presence of such a rare restorative like the century-old ginseng. A single drop of its essence could sustain a life on the brink of extinction, underscoring its invaluable nature. Just as Bai Ruo prepared to consume the century-old ginseng, a calm voice resonated through the room. Do you believe it is still necessary to squander this century-old ginseng? Chapter 84. An invitation from Xiaoming. As soon as these words were uttered, the tightly locked door shattered with a resounding crash, and Yi Hao's figure materialized before the two. Bai Ruo sprang to her feet in astonishment. You're not dead? She exclaimed, gazing at Yi Hao in bewilderment. Even at her peak, Bai Ruo was no match for Yi Hao, let alone now, when he was gravely injured. Isn't that an obvious statement? Yi Hao replied, striding towards Bai Ruo. Lan Zhongtian's expression shifted, and he slowly retreated to the side. Where are you going? Bai Ruo inquired, noticing Lan Zhongtian's movement. Without a moment's hesitation, Lan Zhongtian dashed behind Yi Hao. Yi Hao, this person is coercing me to confront you. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Bai Ruo's eyes. Yi Hao, once I eliminate Lan Zhongtian, we will settle our accounts. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Hao casually stepped aside. Lan Zhongtian's face paled. He had not anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. Yet, he quickly shouted at Yi Hao. You are Qingqing's friend. You cannot stand idly by. Since you are aware that I am Qingqing's friend, why then did you send someone to kill me? Yi Hao fixed his gaze on Lan Zhongtian. That is not the case, Lan Zhongtian vehemently denied. You know the truth, Yi Hao replied, shaking his head slowly. In any case, I have no connection with you. Before Lan Zhongtian could utter another word, Bai Ruo lunged forward, delivering a fierce slap to Lan Zhongtian's head, forcing it into his abdomen. Blood splattered everywhere. Yi Hao cast a dispassionate glance at the scene before focusing on Bai Ruo. You have forcibly suppressed your injuries. How could I not exert my full strength against you? He lamented. Unfortunately, regardless of your current state, you can never be my opponent. With his powers vastly improved, Yi Hao activated his ability to slow time, striking Bai Ruo's chest in a split second. As Bai Ruo staggered back, Yi Hao seized his arm and struck his chest again. This continued thrice before Yi Hao finally released him. Bai Ruo's internal organs were shattered, blood gushed from his mouth. And after a few spasms, he lay still. Yi Hao picked up the century-old ginseng and exited the room. As for what followed, that was a matter for the Martial Arts Bureau's agents to handle. They were well accustomed to such affairs. On his way home, Yi Hao received a phone call. Glancing at the caller ID, he hesitated before ending the call. Lan Qingqing. Yi Hao was uncertain how to face her, even though her father was not killed by him. Moments later, his phone rang again. It was still Lan Qingqing. Yi Hao pressed the answer button. Qingqing, did you kill my father? Lan Qingqing inquired directly. No, but you appeared at the Fenglei building today. Indeed. Do you have anything to say to me? Apologies. I understand. Tears streamed down Lan Qingqing's face as she hung up the phone. Beside her, Pingmei gritted her teeth and declared, I always said it had to be Yi Hao. Why would Yi Hao want to kill my father? Lan Qingqing asked, wiping away her tears. Because. Pingmei hesitated, unsure of how to respond. 95% of my father's estate is left to me, while only 5% is allocated to you. If you do not speak the truth, you will not receive even that 5%. After all, Lan Qingqing bore the bloodline of Lan Zhongtian, and the calmness she exhibited was utterly terrifying. Pingmei's expression shifted. Qingqing, you cannot do this. Pingmei understood well that Lan Zhongtian's brothers would never pledge loyalty to her, hence she had no doubt about Lan Qingqing's words. Speak quickly. Lan Qingqing urged in a low voice. Pingmei, not daring to delay, recounted the events as they transpired. Yi Hao is an innate master? Lan Qingqing exclaimed in disbelief. If Yi Hao were not an innate master, how could he have severely injured Master Bai Ruo? Are you saying he truly killed my father? Lan Qingqing stared blankly ahead. After returning home, Yi Hao resumed his cultivation. The body refinement realm consists of 3 levels, corresponding to the early, mid, and late stages of innate mastery. Yi Hao no longer concerned himself with the consumption of spirit stones, though this one would last only a couple of days. Should have asked Xiaoming if he had any spirit stones, Yi Hao pondered. Just then, a sound came from the window, and to his astonishment, He saw a paper crane fluttering its wings and tapping at the glass. Yi Hao rose and opened the window. Once inside, the paper crane landed gently in his hand. Upon unfolding it, he read, "Meet at the east entrance of Nanlin Garden at 10 o'clock tonight, signed by Xiaoming." Although Xiaoming had not specified the reason for the meeting, Yi Hao decided to go. Xiaoming appeared to be an honest individual. There was no reason for him to deceive him. With this thought, Yi Hao continued his cultivation. Around 8 in the evening, Tang Pianpian returned home. Yi Hao stood up and looked at her weary face. "Are you tired?" "A bit." "Who told you to work so hard?" Yi Hao said, hanging Tang Pianpian's clothes on the rack. "Isn't it busy during the startup phase?" Tang Pianpian replied softly. "Even so, you must take care of your health," Yi Hao stated sternly. "I'll pay more attention next time." Yi Hao's concern was unmistakable, and a wave of sweetness washed over Tang Pianpian's heart. "You have never cared before," Yi Hao said, pulling Tang Pianpian to sit on the bed, his fingers lightly resting on her satin-like arm. As streams of divine energy surged into Tang Pianpian's body, her fatigue and weariness were instantly dispelled, and she became invigorated. "Is this true energy?" Tang Pianpian exclaimed, her eyes filled with astonishment. "This is a higher form of energy known as true essence," Yi Hao murmured. "If supplied for an extended period, it can enhance your constitution. This won't have any adverse effects on you, will it?" Tang Pianpian inquired anxiously. If it were to affect Yi Hao, she would refrain from allowing him to continue. "No, it won't." "Are you certain? When have I ever deceived you?" "Very well. Tonight, we shall dine out. After our meal, you will escort me to the eastern entrance of Namlin Garden. We still have 2 hours until 10 o'clock. We can manage to eat and then rush over." "What is the purpose of going to Namlin Garden?" "It is merely a desolate wilderness. Xiaoming invited me, and I am uncertain of the specifics, but I suspect it involves something supernatural. Could there be danger?" Yi Hao pondered Tang Pianpian's worried expression before replying. "I once received an extraordinary opportunity, one so immense that you cannot fathom it. What I can share is that even if I were to perish, I would be able to resurrect." Chapter 85. Let us share a table. Yi Hao was unsure whether the blood of the divine had the capacity for resurrection, but completely eliminating him would prove exceedingly difficult. Upon hearing Yi Hao's words, Tang Pianpian wore an incredulous expression. "Let us depart," Yi Hao said with a smile. Tang Pianpian had purchased a vehicle specifically designed for women by BMW. The car was reasonably priced, at just over 300,000. Initially, Tang Pianpian intended to buy one for around 100,000, but Yi Hao insisted she select this model, as it adorned her computer desktop. Tang Pianpian took Yi Hao to a place called Little Jiangnan. The flavors here were delightful, and although she had visited previously, it was relatively expensive. Had it not been for the invitation to treat a few engineers from Taisher, she would not have chosen such a venue. However, this time it was Yi Hao accompanying her for dinner and a date, so she felt compelled to choose a commendable location. Yi Hao opened the menu and glanced through it. Indeed, the dishes were somewhat pricey, yet not exorbitantly so. He ordered 2 dishes and refrained from ordering more. Tang Pianpian also selected 2 dishes. After the waiter noted their 4 selections, she remarked quietly, "You only ordered 2? "Yes." "Add a crossing bridge pork rib and chilled white meat." Upon the server's departure, Tang Pianpian whispered, "Their portions are rather small." "Isn't that Leng Shui?" Tang Pianpian exclaimed. "Leng Shui?" Yi Hao followed her gaze and immediately spotted Leng Shui, elegantly clad in formal attire. At the moment Yi Hao and Tang Pianpian noticed her, Leng Shui recognized them as well, her face lighting up with surprise as she hurried towards them, disregarding the young man at her side. "Yi Hao, what brings you here?" "Cold teacher, do your eyes only see me?" Yi Hao said with a faint smile, pointing at Tang Qianqian across the table. "There is also a captivating beauty right here." Strangely enough, Cold Shui had indeed overlooked Tang Qianqian until now. "Tang Qianqian, how did you end up with Yi Hao?" Cold Shui exclaimed in astonishment. "When did this fellow start associating with Tang Qianqian?" Tang Qianqian was at a loss for how to define her relationship with Yi Hao. "Cold teacher, is it inappropriate for the campus belle to share a meal with me?" Yi Hao interjected, noticing Tang Qianqian's awkwardness. "It's not that it's inappropriate, but I'm concerned you might bully Tang Qianqian." As she spoke, Cold Shui took a seat next to Tang Qianqian. "Is it convenient for you?" "Convenient or not, you've already sat down," Yi Hao remarked with a smirk. "Wang Hao, these 2 are students from the traditional Chinese medicine university." Cold Shui informed the youth, who stood rigidly like a stick. Wang Hao anticipated that a perfectly fine date would turn into this. However, given that Cold Shui had already spoken, he had no choice but to sit down. After receiving the menu, Wang Hao handed it to Yi Hao. You two can take a look and see if there's anything else you'd like to order. Today's expenses are all on me. Yi Hao's expression stiffened momentarily. This was clearly a sign of disdain. Nevertheless, he soon opened the menu and found the wine section. I'll have a bottle of Penfold's Grange Shiraz. Wang Hao was taken aback. What kind of wine is that? He had tasted many fine wines, but was unfamiliar with this one. Cold Shue's delicate face shifted slightly. Wang Hao's ignorance did not imply hers. A bottle of Penfold's Grange Shiraz costs nearly 300,000. How about we switch to a bottle of Lafite? Cold Shue shot Yi Hao a glare. I'm tired of the 82 Lafite. Just get me 2 bottles of this Penfold's Grange Shiraz, Yi Hao replied with annoyance. Wang Hao had deliberately mentioned the 82 Lafite to showcase his wealth, as it was the most expensive vintage. Upon hearing Wang Hao's words, the waiter no longer felt the need to be polite. Yi Hao winked at Cold Shue, indicating that Wang Hao was evidently not short on funds. Indeed, we're not lacking in money, Wang Hao said as he took the menu back, swiftly ordering 6 or 7 dishes before flipping to the wine section. However, when his eyes fell upon the price of the Penfold's Grange, his expression changed dramatically. 300,000. Is this a joke? Wang Hao had exuded an air of nonchalance earlier because he believed that a small establishment like this couldn't possibly carry expensive wine. In reality, a typical restaurant wouldn't even have the 82 Lafite. The priciest wines there usually hovered around a few thousand. Yet this was the Magic City. This small establishment not only had the 82 Lafite, but also the even more expensive Penfold's Grange Shiraz. Kid, are you messing with me? Wang Hao immediately turned hostile. What do you mean? Yi Hao had not anticipated that Wang Hao would possess such a petty temperament. For under ordinary circumstances, few would openly sever ties in public. How would such an outburst reflect upon one's companion? However, Yi Hao was oblivious to the fact that Wang Hao was not a genuine scion of wealth. He possessed merely over 500,000 in his account, rendering him incapable of affording the 2 bottles of wine. 60,000 for 2 bottles of red wine. And you dare claim I'm toying with you? I distinctly recall you saying to order freely, and I only requested 1 bottle, did I not? Yi Hao frowned, questioning Wang Hao's audacity to flaunt his wealth when he lacked the means. It was as if he possessed a fortune when, in truth, Yi Hao was indeed better off. Is this attire of yours merely from street vendors? Wang Hao sneered. Strictly speaking, Yi Hao wore 2nd or 3rd-tier domestic brands, while Wang Hao donned international 2nd or 3rd-tier labels, with price disparities nearing tenfold, thus explaining Wang Hao's derision. Wang Hao, you ought to refrain from showcasing your meager assets in front of Yi Hao, Lung Shue interjected. What? Wang Hao was taken aback. Do you see the watch Yi Hao is wearing? Lung Shue pointed to Yi Hao's wrist. That timepiece is beyond your financial reach. Vacheron Constantin, it appears to be worth only 20 to 30,000. Wang Hao, nonetheless, was aware of the brand's market value. This is a luxurious men's watch newly launched by Vacheron Constantin this year, with only 3,000 pieces issued worldwide, all sold out within 3 days, Lung Shue remarked. Her gaze towards Yi Hao shifting significantly. Wang Hao felt a heaviness in his heart. This watch was priced at 5 million, now soaring to 6 million. Yet it was virtually unattainable in the market. Lung Shue's revelation left Tang Pian astounded, finally realizing the exorbitant worth of Yi Hao's watch. 6 million. There are numerous high-quality replicas available. Wang Hao remained skeptical of Yi Hao's ability to procure such an extravagant timepiece. This Vacheron Constantin watch is adorned with 18 purple diamonds, and I can discern their authenticity at a glance. Lung Shue gently shook her head, adding, moreover, the tizat you are wearing is counterfeit. A piercing remark. Wang Hao suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He was not unaware that his tizat was fake, but having it publicly exposed by Lung Shue left him utterly humiliated. How is this possible? Wang Hao feigned disbelief. Enough of the charade, Yi Hao remarked. Everyone is aware of the truth. Prolonging the act serves no purpose. Wang Hao felt the ache in his chest intensify. For heaven's sake, can't you give me a way out? Teacher Lung, this meal is on me. Yi Hao smiled at Lung Shue. Then I shall not be polite, she responded, ordering 2 more dishes. Wang Hao felt uneasy, realizing that any chance of pursuing Lung Shue was now lost. Thus, he had no choice but to endure the situation. Yi Hao, when do you plan to attend school? Tomorrow, he replied. Be cautious of failing if you don't attend class, she warned. Failing? No way, Yi Hao replied, shaking his head gently. Such confidence? I possess an extraordinary memory. Who would believe that? Lung Shue shot him a skeptical glance. I have memorized the entirety of the Compendium of Traditional Chinese Medicine, volumes 1 through 4. Yi Hao smiled. You must be joking. The compendium is notoriously difficult to memorize compared to other subjects. Even after years of teaching, I wouldn't claim to have it all committed to memory. Why not pose a question then? What are the benefits of peony? After a brief contemplation, Yi Hao responded, firstly, abdominal pain due to deficiency. Secondly, bone pain. Thirdly, swelling and pain in the ankles. Fourthly, diabetes. Fifthly, persistent nosebleeds. Sixthly, hemoptysis. Seventh, metrorrhagia with abdominal pain. Eighth, continuous menstruation. Ninth, persistent leukorrhea. 10th, lacerations. 11th, swelling of the tongue. 12th, fishbone lodged in the throat. How is the 7th treated? 1 tael of peony, stir-fried until yellow. 6 taels of beitong, lightly stir-fried. Take 2 taels each time, add 1 liter of water, and boil until reduced to 6 portions. Alternatively, grind the 2 ingredients into a powder and take 2 chien with wine. A look of astonishment flickered across Leng Shui's face, and she continued. What are the alternative names for licorice? Walao, sweetgrass, Ural licorice, sweet root. How should chuanxiong be processed into traditional medicine? Remove the mud and sand, sun-dry. Then roast until dry, and remove the fibrous roots. Which patients should avoid taking curcuma? Those with yin deficiency, blood loss, or qi stagnation and blood stasis should refrain. And pregnant women should use caution. As Leng Shui asked more questions, disbelief gradually overtook her expression. Being an instructor in this field herself, she was intimately familiar with the compendium and knew that Yi Hao's answers were flawless. She traversed the curriculum from the 1st year to the 4th. Yet regardless of how obscure her questions were, he answered with remarkable precision. After nearly 100 inquiries, she conceded defeat. It seemed impossible for anyone to respond to such questions unless they had mastered the entire compendium. How did you accomplish this? Didn't I mention it before? I remained somewhat skeptical. Reflecting, Leng Shui pulled out her phone and retrieved an academic paper she had read the previous night. How long will it take you to memorize this? Yi Hao glanced at the 2,000-word document. 2 minutes. As he said this, he began reading. His reading speed had accelerated significantly, and he finished in less than 2 minutes. Done, he declared, handing the phone back to Leng Shui. You've memorized it? Indeed. Go ahead and recite it, she urged. Yi Hao commenced reciting from the very first word, flawlessly articulating the entire academic paper in under 2 minutes. Leng Shui's hands trembled as she held her phone, and it took her a while to regain her composure. So, the ability to remember at a glance is not mere legend. You simply lack experience, Yi Hao remarked, rising to pour red wine for Leng Shui and Tang Pianpian. Who are you referring to? As Leng Shui uttered these words, she suddenly realized that she held no semblance of authority before Yi Hao. She spoke of herself. Yi Hao gently swirled the crystal glass, causing the red wine to dance within. Remarkably, it left a trace on the glass. Wang Hao, observing Yi Hao's demeanor, was tempted to call him a country bumpkin. However, upon recalling that this so-called bumpkin wore a 600,000 yuan watch, he thought better of it. Yi Hao did not pour wine for Wang Hao, yet Wang Hao was not one to deprive himself. He filled his glass to the brim. What kind of country bumpkin pours so much red wine? Yi Hao remarked with irritation. Wang Hao's intention in pouring so much was to annoy Yi Hao, but he momentarily forgot that red wine differs from beer and spirits. His face flushed crimson. Yi Hao's nature was such, as long as one did not provoke him, all was well, but should one choose to challenge him, they could expect a swift rebuke. At approximately 9:20, Yi Hao glanced at the time and handed a gold card from his wallet to the waiter. The bill, please. According to bank regulations, personal accounts exceeding 300,000 yuan could be upgraded to a client status, subsequently receiving a gold card. Tang Pianpian had left 1 million in Yi Hao's bank account. Who would have imagined that this meal would cost 610,000? Yi Hao felt no dismay. Money was meant to be spent. Only 1 bottle of red wine was opened, with the remaining bottle naturally taken home by Tang Pianpian. Teacher Leng, where are you headed? Yi Hao's inquiry elicited considerable dissatisfaction from Wang Hao. That question should be mine to ask, right? I have 2 movie tickets. Just as he spoke, Leng Shui turned to Yi Hao and asked, where are you going? I am heading to Nanlin Garden. What could possibly require a trip to Nanlin Garden at this hour? That is none of your concern. No, I am your teacher. How could I not be concerned? Leng Shui deliberately insisted. Shall we go together? Yi Hao could easily discern the underlying meaning in Leng Shui's words. Her feigned insistence was a ruse to extricate herself from Wang Hao's company. Then let us go? Leng Shui nodded and then looked at Wang Hao, apologetically stating, I need to make a trip to Nanlin Garden. Nanlin Garden is a small forest. What business do you have there? Wang Hao interjected, It's not safe there. I should accompany you. No need. It's all right. I have nothing else to do. Wang Hao was still hoping to win Leng Shui's favor and would not allow Yi Hao to seize the opportunity. However, once they stepped outside, Wang Hao realized he had overthought the situation, for Yi Hao was riding in Tang Pianpian's car. In other words, Yi Hao was going with Tang Pianpian. Yet, having already decided to follow, Wang Hao could not simply withdraw. Leng Shui declined Wang Hao's invitation and settled into Tang Pianpian's vehicle. Pianpian, when did you purchase this car? Just recently. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Leng Shui's eyes. Even as a woman herself, she could not help but take note of someone like Tang Pianpian. Leng Shui recalled that Tang Pianpian's family conditions were rather average, which made it perplexing that she could afford such an extravagant vehicle. Could it be that Tang Pianpian was being supported by Yi Hao? With this thought in mind, Leng Shui turned her gaze towards Yi Hao. Chapter 87. A City's Beauty. Noticing the peculiar look in Leng Shui's eyes, Yi Hao inquired, Teacher Leng, what does that expression signify? Yi Hao, what is your relationship with Pianpian? Leng Shui asked solemnly. Just friends, Yi Hao replied. Merely friends? Yu Haventi even held her hand. What do you think our relationship is? Yi Hao was indeed speaking the truth. And what about your connection with Zhonglan? Leng Shui pressed on. What connection do I have with Zhonglan? He responded, feigning ignorance. Don't play coy with me. I'm aware that she has feelings for you. I know. He replied nonchalantly. Is that your only explanation? Leng Shui asked in disbelief. Yes, Yi Hao confirmed. At that moment, Leng Shui's voice rose an octave. Observing her fury, Yi Hao sighed. Zhonglan and I inhabit entirely different worlds. Who are you trying to fool? Teacher Leng, I assure you, I am not deceiving you, Yi Hao stated. Much to Leng Shui's astonishment. Unexpectedly, Tang Pianpian, who was driving, interjected softly, Pianpian, do not be misled by Yi Hao's words. I have known Yi Hao for only a brief period, yet he has never deceived me, Tang Pianpian asserted with a serious tone. Leng Shui looked at Tang Pianpian and realized that this girl had likely fallen for Yi Hao. Pianpian, I must tell you that Yi Hao's identity is far from simple. It is not merely what you perceive on the surface. Leng Shui attempted to persuade her further. I know far more than you realize, and Teacher Leng, I hope you refrain from disparaging Yi Hao. Tang Pianpian replied earnestly. Enough. Leng Shui understood from Tang Pianpian's demeanor that further persuasion would be futile. Teacher Leng, is it truly appropriate for you to defame someone who is involved? Yi Hao cast a sidelong glance at Leng Shui. Is there a problem? Leng Shui shot back defiantly. No problem, Yi Hao responded, choosing not to engage in a quarrel with her, and simply closed his eyes, preferring to remain oblivious. As Leng Shui contemplated saying more, Tang Pianpian interjected, Teacher Leng, allow Yi Hao to rest for a moment. He has matters to attend to. What matters? Important matters. Leng Shui felt a surge of frustration, realizing how little she understood this student. As they approached Nanlin Garden, 100 meters away, Leng Shui noticed a multitude of police cars and officers establishing a barricade, declaring, No passage. What has transpired at Nanlin Garden? She asked. At that moment, Yi Hao opened his eyes. Pianpian, you should head home, Yi Hao stated, now fully alert. I will wait for you here. I am uncertain how long I will be busy. Regardless, I have no other commitments, Tang Pianpian replied softly. Very well, Yi Hao said as he opened the car door and walked towards the barricade. Once Yi Hao departed, Leng Shui widened her eyes and gazed at Tang Pianpian. From what you're implying, do you two live together? Yes. You are cohabitating? Residing in a single room. Does it truly make a difference? Cold Snow found herself at a loss for words. No wonder Tang Pianpian so staunchly defended Yi Hao. It seems these two have already cohabitated. Should I perhaps have a conversation with Zhonglan? Upon reaching the perimeter, a police officer spoke in a grave tone, stating that the area had been cordoned off. I am looking for Xiaoming. Xiaoming. The officer was taken aback and quickly inquired, Are you Yi Hao? Yes, Yi Hao nodded in affirmation. The officer promptly allowed Yi Hao entry, saying, I will take you to meet Commander Xia. As they proceeded, Yi Hao observed at least 100 police officers present. You have deployed quite a considerable force this time. Indeed, we have mobilized over 500 personnel, came the response. Are you aware of what has transpired? My task is solely to secure this location, Yi Hao acknowledged. Naturally, a mysterious incident would not be disclosed to too many. After a brief interval, Yi Hao spotted Xiaoming clad in a bright yellow robe. Yi Hao, Xiaoming exclaimed, rushing forward. What is the situation? Yi Hao inquired. A female ghost has been discovered. Xiaoming whispered. With your abilities, you should be able to subdue her effortlessly. This ghost is no ordinary specter. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao's expression turned serious. While his cultivation certainly surpassed Xiaoming's, his methods were far less refined. Then summon the experts from your paranormal bureau. There are only 2 experts in the entire city. Xiaoming replied. And the other one? After my arrival, they went off on a pilgrimage. Good grief. The only expert I know in this city is you, Xiaoming admitted, appearing rather embarrassed. All right, do you have any strategies for dealing with this female ghost? Yi Hao pondered before asking. His agreement stemmed from a desire to test the potency of his thunderbolt technique. My plan is for you to hold the ghost at bay while I look for an opportunity to use the ghost suppression talisman. I wish to ascertain whether your talisman is effective. This ghost suppression talisman was bestowed upon me by my master. Then let us proceed. Yi Hao followed Xiaoming further along their path. Approximately 5 minutes later, Yi Hao beheld a maiden clad in sheer gauze, hovering gracefully in midair. Her exquisite form and unparalleled beauty were captivating. The girl, devoid of makeup, possessed a striking allure. In Yi Hao's memory, no woman could compare to her. She seemed like a celestial being from a painting, a lunar goddess. Make your move, Xiaoming commanded solemnly. Do not act, Yi Hao countered. What for? Xiaoming was taken aback. How can you bear to harm such beauty? Yi Hao gestured toward the ethereal maiden. The visage of a ghost is but an illusion. Do you truly believe she appears as such? Xiaoming regarded Yi Hao with disdain. I suggest you strengthen your resolve. You've become quite bold. Learning to look down on me so quickly, Yi Hao retorted, playfully tapping Xiaoming on the head before soaring into the air. In the realm of innate mastery, practitioners wielding true energy can momentarily suspend themselves in midair. Yi Hao, as a cultivator, is equally capable. When he appeared beside the girl in white gauze, his hand reached toward her shoulder blade. The girl's gaze involuntarily fell upon him, and an invisible mental force promptly ensnared Yi Hao. He found himself immobilized, unable to move or speak, suspended in the air while locking eyes with her. Xiaoming, witnessing this scene, was filled with admiration. Brother Yi, your martial prowess is astonishingly high, he exclaimed. How could one remain airborne for such an extended period without exceptional skill? Yet, Yi Hao felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. How could Xiaoming be so unreliable? With the ghostly girl as strength, even if Yi Hao's cultivation were tenfold stronger, he would still be at a disadvantage. Brother Yi, take action against her, Xiaoming shouted, noticing Yi Hao's inaction. After receiving no response, he seemed to have an epiphany, his gaze towards Yi Hao growing increasingly fervent. I didn't realize you were engaged in a mental clash. In Chapter 88, The Ghost Immortal, Yi Hao was overwhelmed by an urge to subdue Xiaoming repeatedly. A mental confrontation? What confrontation? Yi Hao was utterly oblivious to the nature of mental energies. Brother Yi, wait a moment. I shall assist you, Xiaoming declared, producing a golden talisman from his hand. As he recited an incantation, the talisman soared into the air, transforming into a colossal Tao imprint aimed at the girl in white. She merely snorted, and her scoff morphed into a fearsome sound wave, instantly dissipating the descending Tao imprint into nothingness. Xiaoming's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. This is a ghost-restraining talisman bestowed upon me by my master, he exclaimed. Brother Yi, what is happening? Upon realizing Yi Hao's silence, Xiaoming grasped the gravity of the situation and swiftly drew the golden sword hanging from his waist. With a whispered spell, the sword transformed into a beam of golden light, lunging towards the white-clad woman. Just as the sword was about to pierce her, she effortlessly pinched it between her delicate fingers. My goodness, Xiaoming's face turned ashen. He had never heard of a ghost daring to touch a golden sword, let alone grasp it with mere fingers. Could she be the Ghost King? With this thought, he turned and fled. Yi Hao internally cursed. What am I to do if you run away? Xiaoming quickly vanished from sight, and the girl in white paid him no heed. Instead, fixing her gaze on Yi Hao, speaking indifferently, You have disturbed my tranquility. How do you propose I punish you? Yi Hao opened his mouth, discovering he had regained his ability to speak. I merely wish to admire your grace, esteemed one, he stammered. And yet you sought to restrain my shoulder blade. What was your intent? I wish to test your cultivation, Yi Hao replied. Have you truly tested your abilities now? The white-clad woman inquired, her demeanor exuding an aura of profound cultivation that left her junior feeling vastly inferior. Do you truly believe I would fall for your deceit? How could I, with such sincere intentions, ever deceive a senior? Then allow me to examine your heart and discern if you have been misleading me. With this, her delicate fingers pressed against Yi Hao's heart. Do not. Are you afraid? She remarked with an air of indifference. I simply wish to avoid causing harm to a senior. Do you possess the capability to inflict harm upon me? As she spoke, her nails pierced through Yi Hao's flesh, and in an instant, she retreated with lightning speed. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she regarded Yi Hao. Her jade-like hand was visibly disintegrating, and despite her fervent attempts to suppress it, her efforts proved futile. Who exactly are you? The white-clad woman gazed at Yi Hao, astonished. With her formidable cultivation, few in this realm could ever harm her. Yet, she had not anticipated that even Yi Hao's blood would be beyond her endurance. Return, Yi Hao commanded solemnly. As his words fell, several drops of blood detached from the white-clad woman's body, returning to the wound upon Yi Hao. With the loss of that blood, her injuries ceased to worsen. Why save me? She queried, as her arm gradually reformed through her cultivation. I believe you are not the type to commit heinous acts, Yi Hao replied softly. But just moments ago, you nearly sought to extract my heart. That was due to my transgression against you, Yi Hao humbly acknowledged, though in truth, he had acted out of necessity. The divine blood was insufficient to eliminate the young woman before him, while she possessed the power to end his life in an instant. Thus, he decisively reclaimed the divine blood. The white-clad woman regarded Yi Hao with a complex expression. What is the nature of your blood? I harbor a drop of divine blood within me. Divine blood? She gently shook her head. There are no deities left in this world. How could you possess divine blood? Well, I cannot ascertain if it is truly divine blood, Yi Hao mused, scratching his head. Do enlighten me. Yi Hao recounted the events of the past to her. Cautious in his narration. However, he slightly altered the conclusion, stating, the deity mentioned they would return when the time is right. In truth, Yi Hao was aware that the deity held him in contempt, yet they had bestowed upon him a drop of divine blood due to the serendipity of their meeting. Could that being capable of tearing through space truly be a powerful entity? The white-clad woman questioned, skepticism evident in her tone. Yi Hao remained silent. I am a ghost immortal, she finally introduced herself. A ghost immortal? Indeed, even spirits can cultivate to attain immortality, she explained softly. What distinguishes a ghost immortal from an immortal? Immortals gaze down from lofty heights, observing all living beings below. To be precise, I have yet to transcend. She stated with gravity, akin to the earth immortals among your cultivation ranks. Earth immortals, though she is referred to as an immortal of the land, without transcending, she cannot truly be considered a genuine immortal. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao comprehended the formidable nature of the woman in white before him. A ghostly immortal. She has already attained enlightenment. To his astonishment, Xiaoming intended to recruit this woman in white. Yi Hao firmly believed that even the entirety of the Maoshan sect could scarcely prevail against her. May I inquire your esteemed name, Venerable One? Su Xiaoyu, the elder mused. Are you reminiscing about the past here? 500 years ago, I practiced here, yet I did not foresee the passage of time, transforming everything. The relentless wheel of time cannot be halted by anyone. Indeed, the woman in white nodded, casting her gaze wistfully into the distance. After a prolonged silence, the woman tossed a golden-threaded bag to Yi Hao. Fate has brought us together. This is for you. Yi Hao received the bag, scrutinizing it. What is this? A Qiankuan bag. Qiankuan bag? Upon hearing this, Yi Hao's face lit up with ecstasy. Through the memories of the Black Dragon, he had already heard tales of such celestial treasures. Within the Qiankuan bag lay several spirit stones and elixirs, with detailed descriptions contained in jade slips. With this revelation, the woman in white quietly departed. Spirit stones? Elixirs? Yi Hao trembled with excitement. What did he lack the most? Resources. With these resources, he could swiftly ascend to a higher realm. He had always believed his cultivation to be commendable, yet standing before the woman in white, he realized he was but a novice. A mere glance from her could immobilize him entirely. After carefully storing the Qiankuan bag, Yi Hao proceeded outside. And not long after, he spotted Xiaoming pacing restlessly. Xiaoming was walking back and forth around a stone table. Xiaoming. Who? Xiaoming's body bristled with alarm. Upon recognizing Yi Hao's silhouette, he instinctively took 2 steps back. Are you a human or a ghost? I am a ghost, Yi Hao replied, gazing at Xiaoming. Impossible. You exude no ghostly aura. Xiaoming scrutinized Yi Hao for a moment before speaking again. Yi Hao cast a glance at Xiaoming, saying, I advise you not to seek me out for such matters in the future. With that, he turned to leave. Xiaoming suddenly realized Yi Hao was alive, and hastily pursued him, inquiring curiously, why did that female ghost not kill you? Yi Hao paused in his tracks. Do you wish for my demise so eagerly? No. I merely felt that the female ghost had no reason to spare you. Enough. That esteemed elder is not a ghost. Yi Hao interrupted Xiaoming. Who knows if she has departed? What? Xiaoming's eyes widened in disbelief. That esteemed elder has already attained immortality? A ghostly immortal? Xiaoming exclaimed, astonished. Otherwise, what could she be? Xiaoming, with a firm slap on his thigh, expressed his previous curiosity about the aura of auspiciousness surrounding that individual. Xiaoming, does your Maoshan sect have any earthly immortals? He inquired. I am uncertain, came the reply. But can your Maoshan sect contend with earthly immortals? Indeed, we can. This revelation left Yi Hao astounded. Is Maoshan truly that formidable? We may not be able to, but we can summon our ancestors. If we could invoke the 3 founding masters of Maoshan, even the legendary immortals could be vanquished. But not everyone has the privilege to summon the ancestors, do they? That depends on one's qualifications. Yi Hao nodded, understanding that the longevity of any sect's legacy is not without reason. Why didn't you summon the ancestors earlier? At my current strength, I lack the ability to do so. Why does your martial prowess not keep pace with your talismanic abilities? Martial skills can be enhanced at any time with spirit stones, but talismanic mastery requires systematic inheritance. Xiaoming explained, my purpose in this mortal realm is solely to elevate my martial prowess. So, you must possess a considerable number of spirit stones? Currently, I have just one. What good is one? This single stone can elevate me to the first level of body refinement. As for the subsequent stages, the sect will continue to provide. Your sect is quite stingy. It's not a matter of stinginess. Spirit stones are exceedingly rare. Upon hearing Xiaoming's words, Yi Hao decided not to pursue any further intentions towards him. I shall take my leave. With a wave, Yi Hao made his way to the spot where Tang Piampian had parked. How did it go? Tang Piampian inquired. I'll explain when we get home, Yi Hao replied softly. What can't be said here? Cold Snow expressed her dissatisfaction. It's inconvenient, Yi Hao retorted, casting a glance at Cold Snow. Just as Cold Snow was about to speak again, Yi Hao closed his eyes. In the dim light, Cold Snow noticed Yi Hao's face had turned as pale as a sheet, and beads of cold sweat began to appear on his forehead. When Tang Piampian noticed this, her expression shifted dramatically. What's wrong? It's nothing. Yi Hao replied in a deep voice, yet he did not open his eyes. Should we go to the hospital? Home, Yi Hao stated decisively. Cold Snow interjected. Yi Hao's condition is concerning. He must be taken to the hospital immediately. No need. Tang Piampian shook her head. Yi Hao insisted on going home. Aren't you jesting with his health? Just then, Cold Snow noticed Tang Piampian increasing the speed of the car. Why are you driving so fast? Tang Piampian remained silent. Yi Hao gently patted Tang Piampian's hand, reassuring her, I am fine. Tang Piampian's eyes grew slightly red as she replied, you must not be in any danger. Have you forgotten what I told you? Yi Hao forced a faint smile. I have not. Then do not worry, he said, falling silent thereafter. Tang Piampian, observing Yi Hao's agonized expression, felt a deep pang of empathy, wishing she could take his place. Tang Piampian was unaware of the torment that Yi Hao was enduring, a burden far beyond her capacity to bear. Su Xiaoyu still possessed a lingering ghostly energy. As Su Xiaoyu's fingers pierced Yi Hao's body, this spectral force surged into him. The divine blood's potency struggled to transmute this energy in a brief span. This was primarily due to the depletion of the divine blood's energy, most of which had been expended in altering Yi Hao's constitution and spiritual roots. Furthermore, the divine blood's resistance was passive. If Yi Hao could harness the divine essence within his blood, what would these ghostly energies amount to? Thus, Yi Hao had no choice but to silently endure as the divine blood endeavored to refine the ghostly power within him. Teacher Long, we've arrived at the university, Tang Piampian remarked as she parked the car at the traditional Chinese medicine university. Shall I come to your house? Leng Shui hesitated before suggesting. If anything happens to Yi Hao, I can assist. No need, Tang Piampian firmly declined, cutting off Leng Shui's words decisively. After Leng Shui exited the vehicle, Tang Piampian accelerated towards Haihing Garden, a place she considered a home for both her and Yi Hao. She wished for it to remain undisturbed by anyone. Once Tang Piampian helped Yi Hao into the master bedroom, he was utterly drained. I may lapse into unconsciousness for a while, Yi Hao murmured, already drifting into a daze. What should I do? Do nothing, he replied before succumbing to slumber. Observing Yi Hao's face, twisted in pain, Tang Piampian hesitated before gently caressing his cheek. At that moment, Yi Hao suddenly opened his eyes wide, startling Tang Piampian. I seem to have forgotten something, he said, grasping her small hand and allowing a stream of pure essence to flow into her. After this act, Yi Hao closed his eyes once more. A tremor coursed through Tang Piampian's heart. She had not anticipated that Yi Hao would think of her during such a dire moment. As she gazed at his face, a hint of dazed affection emerged in her eyes. Days slipped by in this manner, and it was not until 7 days and nights had passed that Yi Hao finally awoke. Upon opening his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was a young girl resting her chin on her hand, though her face was marred by dark circles and an expression of fear. Mingyi. Yi Hao immediately recalled something significant. He swiftly turned from the bed and retrieved a bronze dagger from the wall. The sharp sound of its unsheathing resonated throughout the room, instantly dispelling the terror from Tang Piampian's countenance. Yi Hao gently helped her back onto the bed and covered her with a blanket. Glancing at his phone, he noted that a full week had elapsed, marked by numerous missed calls. Yet, he chose to remain still, quietly attuning himself to the changes within. As Yi Hao turned his gaze inward, he observed that Su Xiaoyu's ghostly energy, after being refined by divine blood, had transformed into a pure energy orb devoid of any attributes. This orb could be absorbed freely by Yi Hao. As he began to absorb it, he felt his cultivation surge dramatically, quickly reaching the pinnacle of the first level. In a moment of astonishment, he sensed this energy crashing against his bottleneck. Just as he was about to express his bewilderment, a thunderous sound erupted from within him, and in the next instant, his cultivation naturally broke through to the second level of body refining. Yi Hao was taken aback. However, he promptly severed his connection with this energy orb, recognizing its high grade, and resolved to utilize it when his cultivation was more advanced, unwilling to waste it at present. Subsequently, Yi Hao retrieved the Qiankuan bag that Su Xiaoyu had gifted him and began the process of refining it. The moment he initiated the refinement, his consciousness found itself in a space approximately 27 cubic meters in size, each dimension measuring 3 meters. Yi Hao was quite satisfied with this space, as it could accommodate a substantial amount of items. Inside the Qiankuan bag, he discovered 1,000 spirit stones, along with 3 vials of spirit elixirs. He picked up a jade slip that lay beside the elixirs. This slip detailed the effects of the 3 types of elixirs. The first elixir was the Qi Nourishing Pill, which could have the time required for body refining. The second was the Valley Breaking Pill, which allowed a person to go a month without food. And the third was the Healing Pill. Yi Hao's gaze lingered on the Healing Pill. He wondered if it could remedy Lan Qingqing's condition. He murmured to himself. But upon considering their relationship, he sighed softly. It was evident that they could never return to their original state. After organizing his findings, Yi Hao took out a spirit stone to consolidate his cultivation. Tang Piampian slept for a full 12 hours, primarily due to her lack of rest during this period. Yi Hao had infused a surge of true essence into her, which would only sustain her for 3 days. After this time, it would be inevitable for her to feel the urge to sleep again. Yet, she was acutely aware that slumber would invite nightmares. However, after 3 days of perseverance, she succumbed to sleep once more. Shortly after drifting off, the nightmares returned, and she dared not sleep again. Yet today, she found herself asleep again. Had it not been for Yi Hao's timely awakening, Tang Piampian would have endured the torment of nightmares once more. Are you awake? Yi Hao asked with a smile. Are you feeling better? Tang Piampian inquired anxiously upon seeing him. Yes, I am well, Yi Hao replied with a nod. That's wonderful. Tang Piampian, overwhelmed with emotion, leaped into Yi Hao's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Yi Hao gently patted her back, whispering, Do not take risks anymore, all right? I'll try, she replied. Can't you just deceive me a little? Tang Piampian said, her eyes glistening with tears. You once said I have never lied to you. So how could I bear to deceive you? Yi Hao smiled gently. Yet sometimes, I still wish you would, she responded. Let us start over. Very well. Tang Piampian cleared her throat. Do not take risks anymore, okay? Yes, no more risks. Let us make a promise, she said, extending her delicate hand like jade. Come on. Let's seal it with a pinky swear, binding us for 100 years without change. Yi Hao joined his thumb with hers. This is now sealed. You must not take risks again, Tang Piampian stated earnestly. Yi Hao gazed at her serious demeanor and reached out to smooth her tousled hair. Some matters cannot simply be avoided by will alone. With great power comes great responsibility, does it not? Pretty much, he replied. Can we not lead a simple life? Who in this world willingly embraces mediocrity? Yi Hao chuckled softly. Indeed, who would accept a mundane existence? At that moment, Yi Hao's phone chimed. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he answered. Zhang Lan. Yi Hao, what has been going on with you this past week? What's wrong? I thought something might have happened to you. What could possibly happen to me? Then why have you only replied to my texts without answering my calls? Yi Hao paused, realizing that it was likely Tang Pianpian who had been responding. It was inconvenient. Where are you now? At home. I will come find you. I will head out shortly. All right, Zhang Lan acknowledged, understanding the need for discretion. After hanging up with Zhang Lan, Yi Hao called Guixiu to reassure her of his safety. Subsequently, he returned a call to Xiaomei. Xiaomei, Yi Hao, where are you? Hearing the panic in her voice, Yi Hao replied solemnly. What happened? The young lady is in trouble. Where is she now? At the same sanatorium as last time. You need to come pick me up. Without proper connections, entry into that sanatorium is impossible. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Hao dialed Lan Qingqing's number. The phone rang 10 times without an answer. Just as he was about to hang up, she finally picked up. Yi Hao. Qingqing. Do not call me Qingqing. I apologize. There is no need for your apologies. Yi Hao remained silent. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up. Where are you now? At this moment, aside from keeping vigil for my father, what else could I possibly do? How is your health? Yi Hao, let us erase the grievances between us. From now on, we shall be strangers. Upon concluding her words, Lan Qingqing abruptly ended the call. An elderly man, his hair flecked with silver, gazed at the tear-stricken Lan Qingqing and sighed. There is a piece of news I have long withheld from you. Lan Qingqing merely sobbed, offering no response. Your father did not perish at the hands of Yi Hao. What? Lan Qingqing abruptly lifted her head in astonishment. Your father fell victim to Bai Ruo's power. This is evident. The forensic expert found no fingerprints of Yi Hao on your father. Lan Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. It was only then that she recognized her misjudgment of Yi Hao. Why did you not inform me of this sooner? This was the decision of several clan elders. Lan Qingqing paused, then comprehended the implications. Had she been privy to this information, she would undoubtedly have forgiven Yi Hao, potentially rendering him an ally. This would thwart the clan elders' ambitions to retain power. Realizing this, Lan Qingqing acknowledged the elders' ulterior motives. When she attempted to call Yi Hao, she was astonished to discover that his phone was perpetually engaged. Has he blocked my number? Lan Qingqing murmured, disheartened. Chapter 91. Lin Roger attacked Yi Hao had, in fact, not blocked Lan Qingqing's number. The reason she could not reach him was that he was on another call with Zhou Shuai. Zhou Shuai was enrolled at an ordinary undergraduate institution in Modu. Well then, let us schedule for tomorrow. After confirming the time, Zhou Shuai added, This is my third invitation to you. If you stand me up again, do not expect my leniency. I want tea, Yi Hao replied with a smile. By the way, do you have a girlfriend? Just as Zhou Shuai posed this question, Tang Pianpian's voice chimed in. Yi Hao, dinner is ready. What? Yi Hao, are you two cohabitating? Zhou Shuai exclaimed in surprise. Enough of the nonsense. Bring your sister-in-law over tomorrow so I can feast my eyes, Yi Hao retorted, eager to disengage from the loquacious dialogue. As Yi Hao exited his bedroom, he had barely taken a few bites of food when he received a call from Xiaomei. He asked her to hold on momentarily and continue to enjoy his meal with Tang Pianpian before stepping outside. Lin Roer, being in a rehabilitation facility, should theoretically be safe. So Yi Hao deemed it unnecessary to rush to her side. After all, Tang Pianpian had labored for an hour to prepare a sumptuous meal. And for him to eat just a couple of bites before leaving would surely dishearten her. The attack had transpired 2 days prior, when 20 assailants brazenly invaded Lin Roer's residence. Had it not been for the fortunate presence of 2 patrolling armed police units nearby, Lin Roer would likely not have survived. The assault resulted in the tragic demise of 8 bodyguards, with 6 severely wounded and 2 sustaining minor injuries. Among the injured was Xiao Lan, Lin Roer's personal bodyguard, who had yet to regain consciousness. Where is Sister Ro? Miss was shot in the abdomen and is currently in recovery. In the intensive care unit, Lin Roer's face was pallid, devoid of any color, and a fleeting glimpse of pain occasionally crossed her brow. The arrival of Yi Hao did not rouse her from her semi-conscious state. Gently, he placed 2 fingers upon her jade-like arm, and as a thread of true essence coursed through her body, The anguish etched on her face gradually faded. Xiao Mei revealed an expression of incredulity. After a while, Lin Roer awakened and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yi Hao beside her. "How do you feel?" Yi Hao inquired softly. "It feels as though a gentle energy resides within me," she replied. "This energy will alleviate your pain for 3 days." Yi Hao had attained the second level of body refinement, rendering his true essence more refined. "Was this done by Yin Luo?" she asked. "Yes. Please continue to rest," he advised. "Where are you going?" she questioned. "I need to check on Xiaolan. Her condition is far more critical than yours." Xiaolan remained in a profound comatose state, and the doctor had warned that if she did not awaken within 3 hours, it was likely she would never regain consciousness. Patients must not be disturbed. The duty nurse, noticing Yi Hao and Xiao Mei attempting to enter, hurriedly intervened. "I have a method to awaken the patient," Yi Hao asserted quietly. "Impossible," the duty nurse responded, incredulous. Using words to awaken a comatose patient is exceedingly rare, and the probability of reviving Xiaolan is nearly non-existent. Furthermore, she is currently in the ward, and by regulations, even family members cannot enter. "Open the door," Yi Hao commanded in a low tone. "No." The duty nurse firmly shook her head. "He truly has a way," Xiao Mei interjected at that moment. However, how could the duty nurse, Xiao Mei, possibly believe her? Even the doctors were at a loss. What could Yi Hao possibly do? "Bring your attending physician here," Xiao Mei suggested after a moment's contemplation. The background of this nursing home was profound and its influence formidable. Yi Hao's forceful entry could lead to unnecessary trouble. Hence, Xiao Mei wished to resolve the matter tactfully. Xiao Mei understood that the residents here were either affluent or powerful, who would wish to offend them without cause. Since Xiao Mei requested to see the attending physician, so be it. If anything went awry, it would not implicate her. Attending physician Su Gang soon appeared. "I apologize, but the patient's current state is not suitable for disturbance," he stated with an apologetic expression. "I understand that, but do you believe the patient can be saved if this continues?" Yi Hao pointed towards Xiaolan in the ward. "We will do everything possible to save the patient." This was the standard response. "I do not see you making any efforts to assist, since you lack the capability. Hand her over to me," Yi Hao replied coolly. "And you are?" Su Gang inquired. "I am a student from the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, from the Hua Tuo Academy." Su Gang had initially thought Yi Hao had significant connections, only to realize that he was merely a student from the Traditional Medicine University. In this nursing home, there are still 2 students from a Traditional Chinese Medicine University. To be candid, these students lack the qualifications to exhibit any sense of superiority in the presence of those from the Hua Tuo Academy, one of the 6 premier institutions in the country. When I mention that I am a student of the Traditional Chinese Medicine University, it is merely to convey that I possess the means to aid those within. Conversely, when I declare my affiliation with the Hua Tuo Academy, it is to assure you of my medical proficiency. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. It is simply beyond my capabilities. Please proceed with the discharge procedures for Xiaolan." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Hao turned to Xiao Mei and asked, "Are you certain? Do you believe I would jest with Xiaolan's life?" Yi Hao's expression bore dissatisfaction. "I will initiate the discharge procedures for Xiaolan immediately." Xiao Mei responded hurriedly. Yi Hao is currently quite favored by Lin Roer, a level of intimacy that even he does not possess. "Wait." Su Gang grew anxious upon hearing that Xiao Mei intended to handle Xiaolan's discharge. "What is it?" Yi Hao inquired coolly. "All your previous efforts will be in vain if you proceed with Xiaolan's discharge now," Su Gang replied anxiously. "Can you truthfully inform me of the probability of Xiaolan regaining consciousness?" Yi Hao fixed his gaze on Su Gang. Su Gang opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly claim that Xiaolan's chances of awakening were virtually non-existent. "If you lack the means, why not allow me to attempt it?" Yi Hao replied solemnly. "Have him change his clothes." Su Gang pondered for a moment before responding. "Accessing the patient's room requires professional disinfection. Otherwise, it may lead to infections and other adverse issues." Once Yi Hao donned the sanitized attire, he entered Xiaolan's ward with Su Gang and Xiao Mei. Xiaolan remained in a state of deep coma, showing no signs of awakening. "I can make her awaken within 10 breaths. Do you believe me?" Yi Hao's gaze rested on Su Gang. "Impossible," Su Gang replied without hesitation. "What would you say if I were able to accomplish it?" Yi Hao queried. Su Gang found himself momentarily speechless. Yi Hao smiled, placing his fingers gently upon Xiaolan's delicate wrist. Chapter 92. A chance for you. Su Gang's attention was immediately drawn to Yi Hao's fingertips. which rhythmically tapped on Xiao Lan's wrist. What technique is this? Massage? Manipulation? Su Gang was perplexed. At that moment, he heard Xiao Mei's exclamation. The patient's brainwaves and electrocardiogram were returning to normal levels. What? Su Gang hurriedly glanced at the equipment beside Xiao Lan. Upon seeing the data displayed, disbelief flickered in his eyes. This data indicated a dramatic improvement in the patient's condition. While improvement could be comprehensible, a rapid recovery was utterly unfathomable. There was no reason, no basis, no precedent for such an occurrence. Su Gang had studied cases of comatose patients for nearly a decade, and he was certain that such a scenario had never transpired before. At the moment Su Gang was pondering this issue, Xiao Mei's exclamation echoed once again. The patient has awakened. Awakened? Su Gang quickly turned his gaze toward Xiao Lan. Her eyelashes fluttered gently before she opened her dark eyes. Yi Hao. Upon seeing Yi Hao, Xiao Lan's eyes lit up with joy. How do you feel now? Much better. You may leave. Yi Hao instructed Su Gang and Xiao Mei. How did you achieve this? Su Gang looked at Yi Hao with intense curiosity. If Su Gang could comprehend the underlying principles, the Nobel Prize in Medicine would undoubtedly be his. I have some matters to discuss with Xiao Lan, Yi Hao stated coldly. Sensing the chill in Yi Hao's tone, Su Gang and Xiao Mei exchanged glances before departing. Xiao Lan's vital signs had now approached the level of a healthy individual. In other words, it was improbable for Xiao Lan to fall into a coma again. There was no reason for them to remain here, was there? Now, tell me about the circumstances of your attack. Xiao Lan thoughtfully recounted the events from 2 days prior. Yin Luo truly does not relent until he achieves his goals. Yin Luo's frenzied actions could only stem from one possibility. The rewards offered to him were exceedingly high. Do you think Yin Luo will come here? The likelihood is slim, Xiao Lan replied, shaking her head. Aside from the robust security system in place, each patient here is assigned elite bodyguards. If Yin Luo dared to intrude, his chances of escape would be minimal. Then what about that girl from the last encounter with Yin Luo? Yi Hao was aware that the female nurse had managed to escape unscathed. A guard had been bribed handsomely by that girl. This implies that there are indeed issues with the security at this clinic. Otherwise, why would they go to such lengths to overhaul their security system? With that, Yi Hao shifted the topic. Speaking of which, your strength seems somewhat lacking. Still at the 7 stars? Do you consider that high? Well, not particularly. I will offer you a chance, but you must keep it a secret. What opportunity? It can elevate you to 9 stars within a month. What? Xiao Lan's expression was one of disbelief. No. Yes. Only a fool would refuse. But remember my words. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone, not even your closest family or teachers, Yi Hao said with a grave tone. I understand. Xiao Lan knew well what this opportunity represented. If this information were to leak, it could potentially bring calamity upon Yi Hao. What Xiao Lan failed to grasp was that Yi Hao's concern was not for his own peril, but rather his reluctance to engage in further bloodshed. Was not Lan Zhongtian a case in point? Lan Zhongtian leaked Yi Hao's information, resulting in Bai Ruo's deadly assault. As Yi Hao's cultivation advanced, he found little trepidation in confronting even the elders of the martial sect. He was confident that soon, there would be no rivals left within the sect. It is worth noting that Yi Hao's natural pace of cultivation far surpassed that of the Taoist practitioners. The dragon pearl within him continuously released threads of essence, ensuring that Yi Hao's progress was several times swifter than that of ordinary cultivators. Moreover, he was now indifferent to the consumption of spirit stones in his training. With a mere thought, Yi Hao summoned a spirit stone from his Chinkoan bag, though he feigned the action of retrieving it from his pocket. What is this? Xiao Lan asked curiously as she accepted the stone. Hold this stone and circulate your technique, Yi Hao instructed softly. As Xiao Lan followed his guidance, disbelief appeared in her eyes. A magnificent, gentle stream of pure energy emanated from the stone, visibly accelerating her cultivation. What on earth is this? She exclaimed. Do not concern yourself with that. Focus solely on your training, Yi Hao replied, rising to his feet. I must take my leave. Thank you, Xiao Lan said solemnly. I hope that after you achieve your cultivation goals, you will continue to protect Sister Rower. Xiao Lan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Yi Hao had gifted her the spirit stone primarily because of Lin Rower. I will, she affirmed earnestly. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Lan, upon reaching 9 stars, would return to the sect to concentrate on breaking through to the innate realm. Additionally, Lin Rower's status hardly warranted protection from a 9-star expert. After Yi Hao departed, a sudden thought struck her. Yi Hao's cultivation level, Previously, she had estimated him to be at 8 stars, but it now appeared he was at least at 9 stars. While Yi Hao was changing his clothes, a black-clad bodyguard barged in. "You are Yi Hao, are you not? And you are? Come with me. Who do you think you are?" Yi Hao's expression turned cold. Such arrogance was unwarranted, and he had no intention of complying with this individual's command. "You talk too much," the bodyguard snapped, irritation flashing across his face before his large hand lunged towards Yi Hao's shoulder. A glint of cold light flashed in Yi Hao's eyes. As the bodyguard's hand made contact with his shoulder, Yi Hao swiftly seized 3 of his fingers and maneuvered behind him, delivering a forceful kick to the back of the bodyguard's knee. The man stumbled and fell to one knee, the pain in his fingers becoming excruciating. "Let go," the bodyguard bellowed. Yi Hao maintained his grip on the man's fingers. "You expect me to release you simply because you ask? That would be quite undignified for me. Do you know who I am? Are you not merely a bodyguard?" Yi Hao retorted with a sneer. "What will you do if you cannot win? Will you flaunt your master's identity? Yi Hao has acted rather wickedly. Having spoken to this extent, how could the other party still bring up the identity of the family? Wouldn't that be akin to branding oneself as a dog? A misunderstanding. A misunderstanding indeed." At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit hurriedly approached. "You claim it's merely a misunderstanding?" Yi Hao replied nonchalantly. "This gentleman has insisted that I accompany him without hesitation, and upon my inquiry, he seeks to take me away. Pray, is this your home?